Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents Deception Game by Will Jordan, narrated by Sam Devereaux. Prologue. Deheba, Tunisia, 10th of May 2009. Drake took a breath, the scorching dry air searing his throat, tiny grains of wind-blown sand stinging his eyes. Overhead, the sun beat down mercilessly from a cloudless sky, raising beads of sweat on his already burned and reddened skin. Around him, locals and small groups of tourists moved back and forth through the crowded central square, paying little attention to the Westerner in disheveled clothes, leaning against the wall beside a small cafe. Perhaps the cuts and bruises marked him out as someone to studiously avoid, or perhaps the dangerous flicker in his eyes was what really kept them away. Whatever the reason, the ebb and flow of humanity seemed to part around him like a river slipping past an implacable boulder. Glancing up, Drake turned his gaze towards the low hilltop about half a mile away, overlooking the bustling town centre, where the weathered and tumbled walls of the ancient settlement still rose up against the pristine blue sky, heavy stone blocks jutting from the parched earth. That was the place where it was supposed to happen. The place where the tumultuous events of the past week would reach their final, deadly conclusion. Everything he had fought for, everything he had sacrificed, every compromise he had made, it had all led him here. He would live or die by what happened today. His pulse was pounding strong and urgent in his ears, almost drowning out the tinny ring of the cell phone as he held it against his head. The man he was trying to reach would be wary of calls like this. He wouldn't answer readily, might not answer at all, in fact. Either way, there was nothing he could do to change it. All he could do was wait. And hope. And just like that, the ringing stopped. He was connected. "So, you're still alive, Ryan," a voice remarked on the other end of the line. A smooth, confident, controlled voice. Not the voice of a man whose own future hung in the balance just as much as Drake's. "And you're late. Didn't I make it clear what was at stake?" "You did," Drake replied, his eyes scanning the crowds around him. "I have what you want. Then I suggest you bring it to me, so we can finish our business." Drake knew this was the moment of choice, his last chance to back out. "No," he said, speaking with calm finality. There was a pause, a moment of confusion and doubt, a chink in the armor momentarily exposed. "Excuse me? We both know I'm dead the second I hand it over. You'd never let me live after everything I've seen, everything I know." He was committed now. There was no going back. The only choice was to move forward. "So I suggest you remember this moment, because this is as close as you're ever going to get to what you want." To his credit, his adversary remained surprisingly composed in the wake of this blatant act of defiance. A different man might have railed against him, shouted down the line about how foolish Drake's actions were, and how he would surely be punished for them. But this man was another sort. "Ryan, maybe you've forgotten the reason we're in this position," the calm, pleasant voice went on. "If you need reminding, I'm quite prepared to leave behind a piece of her at our meeting place. And believe me, it'll be a piece she'll miss." Drake closed his eyes for a moment, swallowing down the fear and horror of what he was hearing, because he knew well enough that this was a threat his adversary was quite prepared to make good on. A sadist who took pleasure in inflicting suffering on others. "You won't do that," he replied, sounding more confident than he felt. "Really? Enlighten me." "I'm offering you something better." "And what would that be?" "There are 3 ways this could go. First, you kill her. I release the files across the internet, and then I turn all my attention to hunting you down. Believe me, I'm good at finding people, and I'm prepared to devote every waking moment of my life to finding you. And when I do, anything you do to her will be nothing but a happy memory compared to what I do to you. Second, You kill me before I can get to you. The files have been uploaded to an automatic email server, and without me to stop it, everything you've worked to cover up gets released within 2 hours of my death." He allowed that prospect to hang there for a moment or two. "Either way, you lose." "As do you, Ryan," he reminded him. "There's more at stake here than you and me. We both know what you're really playing for. Are you ready to give all that up? Watch it fall down around you?" There was a pause, a gambler weighing the risks against the potential rewards. "I presume there's a third option?" Drake took another breath of the sandy, stifling air. "You give her back to me, unharmed. I agree not to interfere with your plans or tell anyone what we've found. You agree not to come looking for me, and everyone walks away. It's that simple." "Very heroic of you," he remarked with dour humor. "I'm no hero. Never was," Drake said, truly meaning it. "And this isn't my war. I just want it to end." This was it. He had said and done everything he could. The rest depended on the man on the other end of the line. And then he heard it. Not some vicious curse, not a growl of anger or even a muttered promise that he would pay for this one day. What Drake heard instead was a low chuckle of amusement, the laugh of a man finally springing a trap that had been long in the making. "Come now, Ryan. We both know this can only end one way." He paused a moment, allowing his words to sink in. "Look down." Glancing down, Drake saw something on his stained and crumpled shirt, a splash of red light that hadn't been there before, the glow of a laser sight. "Wouldn't run if I were you. You're covered from 2 different directions, and my friends are just itching to pull those triggers." They had found him. Somehow they had tracked him here, predicted this move, known exactly what he was going to do. And now they had him out in the open. The time had come to spring their trap. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a black SUV pulled up nearby. The rear doors flew open, and a pair of men leapt out. Men Drake had encountered before. Men who had tried to kill him more than once over the past few days, and who wouldn't hesitate to do so now if they were given the order. Their hands were on weapons hidden just inside their jackets, ready to draw on him if he so much as twitched. "Like I said, Ryan," the voice on the line said, filled with the confidence of a man in total control of the situation. "This can only end one way." Drake lowered the phone as the retrieval team closed in on him. Part 1. Rendition. To date, at least 54 countries are known to have participated in the CIA's Extraordinary Rendition Program, many playing host to so-called black sites, where detainees are held and interrogated for an unlimited period of time, without any legal rights. The number of people imprisoned in this fashion may never be known. Chapter 1. Arlington National Cemetery, Virginia, 2 weeks earlier. The sheer scale of Arlington Cemetery never ceased to amaze Drake. Occupying more than 600 acres of land on the west bank of the Potomac, and located a mere 20-minute walk from the White House, the immense complex was both physically and symbolically close to the heart of the nation. Its size and scale served as an eternal reminder of the sacrifices made by generations of Americans, from the Civil War all the way up to the present day. And it was here, beneath the gentle shade of blossoming trees, that 400,000 of America's war dead rested, their graves laid out in neat rows of white headstones that stretched almost beyond sight. It was a sobering, reflective sort of place, and one that Drake had visited more than once in the past few years, either to pay respects to fallen comrades or just to be alone with his thoughts. Today, however, he had a different purpose here. Turning left off Roosevelt Drive, he began his ascent up a steep, grassy hill towards the memorial complex at the top, passing a group of people heading in the opposite direction. A mixture of ages and genders, but comfortable enough around each other that they almost certainly belonged to the same family. An old man in the center of the group, leaning heavily on a walking stick as he made his way down the hill, was the likely reason for their visit. He was wearing a dark blue navy cap, with the name of some warship emblazoned in frayed gold lettering, though he'd passed by before Drake could get a close look at it. He didn't suppose it mattered. It meant something to its owner, and that was what counted. Strange how differently America regarded its war veterans, he thought with a fleeting sense of regret as he ascended the steps. Here, they were treated with respect, even reverence. The old cliché that a man in uniform could walk into any bar in the country and have at least one guy buy him a beer was, in Drake's experience, still alive and kicking. Back in the UK, the best they could hope for was a shoddy state pension and bingo night down at the ex-servicemen's club. He did his best to push these thoughts from his mind as he reached the top of the steps, taking in the scene beyond. Standing in the center of the wide-open plaza was an immense marble sarcophagus, its white surface bright in the afternoon sun. The tomb of the unknown soldier was one of the most sacred places in the whole of Arlington, an eternal monument to the thousands of soldiers who had perished unknown on the battlefields of the world, their identities forever lost. It was guarded 24 hours a day, no matter the weather, by the Sentinels, elite members of the 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard, and today was no exception. Uniform immaculate, back ramrod straight, sunlight gleaming off his mirrored sunglasses, a single soldier carrying an old M14 rifle paced slowly back and forth in front of the tomb. So precise were his movements, and those of every other sentinel who had come before him, that a perfect square had been worn into the marble paving by the long decades of their watch. A few tourists were there taking pictures of the spectacle, probably viewing it as a curiosity akin to the Queen's Guard standing motionless outside Buckingham Palace. Drake was content to bypass them as he headed for the memorial amphitheatre located behind the tomb. To a casual observer, his demeanor was little different from any of the hundreds of other people milling around the cemetery that day. He walked with the easy, comfortable pace of a man heading somewhere with no great urgency, neither hurrying nor dawdling. His posture was relaxed without appearing nonchalant, confident without swagger, his expression conveying little beyond the superficial interest of an average visitor. Only his eyes, hidden behind dark sunglasses that didn't look the least bit out of place on that warm, sunny afternoon, betrayed the keen, eager gaze of a trained operative, drinking in every detail of his environment and the people within it. His gaze leapt from face to face, looking for any hint, any telltale clue that they weren't who they were pretending to be. Drake had made a living out of finding people, many of whom didn't want to be found, and he'd become very good at spotting something out of place. A gaze that lingered a little too long, a twitch that betrayed tension and intensity where none were warranted, an involuntary shift of posture to accommodate the uncomfortable bulk of a concealed weapon. He'd seen it all in his time, and his senses were on alert for it now. He relaxed a little as he drew closer to the amphitheatre, content for now that no one amongst the spectators had shown undue interest in him. That didn't mean no one was watching, of course, but Drake had grown used to covering his back over the past couple of years. He'd grown used to a lot of things over the last couple of years. Normally reserved for Veterans Day services and other public events, for the most part, the massive outdoor theatre stood empty and unused. There was little for tourists to see or do inside, and no monument stood within its columned walls, so few people lingered there long. In short, it was a good place to talk without fear of interruption or eavesdropping, and this was one conversation he didn't want overheard. Edging around one of the big stone columns that formed the outer boundary of the theatre, Drake paused a moment to survey the space within. Rows of benches radiated outward from the main stage, rising up gradually towards the outer periphery of the theatre. Not one of them was occupied. Drake glanced at his watch and took a breath, considering his next move. He could break cover and venture out into the center of the theater, making his presence known to anyone who might be waiting. But doing so would leave him exposed and vulnerable. It went against his instincts to go into a situation like this at a disadvantage. On the other hand, he could remain where he was and see if his contact decided to take the initiative. However, meetings like this often lived or died based on mutual trust, and it was possible his contact was harboring similar doubts. The last thing he wanted was for them to get cold feet and walk away, especially since he had gone to such pains to make this happen in the first place. He was about to begin a circle of the theater's outer wall when he heard footsteps on the stone floor coming his way, slow and heavy, accompanied by slightly labored breathing. An older man, overweight, perhaps not in good health. Gripping the Browning high-powered automatic hidden in a pancake holster at the small of his back, Drake readied himself for the 100 different ways this could go wrong, and slipped out from behind the pillar. The man standing facing him was in his early 60s, black, of average height and above average weight. His close-cropped hair and moustache speckled with silver. Even a cursory glance revealed a man who wore his years with some discomfort. His shoulders were stooped, his forehead deeply lined by years of care and worry. The collar of his expensive suit was loosened, and there was a visible sheen of sweat on his brow. The climb up here had clearly not been a pleasant one for him. He tensed for a moment at Drake's sudden appearance, but quickly regained his composure at the realization that this was the man he'd come here to meet. The young Shepherd team leader who had contacted him covertly through an intermediary, who had insisted on a face-to-face meeting away from Langley, who had promised he possessed information of great importance to the agency.
"I hope you didn't drag me all the way out here just to shoot me, son,"
he remarked coolly, his dark eyes flicking downward, indicating the hand that Drake was keeping behind his back.
"I'm sure they've got a nice spot picked out for me in Arlington, but I'd rather not take it just yet."
Drake's grip on the weapon relaxed, some of the tension easing, though he didn't let go of it yet. "Director Hunt?"
"So they tell me."
Charles Hunt was the officer in charge of the CIA's Counter-Proliferation Division, tasked with monitoring and intercepting the flow of illegal arms worldwide, from missing ammunition crates at Russian supply depots all the way up to Iranian attempts at purchasing nuclear secrets. Their job was to stop weapons from ending up in the hands of America's enemies. "You here alone?" Drake asked.
"As alone as any of us can be these days,"
he said, glancing upward, as if they might glimpse a surveillance drone circling overhead. Drake's eyes hardened. "I'm not playing games. If you were followed here—" Hunt's graying brows drew together in a frown.
"Mr. Drake, I'm not in the habit of lying to people, and I'm also not in the habit of dragging my fat ass out of my very comfortable office for secret meetings at national monuments with every crackpot who tries to contact me. But I know who you are, so I chose to show some faith in you today. Maybe you should do the same with me, and lose the attitude, along with the gun."
Reluctantly, Drake let go of the weapon.
"Better,"
Hunt remarked. "You said you knew who I was," Drake prompted him.
"You made a name for yourself with that business in Russia last year. Whether that's a good or bad thing remains to be seen, but you can bet your ass people are taking notice. That makes you either an enemy to be destroyed or a commodity to be used."
He surveyed Drake with a critical eye.
"Personally, I'm not sure whether you deserve a commendation or a firing squad after the shit you pulled."
Drake decided to let that one pass. His actions the previous year technically amounted to treason. He'd aligned himself with a foreign intelligence service without any kind of authorization, not to mention aiding and abetting a wanted terrorist. Not for the first time, he caught himself wondering just how many enemies he'd made over the past couple of years. "I'd settle for 10 minutes of your time," he said instead. Despite the tension of their initial meeting, he was very much aware that a divisional director of the CIA wasn't the sort of man to be trifled with. Simply getting access to him without alerting a dozen different department heads had been an ordeal in itself. Forcing Drake to negotiate a minefield of protocol and hidden lines of reporting not to mention calling in a few favors. Whether or not it had been a wasted effort hinged on what happened in the next 10 minutes. Hunt glanced at his watch, an old model bearing the U.S. Marine Corps seal, then turned his dark eyes back on Drake.
All right, Mr. Drake. 10 minutes. I suggest you make it good.
Drake certainly couldn't promise that. The only thing he could guarantee was that it would be worth hearing. Reaching into his pocket, he produced an electronic device that resembled a small walkie-talkie with several aerials affixed to it, and flicked a switch mounted on the side. A single green light was the only indication that the signal jammer was now active, though anyone trying to use a cell phone or any other communications device within 50 yards would certainly know about it. Hunt regarded the device with a raised eyebrow.
That bad, huh?
Drake gestured to one of the benches nearby.
You might want to sit down for this.
He did, and he listened for a lot longer than 10 minutes as Drake related the events of the past 2 years, from the operation to rescue a prisoner named Maris from a Russian jail, to the dirty war being waged by a private military company in Afghanistan, and the death of the chief of Russian intelligence last year, and all of it tied together by the legacy of one man, Marcus Kane. Kane, who was now the deputy director of the CIA and next in line for the top position if the current leader stepped down.
That's quite a story, son,
Hunt remarked when Drake finally brought his extended narrative to an end. Despite his flippant choice of words, it was clear Drake's tale had nonetheless made an impression on him.
But why tell it to me?
The enemy of my enemy is my friend, a very old saying, and one that was often misused in trivial rivalries. In this case, however, Drake could only hope that the adage proved true. If so, he could think of no better enemy for Kane than the man whose position he had usurped 2 years ago. Hunt himself had once occupied the post of deputy director, and been hotly tipped to assume the mantle of leading the world's foremost intelligence agency before too long. That was until an abrupt reshuffle of the agency's executive level had seen Hunt effectively demoted to divisional leader. Still a position of some power and influence, to be sure, but the message was clear. There was a new star player on the field, and his name was Marcus Kane. Drake was certain that such a demotion, especially in the closing years of Hunt's career, must have left a deep impact on him. Deep enough, perhaps, for him to aid Drake in destroying the man who had so derailed his plans. It was a rotten trick to use a man's bitterness and resentment for one's own ends, but the chance to win an ally at the highest level of the agency's power structure was something Drake couldn't pass up.
Because I'm not the only one who wants to see Kane take a fall, Drake answered. I know he replaced you as deputy director, and I'm guessing it wasn't your decision to step down. He fucked you over, just like he fucked over everyone else he's ever come into contact with. Whatever you were expecting to do with the rest of your life, it's all been taken away because of him. Well, this is your chance to take something back. Help me expose the things he's done. Help me stop him before more innocent people get killed. I can't promise you'll get back everything you've lost, but I can promise he'll lose a lot more than you ever did.
Drake had never been one for stirring speeches or impassioned monologues. All he could do was set out what he knew, what he wanted, and what Hunt could do to make it happen. It was a gamble, to be sure. This whole meeting had been a leap of faith, in fact. But it was a gamble he felt he had to make. And now, his sentiments delivered. All he could do was wait for Hunt's reply. It wasn't long in coming. Whatever reaction he'd expected, it wasn't the fit of laughter that suddenly overcame the man seated beside him.
I'm just supposed to take you at your word on all this, right? Some random field agent contacts me out of the blue with wild stories of secret conspiracies and an offer to resurrect my career, and I just leap in with both feet and hope for the best?
Hunt shook his head in disbelief.
Mr. Drake, you're still a young man, so I can forgive a little naivety on your part, but what you're asking is ridiculous.
And yet Drake couldn't help notice that Hunt had made no effort to defend Kane, or to warn him of the treasonous nature of his proposal. Taking his lack of reprimand as tacit acknowledgement that his accusations had merit, Drake pressed on. You said you were willing to show a little faith.
Faith and blind faith are two different things, son. So far, you're not giving me a hell of a lot to put my faith in.
Drake couldn't blame him for that. I'm here. We both know you could have me arrested after everything I've said to you. But I came anyway because I'm willing to risk my life to bring that fucker down. I want to do that. But I can't do it alone. I need people in positions of influence, people who still have the power to hurt him, people I can rely on. People like you.
Very touching. But what makes you think you could trust me even if, and this is a big if, I agreed to help you?
Hunt asked. Drake nodded to the watch on Hunt's left wrist. That's a nice watch. You were with the 2nd Battalion, 7th Marine Division in Vietnam. Did 2 tours. Wounded at Kassam while trying to rescue a squad that was cut off and surrounded, even though you'd been ordered to wait for support. Before that, you petitioned to bring charges against a fellow Marine for terrorizing Vietnamese civilians, even if it meant betraying one of your own. If it was important to know your enemy, it was even more so to know a potential friend, as Drake had learned through bitter experience. When he'd first conceived of this plan, he'd spent weeks learning every aspect of Hunt's life and career, probing as deep as he could without being flagged by the agency. But now he felt as if he knew the man as well as Hunt knew himself. Reaching into his jacket pocket, the divisional director produced a handkerchief and used it to wipe the perspiration from his brow.
You've done your homework. Bravo. What's your point?
My point is that everything I've learned about you so far tells me you're a good man. You're ready to stand up for what's right, and you're not afraid to risk your own arse to do it. And the fact you still wear that watch tells me you haven't forgotten that. That's why I took the risk to contact you. That's why you haven't walked away. And I think that's why you want to believe in me now.
A good man,
Hunt repeated, snorting in derision.
That's a real nice sentiment. But those things happened a long time ago. Things were different then. There were rules to follow, a code of conduct, a line between right and wrong. Sure, we might step over it on occasion, but it was always there, no matter what.
He sighed then, a weary sigh of a man fighting an unwinnable battle for far too long.
Then you get into this line of work, and you realize the line you put so much faith in never really existed. It only existed in your mind because you wanted to believe in it. You needed to believe in it. But all the belief in the world doesn't make something true. The truth is, people can do just about anything they want and get away with it. All they need are 3 things: the will, the brains, and the right friends. And believe me, Marcus Kane has plenty of all 3.
He flashed a grim smile.
How do you think you became deputy director in the first place?
Drake clenched his fists as he regarded the man seated beside him. So he gets away with everything he's done? Is that what you're saying? Hunt shot him a piercing look, as if to remind him of who was the more senior here.
No, that's what you're saying. I'm saying that you don't take on a man like Kane by making a few half-assed accusations and expecting the world to fall in line behind you.
I don't need the world behind me, Drake insisted. But I do need you.
To do what exactly?
Again, that weary smile.
Call the president and have him fire Kane this afternoon? Or maybe haul him up in front of a congressional hearing, air all that dirty laundry in public.
That would work for starters.
I'm sure it would, but we both know that's not going to happen. If anything at all's going to come of this, I need to know what you know. First, tell me what actual evidence you've got against Kane.
Eyewitness testimonies, field operatives and agency personnel that have been coerced into silence by him. All of them are prepared to testify against him.
Which means jack shit in situations like this, Hunt countered. Witnesses can be discredited, blackmailed, or just made to disappear. I need something real.
Drake said nothing for several seconds, weighing up how much he could reveal, how much to risk. There was one final card he could play, but it was the kind that could only be played once. There was no telling what reaction it might provoke, but he sensed this was a critical matter. Hunt's faith in him was wavering, his initial interest giving way to skepticism and doubt. He had to offer something meaningful, and there was only one way to do that. "I've got Anya," he said at last. That was when Hunt's demeanor changed. Like a lucky punch delivered in a losing fight, the tide seemed to turn at that moment. "She's still alive?" he asked, his voice hushed. Drake nodded. "Jesus Christ," he breathed, letting out a long sigh. "Where is she?" Drake gave him a look that made it plain he wasn't going to give such information away to a man he'd just met, no matter how good his character appeared to be. In any case, he couldn't tell Hunt even if he'd wanted to. Anya was a ghost, appearing where and when it served her purpose, and vanishing into the shadows when it didn't. She might have been an ally, but only on her own terms.
"Point taken," Hunt conceded. "But will she help?"
Drake glanced away, running a hand through his hair.
"She wants to see Kane go down as much as we do. That's not the same thing."
"She'll help," Drake assured him. Hunt regarded him in thoughtful silence for a few moments.
"Let's say you're right, that everything you've told me is true, and that I should trust your word. Even you must understand that it's not about whether you're right or wrong. It's about who's willing to say you're right, who's willing to stand by you, and who's willing to stand by Kane. Who knows they stand to lose so much if he goes down that they'll do everything in their power, take any risk, to stop it happening, because they know that if his lies and secrets are exposed to the world, theirs will be too."
Drake had heard such dire warnings before. "I know Kane's got friends in the agency."
"I'm not talking about the agency," Hunt cut in. "I'm not talking about Congress or the Pentagon or the White House or any other buildings you care to mention."
"So what are you talking about?"
"Wake up, Mr. Drake. The real power in this country doesn't lie in buildings that give guided tours, or men who have to answer to oversight committees or voter groups. The real decision-makers are the ones you can't see, that you don't know about because that's exactly how they choose to make it. They're the ones who stand to lose the most if Kane goes down, and they're the ones who'll do anything it takes to stop it from happening."
Drake was silent for a moment, searching for a diplomatic way of saying what was on his mind. He was rapidly tiring of the game Hunt seemed to be playing. He'd come here to enlist this man's help, not to listen to riddles and innuendo.
"So who are these people?" "One step at a time, Mr. Drake," Hunt cautioned him. "Even I don't know all of them, and I'm certainly not dumb enough to tell you the few I do know. But they're the people who will fight hardest to stop Kane going down, and they're the people we should both be extremely afraid of."
Drake looked at him. "And yet, you're still here."
"I am," he admitted. "Because despite everything, despite all the compromises and the little bits of myself I've had to give away over the years, I still remember that line in the sand. I believe, no, I want to believe it's still there. And I think you do too."
He rose to his feet with the deliberate effort that his age and build demanded.
"Find me something I can use. Then we'll talk, Mr. Drake. For now, that's the best I can offer you."
Drake sighed and nodded, recognizing Hunt's offer for what it was. He had an ally. A reluctant one who wasn't ready to risk his own neck just yet, but an ally all the same. It certainly wasn't everything he'd hoped for, but it was the best he was going to get. For now, it would have to suffice.
"I'll be in touch,"
Drake promised, slipping his sunglasses back on. Chapter 2. United Kingdom, 1st of May. Freya Shaw blinked her eyes open, her mind returning to awareness. She was lying on her side in the cargo compartment of a small van. There were no windows that she could see, The sides and floor were simple metal, thin outer panels bolted onto steel reinforcing ribs, interspersed with small holes for latching bungee cords or other devices to stop things rolling around. A single electric light burned overhead, harsh and bright and relentless. It was obviously a well-used vehicle. The paintwork on the walls had been dented and scratched in countless places by heavy jostling cargo, exposing the dull gleam of bare metal beneath. The floor was covered with dried mud, discarded cigarette butts, and pieces of paper that had long since decayed into dried yellow pulp. Rust was taking hold in places, slowly eating away at the vehicle's frame like a cancer. But for all the vehicle's unkempt condition, her captor had clearly taken care to leave nothing in the cargo compartment that could aid a possible escape attempt. No sharp pieces of metal that could slice through the plasticuffs. No tools that could be used as improvised weapons. Nothing. Another hard jolt, this one violent enough to slam her head painfully against the floor. Reluctant to take another pounding, she managed to get her feet beneath her and forced herself up into a sitting position, bracing her back against the side of the van. Each jolting movement seemed to reverberate down her spine, but it was better than being knocked unconscious again. She flicked her tongue over her lower lip, tasting blood. The left side of her face was throbbing with the dull pain of bruising where she'd been struck by a heavy object. That was the last thing she remembered before darkness had engulfed her. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting out a silent cry of frustration and fear and impotent anger. She could guess where all this was leading, could anticipate the end that was coming for her, and knew there was nothing she could do to prevent it. With a final shuddering lurch, the van halted. The rough growl of the engine ceased a moment later, and the light went out, plunging the cabin into darkness. Trying to still her wildly beating heart, Freya held her breath and strained to listen. She could hear footsteps outside, and the jangle of keys being removed from a pocket. With a click, a lock was disengaged, and the rear doors swung open on creaking hinges. Cool night air rushed in, and she could feel moisture on her exposed skin. A dark figure clambered up into the cabin, and strong hands grabbed her under her armpits, hauling her to her feet. She could do little to resist as she was forced out of the van and into the waiting darkness beyond. They had halted on a patch of waste ground. Freya knew that right away, from the towering walls of an old factory in the distance, broken concrete crumbling away to expose rusted steel reinforcing rods beneath. Gravel and loose stones crunched beneath her feet as she was led down a slope away from the van. The ground was treacherous, and she briefly lost her footing as the stones beneath her gave way, only for her captor to pull her upright.
"It doesn't have to be this way, you know. You don't have to do this. I'm worth more to you alive,"
she said, knowing how futile and pathetic her words must have sounded. How many times had her captor heard those same words, uttered by desperate men and women in the final moments of their lives? At the bottom of the slope, dark, muddy water glimmered in the faint moonlight. Rainwater that had collected over time in the depression. A yank at her arm brought her to a halt, about halfway down. "Get on your knees," a cold, clinical voice instructed her. Freya swallowed hard, knowing what was coming. She'd known the moment she'd awoken in that van. This was where she'd been brought to die. For a moment she caught herself wondering who would eventually find her body out here. A laborer on his way to work? A kid out playing with friends? Some guy taking his dog for a walk? She knew it was ludicrous to be thinking of such things, yet she couldn't stop herself. She had faced danger more than once in what had been a long and eventful life, had even seen death up close and personal. Yet for all those experiences, she could never have imagined such an end for herself. Dying out here in some muddy hole in the ground, unmarked, unknown, uncared for. It didn't seem real. It was a dream, a nightmare, a feverish imagining conjured up by a restless mind.
"No,"
she said, forcing the word out through gritted teeth, even as her heart thundered in her chest.
I won't.
Yanking her arm free, Freya turned around to face her adversary, eyes gleaming with defiance. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of putting a bullet through her head from behind.
You look me in the eye, you coward, she said, staring right at them. Look me in the eye when you pull the trigger.
If she'd expected her words to strike a chord, to engender some kind of reaction, she was to be disappointed. A second came and went. A second broken only by the sigh of the evening breeze and distant hoot of an owl, and the hammering of Freya's heart.
You shouldn't have come looking for me.
She saw the barrel of a weapon raised, saw the long snout of a silencer gleaming in the thin sliver of moonlight. Freya let out a breath.
Of all the people, I never...
A 9mm slug passing through her chest silenced that sentence before she had the chance to complete it. She let out a strangled gasp, as if in surprise, then fell backward and collapsed to the ground, her body skidding down the rocky slope, until it came to rest in the pool of stagnant water. As darkness closed in around her, Freya's last thought was one of simple, heartfelt regret.
Ryan, I'm sorry.
George Washington University Hospital, Virginia. Like most people, Drake had no great love of hospitals. He'd spent more than his share of time in them over the course of his career, having been wounded numerous times in the line of duty, and had few pleasant memories of those stays. Today, however, he was not here for himself, but for a friend. You know, it doesn't matter how much plastic surgery you get, he said, pasting on some fake joviality as he entered the private room. You'll always be an ugly bastard. Dan Franklin, the current head of the agency's Special Activities Division, and a man Drake had long considered a close friend, was sitting upright in the bed, propped up by several pillows, while he flicked idly through the channels of the wall-mounted TV opposite. He looked about as bored and listless as a man could be, and yet seemed to perk up immediately on Drake's arrival.
Well, shit. And here was me thinking how much I'd kill for some intelligent conversation. Be sure to send someone in when you leave, okay?
He was grinning at the playful banter, but Drake could see the pain etched into his features. It seemed to have become a constant companion of his recent years, and the toll it was taking was becoming harder to ignore. I'll do that. Reaching into the plastic bag he brought with him, Drake laid out some issues of Time and Newsweek on the bedside table. Here, this should keep you going for a while. Now there's some big words in there, so if you get stuck, be sure to call one of the nurses to help you. Franklin made a face.
Wasn't planning on being here that long.
Pulling up a chair, Drake sat down opposite him. Seriously, though, how are you doing, mate? He asked, surveying his friend honestly for the first time in a long time. He'd aged noticeably, Drake realized almost in surprise. Franklin was only a few years older than himself, but he looked at least a decade more. There were lines around the corners of his mouth and eyes that hadn't been there just a few short years ago. His dark blonde hair now had faint streaks of silver at the sides, and recent weight loss had left his face looking sallow and gaunt. He shrugged with grim resignation.
The consultants came in today. Apparently I have the vertebrae of a 90-year-old with arthritis. They're recommending spinal fusion surgery.
Drake felt his heart sink. The two of them had once served together in Afghanistan, both young, both strong and ambitious and competitive, until a roadside bomb had ended Franklin's military career. Shrapnel embedded in his spine had required hours of surgery and months of difficult rehab, and left him in near constant pain that had worsened noticeably in recent years. Proud to the last and weary of rehabilitation, he'd refused further medical intervention until the bitter end. Only when he'd started experiencing numbness in his legs and difficulty walking had he finally ceded to the inevitable and sought treatment. Will that fix it? He asked, knowing how stupid and simplistic such a question must have sounded, as if the human body were a car engine in which one could just swap out defective parts. Franklin gave him a weary smile. Maybe. That's what they told me. Maybe. Then again, it could also leave me paralyzed from the chest down. Either way, I'd be out of action with the agency for weeks, if not months. At this, Drake actually let out a laugh. Dan, the free world will survive without you for a few weeks. If that's what you're worried about, put it out of your head right now. And where will that leave you? Franklin asked, lowering his voice. We both know the deal here. If I'm laid up in a hospital bed, I can't protect you. Drake was all too aware that the man sitting before him was about the only thing that had kept Kane from having him assassinated these past couple of years. The deal he had struck, not to reveal Kane's part in the hijacking of American drones and the subsequent murder of innocent civilians, had maintained an uneasy status quo. But both parties were starting to realize that this truce couldn't last forever. And if something happened to Franklin, it wouldn't take long for the sword to fall. Leaning in closer, Drake looked his friend hard in the eye. Mate, I want you to listen to me very carefully. This isn't about me now. This isn't about the agency or Kane or any of that stuff. This is about you. You're hurting, I can see that. And you need help. You can't go on like this. So get yourself sorted out before it's too late, for God's sake. We'll deal with the rest later. Franklin swallowed and looked away for a moment. That's not the only reason, Ryan, he admitted. Ever since this happened, I feel like I've been living on borrowed time. Like there was a bomb ticking away inside me, and every day I've been waiting for it to go off. Now we're down to it. I'm scared shitless. Not of dying, but living as a cripple. Pissing into a bag for the rest of my life. Having people pity me. I can't live like that. I don't have what it takes to make it through that. Drake felt terrible for his friend. He shared some of the man's apprehension of what lay ahead, felt his frustration at watching his physical abilities slowly dwindle. And beneath it all, he felt something else. Guilt. Guilt that it had happened to Franklin and not him. Guilt that it had been his friend's Humvee that had triggered that roadside bomb. Guilt that Franklin had put off this surgery for so long out of loyalty and duty, when Drake had done so little for him in return. What could he possibly say to this man? If it were him, would he have the courage to go through with surgery that could leave him paralyzed for life? What reassurance could he offer? You deserve your life back, mate, he said at last. If this is your best, your only chance to get it, then there's no choice to make, is there? Franklin held his gaze for a long moment, as if still wrestling with the matter in his mind. Then, reluctantly, he reached for the magazines that Drake had brought him. Let's see what crap you brought, he conceded, his voice carrying an undertone of grim determination. Might need it if I'm going to be here a while. Drake was in a less than jovial mood when he returned to his home in Fairfax, just west of central D.C. later that evening, having stopped off to buy a crate of beer and enough burgers, steaks, and sausages to feed a small army, which, in reality, was pretty much what he was about to do. A busy day at Langley, followed by his visit to Franklin's hospital room, had left him running late, and as he pulled into his driveway, he let out a sigh of exasperation at the sight of 2 cars and a motorbike already parked up in front of his house. Shit. There was no sign of the drivers, and for a moment he wondered if his teammates had decided to bin the whole thing and head to the nearest bar instead. However, as soon as he killed the engine and stepped out into the evening air, the sound of music blaring from the backyard told him they had decided to start the party of their own accord. Grabbing the beers from the passenger seat and piling the pre-packed food awkwardly on top, Drake hurried around the side of the house, nudging open the side gate with his foot. Sure enough, Cole Mason, Samantha McKnight, and Kira Frost were already in the unkempt square of grass that he called a backyard, armed with drinks of their own. The rear door of the house was wide open, the hi-fi from his kitchen resting awkwardly on a chair with a power cord trailing back inside.
"Well, look who decided to show up,"
Mason said when he spotted Drake. He held his beer up in a mock salute.
"Good of you to arrive late for your own party, man. I was getting ready to order takeout."
"I was getting ready to raid your fridge," Frost chipped in.
"Looks like you already started,"
Drake said, glancing at the beer she'd apparently helped herself to. "I don't remember giving you a key." The young woman shrugged, entirely unconcerned. "It's our job to break into places. As far as it goes, yours was pretty easy. You should get someone to look into that." She downed a mouthful of beer as if to emphasize her point. "By the way, your music collection sucks. Had to resort to the radio." Drake cocked his head, listening to the Black Eyed Peas blaring out.
"This is what the kids are listening to these days?"
he asked with a wry grin. He saw a flash of anger in her eyes at his implied insult. "How the fuck should I know, Ryan?" Kira Frost was now in her early 30s, but her short stature and diminutive frame made her look years younger. Much to her annoyance, she was often still asked for ID when buying alcohol, something that provided Drake no end of amusement, and which he made a point of reminding her about at every opportunity. "Anyway, you were the one who arranged this thing," she reminded him. "Then you disappear and stop answering your cell? What happened?" Drake glanced away. He turned off his cell phone in the hospital and must have forgotten to switch it back on again. "I was visiting Dan." McKnight approached him. "How's he doing?" "Ask me in a few days when he gets out of surgery," he said, powering his phone up.
"That bad, huh?"
Mason asked. Having been wounded in the line of duty himself and endured a difficult and lengthy rehabilitation, he understood Franklin's situation better than most. Drake said nothing to this. "Well, you're here now," McKnight said, sensing his discomfort and moving to change the subject. "What do you say we get drunk and burn some food?" Despite the tension of his earlier meeting with his friend, Drake couldn't help but smile a little. God knew he could use a drink after today. In short order, Drake had fired up the gas barbecue set against one wall of the yard and set some of the meat to cooking on the grill. He hardly considered himself a gourmet chef, but even he could work a barbecue without too much difficulty. And before long, the group descended on the grilled meat like they hadn't eaten in a week. Food, drink, and banter are a good combination at any time, and the atmosphere soon became relaxed and jovial. Drake's earlier tardiness quite forgotten. With the drink flowing, it wasn't long before they were swapping old stories of past exploits, many of which they'd heard before, but which always seemed to get more entertaining the more they had to drink. Even Drake found himself enjoying the company, and was beginning to appreciate the merits of hosting such a get-together with his teammates. It was an idea borrowed from their fallen companion, John Keegan, who had been killed during a mission in Afghanistan the previous year. Keegan had made a point of inviting the team to his place for dinner, either to celebrate the successful end of another operation, or just as an excuse to eat and drink. In truth, most of the food he produced looked like it had seen the business end of a flamethrower, usually prompting mockery and jibes from the rest of the team. But perhaps that had been part of the fun. Perhaps it had even been Keegan's intention all along, Drake reflected as he sat on his back doorstep, comfortably full and slightly drunk, as he stared up at the evening sky. If nothing else, he hoped the man himself approved of his efforts. His philosophical musings were interrupted when McKnight approached, easing herself down next to him. "So what's the verdict?" Drake asked. "Nobody's dead yet," she acknowledged with a sly smile. "Could have been worse." Drake glanced at her. "You're flattering me. I don't suppose Jamie Oliver needs to start job hunting just yet." "Who?" "He's a British," Drake began, then thought better of it. Never mind. She seemed content to let that slide. Instead, she took a drink of beer and glanced over at Mason and Frost, who were in the midst of an animated conversation that seemed to lie somewhere between the shared telling of an anecdote and a full-blown argument. Knowing Frost, it was probably a little of both. Still, both of them seemed to be enjoying it. "Thanks for doing this, Ryan," McKnight said quietly. "Having everyone here, well, it means something." You've all done a lot for me. More than I had any right to ask. He flashed a grin. Least I can do is burn some cheap burgers for you. This prompted a laugh, though it soon quietened as her expression turned more serious. She leaned a little closer, her hazel-colored eyes searching his. Did you hear anything more from Hunt? Drake shook his head. It had been several days since his meeting with the former deputy director at Arlington, days that had been ominously quiet for all of them. In truth, he didn't expect to hear much from the man, when he'd made it plain he wouldn't act until Drake had something concrete he could use. Do you really trust him? What if he tries to screw us over? The thought had crossed his mind more than a few times. Despite his rigorous background checks, despite the research and the observation, and even the gut instinct that told him Charles Hunt was of a different sort from Kane, he couldn't deny the possibility that this could all go terribly wrong. As far as he knows, I'm working alone, he said, knowing that wasn't what she was really asking him. I'm the only one he can screw over. You know you're not alone, right? She said, her voice soft and quiet now. He could feel McKnight's eyes on him, but tried not to look at her. He knew his answer wouldn't have satisfied her, and that she might mistake his effort to protect her for mistrust, but it was better than the alternative. Until he knew where things led with Hunt, the rest of the team stayed out of it. McKnight opened her mouth to say something else, but before she could speak, Drake felt his cell phone vibrating in his pocket. He reached in and fished it out, ready to reject the call if it was anything work-related, but instead frowned when he saw the caller ID. What is it, George? Drake answered, making no effort to hide his irritation. With Franklin out of action, George Breckenridge had taken over as head of the Shepherd program, effectively becoming Drake's immediate superior. Drake knew little of the man's background, except that he'd never been a field agent, his talents lying instead in management and administrative work. In a nutshell, this meant climbing the corporate ladder, taking credit for other people's work, and ingratiating himself with the agency's higher echelons of command. His new, if temporary position, saw him managing half a dozen Shepherd teams and coordinating all regional activity within the program. In Drake's opinion, they couldn't have picked a worse candidate for the job. A difficult and fractious man at the best of times, Breckenridge had taken an immediate dislike to Drake and his team. The animosity between the two men had only intensified since Franklin's admission to hospital. Without Dan there to mediate, Drake had the feeling things were only going to get worse.
Drake, we need you to come into the office,
came the brisk summons.
as soon as you can.
Breckenridge always made a point of calling him Drake, for the same reason Drake called him George, because he knew it pissed him off. I'm busy, Drake replied, feeling neither the desire nor the responsibility to elaborate. Fuck it. It had been a long day. He was tired, and in no mood for talking shop, especially not with a man like this.
Do I sound like I give a shit?
Breckenridge hit back.
I'll make this simple. Find your way here within the hour or find yourself a new job.
Without waiting for a reply, he hung up. Drake let out an exasperated breath, along with a muttered curse. He could have sworn the bastard timed these calls specifically to cause maximum irritation. That was to the point, McKnight remarked. What did he want? Take one guess, Drake said, rising from his makeshift seat. Chapter 3. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Despite having only clocked off a few hours earlier, Drake once more found himself back at Langley, nursing a cup of coffee and a bad attitude as he made his way through the labyrinth of corridors and small offices that made up the new headquarters building. Being on the wrong end of several beers, he'd been forced to hire a taxi from his home in Fairfax. His government security clearance might have worked in his favor at times, but he suspected it didn't cover drink driving. Breckenridge had messaged him advising him to report to his office rather than one of the briefing or conference rooms in the building's upper levels, which puzzled Drake. Then again, it could just have been his boss wanting to show off. Halting outside the door, Drake took another deep swig of strong, bitter-tasting coffee. He'd rather have downed a glass of whiskey before dealing with a man like this, but doubted it would do many favors for his professional conduct. Thus armed, he pushed open the door and strode in without bothering to knock. His first impression was how different this office was from the cramped, cluttered, untidy cubicle in which he did much of his own work. There were no handwritten sticky notes plastered everywhere, no printed sheets and case files cluttering his desk, no coffee cup stains on the expensive wood surfaces. Everything was very neat, very tidy, very clinical and precise. Unlike himself, Breckenridge had embraced the digital revolution with open arms and was happy to use his government expense account to indulge his passion for technology. Everywhere Drake looked, he saw high-end laptops and associated paraphernalia, the latest iPhone charging on Breckenridge's desk, and the ubiquitous tablet computer he carried around like a preacher's Bible. On one occasion, Drake had even witnessed him conducting a call via Bluetooth headset, despite both his hands being free. The big plasma screen TV mounted on the wall behind him was tuned to Bloomberg, with the latest share prices flashing across the bottom of the screen. Breckenridge liked to stay on top of his business news, though God only knew why. As Drake had learned through Frost's online snooping, he had no investment portfolio to speak of.
"Don't you ever learn to knock?"
he demanded, distracted from whatever he'd been working on by Drake's sudden arrival. In stark contrast to the pristine office and high technology that surrounded him, Breckenridge himself looked very much like what he was, a tired and stressed man fighting a losing battle against middle age. Paunchy, with greying hair, a florid complexion, and perpetually furrowed brow, he'd always reminded Drake of Richard Nixon on a bad day. Drake shrugged. "You said you needed me as soon as possible? Here I am." The older man regarded him for a long moment in strained, uncomfortable silence. Then, perhaps trying to assert his professional cool, he gestured to an empty chair.
"Take a seat."
Drake did so, feeling like an unruly student hauled into the principal's office. "What can I do for you, George?" he asked, laying his coffee down on the desk.
"You can start by using a goddamn coaster,"
his superior replied irritably, sliding one his way.
"That desk is Carpathian elm, and it costs more than your monthly salary."
"It's a very nice desk," Drake said, making no move to use the coaster. "Now, would you care to tell me why I'm here?" Breckenridge eyed him in brooding silence for a few moments longer before turning his attention back to his computer. With a few keystrokes, Bloomberg disappeared from the TV behind him, replaced by what looked like a surveillance picture of a man leaving a rundown apartment building. The subject in question looked to be Middle Eastern, in his mid-30s, well-built, and with a few days of stubble coating his jaw. His hair was long and unruly, tied back in a crude ponytail. He had a cell phone pressed against his ear, but seemed to be keeping a wary eye on his surroundings.
"Say hello to Khaled Arazi, or as we know him, Ifsal Fayed," Breckenridge began. "He's a captain in the Libyan army and a former asset of ours."
Drake glanced at his boss. "What's his deal?"
"We recruited him about a year ago on the promise that he had contacts with their military intelligence service. He claimed he could supply viable intel about ISI commanders operating out of Libya, supported by Gaddafi."
The mention of ISI was enough to get Drake's attention. Al-Qaeda might have been decimated by 8 years of attritional warfare, coordinated assassinations and drone strikes, but where one enemy fell, a new one was always waiting in the wings. In this case, the Islamic State of Iraq, better known as ISI. Less a terrorist network and more a legitimate military force in their own right, they had risen seemingly out of nowhere in the chaos of post-invasion Iraq, capturing key cities and vast swathes of territory, and forcing the US to once more deploy troops in the region to help the beleaguered Iraqi army. A hard-fought campaign had seen them driven out of their desert strongholds, but the victory had been a hollow one at best. Lacking the resources and the political will to pursue their fleeing enemy, the US could do little more than consolidate their position. Meanwhile, ISI's central leadership were rumored to have retreated into Syria, Jordan, and even North Africa, where they were reorganizing and rebuilding their forces for a renewed campaign. "Supported by Gaddafi," Drake repeated. "I thought he was on our side now. Why help ISI when he knows it would incite a war against us?" Breckenridge snorted in amusement.
Gaddafi's on no one's side but his own. He might have cozied up to us since we toppled Hussein, but it's no secret that he still sponsors terrorist networks and revolutionaries all across the world. He spends more money financing foreign groups than he does his own people. The stupid bastard probably doesn't even know who he supports from one day to the next. In any case, even if he's not in on it, there could well be elements from within his government who are. Fayed was supposed to be our way of separating fact from fiction.
So what happened?
The agency paid him generously for leads on key ISI commanders operating in the country, but after 6 months of feeding us useless, outdated bullshit, he went dark, took the money and ran. Since then, we've tracked him sporadically through Romania, Hungary, and Austria, but this is the first time he's stayed anywhere longer than a day or two. NSA intercepted a phone call matching his voice signature in Paris earlier today, and we think we have a location. Looks like he set up shop there.
Drake imagined it had taken no small measure of hard work and resourcefulness to track a man like Fayed, who clearly wanted to disappear. Then again, the agency was known to be very hard-working when it came to finding people who took their money and fucked them over. "So you want Fayed brought in?" he said, feeling no need to phrase it as a question. Breckenridge nodded.
"We need him alive and talking, and preferably without the French government's knowledge. Maybe then we can get some real answers from him and our money back."
It didn't take a genius to guess what would happen to Fayed after that. The agency weren't exactly known for their forgiving attitude towards traitors. Drake didn't care too much about the man's fate, if he was honest with himself. Live by the sword and all that. What did he care about why he of all people had been summoned here for what seemed like a simple snatch-and-grab operation? "Why us?" he asked. "Surely there must be other teams that can handle this?" Breckenridge tilted his head.
"Oh, I'm sorry. Is this sort of thing beneath you, Drake?"
"That's not what I meant."
"Good, because after crap you pulled last year, you're lucky you're not pacing a cell in Guantanamo Bay. Never mind still working for the agency."
He let out a sigh of frustration.
Ugh. "And as it happens, there isn't anyone else available. The directors don't like all the floating resources we're taking up, so a lot of our specialists are being siphoned off into other programs. We're down on manpower. As much as it pains me to say this, you're the best of what we've got."
The Shepherd program maintained a cadre of permanent team leaders like Drake, but the bulk of their manpower was made up of specialists who could be brought in as and when they were needed. The downside was that these skilled operatives were therefore unavailable for other tasks. "That makes me feel very special, George. Thanks." Breckenridge gave him a disdainful look, and then slid a printed dossier across the desk to him.
"Everything you need on Fayed's in there. We have a plane standing by at Andrews, wheels up in 4 hours. Get your team together and get on it. Questions?"
How the fuck did you get this job? That was the most pertinent and polite question that came to mind, though Drake decided not to voice it.
"Good,"
Breckenridge said, taking his silence for compliance.
"Don't forget to take your coffee with you."
Chapter 4. Paris, France, 3rd of May. With its wide tree-lined boulevards and rich architectural heritage dating back over 1,000 years, Paris had long been considered a jewel amongst Europe's capital cities, a place that had inspired the dreams of romantics, artists, and connoisseurs of every kind, from every country. But for Drake, crouched in the shadows of a dimly lit stairwell that smelled of stale urine and damp, it was an entirely different prospect. The run-down residential apartment block in which he found himself was, in contrast to the ornate architecture the city was known for, a product of cheap 1940s utilitarianism. Stark, bleak, and inhabited by people who clearly wished they were living somewhere else, it certainly wasn't the kind of place he'd visit by choice. But sightseeing was the last thing on his mind tonight. If the agency's intelligence was to be believed, then his target, Ifzal Fayed, was living in one of these shitty apartments at this very moment. So here they were, in the city's 18th arrondissement, one of the least desirable areas of Paris due to its high crime rates, low-quality housing, and sheer distance from the city centre. But with a high proportion of North African immigrants, he supposed Fayed's choice of safe house made sense. Drake was disturbed from these thoughts by noises coming from one of the apartments that backed onto the stairwell, a rhythmic pounding accompanied by strained grunts and cries that could only mean one thing. Either the walls here were paper-thin, or the couple going at it were trying to put their neighbors to shame.
"Someone give her a medal,"
Cole Mason remarked, flashing a wry grin in the gloomy stairwell as the woman's cries reached a merciful crescendo.
"Sounds like she earned it tonight."
Like Drake, he was wearing a dark brown shirt, trousers and jacket that wouldn't win any awards in the style stakes, but which neatly complemented their cover as delivery men. True, not many companies delivered packages at 2 o'clock in the morning, but they needed some kind of reason for being here in case a curious resident spotted them. It also explained why McKnight and Frost, the other two members of his team, were parked in an alleyway outside in a truck commonly used by delivery firms. The cargo they were here to collect was likely to be a little less cooperative than what FedEx were used to transporting, but then that was what the agency paid them for.
"What do you think?"
Mason prompted, nodding towards the source of the noise.
"Girlfriend? Or paid for?"
"Could be married, for all you know," Drake mumbled. Mason gave him a look of pity.
"Dude, no married couple makes that kind of noise."
"Wouldn't know," he replied, reaching for the little radio unit fixed to his throat. Right now he had far more important matters on his mind. "Unit 1 to Overwatch. Do you have eyes on target?" In the rain-soaked alleyway down below, their technical specialist, Frost, was seated in the cargo compartment of the delivery truck, hunched over a portable computer terminal, while water drummed on the truck's steel roof. In her hands was a remote control unit of the kind normally used to pilot remote-controlled planes, and in this case the reality wasn't much different. Hovering in the night sky under her guidance was a miniature surveillance drone, designed for use in urban environments just like this. About a foot wide, roughly diamond-shaped, and with a rotor blade mounted at each corner, it certainly wasn't an elegant-looking aircraft. In fact, to a casual observer it probably resembled a child's toy rather than an advanced piece of remote surveillance equipment. But its role in situations like this made it invaluable. The little four-bladed helicopter was hovering about 15 feet out from the wall of Fayad's apartment building, close enough to allow its operator to see into the dwellings, but far enough away that the faint whir of its electric engines wouldn't disturb the inhabitants. "Stand by 1," Frost replied, gently manipulating the drone's guidance stick to increase its altitude. Staring intently at the grainy image being transmitted from the drone's digital video camera, Frost watched as weathered brickwork gave way to a window ledge, its paintwork noticeably peeling and covered with bird droppings. She had to hurry. With a battery life of less than 30 minutes to consider, she couldn't afford to leave the drone on station for long, but hopefully it would stay aloft long enough to give them the confirmation that Fayad was on site. "Shit," she said under her breath, applying left stick to steady the drone as a sudden breeze blew it slightly off course. One of the drawbacks to these little aircraft was that it didn't take much to bring them down. "Problems?" McKnight called from the cab up front. "Nothing I can't handle." Keeping the drone under tight control, she resumed her climb, slowly bringing the aircraft level with Fayad's window. As she'd hoped, a set of blinds had been lowered but not closed, permitting her a slightly truncated view of the living room beyond. The overhead lights were switched off, most of the illumination coming from the glow of a TV screen or computer monitor. "Overwatch has eyes on the apartment," she said over the radio. "Any sign of him?" "Not yet. I see a laptop switched on. Stand by 1. "Copy that." Up front, McKnight was sitting in the truck's driver's seat, waiting in anxious silence for confirmation from Frost that they could move. The delivery truck was about as good a ruse as they could hope for in an urban area like this, but every moment they spent here increased the chance of being compromised. She was quite certain that Drake and Mason were entertaining similar thoughts. At such an early hour, there wasn't much of a chance of encountering anyone on the stairwell, but that didn't mean it couldn't happen. At least the poor weather conditions would help keep people indoors. The steady drumming of rain against the windshield had been their constant companion since they'd started tonight's operation, and it showed no signs of slacking off. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than life stepped in to prove her wrong. Catching movement in her rearview mirror, McKnight glanced around in time to see a figure moving through the shadows of the alleyway. Straight away her hand went for the silenced automatic hidden beneath her seat. Their orders were to avoid armed confrontations at all costs. That being said, Shepherd teams were trained to defend themselves if need be. There was no telling if Fayed had people watching his back, if this was some local thug out looking for trouble, or simply an innocent bystander on his way home.
3 has eyes on possible contact, she said, keeping her voice calm and controlled.
There was no need to panic at this stage. She knew what she was dealing with.
In the alleyway, moving up.
Hostile? That was Drake, an edge of tension in his voice now.
Unknown. Stand by.
In the back, Frost leaned a little closer to the screen, straining to make out details through the poor-quality video feed. The drone's modest size meant it could only carry a small payload, which in this case translated into low image quality. Still, it was enough for her to make out the basic layout of the sparsely furnished apartment. Suddenly, the interior of the truck resounded with a heavy metallic thunk as something struck the outer paneling hard. Frost jerked back on instinct, momentarily losing control of the drone, which pitched sideways and threatened to impact the building.
"What the fuck?"
she hissed, struggling to regain control. It went against her instincts to sit there and do nothing with a possible confrontation brewing outside. But in this case there was little choice. It was her job to pilot the drone, and McKnight's job to watch her back while she did so.
"Just some drunken asshole,"
McKnight called back as the truck reverberated once again, accompanied by a jeering call from outside.
"Well, I'm having kind of a hard time concentrating," Frost said tersely. "Can you do something about it?"
McKnight was already moving. Leaving the automatic where it was, she selected a different weapon from the glove compartment, swung open her door, and leapt down from the cab to face the intruder. The source of the disturbance, an overweight man in his mid-30s, was clearly on the wrong end of a heavy night out, judging by his disheveled hair, unsteady gait, and beer stains on his shirt and jeans. At least, she assumed it was beer. He was leaning heavily against the side of the van, balancing himself with one hand, while he urinated against the rear wheel with the other. The banging seemed to be caused by his head lolling forward and striking the metal paneling as he struggled to stay awake.
"What do you think you're doing?"
she demanded, employing the slightly rusty French she'd learned in school years earlier. One hand was behind her back, gripping the electric taser she'd pushed down the back of her trousers.
"Get out of here before I call the police."
Unfocused, bloodshot eyes turned slowly in her direction, registering a moment of surprise before moving up and down her body with the brazen disregard for modesty that only alcohol could impart. Zipping himself up with difficulty, he turned to face her.
"Sorry, I couldn't find the restroom."
He laughed at what he seemed to think was blinding humor.
"What's a beautiful girl like you doing out here so late?"
"Working," she retorted, trying to mask her distaste. "Now get lost."
"But we only just met."
"And now we part ways. Go home and leave the van alone." With that, she turned and made to return to the cab. "Come on, just fuck off now," she silently prayed.
"Hold on. Don't go yet. We were just getting to know each other,"
he called out, stumbling to catch up.
"I'm sorry for pissing on your truck. I didn't mean to."
He was silenced abruptly as McKnight whirled around, jabbed the taser into the center of his chest, and pulled the trigger. There was no thought of resisting or fighting her off. Thousands of volts of electricity were coursing through his nervous system, overriding whatever signals his drunken brain was still sending out. He went down straight away, collapsing in a heap amongst the discarded trash that littered the alleyway. Unable to cry out, he could manage only a low groan as his body continued to convulse. McKnight kept the trigger held down for a few more seconds before finally releasing him. She'd given him a fair chance to leave, but he hadn't taken it. His loss.
"When a girl asks you to leave, you leave,"
she said under her breath. Kneeling down beside him, she wrapped one arm around his neck, braced herself and pulled tight on it. It didn't take him long to realize that something bad was happening, but his panicked struggles amounted to little more than some weak and incoherent flailing that certainly wouldn't break her hold. She kept up the pressure until his struggles eased, as the oxygen supply to his brain was interrupted, and finally, he blacked out. Satisfied that she'd done enough, she released her grip and reached out to feel for a pulse. It was fast and shallow, but it was there. With luck, he'd wake up in a couple of hours, groggy and hungover, and probably with no memory of the encounter. She and the rest of the team would be long gone by then. Reaching up, she keyed her radio. "All clear here." Meanwhile, Frost had guided the drone back into position to resume its electronic vigil by the apartment window. "Come on, asshole," she whispered, staring intently at the screen as if she could will him to appear. Come out, wherever you are." "Overwatch, sit rep," Drake prompted. She could tell he was getting impatient. He and Mason were geared up and ready to move, adrenaline flowing, nerves taut. But instead they were being forced to stand by and do nothing. "Still waiting for—" "Shit, got movement," she hissed, spotting a figure moving through the dimly lit apartment. She would have killed for night vision at that moment. "Overwatch, what do you see?" "Stand by." Clenching her teeth, Frost forced herself to stay calm as she gently adjusted the drone's position, correcting for little swirls of air that were moving it back and forth. There. A figure suddenly moved into frame, settling himself into a chair facing the laptop, his features now cast into sharp relief by the electronic glow. A man, late 30s, muscular build with a thickening midsection, his head crowned by an unruly tangle of dark curls. In the space of 2 seconds, she compared the face in the grainy video feed with the one she had committed to memory before the operation, looking for differences, variations, distinguishing features that might separate them. She found none. "Confirmed. Target on sight." That was all the confirmation Drake needed. "Copy that. Moving in." Signaling to Mason that they were good to go, he ascended the stairwell to the level just above them and pushed open the fire door to the dimly lit hallway beyond. Mason was close behind, carrying a few essential tools in a canvas holdall slung over one shoulder. The door they were looking for was apartment 313. Counting down the numbers on each side, Drake moved forward at a steady, confident pace. There was little sense in creeping along inch by inch, since the chances of the hallway being booby-trapped were remote to say the least. "Coming up," Mason said quietly, indicating the next door on their left. They had rehearsed the next part several times, so there was no need to talk. Laying the holdall down, he unzipped it and pulled the top open. Stowed inside were a pair of heavy-duty bolt cutters, a taser, and a single concrete brick. Mason took the taser while Drake helped himself to the other items, and together, the two men advanced the last few feet to the apartment door. "Call it out, Overwatch," Drake prompted, lowering himself into a crouching position and placing the brick on the floor beside his left foot. Mason hunkered down beside him, keeping the taser at the ready. Hollywood would have people believe that they could use some kind of tranquilizer gun to immobilize their target within seconds, but if such a weapon existed, then Drake had yet to hear about it. Even the best sedatives designed to bring down big game animals took several minutes to kick in, minutes during which Fayed could scream, call for help, grab for a concealed weapon, or do any one of 100 things to completely ruin their day. No, the only reliable methods of taking someone down quickly were either to shoot them or tase them. Since they'd been instructed to return Fayed alive, their choice for this job was obvious. "Copy 1. Ready when you are." Mason gave a nod to confirm the taser was primed and ready to fire. Gripping the bolt cutters and checking that his foot was just touching the brick, Drake reached out and knocked on the door. Not loud or aggressive, just the simple knock of a new arrival announcing their presence. A few seconds of strained silence passed. "He's moving, one," Frost announced. "Heading for the door." Drake paused, readying himself. When it happened, he would have to act fast. A mistake from either him or Mason might give Fayed time to barricade himself into his apartment, forcing them to use a far louder and more dangerous method of entry. since their briefing had been to effect a covert extraction of the target, that would not be a good thing. It would also drastically increase their chances of being apprehended by the local gendarmerie, which would be an even worse thing. Shepherd teams were by their nature deniable operators, meaning they could expect no support from the agency, the State Department, or anyone else in the US government if they were captured. Drake had little desire to sit out the rest of his career in a French prison. The next several seconds passed in silence, save for the loud thumping of Drake's heart as he gripped the bolt cutters, ready to spring into action. The waiting was always the hardest part of any op like this. Danger and problems he could deal with, but waiting for something to happen was enough to test anyone's nerves. "He's at the door." The seconds stretched out, yet Fayed gave no sign of opening up. Drake caught Mason's eye, the simple look conveying everything he needed to say. What was Fayed waiting for? "Target's on the move. Heading back to the living room," Frost reported. Drake glanced up at the door, taking note of the spy hole mounted in the center. Likely Fayed had glanced out into the corridor and seen nobody and assumed it had simply been a prank. Fortunately, the solution to this kind of stubbornness was simple. If at first you don't succeed, Drake thought, knocking again. "Target's on the move again," Frost advised. "Watch yourself, one. He could be armed." Drake almost smiled. In situations like this, the power of frustration is never to be underestimated. It usually doesn't take much to annoy most people into dropping their guard, even if they're not aware of it. "Almost at the door." Their limited intel on Fayed suggested he had traveled alone, and had neither a wife nor a girlfriend, but there was no telling who might be here. For all they knew, the nominees for Lovers of the Year that they'd heard from the stairwell earlier could have been Fayed and a local Lady of the Night. Drake tensed and flexed his fingers as he heard the click of a lock being undone. A moment later, the door moved inward a couple of inches before stopping on its security chain. In the gap, Drake saw a fleshy, unshaven face staring out into the hallway. It happened fast, just as they had rehearsed. Kicking his foot out, Drake shoved the brick into the gap between the door and the frame, preventing it from closing, while at the same moment, Mason tilted the taser upward and fired. That was when things stopped going to plan. There was a pop as the pair of spring-loaded prongs mounted at the front of the weapon were propelled forward, followed a moment later by a loud, almost mechanical clicking sound as the weapon delivered its incapacitating charge. But instead of embedding themselves in the muscle of Fayed's thigh, the conducting prongs sailed right past to strike the wall beyond. Fayed had ducked back out of the way, causing Mason's shot to miss him by mere inches. Had he known? Was he ready for them? There was a crunch of splintering wood as Fayed shoved the door from the other side, trying to close it on them, only to find the gap blocked by the solid concrete brick. No way was he getting it closed as long as that brick was wedged against the frame. In any case, Drake wasn't about to let him try again. He was moving even before Fayed tried to lock them out, jumping to his feet and gripping the security chain and the blades of the bolt cutters. A single, powerful yank was all it took to snap the chain. Realizing the door was compromised, and that he couldn't hope to hold it closed against two men, Fayed abandoned his efforts and sprinted away, even as Drake shouldered his way into the apartment, dropping the bolt cutters and reaching for his concealed sidearm. "Two, on me," he called out. The prospect of a calm, orderly takedown was rapidly fading into the distance. He was firmly in damage control mode now, trying to regain control of the situation before it turned into a complete fuck-up. Advancing into the narrow main hallway, with the weapon up and ready, he found himself facing into the apartment's cramped living room. Sure enough, he caught the flickering glow of a computer screen, probably a laptop, off to his left. He was also just in time to see Fayed launch himself at the living room window, throwing up his arms to protect himself. There was an audible bang, followed by the tinkle of shattered glass as the window gave way beneath the impact, and suddenly, Fayed had disappeared into the darkness beyond. "Shit!" Drake hissed, sprinting forward to witness what he expected to be Fayed's broken body lying on the street 30 feet below. Had the man just thrown himself to his death to avoid being captured? Leaning out, he found that the window faced onto an alleyway running between this building and another residential block right next to it. However, His view of the alleyway below was partially blocked by the steel grating of a fire escape, now covered with broken glass. Fayed must have launched himself out onto it. Sure enough, the man was stumbling down the stairs one level below, heading for ground level.
Unit 1, target heading for the alleyway on the north side.
Drake spoke into his radio even as he vaulted over the broken window frame.
I'm going after him.
-1, McKnight countered.
I'm en route, wait for backup. No time, he'll be gone.
Even as he said this, he was leaping down the first set of steps, taking them 2 at a time.
2, secure the apartment. Grab any intel you can find, and evac now.
The laptop he'd spotted while making entry, plus any cell phones, electronic storage devices, and even printed documents scattered around the apartment, could be a potential goldmine of information in the right hands.
On it,
Mason replied. Drake was hot on Fayed's heels, but the target had a head start on him. Disengaging the safety latch that held the lowermost fire ladder in place, he waited a moment while it extended to ground level, gripped the rungs, and allowed himself to slide down. Drake knew right then that he'd never catch the man if he descended in similar fashion. Leaning out over the rail, he surveyed the darkened alley below. A number of steel dumpsters had been pushed up against the walls on both sides, all heavily filled with plastic bags of trash, including one, almost directly below. With no time to think about other options, Drake took aim, drew a breath, and launched himself over the railing. What followed was a second or two of tumbling, sickening weightlessness as he plummeted through the air, powerless to do anything about his trajectory now. If he'd misjudged his leap by a mere foot or two, he was going to slam into the pavement or the side of the dumpster. Either way, he was looking at broken bones and a failed mission, neither of which appealed to him. His thoughts were cut short by a violent, jarring impact as he made contact. He braced himself, expecting to feel the faint pop as bones snapped, followed by the first wave of pain. But none came. Instead, he felt himself enveloped by a lumpy, yielding softness, while his nostrils were suddenly filled with the nauseating stench of rotting garbage. His aim had proved true. Twisting around, he reached for the edge of the dumpster and used it to heave himself out, leaping down onto firm ground and drawing his weapon once more. The narrow space between the two buildings was occupied by half a dozen containers just like the one he'd leapt into, all overflowing with garbage, as if nobody bothered to empty them. The smell of it was overpowering despite the rain. More plastic bags were scattered haphazardly around, some ripped open by scavenging animals. Miniature waterfalls cascaded down from the broken guttering above, adding to the ambient noise and making footing treacherous. There were no working lights in the area. What little illumination there was came from the streetlights on the nearby road. It was into this dark, rain-slicked world that Drake advanced, weapon at the ready. Fayed was here somewhere with him, waiting to make his move. Unit 1, Overwatch, he whispered into his radio unit. I'm in the alley. Any sign of him? I'm looking, 1, came Frost's reply. Stand by. He could hear the faint buzz of the drone's electric motors moving overhead, but the low ambient light made it impossible to see the little aircraft itself. Hopefully Fayed couldn't see it either. Got him, 1, Frost called out. He's hiding in an alcove, 20 yards on your right. Drake was moving before she'd even finished speaking, heading straight to where she'd indicated. Their eyes in the sky might well have made the difference between success or failure on this mission. Hearing the splash of boots in the puddles up ahead, he looked up in time to see a figure suddenly leap from behind cover, bolting through the shadows towards the far end of the alley. He must have heard Drake's approach and guessed that retreat was the only option. Swearing under his breath, Drake gave chase. Stop, or I'll fire, he warned. Though he knew it was almost impossible to fire accurately while running, never mind in questionable lighting conditions against a target he'd been ordered to bring home alive. Fayed perhaps knew it too, and paid him no heed. In a moment he had disappeared around a corner. Drake hit his radio pressel even as he sprinted to catch up.
Target heading down the north alleyway. 1 is in pursuit. I'm almost on you, 1,
McKnight replied, breathless from running.
No time. He'll be gone before you get here.
Exerting himself, Drake rushed to catch up, but no sooner had he rounded the corner than a dark figure leapt at him from an alcove to his right. He knew right away that he'd made a mistake by rushing in without thinking. It went against everything he'd been trained to do, but excitement and eagerness to take down the target had overridden his judgment. Fayed wasn't running after all. He was fighting. He whirled right and brought the pistol to bear, finger tightening on the trigger. He might have been ordered to bring this man in alive, but when his own life was at stake, he had no choice but to defend himself. However, before he could fire, Fayed's arm swept up and knocked the pistol from his grasp. The weapon flew through the air to land several yards away, skittering across the slick ground before coming to a rest next to a pile of sodden cardboard boxes. Seeing Fayed draw back his arm to take a swing at him, Drake dodged aside and struck out, feeling his fist connect hard with the man's jaw. The hit barely seemed to faze his opponent, however, and a moment later Drake grunted as Fayed landed a solid blow to the side of his head, followed a second later by a right hook that left his ears ringing. Dazed, he staggered back as Fayed launched himself forward, tackling Drake around the waist like a football player and slamming him into a dumpster with bruising force. Fayed's dossier had listed his weight as 220 pounds, and every one of them was now being directed at Drake. The metal container shuddered under the powerful impact, bags of rubbish dislodged from their delicate balance to fall around the two men. Drake had fought guys bigger and stronger than himself before, and it was never fun at the best of times. His training had taught him to use their size against them, keep his distance, capitalize on their lack of agility to wear them down. That was the theory, at least. The reality now was that Fayed was all over him, swarming in close so Drake couldn't get away, couldn't use his superior speed to his advantage. Now it was a slugging match, pure and simple. They were both hurting. It was just a question of who buckled first. He raised his elbow up and drove it into Fayed's back. The man grunted in pain, and Drake struck again, with all the force he could summon. Adrenaline was coursing thick in his veins now, lending a desperate strength to his efforts. But the blows barely seemed to register. It was like trying to pound an anvil with his bare hands. Drake, meanwhile, was already feeling the effects of his crushing impact against the dumpster. Fayed let go and pulled back to throw another punch so as to capitalize on his opponent's apparent lack of resilience. But just as he swung, Drake ducked aside to avoid the blow. The dumpster shuddered again as Fayed's fist slammed into the metal shell with bone-breaking force. That was the moment, the tipping point when the momentum shifted from one fighter to the other, and the outcome of their contest became a foregone conclusion. As Fayed backed off, clutching his injured hand, Drake seized him by the shoulder and gave him a knee to the chest that knocked the air from his lungs, followed by two vicious right hooks to the face. Shaken by the blows, his opponent staggered back and collapsed into a pile of garbage bags. Drake coughed, tasting blood in his mouth. His clothes were soaked and torn, covered with mud and other less savory substances that he preferred not to think about. He knew he'd regret this little tussle when he woke up tomorrow morning, but adrenaline was doing a good job of suppressing the pain for now. He was alive. The rest could be sorted out later.
Hang in there, champ.
Reaching for his radio, he spat bloody phlegm on the ground, trying to get his breathing back under control.
Target down.
Overwatch has eyes on, Frost confirmed. He couldn't see the drone hovering overhead, but presumably it wasn't far. Smile for the camera. Drake would smile once he was out of here with Fayed in tow. Removing a set of plasticuffs from his pocket, Drake knelt down beside his target and used them to secure the man's ankles together, followed by his wrists. Even if he woke up now, he wasn't going anywhere. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, he looked up as McKnight emerged from the shadows, weapon up and ready.
Jesus,
she said, taking in the unconscious man and Drake's disheveled appearance. You okay?
Nothing I can't handle,
he replied, moving a short distance away to retrieve the weapon he'd dropped during the brief confrontation.
Bullshit! This guy could have killed you!
McKnight gave him a disapproving look.
I told you to wait for me.
And I told you I was going after him. Drake shot back, an edge of irritation in his voice.
Last time I checked, I'm in charge. Deal with it.
Guys, get a room, Frost interjected over the radio net. All this tension's getting me horny. Glancing up, Drake at last spotted the drone hovering not 10 feet above them. Its microphones were likely relaying their argument to the pilot.
Piss off, Overwatch.
Drake ordered, giving the unmanned aircraft the finger.
"Get rid of that thing."
"Copy that one." The amusement in her voice was obvious. "Bringing the drone in." As the buzzing of the drone's engines receded, Drake retrieved a little mechanical device about the size of a ballpoint pen from a pouch in his jacket. Known as an autojet, it was a quick, easy and effective means of injecting the target with a preset dosage of etofine, a synthetic opioid between 1,000 and 3,000 times more potent than morphine. Even a small amount was enough to render an adult human unconscious for several hours, with the added advantage that it was easily countered by a compound called naloxone, allowing them to wake him up within a matter of minutes if need be. Placing the head of the autojet against Fayed's neck, Drake had to do nothing more than depress the button at the other end to activate it. It was that simple. The last thing he needed was to be messing around with hypodermic syringes and risk sticking himself by accident, tearing an artery, or snapping the needle at a critical moment. There was a faint hiss as the autojet deployed its contents into the man's bloodstream. He was incapable of anything but the most feeble of movements, but Fayed's eyes were on Drake now, wide and frightened. As well they should be. Even in his fucked-up state of mind, it would have dawned on him that his past misdeeds had caught up with him. No doubt he was now wondering what dark hole he was about to be dragged off to. Drake avoided eye contact as he went about his work. Whatever his own thoughts on the matter, Fayed was a target to be secured, and nothing more. And sure enough, within moments Fayed's recently opened eyes began to grow heavy once more. Drake kept a finger pressed against the carotid artery in his neck, monitoring his pulse as the drugs took hold, and his consciousness faded. "Target prep for transport," Drake reported over the radio. "Units 1 and 3 are exfiling now. ETA 60 seconds.
2 is in the stairwell, heading down,"
Mason added. "Copy that," Drake replied, then turned to McKnight. The pain of his injuries was starting to kick in now, but he knew this was no time to stop and assess the damage. He could still walk and function, and that was enough. "Give me a hand with him, would you?" She didn't protest. Despite their brief argument, both knew that cooperation wasn't just a matter of necessity at times like this. It was a matter of survival. However, the look in her eyes told him the matter would be revisited later. Taking an arm each, they heaved the unconscious man to his feet and dragged him back down the alley towards the waiting van. If anybody in one of the adjacent apartments overlooking the alley had heard something unusual, they made no effort to challenge the two operatives. Either they had succeeded in a silent retrieval, or people in this part of the city had learned to mind their own business. Drake was pretty sure he knew which one was true. In any case, he had other issues to contend with. Carrying a heavily built man through a rubbish-strewn alley at night is no easy task, and Drake and McKnight were soon breathing hard, their arms and shoulders aching by the time they rounded the corner and found the truck parked before them. Mason, having returned from Fayed's apartment, was already in the driver's seat. The rear doors were open, and Frost was waiting for them.
"Just had a report of a disturbance from one of the apartments," she called out, a pair of headphones pressed against one ear, linked to a police scanner. "Police are sending a unit to take a look."
"ETA?" Drake asked, realizing they hadn't been quite as lucky as he'd hoped. Even in a place like this, the sound of breaking glass didn't pass unheeded.
5 minutes tops."
"Let's not be here when they arrive," Drake said, heaving the unconscious man into the van's cargo area. As he finished securing the prisoner, Drake spotted a second man lying in an alcove nearby, apparently unconscious.
"Problems?"
he asked, clambering in beside McKnight. The woman glanced at him, flashing a knowing smile.
"Nothing I can't handle."
As Drake slammed the door shut, Mason started the engine up and eased the truck out of the alleyway, then onto the main road beyond. Within moments they were accelerating away from the scene of the lift, with no evidence of pursuit or follow-up.
"And that's the way we do it,"
Frost said, pounding the steel-paneled walls for emphasis.
"Screw the A-Team! We own that one!"
Drake didn't quite share her jubilation. True, they had recovered their target alive and more or less unharmed, but it had come at a cost. Their op had almost been blown by the botched entry,
not to mention the beating he'd taken subduing the man. Fayed's dossier had described him as an administrative officer in the Libyan army, a pen pusher more used to doing battle with spreadsheets than armed combatants. Where the hell had he learned to fight like a seasoned field operative? And what had really brought him to Paris, of all places? "Cole, you find any intel in his apartment?" he called out, wondering if there'd been anything on site that might have given them some clues about Fayed.
"Lots,"
Mason replied.
"Laptops, cell phones, the works. It's all encrypted and password protected, but it seems he was running some kind of op from that apartment. I bagged it in the back there."
Reaching into Mason's holdall, Drake retrieved a laptop computer that looked like it had been packed away in a hurry, the charging cable still hanging loose where Mason had ripped it out of the wall. Unfolding the device, he held down the power button to boot it up. Sure enough, a password screen appeared right away. Unwilling to risk triggering some kind of automated data wipe, he glanced at Frost. "Kira, can you do anything with it?" The young woman studied the computer for a few moments, then shook her head. "Not here. I need a proper terminal to get down into the system registry." "Shit," he concluded, closing it down. This sort of thing was the work of the rendition team they were soon to hand Fayed over to. It was a breach of protocol to even be messing with the evidence they'd collected. Perhaps he would never know the truth about their mysterious captive, or perhaps he was just being paranoid. Shepherd teams were there to capture and bring back their targets, not to interrogate or question them. Once they dropped him off, he was gone for good. Such was life. Stripping off his soaked and dirty jacket, he reached into one of their equipment bags, retrieving a bottle of water and a first aid kit. Taking a deep gulp to satiate the thirst that always seemed to follow operations like this, he followed it up with a couple of painkillers. In truth, he would have preferred something stronger, but that would have to wait for now. They still had to deliver Fayed to his rendition flight. "Relax, Ryan," Frost said, sensing the lingering tension in him. "Hard part's over." Drake wanted to believe that. Marigny Air Base, situated in the Marne region about 70 miles east of Paris, had been laid down during the 1950s as a NATO base for fighter interceptors. According to Drake's briefing notes, it had been designed as a bare-bones facility, with just enough infrastructure to keep the place ticking over in peacetime, ready to be quickly brought into action in the event of a Soviet invasion of Western Europe. Fortunately, such an invasion had never happened, and by the 1980s the base had fallen into disuse. These days it was more of a wildlife sanctuary than a military stronghold, its 3,000-meter-long runways beginning to crack and break up as weeds and grass slowly prevailed over poured concrete. They were still serviceable enough to land aircraft, however, as evidenced by the Gulfstream jet parked at one end of the runway. Sleek and compact, it was visible only by the glow of instrument panels in the cockpit. Everything else had been powered down to reduce its infrared profile.
"Almost there,"
Mason called up from the front.
"Time to wake up, Sleeping Beauty."
They had been monitoring Fayed's vitals during the hour-long drive from central Paris. Fortunately, he had remained unconscious and stable the whole time, easing the pressure on his captors. Now it was time to bring him round. The retrieval team, waiting on the jet, would want to verify that he was conscious and responsive when they took possession of him, and Drake felt the same way, mostly to cover his own arse. If Fayed died during the flight, at least he could rightly claim that he'd been alive and well when he'd handed the man over. Removing an autojet filled with naloxone, McKnight pressed the device against Fayed's neck and hit the pneumatic plunger to trigger it. There was a faint hiss as the device deployed its potent cocktail of stimulants. Meanwhile, Drake had switched frequencies on his radio, selecting a channel agreed before the operation began. "Box at a ground team. Whirlwind. I say again, Whirlwind." Whirlwind was their code word for a successful retrieval mission. It was also an invitation to respond with the appropriate confirmation word. If Drake didn't hear hotel in the next few seconds, he would order Mason to turn the van around and get them out of there as quickly as possible.
"Copy that, Boxer,"
came the reply.
"Hotel. Repeat, hotel."
Drake relaxed, letting out a breath as Mason slowed them down, and finally came to a halt a short distance from the plane, the engine idling. A sudden commotion alerted them that Fayed had regained consciousness, and was well and truly making his presence known. He was yelling something, though the gag they placed in his mouth as a precaution made it impossible to discern the words. "Got a screamer," McKnight said, sounding remarkably calm as she fought to hold the struggling man down. Even with his feet and wrists bound, he was making it hard work. "No shit," Frost remarked, wrinkling her nose in distaste. "You want to tase him again?" She shook her head. Use of such weapons always carried an element of risk, and the last thing they needed was for him to go into cardiac arrest mere feet from his rendition flight. Leaving them to it, Drake opened his door and stepped out into the cool morning air to meet with the retrieval team. This far from the city, there was little in the way of ambient noise save for the gentle chug of the truck's engine. Dawn was still a couple of hours away, but the sky in the east was gradually lightening, the twinkling stars giving way to the deep azure of pre-dawn.
"Nice morning for it,"
a voice remarked. Drake directed his gaze toward the plane as the leader of the retrieval team moved forward to speak with him. He was short and stocky, probably in his early 50s, with thinning brown hair combed over the considerable dome of his skull. Combined with a pair of thin-framed glasses and a bushy handlebar moustache, the impression thus conveyed reminded Drake more of a bank manager than a case officer in command of a rendition flight. Then again, he knew from experience that it took a certain kind of man to apply a power drill to someone's kneecaps, then go home and sleep soundly at night. Perhaps this guy was such a man.
"Name's Wilkins,"
he said, offering a pudgy hand. Drake shook it. "Good to meet you, Wilkins." He saw a faint gleam as Wilkins smiled, perhaps amused that Drake had neglected to give his own name.
"By the sounds of things, you've got a live one for us,"
he said, nodding towards the truck, where a couple of muted thumps resounded from within.
"We dosed him up with 10 cc's of etafine about an hour ago. Just brought him out of it,"
Drake said, knowing it was important to explain what they'd shot fired up with. Wilkins nodded, watching as Mason and McKnight half-dragged, half-shoved fired towards him. Even bound, he was still thrashing and kicking like the best of them. Frost followed behind, carrying a holdall laden with the intel that Mason had snatched from Fired's apartment.
"Any injuries?"
Drake shook his head.
"Look like you caught a shiner yourself,"
Wilkins remarked, studying Drake's bruised and grazed face. Drake shrugged. "Like you said, he's a live one."
"We'll keep that in mind if he gives us any shit,"
Wilkins promised him.
"Otherwise, good work. We're done here, so get your team clear of the area."
As he said this, two members of his team moved forward to grab Fired. One tall, black and well-built, the other short and wiry. Neither man spoke a word. Handovers like this were always brief affairs, Drake knew. There was never any paperwork to sign, any agreements to be made, any official recognition of what had just happened. How could there be? Black flights like this were, by their nature, clandestine enterprises, with no paper trails left to incriminate anyone. Anyway, no doubt Wilkins and his team were anxious to be airborne and on their way before French police arrived to investigate the landing of a private jet at a supposedly deserted airfield. In that respect, Drake was in complete agreement. They'd be leaving as soon as they could get the truck turned around. Already the Gulfstream's engines were spooling up, preparing for departure. The main hatch was open, permitting a glimpse into the private aircraft's interior. That was when Drake caught sight of him. Another man was in there, seated in one of the big leather chairs that dotted the cabin. A man who had apparently preferred to hang back while the retrieval team handled the prisoner. He was in his late 30s, Middle Eastern in appearance, with dark olive skin, a slender and angular face that emphasized his prominent nose, and receding hair cut short on top. He was wearing a grey suit with an open collar, but Drake sensed from his uncomfortable body language that that wasn't his usual attire.
"Where you taking him?"
Drake asked before he could stop himself. He wasn't even sure why he'd asked that question. Perhaps it was the sight of the jet's mysterious passenger, or perhaps his previous encounter with Fired on the alleyway had left a lingering doubt in his mind. Either way, it had happened before he could stop himself. Wilkins stopped for a moment and glanced back at him, that same faint smile visible beneath the bushy moustache.
"Come on, Ryan. You know better than to ask that.
Leaving those words to sink in, he turned away and resumed his walk towards the jet. "Pack it up, gentlemen! We're out of here!" In short order, Fayed was manhandled aboard. The outer hatch was pulled shut, and the Gulfstream's engines roared with increased power. As the aircraft began its taxi down the runway, McKnight approached Drake, who was standing in silence watching it go. "What was that all about?" Drake didn't take his eyes off the plane. "Just a feeling." "Good or bad?" He wished he could answer that one. "Come on," he said, turning towards the truck as the Gulfstream roared into the night sky, heading for an unknown destination. "We've got our own flight to catch." Chapter 5. RAF Mildenhall, United Kingdom, 4th of May. 6 hours later, Drake found himself seated in a small, cramped briefing room, skim-reading the sparse operational report he compiled on the flight back from France. The walls that pressed in uncomfortably close around him were plain white plasterboard, the tables low-quality wood veneer, the floor dark linoleum. Everything in here was cheap and sparse and utilitarian. The hard plastic chair on which he sat wasn't doing his bruised back any favors, though he tried to ignore the dull ache, concentrating instead on his work. Breckenridge had demanded a debriefing as soon as possible, which meant he wasn't willing to wait for the team to return to Langley. In any case, there were no transatlantic flights available for several hours yet. Instead, they had made a short hop across the English Channel before landing at RAF Mildenhall, a military airfield located near the Suffolk coast. Officially, it was an RAF station, but in reality most of it belonged to the US Air Force, home to the 100th Air Refueling Wing and various other support elements. All told, there were over 16,000 American personnel living and working here. And where the Air Force went, the agency was sure to follow. The Shepherd team's unregistered flight had landed half an hour ago, its 4 passengers discreetly hustled away from the aircraft and into a waiting car, which had ferried them to a remote administrative building on the edge of the base. And here, they'd at last had a chance to draw breath and take stock of the situation. "So that's what we have so far," Drake concluded, bringing his debriefing to a close. "We exfilled the area before law enforcement could arrive, and delivered the target for rendition as ordered." Silence filled the air for several seconds.
"Well, I guess it could have turned out worse."
Breckenridge's voice crackled through the speaker unit in the center of the table. Even from the other side of the Atlantic, Drake could hear the scorn in his voice.
"It also could have turned out better. Your mission was to carry out a covert extraction, Drake, not to start a fistfight in the street."
And that was about as close to a well done as he was ever likely to get. Drake was grateful the room didn't have video conference facilities, otherwise he wasn't sure he'd be able to hold back from saying what was really on his mind. "It couldn't be avoided. He had an escape route in mind," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "Which brings me to another point. This guy wasn't just some admin officer. He had field training. He was ready and willing to fight in that alleyway."
"I'm still waiting for that point,"
Breckenridge prompted him. Drake clenched his fists. "My point is, this man wasn't just some rogue intelligence source on the run. What if he had a reason for being in Paris?"
"What if he did?"
his boss asked.
"That's the rendition team's job to find out. Shepherds are there to deliver a package, not to unwrap it. You know the score."
In that regard, at least, he was right. It wasn't Drake's job to question this sort of thing. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to. "We're also supposed to be briefed on the targets we've been assigned."
"You were."
"Were we?"
"I'm quite sure I don't know what you mean, Ryan."
That was when Drake knew something was wrong. Ryan. He never called him Ryan. He leaned closer to the speaker unit. "Then let me spell it out for you. We get called in at short notice to extract a rogue asset that even you could deal with. But instead we find ourselves up against a trained field operative who's expecting trouble, and who seems to be running some kind of op from his own apartment. You tell me, how are we supposed to do our jobs if we don't know what we're up against?"
"You do your job by following orders, like all of us,"
Breckenridge replied, pointedly. "Not all of us have to risk our lives to follow orders," Drake reminded him.
his tone making it clear who such criticism was aimed at.
"Stop it,"
Breckenridge cut in, his voice hard and cold.
"If you're trying to get yourself brought up on a disciplinary for insubordination, you're going the right way about it. You were given an objective, and despite a few screw-ups along the way, you achieved it. This operation's over, so I'm going to do us both a favor and forget this conversation happened. Have I made myself clear?"
Drake leaned back in his chair, saying nothing.
"Good,"
he said, taking Drake's silence for affirmation.
"Your flight back to Langley leaves in 6 hours. I suggest you be on it. Out."
With that, the line dropped out, leaving Drake alone to contemplate what had just happened. It might have been easy to explain away the man's attitude as an attempt to cover up his own ignorance, or a simple belligerent desire to keep him in the dark. But Drake could tell there was something else at play. What it was, he didn't know, but he was starting to get an uneasy feeling about the operation. As usual, however, Breckenridge had left him with no answers, and with Franklin out of action for the foreseeable future, he had precious few avenues to pursue. He shifted position in his chair and stretched, the bruised and knotted muscles in his back aching with the movement. He was tired and hurting, and despite his irritation at Breckenridge, he had neither the energy nor the inclination to pursue the matter further that night. "Fuck," he proclaimed, that single word neatly summing up his attitude to the events of the past couple of days. Tossing his report and handwritten notes into a file folder, he pushed himself away from the conference table and strode out of the briefing room, heading for the temporary sleeping quarters allocated to him. Sleep was the last thing on his mind, however. The hip flask of whiskey waiting in his hold-all was at the forefront of his thoughts now. No such luck. McKnight was lurking in the corridor, waiting to ambush him as he left the briefing room. She changed into fresh clothes now that the op was concluded, and judging by her slightly damp hair, she'd showered while he'd been giving his report. There was no sign of Mason or Frost, though he could take a wild guess that they'd headed for the nearest mess hall in search of food. The only thing the two specialists enjoyed more than arguing was eating, and happily enough they could indulge both passions there. "If it's not good news, I don't want to hear it," he said without breaking stride. "Consider yourself warned." "Your threats terrify me," she remarked, falling into step behind him. "And no, it's not good news. I wanted to talk to you about what happened in that alley." "So talk," he prompted, still intent on reaching his room as quickly as possible. "I'll listen. I'm good that way." "Don't bullshit me," she snapped. "I warned you about charging in alone." A passing Air Force corporal glanced away uncomfortably, trying to avoid what was clearly the beginning of a heated argument. Likely he'd been warned not to approach or interact with the Shepherd team members, but it was hard not to overhear them when they were bitching at each other in the middle of a corridor. "That you did?" Drake acknowledged, brushing past the younger man. "And I considered myself duly warned." "But you went ahead and did it anyway. Alone, like always. Your own way, like always. Same shit, different country." Drake could practically feel his hackles rising. "Your point being?" "When are you going to drop the lone wolf routine and start trusting the rest of us? We're here to help you. But you won't let us in. Sooner or later that's going to ruin you." Drake halted outside his darkened room, shoved the door open and turned to face her. "I'll start trusting them when they start living up to it. You were slow, Sam. You were in the wrong place at the wrong time and you couldn't help me. That's not my problem." Even as he turned away to close the door on her, she shoved a foot out, barring it. "You arrogant asshole," she snapped. "One of these days that's going to catch up with you." They were so close he could feel the warmth of her breath on his cheek, could see the tiny flecks of hazel in her green eyes, the faintly visible freckles across her nose. Her full lips were parted slightly as she drew breath, her cheeks flushed, her pupils dilated in the dim light as she glared back at him. It happened fast. Before he was even aware of it, his mouth was on hers, hard and insistent, driven by the sudden, powerful need that had come over them both. He couldn't say whether it was the danger they had faced together in Paris, the lingering anger and frustration that had yet to find an outlet, or the fear of the uncertain future that lay ahead. He couldn't say, and nor did he care at that moment. Neither of them did. Far from being shocked or surprised, Samantha returned his gesture in equal measure, pulling him close with eager, overwhelming desire as her body strove to meet with his. He could feel her arms around his neck, her fingers running through his hair as they backed into the room, Drake kicking the door closed behind him. Heart pounding, a faint sheen of sweat glistening on her skin, Samantha let out a strangled moan as the rising tide of pleasure reached an unbearable peak within her and suddenly burst forth, engulfing her in wave after wave of glorious release. She clutched at Drake as her muscles tightened, her fingers raking his back, feeling the warmth and the strength in him as his own pleasure came not long after. He thrust in and out of her a few more times before at last relaxing on top of her, utterly spent. She couldn't say how long they lay together like that, their naked bodies entwined, breathing hard, hearts beating so close they were almost as one. She could hear the sound of the movement in the corridor outside, the droning hum of an air conditioner, the distant roar of a jet coming in to land outside. Normal sounds of people and activity that she'd heard most of her life, and that she always found somehow comforting. At last he raised his head up to look at her, his green eyes shining in the dim light filtering in through the drawn blinds. It was dawn outside, grey and pale and indistinct. He said nothing, and for that she was glad. This wasn't a moment for words. It was enough just to be alone together. She saw a faint smile tug at the corner of his mouth. Was he pleased with himself? She supposed he had some right to be, if the tingling afterglow of his efforts was anything to go by. "Something funny?" she asked, curious. "Arrogant arsehole," he said, repeating her earlier insult. "Nice choice of words. Not sure I deserve that one, though." In truth, their argument hadn't quite been the intense confrontation they'd made it out to be. That wasn't to say her grievances were entirely unfounded, but she wasn't quite as ready to quit his team as anyone who'd observed them might have believed. Still, appearances had to be kept up, as it were. She grinned mischievously. "No, you did. Someone has to keep you in line, and you think you're up to the job." Leaning forward, he kissed her, light and playful. At the same moment, his hand traced a path along her side, fingers just brushing the contours of a small, firm breast. She let out an involuntary gasp as he squeezed a sensitive nipple, the feeling caught somewhere between pleasure and pain. "Still think you can keep me in line?" he whispered in her ear, seemingly enjoying the reaction his touch had provoked. "Well, that depends," she sighed, closing her eyes for a moment to enjoy the pleasurable sensation. Then, deciding he'd had his fun for now, she reached down between his legs and grasped him, not hard enough to hurt, but enough to show that she could if she wanted to. "What do you think now?" Again she saw that smile, a silent acknowledgement that neither one was there to hold sway over the other. Then, just like that, he pulled away, rolled off her and reached for something in his canvas holdall lying beside the bed. "Not losing your stamina, are you?" she teased, her smile playful as she watched him. She couldn't help but notice the play of tight-corded muscle beneath his skin as he moved, the strong, wide shoulders and well-defined arms. As he turned around, her eyes followed the firm pectoral muscles downward as they gave way to a flat stomach and narrow waist. Drake was a well-made man in the prime of his life, his body hardened and tempered by years of training and experience. But it was a body that bore the unforgiving marks of those experiences, from the faded silvery white lines of deep gashes, many of which had been sutured closed, to the distinctive circular mark of an old gunshot wound. As evidence of his more recent escapades, his back and right shoulder were deeply discolored by heavy bruising, complemented by the red crust of cuts and grazes. Drake had taken more than his share of injuries in the course of his career, both in the agency and before, and seeing it literally laid bare before her was a sobering reminder of just how many times he'd brushed with death. He glanced at her with a wry smile. "I was on my way here for a reason, you know. It wasn't all for show."
Lifting a hip flask out of his holdall, he unscrewed the top, held it to his lips, and took a drink. When he held it out to her, she accepted it and sipped the contents, savouring the powerful, smoky, almost salty flavour. "Bowmore?" she said uncertainly, responding to his unspoken question. "Ardbeg," he corrected. "Rye Island. Wrong whiskey." "Damn it!" She was slowly learning the different varieties of Scotch, though it was hard going, and there were so many different brands, many of which were beyond her ability to pronounce, that she wondered if she'd ever get a handle on it. "Give me a glass of Chardonnay any day. Maybe one day I'll teach you fine wines as a payback." "Good luck," he snorted, taking another drink. It was at that moment that she caught a twinge of pain in his face, perhaps caused by moving the wrong way at the wrong moment. He reached down, his hand instinctively covering the gunshot scar that marked the left side of his abdomen. Unlike many of the others, it was a fairly recent scar, no more than a year or two old. She hadn't been there when he'd earned it, but she knew how it had come about, and who had given it to him. "It still hurts?" she asked quietly. Drake shook his head, brushing it aside. "Just a twinge every now and then. It's nothing." Rising up, she knelt behind him on the bed, encircling him with her arms and pressing her body against him. She could feel those same muscles she had only recently admired as her hands traced a gentle path down his chest until she felt the slight dimpling of scar tissue. And as close as she was, she felt him tense up when she touched it. "Is that how it is when you think about her?" she asked. "A twinge of pain every now and then? Something that comes and goes?" Anya, the woman Drake had been sent to rescue from a Russian prison, the woman who had almost killed him and had placed countless others in danger, the woman who Samantha knew haunted his dreams even now. "Anya's gone," he whispered. He reached up and took another pull on the whiskey. "Nothing's going to change that." She felt a stab of pain at this lie. They both knew Anya wasn't dead, that her apparent murder last year had been a carefully constructed ruse, but only one of them believed the other to be ignorant of this. "Would you change it? If you could?" She wanted to know, wanted to understand the hold that this woman had over him. What was it about her that had compelled him to risk everything more than once in the vain, forlorn hope of reuniting with her? "Would you do the same for me, Ryan?" she caught herself wondering. But before he could answer, the moment was interrupted by the buzz of his cell phone, still in the pocket of his jeans, which lay amongst a heap of discarded clothes, his and hers. Shrugging out of her embrace, Drake snatched the phone up and studied the caller ID, his brow creasing in a frown. "Sorry, I have to take this," he said, rising to his feet and hitting the accept call button. "Jessica, I wasn't expecting—" He never got a chance to finish, his greeting interrupted by a rush of conversation on the other end of the line. Samantha watched him in silence, studying his reactions as he listened intently to what was being said. She knew little of Drake's sister Jessica, having never met the woman personally. Drake himself wasn't inclined to talk much about his family, but she'd eventually discovered that Jessica had become caught up in the events of 2 years previously, taken hostage by agents of Cain as leverage to make Drake cooperate. Only the actions of Drake and Anya had saved her life. She couldn't say for sure what kind of relationship he had with her now, but whatever it was, she sensed this wasn't a social call. She was delivering bad news. "Jess, just calm down," he said, his voice as tense as his posture. "Tell me what happened." That was when she saw the change come over him. The concern and the tension left him, replaced by something else, something she'd so rarely seen in him. Shock. "When?" he asked, his voice low and soft. "But how did you—" He fell silent again, trying to absorb what he was hearing. "I see." She saw the muscles in his throat tighten. "Of course, I'll be there. Give me some time to sort things out here. We'll talk more soon. Okay? Bye.
What is it?
Samantha asked as he killed the phone and sat down heavily on the bed, staring at the far wall and seeing nothing. Slowly he reached up, held the hip flask to his mouth, and took a long, deep pull. My mother, he said, speaking the word as if it were unfamiliar to him. She's dead. Chapter 6. 15 years earlier. Gasping, heart pumping, ignoring the sting of sweat in his eyes and the ache in his muscles, Drake moved in against his opponent, ducked a clumsy right hook, and responded with a sharp cross that sent the other fighter staggering back. Sensing another spectacular knockout for which the talented and aggressive young fighter had become well known, the gathered crowd roared in excitement, rising to their feet as one to cheer him on. Drake sensed it too. Their roaring and screaming filled his body, coursed through his veins, investing his body with renewed strength. Before the other fighter could recover, he rushed forward and drove a right hook into the man's flank, followed by an uppercut that landed flush to the jaw. The other man was against the ropes now, gloves up, arms tight by his sides as the pummeling continued. Drake's hands ached with the jarring impacts of bone against flesh, his muscles burning from the exertion of maintaining the assault. His strength was waning, yet still the other fighter wouldn't go down. Still he remained defiantly on his feet. What was wrong with him? He was beaten. More than that, he was completely outmatched. He'd been pitted against someone far younger, stronger, and fitter than himself. Why not just go down and call it a day? There was no shame in it after the pounding he'd taken, and he was at the end of his career anyway. Such stubborn defiance was just making it harder for both of them. Why? Why? He was drawing back his arm for another weary punch when the bell sounded, ending the round. To carry on would risk a points deduction, and he'd never had to resort to such underhand tactics before. He wasn't about to start now. And as much as he hated to admit it, the sheer effort of trying to knock the man down had left him physically drained. He needed some time to get his breath back. Then he could renew the attack and finish him off in the next round. Reluctantly, he turned away from the old fighter and stalked back to his corner as the crowd roared approval. Brecon Beacons, National Park, Wales. Shit, Drake swore under his breath, bringing his rental car to a halt on the narrow country road. Overhead, the sun shone down brightly through scattered cloud, illuminating a world of towering snow-covered mountain peaks, tiny fields ringed with hedgerows, and rolling woodland crowded in close to fast-flowing rivers, the kind of picture-postcard landscape that people travelled hundreds of miles to bike and walk through. Perfect, apart from the irritating obstruction on the road up ahead. A shepherd was busy moving his flock of sheep along the road, probably transferring them from one field to another in search of better grazing. The herd, easily 100 strong, was so tightly packed on the winding lane that their woolen coats seemed to merge together into a single undulating white mass. The minutes ticked by with the car's engine idling as the elderly shepherd eased the flock along with no great sense of urgency, and Drake resisted the urge to glance at his wristwatch. They were deep in the Welsh mountains, and he had spent enough time here in the past to know that things happened at a different pace from the rest of the world. Patience wasn't just a virtue here, it was a necessity. Unfortunately, patience was something that Drake was fast running out of. Today wasn't a day for patience. Fuck it, he decided, throwing the car into reverse and performing a three-point turn, no easy feat on the narrow stone-walled road, before stamping on the accelerator and leaving the flock behind in a spray of mud and stone chips. His new route would take longer, but it felt good just to be moving. As the fields and mountains slipped by outside his window, he reflected for a moment on how strange it felt to be back in this neck of the woods. After applying to join the Special Air Service nearly 2 decades ago, he'd been based out of RAF Hereford, not more than a dozen miles from here. The arduous selection program had seen him turned loose in these very mountains in the depths of winter, as part of his escape and evasion training.
Armed with little more than a moth-eaten greatcoat and boots that didn't fit properly, he and a few dozen other hopefuls had marched, run, swam, and climbed for 2 days in rain, snow, and mud to reach their objective. Less than half made it to the end. He'd never forget one of the little challenges they'd been set along the way. Finding a rusted old car seemingly abandoned in the middle of the windswept moorland, they'd been instructed to open the vehicle's trunk and memorize as much as possible about the random assortment of items contained within. 2 days later, while being debriefed, the first question they'd been asked was the car's license plate number. That had pretty much set the tone for what the regiment expected of its candidates. Be ready for anything. Today, with temperatures in the high teens and a sat-nav unit to guide him, his journey was rather more comfortable than it had been back then. However, he couldn't say he was quite as excited about reaching his destination. During the 3-hour drive from RAF Mildenhall, he tried in some way to process the news that his sister had delivered in the early hours of the morning. That his mother had been found dead at an industrial estate on the outskirts of Cardiff. It was as simple and yet as inexplicable as that. Just a plain, stark fact. How she'd ended up there, what events had led up to it, even the cause of her death, were as yet unknown. He was hoping to learn more when he eventually rendezvoused with Jessica. It took another 20 minutes and another diversion for him to reach what the car's sat-nav unit claimed was the address. He wouldn't have known. He'd never been to this place in his life. The building that his mother had called home appeared to have been converted and modernized from some much older structure, probably a barn or even a watermill of some kind. Big, square, and built from the same uncompromising grey stone as everything else around here, it seemed to be as much a part of the landscape as the mountains themselves. An unpaved, single-track road led up to the property, and Drake took care to ease the rental car along this makeshift roadway, trying to avoid the worst of the potholes. An old Land Rover Series 3 parked to one side of the house, its dark green paintwork splattered with mud, suggested that his Ford Mondeo wasn't the optimal vehicle for getting around this part of the world. How the hell had his mother ended up way out here in the sticks? He remembered her as a passionate city dweller, enthralled by the fast pace of life in central London and the plentiful career opportunities it offered. Then again, how well had he ever truly known her? She'd been around little enough during his childhood, and for the past 10 years he'd had no contact with her whatsoever. Perhaps she'd changed her priorities in later years, or perhaps this was a side of her he'd just never experienced. Pulling in beside the Land Rover, Drake killed the engine, closed his eyes for a moment, and let out a breath, psyching himself up for what was coming. His sister Jessica had arranged to meet him here, though he had no idea why. Certainly there were arrangements to be made, and the contents of the house would no doubt have to be sorted through and disposed of, but there was no need to start all of that yet. Still, at least the choice of venue spared him from having to make uncomfortable conversation with her husband Mark. The two men had never really hit it off, even from the beginning, and the events of 2 years earlier had done little to spark up a friendship. The last time Drake had visited them, Mark had waited for an opportune moment, taken him quietly aside, and explained in no uncertain terms that Drake wasn't welcome in his house, and it would be best for everyone if he stayed away. Drake's initial impulse had been to break the arm that had been laid so patronizingly on his shoulder during this chummy conversation, but with some effort he'd reined it in. After all, the man's wife had been kidnapped and very nearly executed because of what Drake had become involved in. The fact that Drake himself had rescued her wasn't going to make that go away. With that less than cheerful thought hovering over him, he pulled open the door and stepped outside. He was greeted by the scent of recently cut grass and wild flowers, the bubbling gush of a nearby stream, and the feel of sunlight streaming down through scattered cloud. It seemed absurd given the maelstrom that had so recently engulfed his already troubled life, but he could scarcely imagine a more tranquil scene than the one which greeted him at that moment. He was just turning towards the house when he heard someone call out, "Ryan!" He barely had time to react before Jessica rushed across the driveway and threw her arms around him, pulling him tight
and holding on as if her life depended on it. Drake did nothing but hold her in return, guessing that she didn't need words at that moment. She wasn't crying, but when she finally pulled away, her eyes were red. "I knew you'd come, but I never expected to see you so soon," she said, managing a weak grin, the kind of playful teasing that used to happen so easily between them. "Let me guess. You could tell me, but you'd have to kill me." "Nah, too much paperwork." Drake decided not to mention the recent operation that had seen him return to the UK. "Forgive the stupid question, but how are you holding up?" She let out a breath, her shoulders sagging a little. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then seemed to think better of it and merely shook her head. There were fresh tears glistening in her eyes now. "Why don't we go inside? I'll make you some tea," Drake suggested, steering her towards the front door. He didn't really want a cup of tea, and he doubted she did either. But that was what normal people seemed to do at times like this. It was what he remembered his parents doing as a child when his grandfather had died anyway. She raised an eyebrow. "I thought you lived on coffee now." "When in Rome," Drake replied. 10 minutes later, they were seated at the big rustic oak dining table in the kitchen, each nursing a cup of sugary tea. It had taken a while to find out what he'd needed in the unfamiliar kitchen, but even he was capable of making a brew without too much difficulty. It was a strange experience being there, seeing the new life his mother had built for herself, and the faint reminders of the old one that he still vaguely remembered. Most of the furniture and personal possessions in the house were new and unknown to him, but every so often he'd spot something he recognized: a table lamp that he'd knocked over with a football as a child, a rug bought during a family holiday in Tunisia, a globe that he'd spent hours staring at, dreaming of the far-flung places he would one day visit. "It's stupid when I think about it," Jessica said, staring into the steaming liquid in her cup. Drake surveyed his sister. "What is?" "How I reacted when the police showed up at my door. You know what my first thought was? You. I was sure they were going to tell me something had happened to you. Some mission they couldn't tell me the details of. It never occurred to me that Mum..." She trailed off for a moment, taking a gulp of her drink. "Part of me still can't believe it. Can't accept she's really gone." "What did they tell you, Jess?" Drake asked, feeling the time was right to seek answers to some of the questions that had haunted him for the past several hours. "What happened to her?" The young woman sighed. "Not much. They told me the body had been found on some industrial site, lying in a pit of some kind, but..." She swallowed hard and closed her eyes. He could see her lip quivering, and could almost feel the strain she was under, trying to keep her composure. Rounding the table, Drake laid a hand on her shoulder. "What is it?" When she looked up at him and he saw the pain in her vivid green eyes, he could already sense what was coming. The circumstances of her death already pointed to one inescapable conclusion. "They told me she'd been murdered," his sister managed to say, before breaking down in sobs. Everything changed in that instant. Drake sat down beside Jessica, sinking into the chair like a fighter dropping to the canvas after taking a haymaker punch. The world swimming and fading into darkness around him. Murdered. Not a death by accident or illness, not the commonplace tragedy that families all over the world experienced every day. The kind that could be rationalized and understood and eventually accepted. Nothing like that. Someone had killed his mother. "Murdered," he repeated, as if trying to grasp the word. "How? Why?" Jessica sniffed, wiping her nose. I don't know," she said at last. "Wouldn't tell me anything else. And when I tried phoning them, they kept saying they're not able to comment on it." "Christ, I'm so sorry, Jess," Drake said, taking her hand. It felt cold in his, as if all the life had been drained out of her. The death of a family member was a tragedy, but a murder was something else altogether. I had no idea. It didn't take long for the darkness to recede from his mind, for the world to come back into focus as the disparate thoughts and emotions whirling through his head coalesced into a single, stark, utterly clear objective: to find the person who had killed her and to make them pay for it. Feeling the need to escape the house for a while, Jessica led him outside on a walk through the surrounding fields and narrow country lanes, and for a time they spoke little more of the killing, content merely to trade little pieces of news about their lives, to reconnect with each other after nearly a year spent apart. Drake was content to let her do most of the talking, his thoughts lingering on other more pressing matters, but he knew this little slice of normality helped her, and that was enough. In truth, it felt good to be out in the sun, walking through the peaceful countryside, talking about nothing at all. But it couldn't last forever. He was eager to broach a subject that had weighed heavily on him since she'd first delivered the terrible news, though he'd held off during their walk, unsure how to bring it up. "You're wondering how I knew about her," Jessica said as the house loomed into view once more, perhaps guessing his train of thought. "When she disappeared from our lives." The answer was as obvious as it was difficult to accept. "She contacted you." His sister nodded slowly. "How long?" 2 years. Drake's heart sank. 2 years she'd been a part of Jessica's life. 2 years during which his sister had reconnected with her, forged a new relationship, mended bridges. 2 years she hadn't seen fit to share with him. "Why didn't you tell me?" She saw a blush creep into her face. "She asked me not to. Told me, actually." And that, Drake thought, pretty much summed it up. "Did she ever say why?" She sighed. It's complicated. As far as excuses go, I know it doesn't get much worse than that, but Mum was—" She trailed off, as if unable to find the words she needed. "Well, there are things about her she didn't like to talk about. Things she didn't want either of us to know." Drake was starting to get an uneasy feeling in the pit of his stomach. It was the same sort of feeling he'd had during his phone call with Breckenridge during the night. "What do you mean? What sort of things?" At this, she picked up the pace, heading back down the driveway towards the house. "Come with me. There's something I want to show you." With little choice, Drake followed her. Situated to the right of the house and adjacent to the ivy-covered brick wall that encircled the garden was a small garage. It was newer than the residence it served, but constructed of the same grey stone and with the same slate roof, probably to satisfy some local conservation law. Unlocking the sturdy padlock holding the wooden doors closed, Jessica swung them open to reveal the building's interior. For the most part, it was exactly what Drake had expected in a garage that was seldom used. Cobweb-ringed windows, musty-smelling air, old tins of paint stacked on rickety shelves, and a few rusted gardening tools near the back. However, most of the internal space was occupied by a vehicle of some sort, hidden beneath a dust cover. From the general dimensions and contours, Drake guessed it to be a sports car of some kind. His suspicions were proved right a moment later when Jessica took hold of the edge of the dust cover and whipped it off, raising a cloud of dust that forced them both back a step while it cleared. Only then was Drake at last able to see the car that had been hiding beneath, its chassis gleaming in the hazy light filtering in through the grimy windows. "I don't believe it," he gasped, stunned by what he was seeing. It was a 1967 Austin Healey 3000 convertible, a British sports car that had long since been discontinued. The model had competed at countless racing events around the world, from Le Mans in France to Sebring in the USA. Just over 40,000 of them had been built, and they were still considered one of the best-looking cars ever produced. Drake knew all of this because his father had possessed an almost obsessive enthusiasm for classic cars, and this particular one had been his pride and joy. He bought it nearly derelict and painstakingly restored it to mint condition, even teaching his reluctant son a thing or two about engines along the way. Drake recognized the gunmetal grey chassis immediately. This was the first car he'd driven after passing his test, one of the few times his father had allowed him to really push the machine to its limit. He couldn't help himself. Taking a tentative step forward, he reached out and gently ran his fingers across the front wheel arch, noting the faint trail they left in the newly settled dust. He hadn't laid eyes on this car in over 15 years, and certainly hadn't dreamed of ever finding it again. He heard Jessica move close to stand beside him. "The keys are in the glove box, in case you're wondering." "Where did you get this?" he asked, his voice hushed. "I thought everything was sold off after Dad died." Parting with the car had been a heart-wrenching decision, but their father had left behind a trail of debts and unpaid bills when he died, and with neither of his children possessing much money at the time, there had been little choice but to sell off everything of value. "It was. She bought it anonymously at auction," Jessica explained. "She kept it in storage all these years. Just waiting." "For what?" "For you. She knew it meant a lot to Dad and to you as well, even if you wouldn't admit it. I think maybe she intended it as a peace offering, but it never happened. She couldn't bring herself to do it. I can't say why. Maybe the time was never right. Or maybe she was afraid." Drake closed his eyes, his hand resting on the bodywork, clenching into a fist. He hoped she wasn't about to start waxing lyrical about what an amazing childhood they'd had, or how thoughtful and loving their parents had been, or how empty their lives were without them. He was sensitive to her grief in light of everything that had happened, but that sensitivity didn't extend to outright self-delusion. "The time wasn't right," he said, making no effort to hide his disdain. "That's the story of my life where she was concerned." He regretted those words as soon as they passed his lips, but he couldn't stop them. Years of simmering anger and resentment, exacerbated by today's devastating news, had suddenly come to the fore, and there was no holding it back. "Ryan, that's not what I meant," Jessica protested, hurt and anger in her voice. Drake whirled around to face her. "It's the truth, though. Don't you get it? She was never interested in either of us, or Dad. If she had been, she would have shown up for his funeral. She would have helped us deal with all the shit that came with it. For once in her life, she would have done something for us. She would have been there. But she wasn't. I suppose the time wasn't right," he said, his words a mockery of her earlier statement. He gestured to the convertible. "An old car isn't going to change that." Far from retorting in anger, Jessica regarded him sadly. But there was more than just sadness in her eyes. He saw disappointment there too. She had shown faith in him, expected more from him, and he'd let her down. "She always loved you, Ryan." He couldn't say for sure whether it was him she was trying to convince, or herself. "She loved her career more than she ever loved me, and she never forgave me for taking it away." He let out a slow breath, mastering his conflicted emotions with some difficulty. I needed her 15 years ago. Guess what? She wasn't there." Only now did he see the growing light of anger in his sister's eyes. Without warning, her left hand whirled around, catching him a stinging slap across the cheek. "And where were you when I needed you, Ryan?" she asked, trembling visibly with the effort to hold her emotions in check. Drake let out a breath, smarting from the unexpected strike. "What do you mean?" "What do you think I mean?" she snapped. "I was abducted practically from my own doorstep, hauled halfway around the world and almost killed right in front of you. Remember now?" Of course he remembered. Never in his life would he forget a moment of it. "We got you out," he protested, though his argument lacked conviction. "I brought you home." At this, Jessica let out a hard, bitter laugh.
Ha! And you think it's that easy, do you? Just drop me back into my old life and I carry on like nothing ever happened? Well, it did happen, Ryan. Some pretty fucking horrible happened. I almost made my 2 girls grow up without a mother. I watched men die right in front of me. You think you can just wash that sort of thing away? I needed you here. I needed you to help me make sense of all of this, to deal with it, and guess what?
Taking a step closer, she stared him in the eye.
You weren't there.
I was trying to keep you safe.
Safe? She repeated. I haven't felt safe since the day they took me. Every stranger I pass on the street, every car that drives past our house a little too slow. Every time I hear footsteps behind me.
She swallowed hard, closing her eyes and forcing the thoughts from her mind. When she opened them again, she appeared calmer, colder somehow. She surveyed him for a long moment, then shook her head as if he were a puzzle, once easy to decipher, but now impossible to solve.
Maybe that's what really separates us, Ryan. You can do the things you do, live in the world you're in, and not let it get to you.
The bitter smile she gave him was almost one of sympathy.
I'm not like you.
With those chilling words still ringing in his ears, his sister turned and strode out of the garage. Moments later, he heard the Land Rover's big diesel engine cough and rumble into life. Drake was moving immediately, abandoning the garage and rounding the front of the house. Already he could hear the crunch of gears as his sister fought with the unfamiliar gearbox.
Jessica!
He called out, having to yell to be heard over the sound of the 30-year-old engine.
Jessica, wait!
He was moving to get in front of the car and block her path, but he never got the chance. Finally finding first, Jessica released the clutch and stamped on the accelerator, sending the powerful vehicle lurching forward in a spray of dirt and gravel chips. Within moments, she had made it onto the road and was soon putting distance between herself and Drake, the Land Rover bouncing and wallowing through deep potholes. For a moment, Drake considered following her, but one glance at his rental car was enough to dissuade him. An underpowered suburban hatchback was no vehicle to take on a Land Rover on roads like these. Shit, he said under his breath, watching as his sister was swallowed up by the pleasant fields, walls, and hedgerows. Chapter 7. Cardiff Royal Infirmary, Wales. Drake wasn't sure how to feel as he made his way along the cold, clinical, whitewashed corridor towards the hospital morgue. Everything that had happened over the past several hours seemed to have passed him by in a blur of fragmented images and memories. He remembered composing a brief email to Breckenridge explaining that he wasn't going to be on the next flight to Langley due to a family emergency. He remembered donning civilian clothes and requisitioning a car for the drive off base, exerting his authority as a shepherd operative to bypass most of the red tape that would have kept him tied up for hours. Most of all, he recalled McKnight, Frost, and Mason's awkward but genuine attempts to console him, and their offer to accompany him here, the team rallying around their friend and leader in a time of crisis. He'd absently thanked them for their show of support, while politely refusing their offer. He didn't want them here for this. Always doing things alone. That was what Samantha had said about him. Perhaps she'd been right. Perhaps he still couldn't bring himself to truly let anyone in. But there were some things that were meant to be done alone. He tried to prepare himself for what was coming, to sort through his own confused and conflicting feelings, and focus on the practicalities of what needed to be done, just as he'd been trained to do in the course of his long and eventful career. Don't think about the things beyond your control. Just focus on each step on the path, each challenge, each hurdle to overcome. He was accompanied on his grim errand by the police sergeant who had been waiting to receive him upstairs, a stout, amiable-looking man with wiry red hair and a complexion that was almost as florid, had greeted Drake with the clinical politeness of one well-versed in dealing with grieving families. Drake had barely even registered the man's name when he'd introduced himself. Only the tag on his jacket confirmed it now as Forbes.
1,000 questions were whirling through Drake's mind as he trudged down the corridor beside the sergeant. His feet like blocks of lead that he had to force himself to lift and place down, over and over, each step bringing him inexorably closer to his final destination. Questions that had no answers, questions he'd never expected to find himself asking. "It's just through here," Forbes said, pushing open a set of double doors that led into the room beyond. Drake paused only a moment, taking a single breath before following him. Straight away he felt the drop in temperature as they ventured inside, the chill raising the hairs on the back of his neck. He supposed another man might have felt anger, grief, sadness, loss, or even regret at a moment like this, and yet, standing there in that chilly basement room with a row of cold storage units stretching out in front of him, he didn't feel any such emotion. He just felt numb and empty. One refrigerator unit about halfway along the row had already been opened in preparation for his arrival, its occupant still covered with a plastic sheet. The tag at the end of the sliding table read, Freya Louise Shaw. Of course she had reverted to her maiden name, Drake thought. She had been calling herself that ever since the divorce 2 decades earlier. But seeing it written there somehow still felt like a slight, as if it had been done to erase even the memory of the family she'd once been such a reluctant part of. "Here we are, Mr. Drake," Forbes said quietly, halting next to the table. He exhaled, his breath misting in the cool air as he searched for the right words. "Family members often find the formal identification upsetting. Do you need a moment before seeing her?" Drake shook his head. This wasn't the first time he'd seen a dead body, and he doubted it would be the last. In any case, he'd waited 10 years to see her. A few more seconds wasn't going to change anything. Saying nothing further, the police sergeant gently reached out and pulled back the plastic sheet, folding it over so that it exposed her face and neck, but kept her covered from the shoulders down. This done, he stepped back, giving Drake his first look at the woman who had once been his mother. His first thought was that she had aged visibly since their last meeting. The once fine and barely noticeable lines that had traced a path around her mouth and eyes were deeper and more obvious now, her neatly cut hair streaked with grey. And yet there was no denying that she had once been an attractive woman, tall and slender, with dark hair, pale skin, and vividly green eyes. He'd often been told that both he and Jessica took their looks from their mother. He'd seen it in his sister, but never in himself. Not until now. Age, and perhaps the changes that were even now taking place after death, had hardened the once soft and feminine features of her face, made them more definite and pronounced somehow, so that he did at last see something of himself in Freya Louise Shaw. His next thought was that she had kept herself in remarkably good condition for a woman of her age, though he supposed that wasn't entirely surprising. The Freya he remembered from his childhood had been a seemingly inexhaustible well of energy and vitality, always eating healthily and rarely indulging in alcohol. When she wasn't at work, which was rare enough, she was out running or biking, at a swim or a yoga class. It wasn't until much later that he'd realized these excursions served a different purpose, an escape from the unhappy marriage she'd become trapped in. Nonetheless, they had crystallized in his mind the image of someone who was almost indestructible, and that wasn't an easy impression to shift. But in truth, these thoughts were nothing more than observations prompted by the physical reality before him, superficial impressions that stirred no deeper feelings. He'd almost hoped that the sight of her would have provoked something in him, some long-buried emotion that would allow him to feel the grief of her death, the anger at the years of each other's lives they had missed out on, the sad knowledge that they would never get the chance to reconcile their bitter differences. Instead, he just felt empty. Drake swallowed, forcing that thought aside, willing his mind to be cool and analytical as he surveyed the body, looking for evidence that might give him some clue as to her fate.
The signs of a recent struggle were plain to see even for untrained eyes. Her lower lip was split, and though she'd been cleaned up by the mortuary technicians, he could see the glistening sheen of blood in the cut flesh. The left side of her face was darkened in places by bruising that was all the more obvious against the pale skin. He also saw some lacerations near her temple, almost hidden by her hairline, which were likely the result of a strike by a solid object. Glancing further down, he saw her right hand partially exposed by the movement of the plastic sheet. He reached down, moving the cover aside far enough to reveal the hand and forearm. Deep marks and bruising in a narrow band around the wrist, suggesting she'd been bound, tied up, beaten, and taken out to a lonely area of waste ground to be executed. And it most certainly was an execution. This had been no random act of violence by a low-level criminal, no opportunistic killing or a mugging gone wrong, but a targeted and planned execution, carried out by a professional. He could feel his heart beating faster as the image flashed through his mind, but he once again pushed it away. He would deal with that later. Now wasn't the time. "I was told she'd been murdered," Drake said, his voice subdued as he looked down on her. "What was the cause of death?" "According to the pathologist's report, she was killed by a single gunshot wound to the chest," he replied, his voice carrying the weary sympathy of someone called upon too many times to explain something that was inherently inexplicable. "From what I understand, it was quick. The damage to the heart was extensive. She would have passed away within a matter of seconds. Like a light turning off." "Like a light turning off," Drake repeated in his head. They'd said the same thing when his father passed away years earlier. Perhaps it was the kind of line they were taught to recite at times like this. After all, what could be more mundane, more quick and easy than a light turning off? Was that what the end of a human life boiled down to? In any case, Forbes had misunderstood the motivation behind his question. He wasn't looking for comfort or reassurance, but information. He needed to know the facts behind her murder. "Were there reports of a gunshot in the area?" "I'm not sure about that." Drake frowned. "What about the bullet? Have your ballistics people done a workup on it?" Drake asked. "I assume they've removed it already. Any idea of the caliber, make and model of the weapon?" When his question garnered no response, he turned to find the sergeant regarding him with a perplexed look. "What line of work did you say you were in, Mr. Drake?" The muscles in Drake's jaw tensed for a moment or two before he forced calm back into his body. "I'm trying to understand how and why my mother was murdered," he said, managing to keep his tone even and controlled. "If there were no reported gunshots, that means the killer probably used a silencer, which means they were connected enough to get their hands on one, and prepared enough to have it ready for the killing. If the bullet was a 9x18mm, that could mean the weapon was of Russian origin. If it's a 9x19, it could be American, which might suggest an IRA link. There's 100 other possibilities I don't have the time or the inclination to go into, but your answering questions about how she was killed will help me understand who killed her, and right now, I'd very much like to meet that person." There was a look in his vivid green eyes now that caused the police sergeant to stare at him. He didn't take a step backward, he was too good for that. But Drake could sense him shrinking away a little, trying to put distance between them without being obvious about it. He was afraid of this stranger asking questions he had no cause to be asking, and no amount of training and professionalism was going to hide that. "So, what can you tell me about the murder weapon?" Drake repeated. He refused to meet Drake's gaze. "I am afraid I don't have that information." "Then who does?" Forbes shook his head. "You don't understand. This case is out of our jurisdiction, Mr. Drake. The police are just here to keep the body secure." Drake's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "You're the police. Someone's been killed. Who else is supposed to deal with it?" At this, Forbes glanced over his shoulder, as if checking that no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. "Look,
We're not supposed to talk about this, all right? I could be in trouble just for mentioning it, but—" He glanced down at the woman laid out on the mortuary table, then leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "Not long after they brought the body in, a group of men showed up, told us they were taking over the investigation." Drake was liking this less with every passing moment. "On whose authority?" Forbes' complexion seemed, if possible, to have grown more red, in stark contrast to the body lying before him. "I asked as much myself, and they wasted no time putting me in my place." He let out a sigh, looking Drake right in the eye before going on. "It was Section 6. If I'm right about you, then you know what that means, don't you?" Indeed he did. Military Intelligence Section 6, better known to the general public by its famous abbreviation MI6, was the United Kingdom's main foreign intelligence arm, charged with monitoring and countering any kind of threat to national security, from terrorism to rival nations, espionage, spying, and anything in between. Working as he did for the agency, he was well acquainted with their British counterparts. The question he couldn't answer was why they were involved in a murder investigation. "Did they give a reason?" he asked without much hope. "No, and to be honest, they didn't have to. These weren't the sort of chaps you start interrogating," Forbes said, sounding almost defensive. "I'm telling you this because you've lost someone close to you, and I think you deserve answers. You want to find them. You're asking the wrong man. You'll have to take it up with them." Which was easier said than done. If MI6 had intervened in this case, it must have been because they suspected some kind of threat to national security. The nature and scope of that threat was of course a mystery to him, and finding the answers he sought was unlikely to be easy. If they were anything like the agency, they could afford to stonewall him indefinitely if they felt like it, hiding behind an impenetrable veil of government legislation. Fortunately, Drake was not a man without resources in that regard. "If you would like some time alone, please take as long as you need," the sergeant said, moving back from the table to give Drake some space. In truth, he seemed eager to be out of there before he said anything further to endanger his career, and Drake couldn't blame him. "I'll be outside." He shook his head. "No, I've seen enough." Reaching out, he gently unfolded the cover and allowed it to fall back in place. And just like that, she was gone, as if she had never been there at all. "I'm finished here." Returning outside a short time later, Drake powered up his cell phone and brought up the internet browser, doing a quick search for the British Foreign Office. It wasn't as if MI6 made their contact details publicly known, but like any government department, they ultimately fell under the umbrella of one that was more accessible. Finding the Foreign Office website, he selected the Contact Us page and dialed the first number on the list. He imagined he'd be transferred around more than a few times before he reached the man he was looking for, so he didn't particularly care where he started. The line rang out for a good 10 seconds before it was answered by an efficient, if slightly bored-sounding switchboard operator. "I need to speak to one of your department heads named David Faulkner as a matter of urgency," Drake began, wasting no time on pleasantries. "He works for Section 6. This concerns national security." "Sir, I'm afraid we can't transfer calls to specific employees. If you're calling to report a terrorist threat, you have to—" "I'll speak to him, and him alone," Drake cut in. He knew full well what their procedures were, just as he knew they were trained to route priority calls to departments normally inaccessible to the outside world if the situation called for it. "If you won't transfer me, then trace this call and pass my details on to him. Tell him Ryan Drake wants to speak with him. He'll know who I am." Chapter 8. It was early evening, and the Red Lion Inn was already bustling with groups of people out for dinner, hikers from the nearby beacons slaking their thirst, and locals just there to relax and shoot the breeze over a few pints. It seemed like a decent place to do any of those things in Drake's opinion, seated as he was at a corner table with a pint of lager. The public room was low-ceilinged and L-shaped, with a comfortable, well-worn feel to it.
Even the deeply stained roof beams overhead looked like they were actually real, and not some tacky 21st century attempt to replicate period charm. An open fireplace at the far wall was smouldering away, the smell of wood smoke mingling with that of cooking food from the kitchen, the distinctive odor of draft beers, and the faint lingering aroma of tobacco, a legacy of the days when people were still allowed to smoke in pubs. With his brief summons delivered to the good people at the Foreign Office, Drake had left the hospital and journeyed back to his mother's house, hoping to link up with Jessica again. No such luck. The house had been locked up when he'd arrived. He could only assume she'd returned to her home in central London, though she was still refusing to answer his calls. However, her absence had at least afforded him an opportunity to inspect the house in a little more detail. Locked doors and windows had presented little obstacle for a man with his skill and training, and in short order he'd discreetly made entry so he could search the place for some clue as to his mother's recent activities. He wasn't exactly proud of having broken into his own mother's home, but finding answers had been the overriding priority. In the event, there was little to see on cursory examination. The paperwork and folders in her office had yielded little beyond household accounting and personal correspondence. Nothing remotely suspicious. Same deal with her laptop. No passwords, no encryption, and an internet history that held nothing more interesting than news sites, online shopping, and banking. The only point of interest had been the collection of Word documents on her hard drive, which he assumed to be journalistic pieces in keeping with her profession. He hadn't had time to peruse them all, but a random selection had revealed a heavy emphasis on Libya, particularly human rights abuses by the Gaddafi regime, conspiracy theories about the dictator's collusion with the West, and even his harboring of international terrorists. Not much to go on, but it was a wrinkle worth noting, and something he'd keep in mind. Anyway, he wasn't surprised by the lack of definitive evidence. Whatever secrets Freya Louise Shaw had harbored, he doubted she would have been foolish enough to leave them in such an insecure location. Reluctantly, he'd locked the place up and taken his leave, sensing he'd find little else of interest. Lacking the energy to travel into London tonight, he booked himself a room in the nearby village of Madley, intending to grab what rest he could and tackle his problems in the morning. The much larger town of Hereford was just a couple of miles away and would have offered more options, but he was reluctant to visit any of his old haunts. The chances of bumping into a former comrade from the regiment were slim, but the last thing he wanted right now was to have to paste on a fake smile and reminisce about old times. He'd done enough reflecting on the past already today. What concerned him now was the present. Jessica was in trouble. There was no denying that. He hadn't expected her to just fall back happily into her old life after everything that had happened. But nonetheless, he'd hoped that time and distance from him would help her regain a sense of normality. That was what he'd tried to tell himself. Leave her alone. Give her some time. Don't remind her of what happened. Everything will be all right eventually. But it wasn't. And maybe it never would be. Perhaps he would have seen it if he'd looked a little closer, thought a little more about it, questioned her outward displays of positivity. Had her forced optimism been nothing but a mask to hide a growing problem? Had she been holding it together this long, only for his sake? And what of his mother? What secrets had Jessica hinted at that she'd been so reluctant to share with them? What the hell had she been involved in that had brought about such a sudden, violent end? For now, he was left with a lot of questions and no answers. Drake sighed and took a sip from his pint of Carling. Despite his troubled thoughts, he knew he wasn't going to achieve much more this day, nor did he want to. He was tired and run down after the events of the past few days, and in need of rest. A few more pints would probably grant him his wish. Then he could try to pick up the pieces in the morning. He was just laying the glass down when he became aware of it. That feeling you get when someone's eyes linger on you just a little too long, their gaze a little too intense. Someone was watching him. Without reacting, he fished his cell phone out of his pocket and held it up as if he were checking his emails or composing a text. Situated in a corner as he was, nobody could see the screen but him. Instead, he powered up the camera function. Staring at the screen with an expression of bland disinterest, he slowly moved the phone in his hand, panning it from left to right across the crowded public room. At a table near him were a group of men in their 70s, probably locals judging by their clothes and demeanor, chatting amiably amongst themselves, with not the slightest interest in what was going on around them. At another table, a middle-aged couple picking at their dinner, an empty bottle of wine standing upside down in an ice bucket waiting to be replaced. Conservatively dressed, the woman looking slightly bored, the man looking slightly drunk. Neither one glanced at him. Further back, a group of younger men in hiking clothes celebrating the end of a long day's hill walking with pints all round. They looked to be in good spirits, laughing and joking amongst themselves. One of them rose a little unsteadily and ambled up to the bar to order another round. That was when Drake spotted him. A man standing on the far side of the bar beside some of the other patrons nursing a glass of Coke. Mid-40s, dark jacket that was easy to conceal a weapon inside, close-cropped hair, and a serious, focused demeanor that was out of sync with the atmosphere of the bar. No, it wasn't just him, Drake realized then. The woman beside him, posing as his companion, was part of it too. She was younger, perhaps in her late 30s, slender of build with long red hair, pale skin, and sharp, hardened features that stopped somewhere short of attractive. Another person might have glanced at the unremarkable pair and seen nothing out of the ordinary. Average height and build, neither ugly nor appealing, no distinguishing features to speak of. The sort of people one passed every day without ever seeing. But for Drake, the thing that set alarm bells ringing was their eyes. The look, the intensity, the constant awareness of everything going on around them. He had come to know that look all too well. This was no married couple out for a quiet drink. They were field operatives. They had been sent here to watch him, and perhaps more. But why? And by whom? Focusing the camera on the two of them, Drake zoomed in enough to get a decent image of their faces and surreptitiously took a photo. He'd run the image through facial recognition later, trying to discern their identity. Now that he'd established he was being watched, the question was what to do about it. Trying to run was a bad move. For all he knew, there could be more of them waiting outside, and he didn't have a weapon with him. If this man and woman were part of a team sent to lift him, they were unlikely to do it in the middle of a crowded bar. But then he couldn't stay here forever. The place would have to close sooner or later, and then he'd have no choice but to leave. Alone he might have been, but it didn't have to stay that way. He could summon the rest of his team, currently encamped at RAF Mildenhall, awaiting his return. But it would take them hours to get here. Anyway, he was reluctant to involve his companions in his own problems, particularly when he didn't yet understand the nature of the threat. He was contemplating his next move when he spotted a third man entering the public room, a man who turned and made his way straight towards Drake's table, as if he'd known exactly where to find him. And of course, he almost certainly did. He was slightly below average height, but well-dressed and well-groomed, his expensive fitted suit emphasizing the trim figure beneath. He was, as Drake knew, easily in his 50s by now, yet there was scarcely a line on his face. His thick blonde hair showed not a strand of grey, though the lighting in the bar betrayed the tinge of artificial colouring, and as Drake looked closer, he couldn't help but notice the unnatural pattern of hair plugs at his temples. David Faulkner had always been a man of many interests, one of which, apparently, was himself. "Hello, Ryan," he said, smiling with pleasure as if he'd just been reunited with an old friend. "Room for one more?" Without waiting for a response, he helped himself to a seat at the small table, studying Drake for a long moment. "You're looking well, old boy," he remarked conversationally, his English accent as refined and precise as his clothes, an old Etonian,
raised on rugby pitches and country estates. Life in the States been treating you well? Drake's green eyes flashed at his light-hearted banter. That depends on your point of view, David. Spotting the new arrival, a waitress made her way through the maze of tables to take his drinks order. Give me a fresh orange juice, would you, dear? Faulkner asked, flashing a charming smile at her, the kind of smile that came courtesy of dental bleaching. And another pint of whatever my good friend here is having. As the young woman headed off to the bar to fetch their drinks, Drake surveyed the older man across the table. Wasn't expecting a personal visit. I can't sit down with an old friend for a quiet drink or two? Faulkner affected a look of wounded pride. After you left such a charming message with the Foreign Office, it seemed only right that I drop by and say hello. We were never friends, Drake pointed out. You found me because you used MI6 resources to track me, which means you have something important to tell me. It was hardly professional to talk shop in a public place like this, but their table was located in a secluded corner where few could overhear, and the ambient noise was sufficient to prevent their words carrying far. Plus, Drake was feeling belligerent and was happy to blow off steam any way he could. Faulkner was still smiling at him, but there was a little less warmth in his eyes now. You're right, of course, he acknowledged. Firstly, I wanted to offer my condolences about your mother. I'm sorry for your loss, Ryan. Drake had to hand it to him. Faulkner was a good actor. If he didn't know the man better, he would almost have bought it. Then again, intelligence handlers like Faulkner made a living out of spinning bullshit and making others buy it. Did your two friends up by the bar come to offer their condolences as well? Drake asked, nodding to the pair of field operatives. He chuckled in amusement. Still sharp, I see. That's good. But really, I wouldn't trouble myself about them. They're quite charming in their own way, and useful. Can't have too many friends. That's what I always say. Depends on the friends, Drake said, draining the remnants of his first pint. You know why I left a message for you, I assume? I do. Section 6 has taken over the murder investigation. Why? What are you trying to cover up? No sense beating around the bush. Drake's question was framed as directly as he could put it. Unfortunately, if he was expecting a similarly direct answer, he was to be disappointed. Faulkner took a sip of his orange juice, taking his time before going on. True to his health-conscious nature, he rarely drank alcohol, and Drake doubted he'd be sampling the steak pie or burgers on the pub's evening menu. The answer concerns you as much as it does her. What do you mean? Drake asked. He had no desire to sit here and listen to the man speak in riddles. I mean, like any good piece of intelligence, it comes at a price. I can tell you what you want to know, but in return I want something from you. Drake didn't like where this conversation was heading one bit. What exactly? Let's start with what I know about you, Ryan, Faulkner said. Firstly, I know things didn't work out well with special operations in Afghanistan. That's interesting, considering you recommended me to them, Drake observed pointedly. Faulkner was the British intelligence officer who had plucked him out of the regiment after his second tour in Afghanistan, recognized his potential, and offered him a place in a special task force he was helping put together with the Americans. That had been 7 years ago. A lot had changed since then. Do you want to know what else is interesting? I'm largely the reason you're not in a military prison right now, Ryan. Or worse. He allowed that one to sink in for a moment or two. After that business with Operation Hydra, they were all set to drop you in the deepest, darkest hole they could find. I had to call in quite a few favors to stop them. Drake could feel himself tense up. Just the mention of Hydra had brought back memories of a time he'd much rather forget. Memories of a day that had changed the course of his life forever. And it had all started with the man sitting opposite him. And of course you did that out of the goodness of your heart, Drake remarked cynically. Faulkner had many qualities, but altruism wasn't one of them. He shrugged, took another sip of his orange juice while he studied Drake closely.
It's a bit like buying a new hammer to tighten a screw. It might not be the right tool for the job at hand, but you keep it around because you know one day it'll come in useful. Sorry, am I supposed to be the hammer or the screw?
Faulkner chose to ignore the remark.
The second thing I know is that things haven't been working out very well for you with our friends in Langley either. You've taken part in some rather questionable ops lately, and made yourself some powerful enemies in the process. The kind of enemies that might soon be running America's whole intelligence show.
Drake had said nothing to this. Thus far, Faulkner's assessment of his situation had been disconcertingly accurate. It was time for Faulkner to play his trump card.
Lastly, I know all of this has happened on account of one woman. Someone dangerous and angry enough to topple the house of cards that so many people have devoted their lives to building. Someone who could turn our world upside down if she were left unchecked.
You know a lot, Drake admitted tersely. At this, Faulkner shrugged and leaned back in his seat.
We live in a big pond, but it's a pond all the same. Throw a big enough stone in, and sooner or later the ripples will reach even the farthest shore. And you've been throwing some pretty large stones around these past couple of years, Ryan, my boy. People are starting to take notice.
Including you?
Including me.
So, you've told me what you know? Now tell me what you want.
The smile was back. As strange as it might sound, I want to help you.
While helping yourself, I assume?
The smile broadened. I see no harm in a bit of mutual assistance. Do you?
Depends on what you want assistance with. Drake cocked an eyebrow. And more importantly, what you're offering.
We'll talk about what I want in a moment, Faulkner promised. As for what I'm offering, that comes in two parts. The first part is protection for you and your family for the rest of your lives. No more looking over your shoulder. No more waiting for that sword to fall. I can guarantee their safety and yours for good.
How?
That brings me to the second part.
Moving his drink aside, Faulkner folded his arms and leaned in close, staring Drake in the eyes.
I'm going to help you take down Marcus Kane.
Chapter 9. George Washington University Hospital, Virginia. Dan Franklin felt like he was submerged in the depths of a dark, murky pond, faintly able to discern sounds and movement on the surface, yet unable to comprehend them. But he knew they were important somehow, knew he had to find a way to reach them. Forcing his confused and muddled thoughts together behind a coherent purpose, he strove to move towards the sounds, to concentrate, to listen and feel again. Open your eyes, Mr. Franklin. Open your eyes. His eyes blinked open once, harsh light flooding his retinas for an instant before he closed them. But his mind was coming round now, his fragmented thoughts coalescing into a growing understanding of his situation. Open your eyes. This time he managed to raise his eyelids, though it took a great effort to keep them open. For a moment or two the world around him was a white, stark blur that he could make no sense of, but slowly the shapes resolved themselves into places and objects. White walls, chairs, a table, a window. Beside him the beeping of some machine. He inhaled, tasting dry, conditioned air and the sharp odor of antiseptic. "Hello, Mr. Franklin," a quiet, nasal voice said. With great effort, Franklin turned his head towards the source of the voice. A man was sitting beside his bed. An older man with a neatly trimmed beard and greying hair, his slender reading glasses perched on the bridge of a prominent nose as he made some notes on Franklin's chart. Louis Engelman, an expert in spinal surgery at Washington University, the man who had operated on him. How long? Hours? Days? "Can you hear me?" Engelman asked. Franklin swallowed,
his throat thick, his tongue seemingly unwilling to respond to the commands from his brain. Unable to form the words, he settled for nodding.
Good,
Engelman concluded, nodding to himself.
You're still feeling the effects of the anesthesia. It should wear off over the next couple of hours. But it's a good sign that you came around so fast.
How? Franklin mumbled. How
did it go?
Engelman finished for him.
Well, that's something we'll find out over the next few days. How do you feel right now? Any pain?
Franklin frowned, concentrating hard. He was accustomed to the constant ache in his injured back, the pain of cramping muscles and damaged nerves. But now, at last, there was nothing. No pain. No sensation at all. In fact, oh God! The beeping beside him was growing faster as his heart rate increased, fear charging through his confused mind. He could feel nothing below his chest, as if his body simply ended there. It was a curious, bizarre, terrifying notion. I can't feel. Engelman nodded in understanding.
It's all right. There's no need to panic. The swelling will have compressed your spinal column, probably pressing on the nerves. It's common to feel no sensation after surgery like this, especially with the anesthetic still in your system. That's why I said we'll find out over the next few days how successful the operation was. With luck, the sensation should gradually return as the swelling eases.
What if it doesn't? Franklin managed to say. The surgeon looked away, avoiding his desperate gaze.
Get some rest, Mr. Franklin, he advised. We'll talk more later.
Chapter 10. Brecon Beacons National Park, Wales. Drake eyed up Faulkner across the table. As with most things in life, he made it all seem so easy, so convenient, as if bringing down one of the most powerful men in the agency were as simple as ordering groceries. Drake, on the other hand, knew all too well what a daunting, dangerous, perhaps insurmountable challenge Kane posed. 2 years of toil and struggle had done much to educate him about just what sort of opponent he was up against. Nonetheless, he knew Faulkner wouldn't have made such a claim unless he had something to back it up with. That much at least he'd come to understand about the man. He wasn't one for bluffing. "Keep talking," he promised. "Yesterday you extracted a man from Paris on agency orders. No doubt you've been briefed that he was an intelligence source who had gone rogue and started selling secrets to the highest bidder. Don't ask how I know this, because you know I won't tell you. But suffice to say, the man wasn't what he appeared to be." Drake was starting to get the same feeling he'd had during his tense debriefing with Breckenridge. So what was he? A victim of a very secret and very dirty agreement between the CIA and Libyan intelligence. An agreement brokered by Marcus Kane, no less. What kind of agreement? An exchange. It's simple, really. The Libyans have been harboring Al-Qaeda and Islamic State commanders for years, particularly since we pushed them out of Iraq. We know this, and they know that we know. But they also know we're not going to do a damn thing about it, because those commanders are their bargaining chip. We want them, and we're willing to pay for them. So, a deal was struck. They give us a few of our enemies, and in return we give them a few of theirs. Drake leaned forward. Who exactly? Enemies of the Libyan government. Well, enemies of Colonel Gaddafi, really, he amended. And there are plenty of those nowadays, believe me, both real and imagined. Leaders of opposition groups, insurgents, revolutionaries, even journalists who speak out too loudly against the regime. Anyone who poses a threat to them. Anyone who might help start a popular uprising that could overthrow Gaddafi. Drake let out a breath, feeling like he'd been punched in the stomach. You're telling me
We handed over an innocent man to be tortured and executed.
Faulkner gave an unconcerned shrug.
Innocence is a matter of perspective. From the Libyans' point of view, Fayed was an enemy trying to recruit foreign support for an armed insurgency. For the Americans, he was a commodity to be traded. For you, he was a mission objective. As I say, perspective.
Drake felt as if he was going to throw up. His career as a Shepherd team leader was supposed to have represented a fresh start, a change of direction in a life that had all too often been muddied by questionable decisions and disastrous outcomes. Certainly it was dangerous and at times exacted a high price, but their cause was still a righteous one, to find and recover people who needed help. Not now, it seemed.
Not such an easy thing to accept, is it? Faulkner asked, guessing his thoughts. You've been used, Ryan. Deal with it.
Drake glanced up at him, anger simmering beneath his vivid eyes. I'm still waiting to hear how my mother was involved in any of this. Faulkner regarded him for a long moment before going on.
Section 6 have an interesting case file on her, which I reviewed before this meeting.
MI6 was keeping tabs on her? Drake asked. Faulkner gave him a knowing look.
We keep tabs on anyone with the brains and the will to hurt our interests overseas. As it turns out, Freya possessed plenty of both. From what I understand, she was politically active for most of her adult life, and particularly vocal in her opposition to Gaddafi's rule in Libya. She wrote a good number of articles about it online, in fact. Human rights abuses, state-sponsored terrorism, all the usual stuff.
He mentioned it in such an offhand way, as if it were a long-accepted fact of life that the West dealt with dangerous and unpredictable dictatorships who enslaved their own people.
Anyway, it seems she built up quite a network of contacts within the Libyan expat community here in the UK, even become personally close to one or two of them.
He let that hang in the air for a few moments without further comment.
That was when things started to go wrong. One of her best sources was arrested and put on a rendition flight to Libya. You might say that put her on the warpath. She began actively working to expose the prisoner exchange program, trying to out the whole thing to anyone who would listen.
Drake had a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. You're saying she was killed to keep her quiet? Faulkner sighed and nodded.
From what these chaps at GCHQ deduced from her phone records, she was supposed to be meeting with a news source who claimed to have information that could expose the entire program. That was 2 days ago. She traveled to meet with him and, well, you know the rest.
Drake's fists were clenched tight, the knuckles standing out hard and white against the skin. So who ordered the hit? For a moment, the horrific thought occurred to him that perhaps the agency, or MI6 themselves, had arranged her death, though he doubted Faulkner would be here telling him about it if that were the case. Reaching for his cell phone, Faulkner powered it up and turned it towards Drake.
Do you recognize this man?
Drake leaned in closer, studying the digital photograph displayed on screen. It was a long-range shot, clearly taken without the subject's knowledge, but straight away the image sent a chill of recognition through him. Mid-30s, slim face with prominent cheekbones, long, straight nose, olive skin, receding hairline. Oh, Christ. He was there, Drake whispered, feeling like he was about to be sick. On the rendition flight from Paris. I saw him, right there with the agency retrieval team. It was almost unbelievable. Drake himself had unknowingly aided the very man who had ordered his mother's death.
I'm not surprised, Faulkner acknowledged. Apparently he likes to apply the personal touch when they hand over detainees.
Who is he?
His name's Tarek Sowan, a colonel in the Libyan intelligence service, and one of the main players in the prisoner exchange program. He's the one that Kane chose to reach out to when he first proposed the deal. He provides the list of names for rendition,
even helped the agency choose locations for their black sites in Libya. There aren't many people who know more about the entire setup than our friend Sohan here. Drake was staring at the image intently, wondering at the mind, the soul that lurked behind the lean, unassuming face. This was a man who made a business out of torture, who specialized in inflicting pain and suffering. There was no way of knowing whether it was out of duty, out of pleasure, or perhaps a little of both. Whatever his qualities from an operational point of view, it seems patience and subtlety aren't amongst them, Faulkner went on. When Sohan learned of your mother's efforts to expose the program, he bypassed the Americans completely and ordered her assassination. Needless to say, we weren't too impressed when we found out a British citizen had been murdered on British soil, on the orders of a foreign government. And so here we find ourselves, at a bit of a crossroads. Not as far as Drake was concerned. There was only one path that lay ahead for him, the one that led directly to Tarek Sohan. You can probably guess where this is going, Faulkner went on. I'm prepared to give you information that can lead you to Sohan. If you were to find him and bring him to us for debriefing, he put a certain emphasis on the word that left Drake in no doubt that Sohan would receive a little of what he'd been dishing out over the years. Then I'm quite sure he'd give us enough actionable intel to expose Kane to the world. Careers have ended for less than this, believe me. 2 birds with 1 stone. A chance to take down Kane at a stroke, and more importantly, to get his hands on the man who had ordered his mother's death. He had no idea how legit this offer was, but he knew one thing with absolute certainty. Once they'd finished debriefing Sohan, he belonged to Drake. You said information comes at a cost, he reminded the British intelligence officer, wary of things that seemed too good to be true. What do you want in return? Faulkner couldn't hide his smile if he'd wanted to. You, Ryan, not to put too fine a point on it. Well, actually you and your female friend. Drake's brows rose at this. Why? Come now. Neither of us are stupid, so let's not act like it, Faulkner chided him. She used to be one of the agency's top operatives. Even if she's been out in the cold for a few years, she probably knows more about their classified operations than we ever did. And from what I've read, she can still give most of our field operatives a run for their money. He smiled and reached for his orange juice with a well-manicured hand. I'm not overly fond of football analogies, Ryan, but I know that if you want to play in the top division, you've got to sign the best players. Well, that's one player I want for my team. She's got a lot of red cards against her name, Drake reminded him, sticking with the football analogy. They won't go away easily. All of which are down to Kane. He's her enemy, Faulkner countered. We remove one problem, and the other solves itself. He made it all seem ridiculously simple. Unfortunately, the reality of Anya was anything but. Drake seriously doubted she would allow herself to be brought back into the fold after everything she'd endured, to go back to shoveling the same shit for different masters. You said yourself that she's dangerous and angry, and one of the best operatives they ever had. You really think you could control someone like her? Faulkner was looking right at him. Not me, Ryan. You. She doesn't answer to me. She didn't answer to anyone for that matter. But she does trust you, and I'd be willing to bet she cares for you. Faulkner was watching him intently as he said this. Drake said nothing in response to it, which told Faulkner what he needed to know. In my experience, that's more than enough to get people on side. So picture this. She works with you, you work for me, and together we stop a lot of bad things from happening and make the world a nicer place. That's not such a bad deal, is it? Apart from the fact he'd be indebted to a man he trusted only a little more than Kane himself. He had no idea if Faulkner was being on the level with him, but the prospect of giving Anya over to such a man didn't sit well with him at all, not to mention the fact that she'd likely never agree to it anyway. However, Faulkner's proposition had stirred a different possibility in his mind. The possibility of achieving the same aim without ending up in the pocket of another dangerous and unpredictable master. Such a plan could leave him with powerful enemies on both sides of the Atlantic if it failed, but the potential rewards were considerable. "I'll need some time to think about this," he said truthfully. As much as he wanted to get to the bottom of his mother's death, making a rash decision based on emotion was a bad road to go down, particularly when David Faulkner was involved. One didn't make a deal with the devil without reading the small print first. Draining his pint, he rose from the table and reached for his wallet. "It's on me," Faulkner said, standing up as well. Even drawn up to his full height, he was a couple of inches shorter than Drake, though he cared not a jot. Reaching into his pocket, he handed over a card with a phone number printed on it. "And by all means, consider it. Give me a call when you've made up your mind. But don't take too long, Ryan. This window won't stay open forever." Drake took his meaning well enough. A short while later, Drake once again found himself in his rental car, the headlights illuminating the winding country road that lay ahead. He kept an eye on his rearview mirror, wary of pursuit by his two friends from the pub earlier, though so far he'd seen nothing. One advantage of being out in the countryside like this was that it was difficult to shadow someone unseen, the lack of traffic and narrow, darkened roads making it impossible to navigate without headlights. After excusing himself from the bar, he had retired to his room upstairs at the Red Lion, just long enough to collect his things, before leaving the area at high speed. He doubted Faulkner would attempt to have him abducted or killed, but the fact that the man knew where he was staying was enough to prompt Drake to bail out. He was unlikely to find a hotel or guest house at such a late hour, and the prospect of spending the night in his mother's vacant house miles from the nearest settlement was less than appealing, leaving him with little choice but to make the long drive back to RAF Mildenhall. It wasn't a prospect he relished after such a difficult day, but needs must. At least it was secure. Swinging through a tight corner into a long straight section of road, he found his cell phone and dialed a number. It rang out for some time before it was finally answered. "Ryan, that you?" Frost asked, having to practically shout to make herself heard. Loud music and voices blasted out through the car's Bluetooth system. "Where the hell are you?" It was pretty obvious from the background noise that she was no longer on the base. "A pub! Wait, where are we?" He heard her ask someone in the background. "Cambridge! Yeah, that's it! I gotta say I'm disappointed. I expected this place to be more like Hogwarts." "What the fuck are you doing in Cambridge?" he demanded. He'd been allowed off base because of the family emergency he'd faced, but the rest of his team were another matter. In fact, the only reason they weren't already on a flight back to Langley was because they'd successfully bullshitted Breckenridge into believing they hadn't had a proper mission debriefing from Drake. However, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened from there. RAF bases weren't known for their vibrant nightlife, and since Frost had never been to the UK before, he imagined she'd snuck out and travelled to the nearest city to go exploring. The fact that her travels had led her to a pub or two wasn't surprising either. "Give me a second," she evaded. "I can't hear shit right now." There was the rustling of fabric and the sound of footsteps, a door opening and more voices, and then, at last, the background noise seemed to fade out. "You okay?" she asked, able to speak normally now. "Where are you?" "On my way back," he said, deciding not to bore her with the details. She was silent for a moment. Normally, the acid-tongued young woman wouldn't have hesitated to tear him a new one for interrupting what was clearly turning into a rowdy night out. But not this time. Like the rest of his teammates, she knew what had brought him back to Wales. "You want to talk about it?" she asked. Drake almost smiled at the notion. Getting all deep and meaningful came about as naturally to her as cake baking did to him, but it meant something that she was willing to listen. As it happened, though, he had another reason for calling. "Relax, I'm not here to pour my heart out," he assured her. "I just need a favour." Her relief was palpable.
Sure. You sober enough to take this in? Go fuck yourself. Business as usual, he thought. I need a trace put on a UK cell phone. Reaching into his pocket, he held up the business card that Faulkner had given him. His phone number was printed on it. Also, I'm going to text you an image of 2 people I saw tonight. Do me a favour and run them through the usual databases, see if they turn up anything. You run into trouble out there? She asked, suddenly wary. Not exactly, but I'd like to know what I'm dealing with. Can you do it? Not from a sports bar in Cambridge, she remarked cynically. But I can call a few favours at Langley. Send it on to me and I'll see what I can do. Drake sighed and nodded. No matter what he asked of her, Frost never seemed to let him down. She might have grumbled and protested, at times vociferously, but she always came through for him. Thanks, Kira. I appreciate it. Ryan, listen. She trailed off, not knowing how to express what she wanted to say. I know I suck at this sort of thing, but we're all here for you, okay? You need our help? We've got your back. All of us. He smiled. I know. Chapter 11. London, United Kingdom, 5th of May. Jessica's home was a 3-story townhouse nestled in a fashionable residential street in Hammersmith. Just a few miles from the centre of London, it was a world away from the remote country homestead in which they'd met yesterday. Even at this early hour, the traffic was already making life miserable. Since she'd refused to return any of his calls, Drake had thought it best to speak with her face to face. Doing so would likely mean having to deal with her husband Mark's disapproving looks and barbed remarks. But that was something he could tolerate. Right now, he had bridges to build and answers to get. He was angry at himself for the way he'd acted yesterday, throwing a tantrum like a petulant child. There were bigger issues at play now, and he needed to deal with them. If he dealt with them properly in the first place, perhaps they wouldn't be in this mess now. His phone was vibrating. Reaching out, he set the device to hands-free and then hit the receive call icon. Straight away, Frost's voice blared through the car's Bluetooth system. Ryan, you there? Yeah, I'm driving right now. How's ahead? No idea what you mean, she evaded. Despite himself, he smiled a little. How did it go with the trace? Not good, the young woman admitted. The number you gave me belongs to an encrypted cell phone, high-level government-issue stuff. Can you break in? Not without executive authorization, and I'm guessing you don't want to go down that road. Shit, Drake swore under his breath. How about the image I sent? No better. Facial recognition turned up nothing on any of our databases. Whoever they are, they don't belong to us, and they're not criminals. Drake had suspected as much from a man like Faulkner, but it was irritating nonetheless. All right, Kira. Thanks for trying. Thanks for getting me out of that pub last night. Don't tell anyone, but I was getting my ass kicked at pool. Drake grinned. Your secret's safe with me. Spotting a parking space just up ahead, he brought the Mondeo to a halt and sized it up. The space, sandwiched between a pair of compact urban hatchbacks, was scarcely longer than his car. Added to the fun was an indignant-looking sign overhead, warning that these bays were for residents only. Still, parking spaces were as rare as rocking horse shit in this part of the world, and it was his 3rd trip around the block, so before he knew it, he'd engaged reverse, twisted around in his seat, and was soon busy trying to squeeze the big car into the inadequate gap. Once more he found himself contemplating his poor choice of rental car. From the rough potholed roads of the Welsh countryside to the dense urban sprawl of central London, he'd yet to find any scenario where it excelled. Still, after a bit of swearing on his part and a near miss with the front wing, he finally managed to ease the car in. He was just straightening up when he noticed movement up ahead, someone emerging from one of the townhouses further down the street. A woman. Jessica. She was wearing a black hoodie and grey sweatpants, her dark hair tied back in a haphazard ponytail, a far cry from her usual stylishly dressed self. For a moment he wondered if she might be out for a morning run. Drake was about to get out of the car and call to her, pleased that he caught her just as she was leaving and hopeful that they might speak alone.
but one look at her was enough to make him pause. She was upset. That much was obvious from her fast, agitated strides, the tension in her shoulders, the stubborn jut of her jaw. He'd come to know that expression well after more than a few quarrels as children and adults, and it hadn't changed. A moment later, another figure emerged from the house, a man, tall and lanky with dark, wavy hair receding a little at the sides, his once boyish good looks starting to fade now that the big 4-0 was looming. He was dressed in a plain grey t-shirt and pyjama trousers, meaning he likely hadn't planned on going outside. Striding after Jessica on his long legs, he reached out and tried to grab her arm, but she shrugged out of his grip and yelled something in his face. Drake couldn't make out the words from this distance, but he could see the anger flashing in her eyes, the clenched fists, the body readying itself to fight. Turning around once more, she stomped off in the opposite direction, leaving her husband staring after her in dismay. He shouted one more parting remark, which she didn't react to, before turning and slinking back into the house. Drake leaned back in his seat, unnerved by what he'd just seen. As much as Mark had given him a hard time in the past, and naturally Jessica had disapproved, Drake had always sensed the strong bond between them. As the cliché went, they weren't just husband and wife, they were friends, a unit, a team. They'd been comfortable around each other, easygoing in a way that few married couples were at that age. He'd never seen them so much as raise their voices at each other before, never mind descend into a full-blown argument in the street. Unbuckling his seatbelt, Drake eased himself out of the car and started off in pursuit of his sister. She had already turned left at the end of the road and was out of his sight, but he had a fair idea where she was heading. He knew her well enough to know where she'd go to cool down after an argument. He made a point of staying on the opposite side of the road as he passed their house. He didn't think Mark would observe every passer-by, but he was taking no chances. The last thing he wanted was to be waylaid by a man who clearly hated him, especially not until he knew the lay of the land. Fortunately, there was no movement from inside the house, no twitching curtains or shadows moving behind the front door, and Drake passed by without incident. In under 30 seconds, he'd reached the end of the street and turned left, quickening his pace to catch up with Jessica. He found her in the small public park about 2 blocks from her home, staring out across the grassy expanse where a group of kids was playing football beneath the leafy shade of towering oak trees. He couldn't see her expression from this angle, but he didn't have to be an expert in body language to tell she was fuming. Picking his way through the playground with its empty swings and metal slide that looked like it had seen better days, Drake approached his sister with caution, as if she were a volcano that could erupt at any moment. "Remember when we used to do that?" he said quietly as one of the kids managed to punt the football between the 2 piles of jackets they were using to represent goalposts. Jessica whirled around at the sound of his voice, startled by his almost soundless approach. Old habits die hard. He'd become accustomed to moving quietly and found it hard to shake, even when he wasn't in the field. "Ryan!" She let out an exasperated breath, struggling to regain her composure. "What are you doing here?" "You wouldn't return my calls. There wasn't much choice but to come here." He moved forward to stand beside her as she turned her attention back to the park. "How did you find me?" He shrugged. "Wasn't hard. I know you always come to places like this when you need to think. Or calm down." She took his meaning immediately and looked at him, a blush rising to her face. "You saw it?" Drake nodded, just as I was pulling up. He was silent for a few moments, watching as 2 of the kids nearby got into an argument over whether one of them had been offside. He only wished that was the biggest cause of tension in his own life. "I know I'm not the greatest talker in the world, but I listen quite well." He glanced sidelong at her. "I'm listening now, Jess. If you want." He watched the muscles in her throat moving up and down as she swallowed, watched her close her eyes for a moment and bow her head, letting out a long, slow breath. "I'm leaving him." She opened her eyes, and when she looked at him they were clear and focused, betraying little hint of emotion. "Mark, my husband,
It's over. We're done. Drake was stunned, as much by the cold, matter-of-fact way she'd delivered the news as the words themselves. It was as if she'd simply cut all emotional ties, isolated herself from the reality of what she was contemplating. You can't mean that. A faint, bittersweet smile. We've been living a lie, Ryan. These past 2 years, doing all the right things, saying all the right things, pretending our life was just like it had been before when it wasn't. It'll never be like it was. I'll never be like I was. Only now was Drake starting to understand the full extent of the damage that had been done. Jessica, his sister, the lifeline that kept him tethered to the real world while everything around him seemed to be falling apart, who somehow offered the hope that one day he too might find his way back to the light. She too was being broken apart by the dangerous, shadowy world he lived in. He'd seen it happen to other people, other operatives who found it increasingly difficult to deal with normal life when they weren't in the field. But never had he expected to see it in Jessica. There are people you can talk to, he suggested, not knowing what else to say. You're not the first one to feel like this after what happened. She sighed. I'm done talking. Mark and I, believe me, we spent a lot of time talking about all of it. No amount of talking is going to change how I feel. It's better for both of us if we spend some time apart, she said firmly. God knows he's probably sick of me anyway. What will you do? Drake asked, not knowing what else to say. Where will you go? Mum's place, she said, nodding faintly as if to confirm the notion in her mind. For now, at least. It's out in the open, away from other people, easier to defend. Drake felt a chill run through him at that moment. Defend? I was a victim before, Ryan. She turned to look at him again. Don't you see? When they came and snatched me right off the street, I didn't even see it coming. I was shocked, terrified, everything you can imagine. But something else happened as well. It was like a light turned on inside my head. I realized then that I'd been living in a bubble my whole life. A safe, stupid, complacent bubble. When it was gone, it opened my eyes to the real world. Well, I'm not going to be a victim again. Not ever. Reaching behind her, she pulled up the hoodie just far enough for him to make out the distinctive shape of a pancake holster at the small of her back. He couldn't tell what make and model of gun was holstered in it, but he did see the gleam of a stainless steel frame for a moment or two before she allowed the loose garment to fall back in place. Where the fuck did you get that? Drake demanded immediately, shocked both that she'd somehow gotten her hands on an illegal weapon and that she was stupid enough to be carrying it in a public place. This wasn't the States, where guns could be bought at the local Walmart by anyone with a driver's license and a clean record. If she was caught with it here, she was fucked, and there would be nothing he could do about it. Jessica sighed with impatience, like a teenager vexed by an overprotective parent. Mum gave it to me. Don't worry, I'm not going to blow my foot off or anything. She showed me how to use it, how to look after it. I'm actually a rather good shot, if you must know. Drake couldn't believe what he was hearing. Their own mother had given her daughter, a woman with 2 children of her own, an illegal firearm, and showed her how to use it. What the hell was she thinking? More importantly, how had she gotten her hands on it in the first place? Fucking Christ, give me that thing, he said, making to grab for it. Whatever good she thought she could do with it, she was sorely mistaken. The moment he got his hands on the weapon, he intended to leave this place and dispose of it in central London's biggest munitions dump, the River Thames. But there was no way she was prepared to surrender the weapon, and she twisted aside out of his reach. Backing off a pace, she glared at him with her feet slightly apart, fists clenched and arms raised, ready to defend herself. Drake recognized the stance of a trained fighter right away. Clearly shooting lessons hadn't been her only project in his absence. Don't even think about it, she warned him. Drake forced himself to relax, not to provoke her further. The situation needed to be diffused right away. What you gonna do, Jess? Shoot me? His hard tone and harder stare seemed to cut through her anger. She exhaled, allowed her arms to drop a little, though she remained on guard. I won't get taken again, she said, her voice filled with bitter resolve. I can't be that person again. Mum understood. That's why she agreed to help me. Drake shook his head in dismay. I don't understand. Mum was a fucking freelance writer. How was she even able to get a weapon for you? At this, Jessica bit her lip and glanced away uncomfortably. She told me not to ask where she got it. Said she would break off contact with me if I tried to find out. But she knew things, Ryan. And she showed me things. How to use weapons, how to better protect myself, how to not be a victim. So I went along with it. I did what she wanted and I didn't ask questions. Because I needed her. She sniffed and wiped her eye. I won't let myself be a burden again. You of all people should understand that. Jesus, is that what you think? He asked. You've never been a burden. Never. They can get to you through me, she countered, unmoved by his words. I'm your weakness. Don't you understand? As long as I'm vulnerable, so are you. I had to do something. Drake had no words. How could he make her understand the magnitude of what she was up against? How could he make her understand that his enemies didn't employ mere street thugs who would be easily deterred by a show of force? If they came for Jessica, it wouldn't matter what weapons she possessed, how many self-defense courses she'd attended, how well protected she thought she was. They would take her, or kill her, or whatever else they'd been sent to do, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. I understand what you're trying to do, he said at last, taking a tentative step towards her. But listen to me, Jess. Really listen. I can protect you, keep you out of this fight. But you have to promise not to get involved. If you try to take these people on, if you go too far into their world, or they begin to see you as a threat, I guarantee this will only end one way. So I'm asking you, please, forget whatever you're thinking before you get yourself killed. His sister said nothing for several moments. She just stood there, staring at him, as if failing to comprehend what he'd said. But she did understand it. That much soon became obvious as the shock gave way to anger and indignation. And something else. Disappointment. The same look of disappointment she'd given him yesterday. You understand, do you? If that were true, if you really did understand me, you'd never ask me to do that. Jess, he reached out to her, but she batted his hand away. I thought I could rely on you. I thought you, of all people, would know what I was trying to do. Maybe I was wrong. About a lot of things. About you, she said, her voice icy calm now. I'm going to walk away now. Don't follow me. Don't try to stop me. I don't want to speak to you. I don't want or need your protection anymore. I can take care of myself. Her harsh, bitter warning thus delivered, she turned and strode away. Drake watched her go in silence, reluctant to let her leave, but unwilling to risk another confrontation in such a public place. So he did nothing. He just stood there and watched her leave, his mind consumed by the dark past harboured by his mother, and the even darker future that his sister seemed to be rushing headlong into. As if echoing his own thoughts, a voice spoke up from behind him. She's walking a dangerous path. The kind you do not come back from. Drake knew that voice all too well. Whirling around, he found himself facing a tall, blonde-haired woman. She was dressed in jeans and a tan leather jacket, seated on one of the swings in the play park, idly allowing it to move back and forth with gentle movements of her legs. He could scarcely have imagined a more uncharacteristic setting for someone like Anya than a children's play park. You were there the whole time, Drake said,
mystified that she'd somehow managed to approach unheard and unseen. That always seemed to be the way of it, he reflected.
Close enough to hear what was said, she confirmed.
He should have been angry at her for eavesdropping on such an intense, private conversation. But he knew there was no malice in her intentions. She had been curious. Nothing more.
She talks like she's going to war.
Anya thought about that for a moment.
Your sister has a right to be angry. And frightened, she decided. But anger and fear are poor reasons for getting involved in someone else's fight. For her sake, make her understand that.
Fine words, but they were undermined by her ignorance of the situation. Anya didn't know Jessica like he did, hadn't seen her grow into the capable, utterly determined woman she'd become. When she set her sights on something, she just kept going until she got it.
I've interfered in her life before, he reminded her. Everything I've done has made things worse.
Anya's pale, intense blue eyes focused on him.
Then do better, Ryan.
Drake wasn't amused, and it showed in his face. I presume you didn't come all the way here just to play Jeremy Kyle with me. Clearly the reference was lost on her.
What do you want, Anya?
He asked instead, deciding to be blunt. The look in her eyes softened a little. It wasn't exactly compassion, but it was about as close as someone like her was going to get.
I know what happened to your mother,
she said, her voice unusually quiet and subdued.
I'm sorry for your loss.
She might not have been good at talking about emotions, hers or anyone else's, but he sensed that her awkwardly delivered condolences were sincere nonetheless.
We weren't close,
Drake said, feeling no need of her pity or her sympathies.
And you didn't come to London just to tell me that. I have business here.
Anya, true to form, saw no reason to lie to him. As a general rule, she despised liars and rarely indulged in lying herself, unless her survival depended on it. However, that didn't necessarily mean she was always forthcoming with information. Quite the opposite, in fact.
What kind of business?
She gave him a sharp look.
The kind that doesn't concern you.
Remember that little talk we had last year? He said, referring to their meeting in Washington, D.C. after his return from Russia. The one where we promised to cooperate and not keep things from each other. Because generally when we're not up front, it leads to a whole lot of pain and problems for one of us, usually me. Rising from the swing, Anya drew herself up to her full height. She was almost as tall as Drake himself in her heeled boots, and took a step towards him.
I agreed to be truthful about anything that affects you, and I will abide by that. But if you expect me to tell you every detail of what I do and what I'm planning, you're very wrong. For both our sakes, it's best that neither of us knows too much about the other.
He should have expected as much. He and Anya had come to blows last year. Both of their lives almost ended because of her refusal to explain the complex subterfuge in which she'd been involved. Since then, they had agreed that an element of mutual trust and good faith was needed if they were to take down Marcus Kane. But that trust, it seemed, was slow in developing. Those thoughts must have been plain to see on his face because Anya let out a faint sigh before carrying on.
I have made contact with a man living in this country, an expert in computers and technology. I will say no more about him, but if he can do what he promises, he may be able to discover who betrayed me to the Russians 6 years ago.
Despite himself, he was intrigued by her revelation.
Do you trust him? I haven't made up my mind, she answered, honest as always. But he has served me well in the past. Maybe he will again.
Drake wasn't sure he understood the merits of her plan. Even if he was successful, Anya's mysterious contact could do little more than fill gaps in her own history. Drake was less concerned about the past than he was about the future.
Is this really worth it? He asked. Worth the risk?
The look in her pale blue eyes would have made another man step back a pace.
I spent 4 years of my life in a Russian prison cell. 4 years without speaking to another human being. Because of them, I forgot what it was like to walk on the grass or feel wind and sun on my skin. I thought I would die without ever seeing the sky again. Yes, Ryan, it's worth it. He should have known better than to question that, having seen for himself the deplorable conditions she'd been forced to live in during her captivity. If it had been him, he knew he would have wanted to find those responsible as well. But he had his own problems now. Well then, I hope it works out for you, he said, his tone stiff and formal. In light of his confrontation with Jessica, he'd already made up his mind what he was going to do. If you don't mind, I've got business of my own to attend to. He had nothing else to say to her, not now at least. Perhaps later, if things worked out as he hoped they would speak again. Turning away, he made to leave the park. Think about what I said, Ryan, she called after him. Your sister needs you now. Give her what she needs. I intend to, Drake thought as he fished out his cell phone. Faulkner's card was in his jacket pocket, slightly crumpled but still legible. By the time he'd left the park and crossed the road but bounded it, he punched the number and was listening to it ring out. Unsurprisingly, it didn't take long to be answered. Yes? Faulkner's phone manner was as smooth and polished as his appearance. Drake could almost imagine him running a hand through his perfectly coiffed hair as he spoke. It's Drake, he said, in no mood for pleasantries. I'm in. Glad to hear it, Ryan. You won't be when I'm through, Drake thought, as he headed towards his rental car. Chapter 12. Drake had seen a lot of strange things in the course of his career, a lot of surreal moments that would forever be imprinted on his memory. However, none of them quite measured up to the sight of his 3 shepherd teammates sitting around a table in a traditional London pub. It was like seeing Arnold Schwarzenegger walk onto the set of EastEnders. His mind just couldn't reconcile it. He'd chosen the Nag's Head as their meeting place for 2 reasons. It was right around the corner from Covent Garden Station, and the name reminded him of his favourite TV show as a kid. In any case, the bar area was about half filled with patrons starting to drift in for the midday rush, their chatter providing enough ambient noise to make conversation easier. He'd also made sure to select a secluded booth near the back of the room, where he and his companions could talk freely, without fear of eavesdroppers. Okay, Ryan, spill it, Frost said, unzipping her jacket and tossing it on the table before sliding into the booth. And it had better be good, because I've just spent the past hour sandwiched between a mom and the baby from hell, and a guy who made Jabba the Hutt look like Skeletor. He hadn't expected someone like Frost to take well to the intimate nature of the London Underground.
Yeah, but at least legroom wasn't a problem for you,
Mason quipped, taking a sip of his pint. Drake had ordered a round of drinks from the bar before sitting down, hoping to placate his restless teammates. In Mason's case, at least, it seemed to be working. Still, the look that Frost shot him was almost enough to put him off his drink. The volatile young woman didn't take kindly to his jokes about her diminutive height at the best of times, and times were far from their best. Just be real thankful we weren't allowed to bring our sidearms with us, Cole, she said, her tone dangerously cold. Then, turning her attention back to Drake, she added, I take it you didn't summon us to London to go sightseeing. Not exactly. Unless you're really into sand dunes, Drake said. A dark brow arched in silent question. I brought you all here because what I'm about to tell you isn't the sort of conversation to be had over the phone. In fact, if you value your careers, then you should probably walk away now and pretend none of this ever happened. That was enough to get their attention, which was just as well, because Drake had a lot to say. For the next few minutes, the group listened in silence while he related his encounter with Faulkner, the revelations about the man they had extracted from Paris, and the Libyan intelligence officer who had been lurking on the rendition flight. If what Faulkner says about him is true, this guy Sohan holds the key to bringing Kane down, Drake concluded. He's in charge of the Libyan end of the extradition program. He can tell us everything we need, names, dates,
details of exchanges. If it came out that Kane had brokered a deal to extradite innocent civilians to Libya for interrogation and torture, it would be enough to fuck him over permanently. However, one thing that he'd been careful to leave out was Sohan's connection to his mother's death. It went against his nature to keep things from his teammates, but in this case, he didn't want emotion clouding the issue. As far as the rest of the team were concerned, Sohan was a resource to be secured. That was all. If only he could make himself believe it too. Frost regarded him dubiously. "That sounds great, but how do we get all this information from Sohan?" The look in Drake's eyes told her everything she needed to know. She'd suspected that was why he called them all together, why he'd gone to such pains to explain the value of this man. But she had to ask the question. She had to know for sure that was what he was planning, what he was asking of them. "Should have seen it coming." Frost glanced down at the pint of bitter sitting untouched in front of her. "You only buy me a drink when you want something." "He's a bad person who does worse things to others," Drake said, knowing all too well how true that was. "We'll do what we have to get answers from him. As for the op itself, the only way we can get to Sohan is where he thinks he's safe. His home. We pull everything we can find on the place, blueprints, alarm systems, security measures, so we know exactly what we're up against and how to beat it. We make entry in the middle of the night, take out the security, snatch Sohan and get him to a safe zone for extraction. Standard procedure. We've run a dozen ops just like this." "You can't be serious, Ryan," McKnight protested. "You're talking about launching an unsanctioned snatch-and-grab operation in a foreign country." He shrugged. "Isn't that our day job?" "Yeah, with unlimited logistical support. All the equipment and weapons we need and the full backing of the agency." She was keeping her voice down with some difficulty. "You might as well be talking about running a covert op out of your living room." "I didn't say it would be easy," Drake admitted. "You didn't say it would be suicidal either. That doesn't mean it's not." Mason, however, was taking a more pragmatic stance on the matter.
"Say, for the sake of argument, you do manage to get him out. What then? You plan to hand him over to the Brits and—"
"I'm not handing him over to anyone," Drake interrupted.
"Excuse me?"
"Faulkner might be telling the truth or he might be full of shit," Drake explained. "Either way, I'm not trusting him with Sohan's life or mine. Once I get him out, he's going to tell me everything he knows, and I'll make the decision on whether it's enough to move against Kane." McKnight was watching him carefully. "And what if he doesn't want to talk?" When Drake looked at her, there was a light in his vivid green eyes that made her pause. "He'll talk. Believe me." His implied threat wasn't lost on her. "Is that who we are now, Ryan?" "None of us are angels. Least of all me," he thought. "Right now we are what we have to be. That's all there is to say about it." McKnight glanced at Mason, hoping for a show of support. "You've usually got something to say for yourself, Cole. What about now?" The big specialist chewed his lip and shrugged, perhaps recognizing that trying to change Drake's mind in matters like this was futility itself.
"If what Ryan learned about him is true, Sohan's done far worse in his life than what we're proposing. And we helped bring this guy another innocent victim. Can't say that sits well with me."
"Me neither. But we know dick all about this guy apart from what Ryan's new best friend told him. We sure as hell aren't fit to judge him for crimes he might not have committed."
McKnight shook her head in exasperation.
"What you're suggesting isn't much different from what you're accusing Sohan of."
"Are you finished?" Drake asked, his stare challenging. "Because I didn't bring you here for a lesson in morality, Sam." McKnight said nothing for several moments, clearly weighing up her next words carefully.
"Could we have a few minutes?"
she finally said, glancing at Frost and Mason. "Stay where you are, both of you," Drake countered. "You're not going anywhere."
"Could we have a few minutes?"
McKnight repeated, putting emphasis on every word. She didn't look at either of them, keeping her eyes fixed on the man sitting opposite her. Mason glanced at his younger companion, eager to escape what seemed like a rapidly brewing confrontation.
"Pretty sure I saw Burger King about 2 blocks away,"
he suggested, rising from the seat.
Little taste of home.
Frost was quick to take the hint and reached for her jacket with some reluctance. Unlike Mason, she relished a good fight and was disappointed to miss this one. Fine, but you're buying. Drake had the good grace to wait until his two companions were out of earshot before speaking his mind. What's going on, Sam? I could ask the same thing, the woman countered. Have you got a death wish or something? This plan of yours is just giving Kane exactly what he wants, an excuse to take you down. You're assuming it's going to fail. You're assuming it won't. That's the spirit, he remarked sarcastically, taking a sip of his pint. Don't be a smartass. You and I both know there are about 1,000,000 ways this could go wrong. He'd heard enough of this. This is what we do, Sam. This is what we have to do to survive. If you're afraid to take risks, then run home and hide under the bed. McKnight stared at him for a long moment. Is that you talking? Or Anya? He felt himself flush. This has got nothing to do with Anya. Bullshit. It's got everything to do with her. She's the reason we're in this mess in the first place. She's the reason you put your life on the line time and again. The reason we have to watch you tearing yourself apart. And for what? You think she'll be grateful for this? You think you're anything but a means to an end? A disposable asset for her? Drake slammed his pint down with such force that he half expected the glass to shatter. Mercifully, it remained intact, though his outburst attracted more than a few curious glances from the other patrons. Far from being daunted by his open display of aggression, McKnight regarded him with something akin to pity. What are you going to do, Ryan? Hit me? Is that what she would do? Drake let out a breath, his anger dissipating in the face of her cold accusation. Straight away he regretted his outburst, and most of all, the fact it had been directed at Samantha. Worse still, she truly didn't understand why Soham meant so much to him. Look, you've been through a tough time lately. I know you're hurting, even if you won't admit it. She went on, her tone softening a little. I'm sorry for what's happened. I really am. But please, take a second to think about this. You're risking everything on a crapshoot. She shook her head. I've seen guys double down on a losing streak before, thinking they're going to turn it all around. Believe me, it didn't work for them and it won't work for you now. I'm asking you to not go for this, Ryan. Please. Even Drake was taken aback by the sheer emotion behind her plea, the compassion and sadness in her eyes. There was no denying that what he was proposing was a move born from desperation, but there were 100 different ways for it to go wrong, and that the odds weren't in his favor. But he had faced bad odds before, and come out on top. All he needed was for it to play out one more time for him. It's not just about me now, he said, letting out a sigh as he thought about the weapon that Jessica now carried with her at all times, the dangerous path she was walking. My sister, Jessica. She's not safe anymore, Sam. This world you and I live in, all this shit that I tried to keep away from her, it's pulling her in. She started carrying a weapon, training like she's going to war. I can't keep her out of it. And if I don't do something to stop it soon, it'll be too late. Then help her, Ryan, she implored him. But not like this. She doesn't need you on the other side of the world trying to fight impossible battles. She needs you with her now. Just be there. It's not enough, Drake said. I can't protect her all the time. And if Kane decides to come for her, it won't matter if I'm there or not. I won't be able to stop him. He shook his head. One way or another. This has to end. McKnight said nothing to this, though it was obvious from the look in her eyes that she wasn't unmoved by his revelation. I know this is going to be dangerous, he admitted. It always is. But we're running out of time, and I can't see a better option. I have to do this. Her shoulders slumped a little, and she let out a faint sigh of resignation. You won't change your mind? Drake shook his head. The woman swallowed and looked at him, raising her chin a little.
Then I'm in too. You said yourself how dangerous it was, he reminded her. It is, but you stand a better chance with someone watching your back. Couldn't have put it better myself, another voice chipped in from behind him. Turning around, Drake watched Frost's head pop up from the booth next to theirs, with Mason close by. They couldn't have come back in through the bar area, or he would have seen them in his peripheral vision. They must have circled around the side of the building and made their way in through the kitchen, whose door lay directly behind him, though he had no idea how they had bluffed their way past the staff. Such things didn't seem to faze his companions, however. You listen in, he said, not sure whether to be amused or angry at their resourcefulness. Mason shrugged apologetically.
I never would have heard the end of it if Kira had missed that. How's your beer, by the way?
Drake said nothing, though he could feel a blush rising to his face as Mason and Frost slipped back into their booth. His confrontation with McKnight was something he'd rather none of them had witnessed.
You're probably concocting some noble speech in your head right now about how we don't owe you anything, how you can't ask us to go through with this, and that you'd never forgive yourself and something happened to one of us. So let me save your breath, Mason advised him. The fact is, you're right. We don't owe you anything. We could walk away right now and not have to feel guilty about it. But we all know we're not going to do that. We've stuck with you this far because we want to, because we're a team, and we know you'd do the same for us. And whether you like it or not, we're all involved in this. We've all been part of it since the beginning. That being the case, let's finish it once and for all, and put that son of a bitch out of business.
What he said, Frost added, flashing one of her grins that fell somewhere between mockery and fierce, enduring loyalty. Drake looked at each of them in turn. His team, his friends, his family as much as any blood relative, each willing to risk everything for him one more time. Never could he have asked for a finer group of people to stand by his side. All right, he said, at last, knowing they wouldn't be swayed from their course any more than he would. Let's get started. Chapter 13. Washington, D.C., Virginia. Deputy CIA Director Marcus Kane was in the back seat of his Chrysler 300, en route to Langley for his morning briefing. Not that he needed it. The laptop laid out next to him had been logged into the agency's secure network before he'd taken his first sip of morning coffee. And he'd already made a host of phone calls with department heads and station chiefs all across the globe. Up front, the driver kept his eyes studiously fixed on the road ahead, a radio comms piece trailing from his ear, allowing him to stay in constant contact with a second vehicle trailing about 100 yards back. In it were 3 additional field agents, all highly trained, heavily armed, and hand-picked by Kane himself. The kind of men who didn't come from the agency's own pool of field operatives, but who belonged to a far more select group. The kind of men who had already proven themselves on the battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan, and other more exotic places that their government would never admit to. He traveled virtually everywhere with a full security detail these days, officially because his status as a high-ranking member of the U.S. intelligence community made him a target for everybody, from terrorist organizations to foreign governments. That was the official cover, but Kane knew the real reason. Anya, once his protégé, his most successful asset, his greatest achievement, now his most bitter and dangerous enemy. She was out there somewhere at this very moment, planning, preparing, waiting for her chance to strike. In the past 2 years, she had killed virtually everyone else that had stood between them, settling a few old scores along the way. And now she was out to settle one more. And she might succeed. Kane was under no illusions about his own invincibility or the infallibility of his mind. He was intelligent, cunning, gifted, with the ability to perceive deeper motivations in almost any action, able to wield some of the most powerful resources on the face of the earth, and protected by multiple layers of security. But in the end, he was still only a man. And as Anya had demonstrated with typical ruthless efficiency, all men could be killed. But he possessed an advantage that Anya did not.
knowledge. Anya, forever the soldier, so used to fighting the enemies she saw on the battlefield, still failed to understand that the true enemy was one she couldn't see. That had been her undoing before, and it would be again.
Listen to me, Quinn. We've been chasing our tails for the past 6 months and we're nowhere. Our drones can't help us unless we know what to point them at. Our human intel has been useless, outdated, or plain bullshit right from the start. Well, that stops now. The Pakistanis are the key to this. They always have been,
he said, speaking calmly and carefully into his secure satellite phone. Conversations with CIA station chiefs halfway around the world were no time to risk being misunderstood.
If we don't have them on side, we'll never get to his inner circle.
I understand, but you know we can't lean too hard on them. They barely tolerate us as it is, and they're never going to give up actionable intel to one of our own, not willingly at least.
Kane hadn't missed the implication in that last sentence. Hayden Quinn was a good man, a reliable and ambitious case officer who Kane had seen fit to promote to station chief, overseeing all agency operations in Pakistan. His appointment had been part of a gradual reshuffling of senior personnel that Kane had begun almost as soon as he'd been promoted to deputy director, making sure that key posts were occupied by competent people, loyal to him. He intended to put the seal on his promotion to full director with a victory in the war on terror. The kind of victory the American people had been waiting 8 long years for, that even Anya, with all her guile and cunning, had been unable to give him. The kind of victory that would ensure his elevation to the highest levels of power and influence.
That's a card we can only play once, and we'd have to be sure it was the right time, he acknowledged. And the right man.
The prospect of kidnapping and torturing foreign intelligence operatives didn't trouble him if it yielded the results he needed. But if it failed, then they'd be left with nowhere to go.
Send me everything you've got in their senior personnel, he said at last. I want to review them all before we do anything. All we need is a way in. There's always a way in.
Of course, sir.
Their conversation was interrupted when a call came through to Kane's private cell phone. There weren't many people in the world who knew that number, so when it rang, it was advisable to pick it up. Ending his satellite phone call with Quinn, he fished his cell phone from his pocket and checked the caller ID. Sure enough, this was one call he couldn't afford to ignore. Taking a moment to marshal his thoughts and his composure, he hit the receive call icon.
Yes?
Marcus, always good to speak with you again. I trust I'm not disturbing you. The voice on the other end was warm, pleasant, almost friendly. An old acquaintance calling to touch base after a period of absence. But Kane knew the man that voice belonged to, knew all too well that the warmth, the pleasant demeanor, the friendly tone was nothing but a veneer, a facade to hide the cold darkness that lurked beneath. The man to whom he was speaking was but one of many, carefully selected for their individual skills, experience, insight, and influence, there to help guide and direct the collective whole. He was one of many, but he was the man to whom Marcus Kane, the deputy director of the CIA, answered.
Of course not, Kane assured him. What can I do for you?
I think you know why I'm calling, Marcus. The tone had become a little less pleasant, a little less friendly now. We've lost one of our assets, a key one, with information that could compromise us. There's a concern amongst the group that we need to hold Antonio back. Kane could feel himself tensing up, knowing that what occurred during this call could make or break his plans. Antonio was one of the biggest initiatives the group had undertaken in the past several years, and much of it was because of him. But he couldn't do it alone. As with everything, the group's collective decision was the absolute final authority. Just as this man's influence could help steer them in one direction, so others could move it a very different way. He knew there were naysayers, those with more to lose and less to gain, who hadn't been in favor of the plan. But he had to prevail. He had to convince them to move forward despite the risks.
We both know that any delay now would kill our chances of success.
We can't afford to stop, not when we're this close. You know we won't get another opportunity like this." That much at least was true. The conditions for success now were as good as they were ever likely to get. Launching their initiative earlier would have incurred too much resistance, while waiting much longer would mean losing their chance and their potential gains. One way or another, it had to be now. Silence. Thoughtful, tense, and unpredictable. "I do," the caller conceded, "but not everyone feels the same way. If I was able to offer them some reassurances, it would go a long way towards settling a few nerves." Kane knew exactly what he was asking for. He wanted Kane himself to vouch for this plan, to put his own reputation on the line, to take the hit if it went wrong. "I've got some of my best people working on it right now," he said truthfully. "They're reliable. They'll make sure things go as they're supposed to." Silence again. Kane knew his contact as well as anyone could know such a man, and had come to understand at least some of what drove him. He was cold and ruthless as any in the group, but paradoxically, he was also a risk-taker, inclined to lean towards plans that offered a greater reward in a shorter time. All he could do now was hope that he was ready to take one more risk. "As you say," he decided. "I'll forward your thoughts on to the others. It was good to speak with you again, Marcus. We'll have to meet up sometime." "Looking forward to it," Kane lied. Meeting with this man in person was even more fraught than their phone calls, but it was a necessary evil, just like so many other things he'd done over the years. With that final remark, the man hung up, leaving Kane alone with his thoughts. Chapter 14. Brecon Beacons National Park, Wales. With their objective decided, the first order of business for Drake and his team had been to find somewhere they could formulate a plan to make it happen. A pub in Covent Garden might have sufficed for their initial discussion, but clandestine research and detailed mission planning required something a little more secluded. And as it happened, Drake knew just the place. "Christ! I'll be wiping cow shit off my boots for a week," Frost said, glancing around the living room with thinly veiled distaste. The Welsh countryside came about as naturally to her as flower arranging and evening dresses.
"It's sheep shit, not cow shit,"
Mason corrected her. "Like it matters." McKnight looked around, perhaps reflecting on her earlier remarks in the pub. "Well, this is a first. We literally are running an op out of your living room." "It's a roof over our heads and it's miles from anywhere. Anyone tries to spy on us and we'll know about it," Drake pointed out. "Kira, get set up. We have a lot of work to do." Frost began to unpack her laptop and various other pieces of equipment in preparation for the task ahead. If Mason was amused by Drake's mild reproach, it was to be short-lived. "I want someone on stag at all times today. 2-hour shifts, full perimeter sweep. Cole, you're up first." Mason, already settled into the couch, gave him a disapproving look.
"Why me?"
"Because you're not doing anything useful," was his simple answer.
"Yeah? What are you planning to do?"
Drake fished a cell phone out of his pocket, a cheap burner phone he purchased the previous day. "Contact an old friend." He wasn't looking forward to this one. The man he was about to ask for help had once been a specialist in covert extractions, starting with Eastern Europe during the Cold War, before moving on to Africa and the Middle East in later years. He'd since transitioned into the agency and become a Shepherd team leader himself, but Drake knew he still had access to a decent network of contacts. He was about the only person Drake could think of who could get him what he needed at short notice and outside the agency's umbrella. Unfortunately, whether or not he would agree to help was another matter. The two of them had a checkered history, to say the least. The phone rang out for a good 10 seconds, which wasn't surprising. It was early morning in D.C., and from what Drake knew of the man, he didn't take kindly to unexpected contacts like this.
"Who the fuck is this?"
a gruff voice demanded, carrying a hint of a German accent.
"How did you get this number?"
Drake might have smiled if the success of the entire operation didn't rest on this man's cooperation. Jonas Dietrich had never been one for pleasantries.
Jonas, it's Ryan. Ryan? He paused for a moment. What do you want, man?
It's business. At this, Dietrich snorted in amusement.
Really? Well, I've got enough business to keep me occupied. Don't call me again.
Don't hang up, Drake implored him.
Why shouldn't I?
Once an asshole, always an asshole, Frost remarked as she waited for her laptop to power up. She'd said it loud enough to carry down the line, a fact that wasn't lost on Dietrich.
Who was that?
Drake glared at Frost. It's Kira. She's here with me, he explained, keeping his voice remarkably calm given the circumstances. She says hi.
Tell her to piss off. And she still owes me for that beer.
Dietrich shot back. He seemed to be the only person on Earth whose temper matched Frost's.
You planning some kind of reunion, Ryan? Well, if you're thinking about rescuing any more insane bitches from Russian prisons, count me out. Once was enough.
Dietrich had been part of the team that Drake had led into a Siberian prison to recover Anya from captivity. His motives for going along had been dubious at best, but in the end he'd proven himself a valuable, if reluctant, ally. Drake closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. It's an open line, Jonas. He was unpopular enough in Russia after the events of last year. The last thing he needed was for even more serious transgressions to come to light.
Like I care,
Dietrich shot back.
We both know you're calling me on a burner. Nobody's listening in, but if you're worried about it, I'll save you the trouble and hang up now. I need your help.
Drake cut in, adopting a harder tone now. And you're going to give it to me. Silence greeted him for a few seconds.
This had better be good. And I mean Oscar-winning good, not Golden Globe good. If you're going to give me some speech about how you helped me out of that prison after I got shot, that I owe you my life or something like that, I'll be very disappointed. You lost that advantage when I risked my career and my life to get you out of Iraq. As far as I'm concerned, we're even.
Maybe in your mind we are, but not as far as Marcus Kane's concerned. Guilty by association, Jonas. You're a liability now. The only reason you're still alive is because of the deal Franklin cut with him. But Franklin's out of action now, and there's no telling when he's coming back. You're running out of time just the same as us. If you won't help us, then for fuck's sake help yourself and give me what I need. His words were met with stony silence. In Drake's mind, this could play out one of two ways. Either Dietrich would agree to his request, or he would slam the phone down and never speak to him again. He honestly couldn't say for sure which way it would go.
All right,
he said at last.
What do you want?
It was all Drake could do to keep from letting out a sigh of relief. We're planning a little holiday in Libya, and we need some support. No questions asked.
Off the books?
Of course.
What kind of support?
Logistics, ground transport, weapons, ammo and breaching equipment. Standard package for a covert extraction.
How many in your team?
4, plus one guest.
When do you need it?
At most 2 days from now, maybe less. Dietrich sucked air in through his teeth, like a builder about to give a bad quote.
That won't be easy. Guys who work at short notice are expensive, and they want half in advance.
Fine. There wasn't much else he could say to that. However this played out, he suspected he'd be a lot poorer by the time it was over. But your contacts need to be reliable, and so does the gear. I can't have someone who cuts and runs at the last minute. Dietrich thought on that for a moment or two.
I might know a guy,
he finally conceded.
I'll make some calls.
With that, the line went dead. That sounded interesting. Do you think he'll come through for us? McKnight asked as Drake laid the phone down on the kitchen countertop. Hard to say, he admitted. But he'll try. That's the best we can hope for right now. In any case, he had another call to make. If this was to play out the way he hoped, they would need transport in and out of Libya. Arranging it at short notice would mean calling in a few favors. But at least he had someone in mind. Chapter 15. Despite her earlier complaints, Frost threw herself into her task of digging up intel for their hastily planned operation, with the kind of ruthless dedication that Drake had come to expect from her.
Casting her net far and wide into the digital ocean of the internet, she soon began to unearth all kinds of information about the luxury two-story villa on the outskirts of Tripoli that Tarek Sohan called home. Everything from original construction blueprints to planning applications for major remodeling to purchase orders for alarm systems and security cameras, all of it fell victim to her relentless online forays, to be downloaded and sorted through on her laptop. For Drake, this part was almost as crucial as the execution of the op itself. The generally held theory among Shepherd teams was that 5% more effort at the planning stage usually meant 50% less chance of being killed later, and he wasn't inclined to dispute that. To the best of his knowledge, no operation had ever failed on account of having too much intel. Armed with everything Frost could throw at them, Drake and Mason went to work piecing together a detailed picture of the target building. Trained in house assaults and well-versed in the difficulties that could easily derail such operations, they knew exactly what to look for. Years of experience allowed them to quickly assimilate the information they were given, to understand the systems of protection that surrounded Sohan, and most importantly, devise a plan for how to defeat them. At about mid-afternoon, they were alerted by a shout from Frost, who was standing watch outside. "Vehicle coming in!" Drake tensed up immediately, preparing to hide the computers and printed maps and documents that now lay strewn across the kitchen table. "Make and model?" "Sports car, dark green. Hell if I know the make." It didn't matter to Drake. She'd just told him what he'd been hoping to hear. "It's all right. The driver's a friend." "An Anya kind of friend? Or a real friend?" "The kind of friend that's going to get us in and out of Libya." Taking a welcome break from the arduous planning session, Drake made his way outside, just as an E-Type Jaguar came screeching to a halt on the gravel driveway, its British racing green paintwork splattered with mud after a bumpy journey down winding single-track roads, probably at high speed, knowing the owner. Drake had encountered a lot of people in the course of his career as a Shepherd operative, some good, some bad, some infuriating to work with, and others that he considered valuable friends. And some, like the owner of the car now sitting just a few feet from the front door, were genuinely unique. He'd first met Vanil Chandra during an extraction mission from a muddy, improvised airfield in Kosovo several years earlier. The weather had been terrible, the landing strip questionable to say the least, and the threat of enemy ground fire from renegade Yugoslav units in the area ever present. Drake, wet and exhausted after an 8-mile slog through mountainous forest, had been bracing himself for the worst. A radio call from the pilot of their extraction flight warning that it was impossible to land in such conditions, and that, regrettably, they were on their own. It wouldn't have been the first time such a thing had happened to him, though given the large number of hostile units tasked with hunting his team, he suspected it might well be the last. Then he'd heard it. The distinctive buzz of twin turboprop engines somewhere in the dense clouds overhead. To his everlasting amazement, a twin-engine transport plane had suddenly dropped from the low-lying cloud deck like an old dive bomber from the war, tearing in just above the treetops before setting down hard on the improvised landing strip. Drake had actually seen it bounce twice before settling down and taxiing to a halt less than 50 feet away. Running forward to express his thanks and disbelief that the pilot had executed such a dangerous maneuver, he'd found himself confronted by a relaxed and smiling Asian man with neatly cut hair and the kind of clean-cut good looks that belonged in a menswear catalogue. Grinning at Drake, he gestured to the rear hatch and, with an impeccable English accent, remarked, "Grab yourself a seat, old boy. Weather's a tad unpleasant today, but we'll soon be out of it." And that had been his introduction to Vanil Chandra, a freelance pilot who ran his own business hauling cargo, legal and otherwise, and who did occasional work for the agency, usually in places where most rational men were unwilling to fly. His success wasn't so much down to the skill he possessed behind the stick, but rather because he seemed entirely unfamiliar with the concept of fear. Bad weather, bad terrain, even the possibility of being shot down didn't seem to trouble him. Drake had always thought that the man had simply been born half a century too late. He would have been quite at home in the cockpit of a Spitfire. Killing the engine, Chandra stepped out onto the gravel drive, drawing himself up to his full 6'3" height. By now in his late 40s,
he still possessed the rangy build and sprightly energy of men half his age, combined with lean, finely chiseled features and a mane of dark hair that was just starting to show flecks of grey at the temples. He cut a striking figure that few people failed to notice. Spotting Drake, he flashed the infectious grin that hadn't changed since the day they met in Kosovo, and strode forward to greet him.
"Ryan, good to see you again, my friend,"
he beamed, grasping Drake's hand in a strong handshake.
"How the devil are you?"
"Could be worse," Drake acknowledged. "Could be a hell of a lot better, too, but there was no sense starting the meeting on a downer."
"My apologies for running a little late. Damn sheep farmers held me up."
Drake made a face, recalling his own experiences getting here. "You get used to them, mate. Thanks for coming in short notice, though. I appreciate it." Chandra shrugged. "Of course." He leaned a little closer, his tone conspiratorial.
"To be honest, it was an excuse to get away from the lady for the afternoon."
Drake decided not to pry too much into that. Being a wealthy, good-looking man who flew aircraft all over the world for a living, it wasn't hard for Chandra to attract female attention, and he was more than happy to capitalize on that fact. Bizarrely, he always referred to his latest girlfriend as the lady, rather than using her actual name, possibly because there was more than one, and he didn't want to risk being caught out. Or maybe he himself had trouble keeping track.
"So, tell me, what are you planning that you need my help with?"
Chandra asked, growing a little more serious now that they were talking business.
"I assume you didn't invite me round for a chat and a cup of tea, though I wouldn't refuse the latter."
"I can sort both of those things out for you," Drake assured him. "Come inside and I'll introduce you to everyone." Normally introducing a newcomer to the rest of the team was a tense, awkward business, with Drake constantly on edge that one side would say or do something to offend the other. In this case, however, Chandra did most of the work himself, making his way from person to person and greeting them with an enthusiastic handshake and his characteristic beaming smile. Drake couldn't help noticing that he paid particular attention to McKnight, perhaps recognizing that Frost was a little too young and volatile to reciprocate, and hid a flash of annoyance that she seemed pleased by his casual flirtation. "Before you steal my entire team away, why don't we go over what we need from you?" he suggested, his tone making it clear the time for socializing was over. Chandra made a show of his disappointment.
"Excuse me, Samantha. Duty calls,"
he said, giving her a wink before crossing the room to join Drake by the kitchen table.
"Fine people you associate with, Ryan."
"They are, and I'd hate to think I was leading them on a one-way trip," Drake added. "That's where I need you." Chandra raised a dark eyebrow.
"How can I refuse an offer like that? Do tell."
This he did. Leaving out the background and motivation behind the operation, Drake outlined his intention to lead his team into Libya no later than 48 hours from now, capture a high-ranking member of their intelligence agency in his home, and covertly spirit him from the country to a safe location for interrogation. "This is an unsanctioned operation," he added, recognizing the need to be honest with Chandra before they went any further. "The agency doesn't know about this. In fact, almost everyone who does is in this house right now. We can't expect any support from outside."
"This is nothing new," Chandra remarked with a wry smile. "But tell me, what has this man done to earn such attention from you?"
"Is this personal?" Drake knew he had to tread carefully with this one. "If what I know about him is true, he deserves whatever he gets." However this panned out, he'd make sure Sohan ended up either in a concrete cell or a wooden box. "But this isn't about revenge, if that's what you mean. This man might hold the key to stopping a whole lot of wrong before it happens. I can't say much beyond that, but it's very important I get to him and find out what he knows. For that, I'll need your help."
"I'd expected as much," Chandra confirmed. "You need extraction from Libya."
2 questions. Can it be done? And will you do it? The veteran pilot inhaled slowly, his usual bonhomie having vanished now as he contemplated what was being asked.
"I won't be able to enter their airspace without being detected. I can tell you that much. It would have to be done legally. I would need a flight plan that takes me to Tripoli, plus entry visas, which means I need a reason for being there, which usually means a few bribes to the right people.
But in theory, I could make a short landing on the homeward leg, maybe plead mechanical problems.
Where? Drake prompted.
Studying a map of the target area, he indicated a spot to the east of the city. As I recall, there's a small private airfield right around here. It shuts down at night, but a resourceful chap like you should be able to find a way in and set up some improvised lights. He glanced at Drake. That's the theory, at least. The timing would have to be rather spot on, since their air traffic controllers would know something was wrong if I started circling the field waiting for you.
If we could make it happen, it could work.
Chandra chewed his lip for a moment, deep in thought. It could. The next question was obvious enough, but it had to be asked all the same.
So putting theory into practice. Will you do it?
He regarded Drake for a long moment. My fee would be $20,000 to cover fuel costs, paperwork, bribes, and, well, unforeseen hazards. Half payable in advance, the other half on completion. Sorry to be rather mercenary about this, old boy, but it's the business we deal in now. I'll file the flight plan, get myself and my plane to Tripoli, and make sure I'm over the airfield at the agreed hour. The rest is up to your good self, I'm afraid. If you're not there in time, I'll have no choice but to head home without you. How does that sound? Hiring men like Chandra was a somewhat different prospect when a government agency wasn't underwriting the paycheck. Drake reflected. He hadn't expected Chandra to risk his life for nothing, and it wasn't as if he was in a position to negotiate on price. But neither did he have £20,000 in disposable income just lying around, especially not when he still had to purchase weapons, equipment, and pay off the men hired by Dietrich to provide ground transport.
I don't have that much,
he said, bracing himself for the worst. Chandra gave an apologetic shrug and pushed himself away from the table. Then I wish you the best of luck, my friend.
Wait, Drake implored him. I can't pay you in cash, but I can offer something else.
Chandra regarded him skeptically. What might that be? He hesitated a moment, knowing the line he was about to cross and hating himself for it. But he could see no alternative.
Follow me.
For the second time in the past couple of days, Drake found himself in the little secluded garage set back from the main house. Undoing the padlock that was the only modest nod to security, Drake swung the double doors open to reveal the meticulously preserved vehicle hidden within. The moment Chandra laid eyes on Drake's father's sports car, he let out a low whistle of approval. Ever the classic car enthusiast, there was no question that such a machine would make an impact on him. An Austin Healey 3000, he said, his voice sounding almost reverent. This is a Mark I, if I'm not mistaken. They made fewer than 3,000 of this model. There can't be more than a few hundred still in existence, and even fewer in such good condition.
Worth about 20 grand on the open market, wouldn't you say? Drake prompted him.
Chandra immediately grasped what he was suggesting. Stepping inside the old building, he did a slow circuit of the car, even reaching out to run a hand along the gunmetal grey paintwork. Does it still run?
Bet your arse it runs. My dad restored it himself, Drake informed him, surprised at the pang of sadness and longing that it evoked.
This belonged to your father? Chandra glanced up at him, giving him a dubious look. I don't mean to lecture you, old boy, but are you sure this is what you want? Something like this is irreplaceable.
You gave it to me, now I'm offering it to you. Drake tried for a dismissive shrug, but didn't quite manage it. Anyway, I'm not much of a car enthusiast. You'll probably treat it better than me.
Chandra let out a slow breath, nodding faintly in acceptance. It's your choice. He held out a hand. If this is what you're offering, then we have a deal. Drake shook it, trying to silence the accusing voices in his mind. Done. For the next couple of hours, Drake worked virtually non-stop at his makeshift base of operations, alternatively seeking advice, recommendations, and opinions from the 4 other people in the house, each of whom had their part to play and their own areas of expertise, and gradually, a plan began to take shape. By 8 o'clock that evening, with the high straggling clouds tinged orange and long shadows stretching out across the garden outside, all was ready. Taking a sip from his fourth cup of coffee since arriving at the house, Drake called together his team to review the plan that he'd managed to hammer together.
All right, time's not on our side, so I'll get right down to it.
On the table in front of him was a satellite image of Tripoli downloaded courtesy of Google Maps, for lack of a more sophisticated source of data. The image depicted a dense sprawl of urban streets and residential areas, laid out in a rough grid pattern that would be familiar to his American companions.
As best we can tell, Sowen beds down each night here.
He indicated one particular building that had been circled in red pen.
It's a walled compound in the Gargarish district, on the west side of the city. Apparently it's an affluent neighborhood, so it's popular with high-ranking government and military types.
In short, one mistake and we'll have half the Libyan army on our asses, Frost remarked. Drake wasn't about to argue with her less than optimistic appraisal of the situation. Likely there were a lot of security operatives in that district, there to protect the most vital elements of the government while they slept.
That's why we're going to do this right first time. No fuck-ups, no mistakes,
he said, giving her a hard look. She didn't say anything further, so Drake turned his attention back to the map.
So, Phase 1. Insertion. Considering the resources available in the target area we're aiming for, an airborne drop is out of the question. There's too much chance of being spotted. And if we do miss our target, we'll be caught in the center of a busy city. Covert border crossings are out too because it would take too long to scout out a route, which leaves us with the sea.
Referring to an expanded satellite map of the Libyan capital, Drake circled an area of rugged coastline some distance to the west of the city.
We expect heavy security around the commercial port and waterfront districts, but this stretch of coastline to the west should be quiet enough for us to get ashore undetected.
Yeah, but get ashore in what exactly? McKnight asked.
By Zodiac. Chandra has agreed to get us as far as Malta by plane. From there, it's 190 nautical miles to Tripoli. A fast boat can cover that distance in under 4 hours. We leave at sunset, and we arrive in the early hours of the morning.
Zodiacs have been used for decades by military and special forces units for missions just like this. Difficult to spot at night, capable of transporting half a dozen men plus equipment, and able to outrun just about anything else on the water, they were ideal for covert insertions. Drake had ridden in the powerful semi-inflatable craft plenty of times, and he knew that one outfitted with extra fuel canisters could easily make such a journey. Okay, so once we're ashore, what then? Frost asked.
The main coastal road is only a few hundred yards from the beach. We lay out there, wait for the vehicle that Dietrich's contact will supply. That brings us to Phase 2, neutralizing security.
He glanced up at his companion, indicating for him to carry on with the briefing.
Cole?
If someone follows the typical pattern for high-level intelligence officials, he'll have a security detail of between 3 and 5 men guarding his house, one coordinating, the others walking the perimeter, he explained. There are also security cameras monitoring all approaches to the house, meaning nobody can get close without being seen.
Could be inside too, Frost pointed out.
Unlikely.
Why? Mason glanced at her.
It's a secure compound, but it's also his home. Would you really want someone watching you while you take a dump in the middle of the night?
She had no answer for that, leaving Mason free to continue.
Based on the blueprints we've seen, the security system is linked back to Libyan intelligence headquarters by shielded fiber-optic landlines, meaning even if we take out the guards on site, there'd be a second pair of eyes watching us.
McKnight pursed her lips, staring at the printed plan of the house and its walled grounds. So, how do we get in?
The fiber-optic network should work against us, but actually it's our ticket in, Drake explained. We know exactly where the cables are buried, which means we can access it. We dig one up, patch into their system and use it to take control. A few minutes of loop camera footage should be enough to create the illusion that everything's normal.
Frost was starting to see where he was going with this. Buying us time to get inside.
Exactly, Drake agreed. Once we have control, we shut down the cameras, then move in to take out the security operatives before they can raise the alarm. Signal jammers should be enough to disrupt their radios, giving us a window to take them down. After that, it's a straight-up house assault. We move in, secure Sowen, and get him out of there with minimum of fuss.
So how do we get out of the country?
That's where Chandra comes in, Drake said, gesturing to the pilot who had been observing in silence thus far.
He pointed to another area circled on the map.
There's a small private airstrip about 20 miles out in the desert. He'll meet us there.
I'll land in Tripoli at about the same time you make landfall, posing as a commercial cargo flight, Chandra explained, taking up the narrative. I'll need to refuel at that point anyway. Once you give me the code word Tempest via text message, I'll take off and head east for the private airstrip. But keep in mind that I can't land the bloody thing in pitch darkness, so you'll need to find a way of turning on the runway lights. Assuming you do, I'll land, pick you up, and we'll all be out of Libyan airspace before anyone is the wiser.
It's not perfect, but it's what we've got, Drake concluded, glancing up at his companions. Thoughts? This was a crucial moment in any operation, from the military to the agency to this informal gathering. Everyone now had the chance to provide their insights, voice their objections or concerns about the plan, regardless of rank or any other consideration. At such a time, everyone involved was an equal, because they all had the same to lose. Drake had seen more than one operational plan torn to shreds or abandoned altogether because of problems that only came to light at this stage. McKnight chewed her lip.
A lot of moving parts, Ryan, she warned. Any one of them fails and the whole op's a bust.
Drake nodded, his brow wrinkled in a frown. Single points of failure were the bane of operational planners, and there were all too many of them here. Normally they would have backups in place, additional resources they could call upon. But here, there was nothing. Just Drake and his 3 teammates attempting a complex snatch-and-grab operation that a group twice as large and with far more resources would struggle to accomplish.
And we're toast,
Frost added, quite unnecessarily.
If you've got anything better, now's the time,
Mason prompted her. For once, she said nothing. Will you be able to do what we need from you? Drake asked her, wondering if her reluctance was due to a specific concern. The fiber optic lines, the cameras, the security systems. If there's something you're worried about, be honest. He expected nothing less than honesty from her, but it never hurt to reiterate it. The worst thing anyone could do at a time like this was to make promises they couldn't deliver on, for fear of being the naysayer of the group. If there was some insurmountable technical problem preventing them from going through with it, he'd rather know now. The young woman mulled it over for a few minutes.
If the system's set up the way I think it is, then, yeah, I can do it.
Satisfied, Drake turned his eyes on McKnight. Sam? Same goes for you.
Can it work?
McKnight asked, staring right back at Drake.
You know these kind of ops better than any of us, so no bullshit. Do you think we can pull this off, Ryan?
It's a gamble, he conceded. There are a lot of ways this plan can go wrong, but in the end it's not about the plan. The plan's only as good as the team following it, and there's nobody better at this than the people standing around me right now. He looked down at the map once more. If anyone wants to pull out, then this goes no further. I won't think less of you. Nobody said a word. Drake let out a sigh and nodded. All right then. It's a go. Chapter 16. That wasn't the end of it, of course. The go decision might have been made, but there were still innumerable details to be pored over, countless minor problems and challenges to be resolved before the plan could be considered ready for action. The devil really was in the detail when it came to things like this, and there was simply no substitute for care and attention. As the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness descended on the fields and woodlands outside, Drake and the others worked long into the night, testing and refining and searching for flaws they might have missed the first time around. At last, with the clocks rapidly approaching midnight, they could do no more, and finally called a halt to their work, each of them mentally and physically exhausted from their efforts. Still, their reward was a plan of action which was about as complete and comprehensive as it could be, given the circumstances, and one that might just allow them to get what they needed without being killed in the process. By the time the clock struck midnight, most of the group had drifted off to bed, but mindful of the need to safeguard the secrecy of their clandestine operation, Drake volunteered to take first watch, partly because he knew his companions needed the rest more than he did, but mostly because he had too many things on his mind to surrender to sleep. The success or failure of their plan rested on each and every one of them. If one failed in their designated task, all failed. And yet, for all that, he was still their leader. The ultimate responsibility rested with him. He was the one who had made this happen, not because he'd been ordered to do it, not because the mission had been handed to him via the agency's complex bureaucracy, but because he'd made the conscious decision to go ahead with it. If one of his companions didn't make it home, the blame rested solely on his shoulders. Thus he found himself in the living room with a glass in hand, listening to the pop and hiss as a couple of small logs burned low in the open fire, the modest blaze helping to keep the room warm as the temperature fell outside. As it turned out, his mother hadn't been much of a whiskey drinker, but he'd found a bottle of vodka on the sideboard. One small glass, not enough to impair his judgment, but enough to take the edge off, and perhaps allow him to get his head down for a few hours later. He felt bad for helping himself to her drink, and even worse for commandeering her home as a makeshift base of operations. But he told himself it was only for one night. Anyway, temperamental and difficult his teammates might have been at times, but they each came from a military background, and had likely been well disciplined at cleaning up after themselves. When his sister returned here, she would find the place exactly as she'd left it. Drake took a sip of the vodka as he sat on the couch, idly spinning the antique globe that had so fascinated him as a child, watching countries and continents whirl past in the blink of an eye. A world of possibilities and adventures that had once stretched out before him, just waiting to be discovered. How things had changed, he thought as he took another drink. The potent liquor burned his throat on the way down, and carried on burning as it settled reluctantly on his stomach. The world had shrunk, and the adventure hadn't turned out quite the way he'd hoped.
"If you're looking for Libya, you might be there a while," McKnight said from the doorway. "Doesn't exist. Actually, neither do Tunisia or Iraq or Iran."
Drake glanced around and smiled at her. Half the countries depicted on the antique globe had ceased to exist, or their borders had been radically altered. Old map.
"Old memories, I think."
He said nothing to that. Crossing the room softly on bare feet, she sat down on the edge of the couch and nodded to the drink in his hand.
"Be ashamed to leave you drinking alone."
Drake took the hint and headed to the sideboard to pour her a glass. "Take it you couldn't sleep either?"
"Pretty much."
"I was always the same before a big operation," he said, splashing a measure into one of the crystal glasses. "Nervous, restless, wishing I could just get it over with. The waiting was the hardest part."
"And now?"
she asked, nodding in thanks as he handed her the glass. He thought about it for a moment. "Not much has changed." McKnight smiled and took a drink, holding his gaze as she tipped the glass back.
"It's good," she remarked.
"It should be. Knowing Freya, it probably came all the way from Moscow."
"Big drinker?"
Drake swirled the clear liquid around in his glass before taking a gulp, grimacing a little as it went down. "Big traveller." McKnight eyed him curiously. She hadn't missed his unhappy tone, and incorrectly assumed her question had stirred up the grief of his recent loss.
"I'm sorry, Ryan. I didn't mean to push."
"You didn't," he assured her. "And don't worry. I'm not about to put away a few more of these and break down in front of you. It wasn't that kind of relationship."
"So what was it? If you don't mind me asking."
That wasn't an easy question to answer, because, as the past couple of days had demonstrated, he didn't know half as much about his mother as he'd once thought. What he did know, or what he'd been told more times than he needed to hear, was that he'd been born just as her career as a freelance writer was taking off, after years of toiling away in obscurity. Her newfound success at last offering her the chance to travel the world in search of new stories. It was no easy thing to do that with a newborn baby, and even less so to find the time to write about it. Just like that,
All those opportunities for exploration and adventure and excitement had suddenly been pushed aside, replaced by the mundane slog of caring for a screaming, demanding, draining new life. Neither she nor his father had ever said anything explicitly, of course, but Drake had always sensed the lingering resentment she felt towards him. It had been there in every exasperated look, every frustrated sigh, every longing glance at the antique globe now sitting just feet away from him. She'd always been a little less patient with him, a little less understanding, a little harder to please. As if being born at the wrong time had been his fault. It had been different with Jessica, of course. She had been a conscious decision. Perhaps resigned to the fact they'd started their family earlier than planned, his parents had made the best of a bad job, and had their second child just a couple of years after him. Getting it all out of the way at once, as his father had so aptly put it. That was certainly the way Drake had been made to feel, something to get out of the way as quickly as possible, to be tolerated and endured, and then eventually escaped from. We didn't talk much, he said at last, and I think that suited both of us just fine. But you must feel something, being here, she said quietly, reaching out and touching his hand. Seeing all these reminders of her? I do, he admitted. But it's something I'll deal with later, when we've done what we have to. Until then, I can't let it in. He took another drink and looked away, staring into the flames in brooding silence, and for a time, neither of them said anything more. Just answer me one thing, she said quietly. Is this worth it? Everything we're doing? Everything we're risking? Tell me it's worth it, Ryan. Drake glanced at the globe again, trying to recall the feeling of wonder it had once evoked in him. Instead, all he could see was his mother kneeling at the edge of a shallow pit, her hands bound behind her back, unable to resist as her killer leveled a weapon at her chest and pulled the trigger. Whatever his relationship with her had been, he knew that image would haunt his every waking moment. Until he found the man responsible. Drake looked at her then, his green eyes reflecting the glow of the fire. To punish him for what he did. To take away everything he took from us. To make him suffer like we have. Yeah, it's worth it, he said with utter conviction. It's worth all of it. The woman stared at him in silence, taken aback by the determination in his eyes, the sheer force of will behind his words. There was nothing she could say to that. Drake was a man set on his course, and nothing and nobody could stop him. Nobody except her. Get some sleep, he said quietly after a time. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. For all of us. She didn't doubt it for a second. Excusing herself from Drake's company some time later, McKnight crept outside, fished her cell phone from her pocket, and typed in a number from memory, glancing over her shoulder once or twice to check no one was watching her. Taking a breath, she paused for a moment as if debating with herself one last time, then hit the call button. There was a click, and a faint buzz as the encrypted line was connected. What do you have for me, Samantha? A familiar voice asked. It's on, she said quietly. We leave for Libya tomorrow. Excellent. And I can expect the operational details soon, right? McKnight's jaw tightened. She hated every moment of this. I'll send them to you when I can, but it's not easy. If they suspect me, it's over. Silence for a moment or two. Not losing your nerve, are you? You brought me in to do a job. Let me do it my way. She heard a faint chuckle of amusement on the other end. Well, the kitten has claws, I see. Just be careful where you point them, Samantha. Wouldn't want to see all your hard work be for nothing. Marcus Kane let that threat hang in the air for a moment. Keep me updated. Out. With that, the line went dead.
Part 2. Extraction. Responding to Libyan requests to hand over opposition leader Abu Abdullah al-Sadiq for rendition, the CIA case officer wrote, "We are committed to developing this relationship for the benefit of both our services." Chapter 17. Malta, 6th of May. Whatever his shortcomings on a personal level, Dietrich had certainly delivered the goods when it came to support for this operation. The man himself had been waiting for Drake and his team as they disembarked Chandra's aircraft at Malta International, grunting a terse greeting before shepherding them into a waiting car. From there, it had been a short journey to a secluded waterfront warehouse in the midst of the bustling Malta Freeport on the south side of the island. It hadn't taken long to get there. The entire island stretched little more than 10 miles from east to west, and the airport sat barely a mile from the harbour area. A rocky, arid spit of land in the southern Mediterranean, covering just 120 square miles. Malta's geographic position as an air and naval base had given it an inherent strategic and political value that far outstripped its modest size. A succession of naval powers had conquered and fought to hold the small island over the centuries, from the Romans to the Spanish, French, and British, before it had finally found independence in 1964. These days it was a major hub for commercial and cruise ships rather than the warships of old, and Drake had certainly seen plenty of both as they arrived at their destination. The warehouse, now serving as the staging point for tonight's clandestine operation, had come courtesy of Dietrich's contacts, as had the inflatable Zodiac, resting on a trailer in the center of the big open workshop, its powerful outboard motor almost as large as a car engine, and certainly more powerful. Apparently it had been borrowed from a local diving school, and was expected to be returned in the same condition it had been given. Drake, however, was less interested in watercraft than he was in the equipment laid out on the collapsible workbench in front of him. A set of 4 Browning L9A1 automatic pistols, complete with attachable silencers, was perhaps the most important aspect of their gear for this mission. The weapons were standard issue in the British military, plus a few dozen other countries, and were basically just modified versions of a design that dated back to the 1930s. Old they might have been, but they were tried and true, and hopefully enough to see the group out of trouble if it came down to it. Normally a shepherd team would have gone in with heavier firepower to back them up if things went sour, but as Dietrich had explained, without a word of apology, this was the best he could manage at short notice. In any case, stealth and surprise were their best weapons tonight. The aim was to get in and out discreetly, not to get drawn into a pitched battle they could never hope to win. The silenced Brownings would have to do. Drake had personally field-stripped and reassembled each of the 4 weapons, checking for flaws, or, more tellingly, intentional sabotage. However, after spending nearly an hour working on them, he was obliged to admit they were all in good order. He'd even test-fired a couple of rounds from each to verify the ammunition was fit for purpose. Their other weapons for this job were far less precise than the Brownings, and intended to be used only if things went decidedly off-plan. 8 grenades, 4 smoke, and 4 stun were laid out in a row beside the handguns. Each member of the group was to be issued with 1 of each, giving them all a degree of much-needed tactical flexibility. The Marine Corps motto, that every Marine is a rifleman first, was, as far as Drake was concerned, just as applicable to shepherd operatives. No matter what their trade, speciality, or mission role, each member of his team was expected to be able to fight their way out of trouble if the need arose. For that reason, he wanted them as well armed as possible. Stun grenades, known as flashbangs for the noise and light they produced, were non-lethal weapons designed to temporarily blind and deafen a target, making them invaluable for house assaults like this. Of course, the noise would certainly alert anyone within half a mile if they were used, but there was no telling whether they might need them. Likewise, smoke grenades were intended to produce a dense cloud of chemically induced smoke. If they were forced to use flashbangs for whatever reason, they might well need the smoke grenades to cover their escape. Next to the weapons were their tactical radios,
encrypted transmitter units fitted with discrete earbuds that would allow the team to communicate on a secure network without fear of electronic eavesdropping. The flip side of that particular coin was the pair of signal jammers they would use to disrupt radio communications amongst the guards patrolling Sohan's compound. Resembling walkie-talkies with several antennas of various lengths protruding from one end, they were designed to broadcast static noise on all known frequencies, jamming everything from short-range radios to television sets to cell phone coverage. Their area of effect was limited, and it would mean the team's own radios would be similarly nullified while the jammers were active. But with luck, it would buy them the time they needed to make entry. He would rather have used their own gear for something like this, but there hadn't been time to source the equipment they needed in the UK, and doing so might have set off alarm bells with police and government agencies. In any case, Frost had done a thorough check on each unit to ensure it was in good order. Further along the bench lay an assortment of different tools and gear that would be split amongst the team, from flashlights to spare batteries, plastic cable ties, duct tape, knives, ropes, lockpicks, signal flares, about $500 worth of Libyan money, and some basic medical kits. He didn't expect or hope to use all of it, particularly the last item on the list, but it never hurt to keep the bases covered. Despite all their careful planning, there was no way to predict what might happen once they were on site. As the saying so rightly went, it was better to have it and not need it than vice versa.
We don't offer warranties on this stuff, if that's what you're thinking.
Drake turned to face Dietrich, who had wandered over to check on his progress. A tall, dark-haired German in his late 40s, Jonas Dietrich possessed the grim, unsmiling countenance and cynical personality of a man perpetually pissed off with life. Strange, Drake had always thought, because he seemed to have lived something of a charmed existence. He'd started out his career with the West German intelligence service back in the 1980s, running operations in Eastern Europe against the Soviets. He'd been responsible for helping a number of high-value targets to defect to the West, willingly or otherwise. But with the Cold War winding down, he'd moved to America and soon been snapped up by the agency. On the surface, he seemed like an intelligent, meticulous shepherd team leader with a flair for creativity. But by the time Drake had encountered him, he'd become arrogant, overconfident, and hopelessly addicted to heroin. One of Drake's first acts had been to arrange Dietrich's demotion to specialist, which hadn't exactly done their working relationship any favors. He'd straightened himself out since then, and regained his former position as a team leader, but as far as Drake could see, his personality still needed some work. "No worries, matey. If they don't work when we need them, we won't be around to ask for a refund," Drake remarked, lifting one of the Brownings and pulling back the slide to check the action again. "Sure you don't want to join us? See firsthand how it goes?" Dietrich gave him a sour look.
"Don't hold your breath. The last time we worked together, I got around through the leg and almost got killed."
"You also got promoted to team leader," Drake reminded him. "Not a bad trade."
"Why do you think I'm here?"
He gave a rare smile that looked quite out of place, and soon faded as his manner turned serious again.
"You know, it's a strange thing seeing everyone together again."
Drake glanced at him. "Never thought of you as the nostalgic type?"
"I'm not. But it does seem like history repeating, and not in a good way. How many times are you going to risk your life for Anya before your luck runs out?"
Drake laid the weapon back down on the table. "I'm not doing this for her." He wasn't willing to say more than that. If Dietrich only knew his real reason for going through with this, he might not have been so willing to help them.
"Very heroic, Ryan."
"None of us are trying to be heroes tonight," Drake assured him. "I'd settle for getting everyone through this in one piece." Dietrich said nothing to this, though his silence told its own story.
"Our Zodiac pilot says we'll be ready to get underway in 60 minutes,
he said instead, concentrating on more practical matters.
"Consider that a warning to get your shit together. He's not likely to wait around too long."
Though most of them could operate the Zodiac at a push, they had no first-hand experience of the waters off the Libyan coast where they intended to make landfall. Arriving in sufficient time to complete their objective before sunrise, while taking into account tides and currents, was no easy task. For this reason, Dietrich had recruited a pilot for their clandestine trip tonight, an ex-Navy man who had been living and sailing in this neck of the woods for the past 20 years. Apparently he was reliable, which was Dietrich's way of saying he was no stranger to illicit journeys of questionable legality, and therefore wouldn't ask any questions.
"Tell him we'll be ready,"
Drake said. At this, Dietrich chuckled in amusement.
"More balls than brains as usual. Well, it seems to have worked out for you so far. Maybe it'll be enough tonight."
With that less than encouraging remark, he turned and strode away, lighting up a cigarette as he went. Once he was well out of earshot, Frost ventured over to speak with Drake. "Guy still gives me the creeps," she remarked, casting a dark glance after him. "I don't care what anyone says. He's bad news." Drake chewed his lip.
"He's what we've got."
Turning his attention back to matters at hand, he gestured to the equipment laid out on the table. "Run a check of the radios and the jammers." "I already tested them," she protested. "Test them again." He was already heading for the doorway leading to the quay outside. "Where are you going?"
"To get some air," he called out over his shoulder. "I'll be back in 5. I want those checks finished."
"Yes, sir," Frost called out mockingly, and then added in a quieter tone, "Asshole."
"I heard that."
"You were supposed to." It was a warm, balmy evening in the southern Mediterranean as Drake emerged onto the waterfront quay that fronted the warehouse. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, its dying rays casting a final spectacular display of fire on the canvas of clouds overhead. A faint breeze sighed through the palm trees that fringed the waterfront, carrying with it the tangy scent of the ocean and the rather less palatable odor of diesel fumes from the nearby Malta freeport. He watched as a massive bulk cargo hauler, its decks piled high with bus-sized storage containers that resembled so many multicolored Lego bricks from this distance, eased out of its mooring. Its passage was assisted by teams of small but powerful tugboats, water frothing at their sterns as they labored to keep the immense vessel on course. Taking a breath, Drake reached into his pocket for his cell phone, then held it for a moment, silently debating the wisdom of this decision. It was certainly a breach of operational security to be making a private call on the very eve of their mission, but at the back of his mind lurked the telling possibility that he might not get another chance. He dialed the familiar number almost without thinking. Whatever else happened, he had to at least try to make amends. The phone rang out for some time, causing him to question whether or not she'd even answer his call, before it suddenly went silent. "What is it, Ryan?" Jessica asked impatiently. "I thought I told you not to contact me." Drake winced inwardly at her scathing words. I know, Jess. He sighed, looking out over the glittering waves to the distant horizon. Somewhere out there, far beyond his sight, lay the Libyan coast, and the man who had ordered his mother's death. "What is it?" she prompted him. "Whatever you have to say it and get it over with." "Look, I don't have much time. I had to go away. Just for a couple of days." "Go away? Go where, Ryan?" The anger was still there, but there was something else beneath it now. "Christ, please tell me you're not working. Not for them. Not now." "It's not for them," he assured her. "Believe me, it's not. I can't go into the details, but if things work out the way I hope, well, you might be able to throw that gun away after all." Silence greeted him. Tense, fraught, anguished silence. "If not, I wanted you to know that you were right." He swallowed, raising his chin a little as the faint breeze blew across his exposed skin. "I should have been there for you, Jess. I told myself I was doing the right thing, that I was fighting the good fight. But really I was running away from it.
I should have been there for you. And I'm sorry I wasn't. I know that doesn't change anything, but I at least wanted to be honest with you for once. I wanted you to know I'm sorry, and I love you. Ryan, don't take care of yourself, he whispered, ending the call. He powered down the phone before she could call him back, unwilling to listen to any attempt to dissuade him from his plan. He was set on his course now, and one way or another, had to see it through. It was a shitty thing to do, just another item to add to the list of his mistakes over the past couple of years. But if everything went wrong tonight, and he didn't come home, at least his last words to her wouldn't have been spoken in anger. Drawing what comfort he could from that, Drake slipped the phone into his pocket and headed back inside to continue his work. An hour later, and Drake and his team were geared up and ready. The Zodiac boat had already been rolled into the water and detached from its trailer, ready for its passengers to embark. The pilot was waiting behind the wheel, engines idling, with Dietrich beside him. He would accompany them as far as the Libyan coast, then make the return journey with the boat to Malta. Whatever plans and preparations they could make had been made. From this moment on, the success or failure of their mission tonight would depend on quick thinking, improvisation, and no small measure of luck. The first two they could certainly count on. As for the third, that was always beyond their control.
All right, guys, gather round for a minute, would you?
Drake said, beckoning his team to join him in the center of the room. As they closed in around him, he looked at them each in turn. All were dressed in black for the night operation, webbing covering their torsos and equipment packs slung over their shoulders, silenced weapons holstered and ready. Each wore the same look of focused, tense resolve. They were prepared, both physically and mentally, for what lay ahead, and were eager to get started. Thank you. For this, for everything. I owe you a debt I can't begin to repay, he said, his voice quiet, almost reverent. We go in tonight as a team, just like we always have. We watch out for each other, we trust each other, we listen to each other, and we come home the same way, together, as a team. He paused a moment. Everyone ready? He was met by a round of resolute, determined nods. This was the moment, the last chance to call it off, to back down and abandon the dangerous mission that could see one or all of them killed. Drake wouldn't have thought the less of them if they had. But they didn't, just as he'd known they wouldn't. They faced it down, and not one of them flinched.
All right. Let's get it done.
Chapter 18. 15 years earlier. Drake winced as his fist connected with the other fighter's torso again, pain radiating out from the damaged joints in his hand like ripples in a pond. At last, like a mighty tree surrendering to the relentless blows of a woodsman's axe, his opponent buckled under the blow. His legs gave way beneath him, and he went down on one knee, bloodied and bruised, gasping for breath.
Stay down! For fuck's sake!
Drake yelled, his voice almost drowned out by a mixture of cheers and boos echoing from the crowd all around. A couple of rounds earlier, they had applauded his every move. He'd been a popular fighter right from the start, young, energetic and aggressive, eager to take the fight to his opponents and rarely backing down. Virtually all his fights had ended with dramatic early knockouts. He was met with cheers every time he stepped into the ring, and he loved it. But now he sensed the shift in their collective consciousness, the admiration and respect turning to frustration and outright hostility. In their eyes, he was taunting the older fighter, humiliating him, beating him to the verge of a knockdown but refusing to finish him for good. They couldn't have been further from the truth. He wanted this to end as much as they did. He had no interest in humiliating this man. And more than that,
He was hurting. His increasingly desperate efforts to knock his adversary out were wearing down his stamina, his endless flurries of heavy punches taking their inexorable toll on his hands.
"You've done enough! It's over! Stay down!" he screamed.
The older man looked up at him, breathing hard, blood dripping from a cut above his eye and another on his cheek. Then his jaw clenched. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and forced himself to his feet. The crowd cheered their approval for the tough, resilient underdog, and Drake's heart sank. Drake glanced down at his right hand, slowly clenching and unclenching it, feeling the familiar ache in the damaged joints. The old injury rarely troubled him, except sometimes when the weather was cold or damp. Then he felt it, a silent reminder of a very different sort of battle he'd fought a lifetime ago. He reached up, wiping the stinging salt water from his eyes as another blast of spray arced over the Zodiac's prow to strike him full in the face. It had started out as a small but inevitable annoyance when they first cleared Malta Freeport, and the craft's pilot had throttled up to full power, sending them hurtling across the sea towards the distant, unseen coast of North Africa. Now, 3 years later, the combination of unceasing wind and occasional random soakings were wearing on his nerves. It wasn't the only discomfort he had to endure. His legs and back were aching from holding the same position for so long as the black inflatable craft powered its way through the rolling waves of the southern Mediterranean. Its 5 passengers crouched down on the semi-rigid deck in stoic, uncomfortable silence. In reality, the weather conditions were mercifully good tonight, with little wind and only a light swell to contend with. But their vessel was small and moving at high speed, and thus every gently rolling wave felt like a mountain of iron beneath them, pitching and bumping the small craft with endless impacts that were taking a slow but inexorable toll on its reluctant crew. Behind him, manning the wheel, was their pilot, a gruff, grizzled man of at least 60 years, who answered to the name Hoyes, and nothing else. Drake knew little about the man save what Deirdre had told him, that he'd once been an officer in the Royal Navy before taking early retirement and settling into a far more profitable business, ferrying cargo around the Med. Sporting a short greying beard and the kind of craggy, weathered features that could only come from a life of exposure to salt and sea, he stood as tall and unmovable as a statue at the helm. Spray and wind seemed not to trouble him in the slightest as he adjusted their course or tweaked the throttle controls. Whatever his dubious past, he seemed to know his business when it came to boats, and that was enough for now. Drake glanced at his watch, knowing he wouldn't like what he saw. 3 hours and 40 minutes since departing Malta. Under normal circumstances, they should have been ashore already. But the sighting of a large commercial vessel directly across their path about an hour into the journey had forced Hoyes to alter his course eastward, adding precious time to their already tight schedule. Time was one resource they couldn't afford to waste. But it was more than just the minor delay that had stirred his unease. Despite himself, Drake couldn't shake the feeling that somehow it was an ill omen. He wasn't given to superstition when it came to things like this, but neither could he deny the evidence of past experiences. He'd been on his share of operations when an early problem or setback invariably meant further difficulties ahead. For whatever reason, nothing seemed to go right afterwards. Whether it was genuinely down to something as intangible as luck, or whether an early blow to a group's collective morale affected its decision-making ability, he couldn't rightly say. All he knew was that if an op got off to a smooth start, the rest seemed to fall into place. Feeling a hand tap his shoulder, he turned and leaned close to Frost so he could hear her speak over the roar of the outboard motor and the tearing wind around them.
"Remember when I said I'd never parachute into another mission as long as I lived?"
she prompted, grimacing as they hit another wave that jarred their bones.
"I take it back."
Trying to hide his misgivings, Drake grinned at her. No sense in bringing his comrades down.
"I'll keep that in mind."
No sooner had he said this than the ever-present roar of the big outboard motor began to drop away as Hoyes eased off the throttle.
"I see lights,"
he called out.
"Port beam! On your 10 o'clock!"
Drake twisted around once more. Sure enough, he could faintly make out the glimmer of electric lights against the darkness of the horizon, maybe 15 miles distant. That was Tripoli, where their target Tarek Soam was, hopefully, tucked up in bed and fast asleep, with no idea what was coming for him. Ahead of them lay the darkness of the Libyan coast. According to their limited intel, the stretch of coastline where they were to make landfall was uninhabited, save for an oil and gas complex several miles to the west. It was about the only viable location in easy range of their target.
"What do you think about our landing place?"
Mason asked. At this, Hoyes offered a far from reassuring shrug.
"We'll know if they start shooting at us, won't we, son?"
With the engine running at half speed to reduce noise, the Zodiac crept in towards the coast. At first, the stretch of coast ahead of them remained invisible, shrouded in the darkness. But gradually they caught occasional flashes of car headlights moving on the Libyan coastal highway that ran the length of the country. At last Drake spotted the coast itself, rugged and inhospitable, with rocky headlands and narrow beaches giving way to steep slopes and weathered cliffs. Few trees grew in what was clearly an arid desert landscape, meaning the group would be afforded little cover as they made their way ashore. About 400 yards offshore, the engine powered back and finally shut down altogether. Compared to the constant mechanical roar that had been their companion for the past 4 hours, the silence that followed was deafening in its totality.
"Right, lads, this is as far as we go under power,"
Hoyes said, nodding to the set of oars lashed to the deck.
"You're younger than me. Time to put that energy to good use."
He certainly wasn't going to lend a hand. Instead, the oars were unfolded and quickly put to work by Drake and Mason. Noise carries a long way over water at night, so the final leg of their journey would have to be completed by old-fashioned hard work. As they bent to their task, Frost and McKnight took up position in the bow, silenced weapons out and ready. Likewise, Hoyes stood on constant alert, ready to drop the engine back into the water and power the craft out of the area if anything looked amiss. For obvious reasons, small arms fire was deadly to inflatable boats like theirs. However, despite their precautions, they saw no sign of activity as the rocky coastline crept closer. No lights were directed their way, no sudden eruption of weapons fire. The land ahead was mercifully, eerily quiet.
"We're close,"
McKnight whispered, her voice partly obscured by the steady crash of breaking surf.
20 yards out."
Both men were sweating, their arms and shoulders starting to burn with the exertion, when they finally felt the hull bottom grate against a rocky shore. The 2 female operatives up front wasted no time, leaping down into the knee-high water and peeling off left and right, taking up position to cover their 2 companions as they prepared to disembark. There was about 10 meters between them, close enough that they could communicate easily, but far enough that a single grenade or burst of fire couldn't take them both down. Mason went next, weighed down with both Frost's equipment pack and his own. Since Frost and McKnight were first out, they needed to move fast and unencumbered. They would redistribute their gear once they were all ashore. Snatching up McKnight's pack, Drake paused for a moment at the bow and gave their pilot a nod of gratitude, then turned his attention to Dietrich.
"Thanks, mate, for the help."
Dietrich reached out and shook his hand.
"Good luck, Ryan. My man should be waiting for you near the road. Now get your ass ashore."
Leaping down from the vessel's prow, he felt his boots come down hard on loose pebbles as water splashed around his knees. Straight away he was moving up the shore, fighting his way out of the water that would inevitably slow him down. Dropping down on one knee, he laid McKnight's pack in front of him and drew his automatic. Already the Zodiac was moving away, both Dietrich and Hoyes lending their arms to the oars to get clear of the coastline. For the next 20 seconds or so, Drake said and did nothing. Just sat there, listening and waiting, allowing his senses to tune in to his new environment. His eyes were by now well adjusted to the darkness, allowing him at least a partial view of the rocky cliffs and slopes ahead of them. he could sense nothing out of the ordinary. Reaching up for the little radio transmitter fixed to his throat, he switched on the unit and spoke a quiet command. "All units, move up." Rising to his feet, he advanced up the beach at a steady ground-covering pace. There was no need to run, since they weren't in immediate danger. Running over rough ground in the dark expended needless energy they might need later, and was also a quick way to fall and break an ankle. The latter would spell death for their chances of success. Clearing the beach, Drake halted in the shadow of a big rectangular boulder that seemed to have tumbled down the slope in years gone by. By unspoken consent, the rest of the group converged on his position. "Everyone good?" he asked. The golden rule on missions like this was that nobody ever played the strong silent hero. If someone had a problem, they were expected to make the group aware of it right away, so it could be dealt with. "Good to go," Frost replied as she shouldered her pack. Ignoring her remark, Mason pointed up the slope.
"There's a drawer over there to the right. It's a little exposed, but it's probably the easiest way up."
Drake followed his line of sight, spotting a path that wound its way up through the tangled brush and boulders. "All right, 5-meter spread, Cole on point. Sam, Kira, behind me. Move." Mason, a former Army Ranger with years of reconnaissance experience, was an ideal choice for scouting ahead. He also seemed to have a nose for trouble. Whether it was particularly keen senses or just natural intuition, Drake didn't really care. But it would serve them well tonight. With Mason leading the way, the group advanced up the slope, heading for the high ground overlooking the cove. There was no talking as they picked their way over rocks and around bushes that could snag on clothes and make additional noise they didn't need right now. If someone had something to call out, they would. Otherwise, they remained silent. Nearing the crest of the slope, Mason suddenly held up his hand, gesturing for them to halt. Straight away they froze, watching him closely for further information. There was no thought of challenging him. The man on point was, in effect, the leader of the group until relieved of that duty. Any instructions he gave were obeyed without question. The general rule in situations like this, when the point man has seen something the others couldn't, was to do exactly what he did. Thus, when Mason lowered himself into a crouching position, the others did likewise. Drake watched as Mason held up a clenched fist, moving it slowly from side to side as if he were holding an imaginary steering wheel. He'd spotted a vehicle. Next, he held up a single finger pointing skyward. One target in sight. Lastly, he ran a hand down his chin as if stroking a beard. One target. Male. Drake could feel his heart beating faster. It certainly sounded like the man Deirdre had arranged to meet them, but there was no telling for sure until they made contact. Careful to avoid disturbing any loose rocks, Drake crept forward until he was close enough to whisper in Mason's ear. "One vehicle, one man," he whispered, wanting to ensure he'd heard his companion.
"Yeah, 2 o'clock. About 30 yards,
Mason confirmed.
Think he was having a smoke."
Deciding to chance a look, Drake edged up over the crest and directed his gaze where Mason had indicated. Sure enough, he could make out the dark, square bulk of a van silhouetted against the night sky, and beside it, a figure stood hunched over. Judging by the height and general build, it was indeed a man, and he was cradling something in his hands. Drake saw the distinctive red glow of burning tobacco as he took a draw on a cigarette. The whole movement took less than 2 seconds. It was time enough to get what he needed. Ducking back down, he turned to his companion.
"What do you think?"
Mason asked. There was only one way to find out if this was the man sent to help them.
"I'll circle around him to make contact,"
he decided. If the van driver proved to be less than friendly, at least he wouldn't know which direction to look for the rest of the team.
"Cover me. Be ready to pull back in a hurry."
With luck, their friends in the Zodiac wouldn't have left the area just yet. There was a good chance they could summon Hoyes back for an emergency extraction if the shit hit the fan.
"Copy that."
Wary of making undue noise, but increasingly aware of their limited time, Drake crept along the edge of the slope, keeping just out of sight as he moved through the shadows. The Browning automatic was a solid, comforting weight in his right hand. He knew it wouldn't offer much protection if this turned into a shooting match, but it was an awful lot better than nothing. Judging that he covered about 30 yards, Drake reached up and hit the radio transmitter at his throat.
"Set. Copy,"
came Mason's tense reply. Taking a breath and focusing his awareness, Drake rose to his feet, gripping the weapon tight. The truck was straight ahead, maybe 10 yards away, and the owner was beside it, standing near the driver's side door. His back was to Drake. Raising the silenced automatic, Drake took a step towards him.
"You're late,"
an old, raspy voice remarked, with the kind of casual irritation one might ascribe to a delayed train. The stub of a cigarette was thrown on the ground, and the man turned slowly, unhurriedly to face him. He looked just as he sounded, old, worn, and hardened by a life neither short nor easy. 5'10", with the spare, angular frame of a man used to both hardship and physical toil, he seemed almost lost in the drab, stained juba and waistcoat that he wore. A scraggly grey beard trailed down from a gaunt, deeply lined face. He eyed Drake's weapon without a trace of concern. Drake suspected it wasn't the first time this man had had a gun pointed at him.
"You are Rian, yes?"
he asked. For some reason, he pronounced the name Rian.
"That's right." "I am Arif. Jonas sent me."
"Are you alone, Arif?" Drake asked.
"Are you?"
he echoed.
"I was told there would be 4 of you. Where is the rest of your team?"
"Around," Drake said, unwilling to give him more than that. He didn't answer my question. Arif smiled, revealing a set of teeth that looked like they hadn't seen a toothbrush in a very long time.
"A man like you is wise to be cautious. But do not confuse caution with fear, Rian. I am not your enemy, and you are not my friend. I was sent to bring you and 3 others to Tripoli, and this I will do. But not at gunpoint."
He shrugged.
"Or you could kill me right now and take your chances. But then you do not know which roads to take, which checkpoints to avoid, which soldiers to bribe."
Drake lowered the weapon, feeling somehow like a child being scolded by an impatient teacher.
"Better,"
Arif decided, his tone softening just a little.
"To answer your question, yes, I came alone. My instructions were to deliver you to the Gagaris district in central Tripoli. Jonas said you were very specific about the location."
"Yeah."
"It will not be easy. There are many embassies and government employees living in that area. Security is tight."
"That's what we're paying you for," Drake pointed out. Again he saw that crooked smile.
"Jonas said you would say that. But, lucky for you, I know a way in. Getting out will be your own business, of course."
Turning away, he hauled open the door of his dilapidated van. Old hinges creaked with the effort.
"If you are a shepherd, as Jonas says, now would be the time to gather your flock."
Without waiting for a reply, he turned the ignition, coaxing the tired engine back into life. It was plain he was going to leave shortly, with or without Drake and the others. Holstering the weapon, Drake reached up and hit the transmitter at his throat. "All units, on me now. Good to go." Within moments, Mason, Frost, and McKnight had emerged from cover and were hurrying towards him, weapons up and ready.
"In the back, all of you!"
Arif called out over the rumble of the engine. Like its owner, it sounded rough, tired, and in need of serious attention.
"The door is unlocked."
"This ought to be good," Frost mumbled, heaving the rear door open. A dark, rubbish-strewn compartment awaited her. Within moments, the rest of the team had piled in after her. Arif gunned the engine, swinging the van around in a wide arc to head back towards the coastal road before Drake had even closed the door. They were on their way to Tripoli. Chapter 19. Situated on a rocky spur of land at the edge of the vast and largely uninhabited Sahara Desert, the ancient capital of Libya had a long history stretching back nearly 3,000 years, to when it had been established as a trading port by the Phoenicians. Since then it had been fought over and ruled by everyone from the Greeks to the Romans, the Ottomans and the Italians, and finally by one Muammar Mohammed Abu Minar al-Gaddafi. Colonel Gaddafi had been the sole leader of the country since coming to power by military coup in 1969. In the 4 decades since then, the fickle and unpredictable leader had charted a meandering course between advancing the cause of Islamic socialism, stirring up border conflicts with Egypt and Chad, financing and supporting foreign militants and terrorist groups, saber-rattling against America, and occasionally torturing and executing anyone who posed a threat to his stranglehold on power. He was generally seen as a loose cannon by most of the power brokers in Washington and London, particularly since he'd been implicated in blowing up a US airliner over Scotland back in the 1980s. A loose cannon he might have been, but he was also sitting on some of the largest crude oil reserves outside of Saudi Arabia, making him the kind of pain the Western world was prepared to endure. For now. With this newfound spirit of cooperation in mind, UN sanctions on Libya had been lifted back in 2003, and foreign investment had promptly flooded the country. Decades of isolation and economic decline had been reversed, and nowhere had these effects been more profound than the city that Drake and his companions now found themselves in. Everywhere Drake looked, he saw building sites, the steel and concrete skeletons of hotels, office blocks, skyscrapers, and shopping complexes rising into the night sky. Even at this late hour, sleek, late-model saloons and SUVs cruised by on the brightly lit main drag, many carrying foreign executives home after a night out on the company's dollar. The ancient city was being dragged rapidly into the 21st century, its headlong rush fueled almost entirely by oil.
"It is impressive, yes?"
Arif said over his shoulder, speaking to Drake through the small ventilation grate joining the driver's cab to the cargo compartment.
"There is much money in Libya these days. Like America, but less fat people."
"I'll take your word for that," Drake said. He was more interested in Libyan intelligence officers than fast food chains. "How long till we get there?"
3, maybe 4 minutes.
Tapping a cigarette from his packet, Arif lit one up and took a slow, thoughtful drag, then held it up to Drake.
"Smoke?"
Drake shook his head.
"Clean living. Good for you, Rian. You will live longer, yes?"
He chuckled at his own joke.
"Me? I don't worry. If God wants me dead, it will happen. If not, it won't."
Drake wasn't so sure about the clean living part. There were other vices apart from smoking. "How long have you been doing this?" he asked instead.
"Helping people like yourself? Not for a long time. I was retired when Jonas contacted me, but I owed him a favor, so here I am. After tonight, I consider my debt repaid, and that is good."
Drake frowned, intrigued by his statement. "How do you two know each other?"
"It is, like you say, a long story, one I do not wish to share with a man I barely know."
Before he could say anything further, Arif tensed up, having spotted something on the road up ahead. A couple of military-patterned vehicles were parked on either side of the road, with several armed men in uniform milling around between them.
"Checkpoint ahead," he warned. "Stay down. Do and say nothing until we are clear, understand?"
He did. That didn't mean he liked the idea of waiting in silent darkness, wondering if they were about to be caught by Libyan security services before they'd even reached the house. "Will they search the van?"
"Depends on how well they have been paid this month," Arif admitted. "Now be still."
Reaching behind him, he pulled the little grate closed, plunging Drake and the others into darkness.
"What the fuck's going on out there?"
Frost asked, glancing up from her handheld satellite navigation unit as they began to slow down. "Checkpoint. Kill the GPS and the radios. No lights, no sound," Drake said quietly, lowering himself onto the steel deck.
"Got it,"
Frost mumbled, powering down the unit she had been using to monitor their progress. The van slowed before finally coming to a stop, engine idling and exhaust venting steam and fumes. Straining to hear, Drake detected the murmur of voices outside. They didn't sound raised or angry, but rather seemed to be conversing casually in Arabic. Drake was far from fluent in the language, but he'd assimilated enough over the past couple of years to understand the basic flow of the conversation. Arif seemed to be trying to bluff his way past, remarkably using the same delivery driver bullshit that Drake and his team had employed 4 days earlier in Paris. The only question was whether the guards would buy it. The seconds crawled by with no discernible change in the situation outside. Then, an answer of sorts came moments later, when the metal interior of the van resounded with a loud, reverberating thump as something hammered against it. The effect was not unlike being inside a steel drum while someone laid into it with a baseball bat, and Drake and his companions instinctively flinched at the sound. The sudden noise was accompanied by an angry shout, almost certainly from Arif. Several voices were then speaking all at once, louder and distinctly agitated now. It was difficult for Drake to follow the confused clamour of different voices, but he caught a few angry curses and a remark about having to follow orders. With the grate closed and no windows fitted to the cargo compartment, the darkness inside the van was absolute. Drake couldn't even see the hand in front of his face, but dared not risk even the smallest light, in case some unseen hole in the chassis alerted the soldiers outside. Instead, he reached down, gripped the butt of the Browning automatic, and gently eased it from the holster, thumbing the safety to the off position. The faint scraping and metallic clicks around him told him that the rest of the team were doing likewise, preparing to defend themselves by unspoken mutual consent. The thin metal walls of the van would offer no protection if the men outside decided to open fire on the vehicle. He hadn't gotten a good look before the grate was slammed shut, but Drake was willing to bet they were armed with AK-47s or some derivative. The powerful assault rifles could punch through the vehicle's skin like damp paper, tearing through anyone unlucky enough to be caught in their bullet's path with equal ease. For a moment, Drake considered the option of making the first move. If they were quick, they could throw the doors open and come out shooting, hoping to kill or injure as many of their enemy as possible before making a break for it. From there, they would hijack one of the many civilian vehicles that were still cruising the main highway and use it to try to get back to the coast. As with most operations thrown into disarray by an unexpected problem, they would have little choice but to improvise a way out. The sound of raised voices was almost equal to the pounding of Drake's heart, as adrenaline flooded his bloodstream, urging him to either fight or make a run for it. Simply sitting there in deathly silence with the armed men just a few feet away was enough to strain even the nerves of experienced operatives, yet nobody made a sound. Disciplined and professional, they wouldn't do a thing unless Drake ordered it. But he didn't, partly because he knew their chances of survival would be slim, but mostly because it felt like the wrong call. The only thing worse than being caught off guard was to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory by panicking at a crucial moment. There were times to cut one's losses and make a break for it, and times to stick it out and see if the situation might yet right itself. Drake's instincts told him this was the latter. Sure enough, something must have been said to calm the tense situation outside, because soon the voices began to quieten, returning to something like normal volume. At one point, Drake could have sworn he even heard a brief snort that might have been laughter. And then, just like that, he heard the faint thump of a hand against the driver's door up front. The engine rattled back into life as Arif gave it some gas, and they were on their way once more. It was another 20 seconds or so before the grate slid open.
"I don't know if they were well paid this month,"
the driver announced over his shoulder, taking a draw of his cigarette.
"but they are a lot wealthier after tonight."
Now off the main drag, and into the maze of small roads and tight junctions that characterized many of the residential quarters of Tripoli, Arif led them on a winding route that took them in a generally southwesterly direction, through what appeared to be a fairly affluent area by Libyan standards. Most of the houses here were 2- or even 3-story affairs, surrounded by walled gardens and imposing security gates that were probably sufficient to deter most opportunistic thieves. According to the sporadic research Drake had been able to conduct before leaving the UK, this was where the rich dentists, company directors, foreign investors, and generally well-to-do people of Libya based themselves. It was like the North African equivalent of Kensington.
"This is it,"
Just up ahead, Drake said, indicating an area of waste ground in the midst of this suburban splendor that seemed to be in the midst of being cleared for new developments. Most likely an old or neglected building had been bulldozed away, ready for some new apartment complex to be erected in its place. Pulling off the main road as instructed, Arif switched off the lights and maneuvered the van between heaps of weed-clogged rubble that were all that remained of the previous building. Satisfied that it was more or less hidden from view, he switched off the engine and twisted around in his seat to regard Drake and the others.
"This is as far as I go, Rian," he announced. "The rest is up to you. The van is yours if you want it."
"What about you?" Drake asked.
"Do not worry about me."
It was at this moment that Arif did something quite unexpected. Reaching up, he tugged at the grey, scraggly beard sprouting from his face, pulling until the glue holding it in place came loose, and it separated, taking much of the fake wrinkled and sallowed skin with it. The teeth, yellowed and crooked, were next to go, followed by the unkempt mane of grey hair partially hidden beneath the tatty woolen cap. Last of all, he pulled his juba robe over his head and tossed it on the passenger seat, revealing a Libyan army uniform beneath. The overall transformation was startling, even to one like Drake, well versed in the art of disguise. In less than a minute, their driver had gone from a wizened, gaunt and careworn man in his 60s to a relaxed and confident army officer in the prime of his life. "As I said, this is not the first time I have done this, but it may be the last," Arif said, his voice suddenly younger, stronger, and smoother than it had been before. He smiled, revealing a set of straight white teeth. "Good luck to you, Rian." With that, he pulled open the driver's door and vanished into the night.
"Fuck me,"
Drake whispered.
"Where'd he go?"
Mason asked, unable to see what Drake had just witnessed. Blinking, Drake returned to himself and glanced at his watch. Time was not on their side. They would have to hurry if they were to get what they needed and be out of here by sunrise.
"He's gone, like we need to be," he said, moving to the rear door and unlatching it. "Kira, get your gear and be ready to move. Time to do your thing."
Easing the rear door open, with the Browning at the ready, he found himself facing out into a stretch of dusty barren ground, interspersed with tangled brush and mounds of broken concrete and masonry. The area was barely lit by the dim glow of streetlights some distance away.
"Spread out, cover the area and be ready to move," Drake ordered.
Straight away, McKnight and Mason were out the door, fanning out to secure the immediate area around the van.
"Got a fix,"
Frost reported, studying the handheld GPS unit in her lap.
"Looks like we're right on the money."
Drake nodded.
"You know what to do. Move."
Chapter 20. Creeping forward between the mounds of rubble and dry, desiccated bushes that marked the boundary of the area currently being redeveloped, Kira Frost was a barely noticeable shadow slipping through the darkness. Moving with nimble grace despite the heavy equipment pack weighing down on her, she edged forward, a silenced automatic in one hand and a Magellan satellite navigation unit in the other. She had turned the screen illumination down to its lowest setting to avoid giving away her position, but even then, it seemed to her eyes like a shining beacon in the darkness that surrounded her. The sooner she could dispense with it, the better. At last the Magellan emitted a single muted beep to let her know she had reached her destination. The unit, designed to be used by aviators and round-the-world yachtsmen, was accurate to within a few meters, so she was fairly confident she was where she needed to be. Crouching down and pushing the unit into a pouch at her waist, Frost slipped her heavy pack off and laid it on the ground before her. The next piece of equipment she needed wasn't quite as sophisticated as the Magellan, but was just as vital to her task: a long metal rod with a battery pack and a simple gauge readout at one end, and a circular magnetometer at the other. She picked up the commercial metal detector from a hunting and fishing store in London just before departing the UK, selecting the most expensive one she could find, in the hopes that its performance would justify the price tag. The air was hot and humid despite the late hour, raising a sheen of perspiration that coalesced into tiny droplets and trickled down her face. Pushing a lock of damp hair out of her eyes and doing her best to ignore the discomfort, she fired up the metal detector and went to work scanning the ground. There was no real science to this sort of thing. One simply had to establish a grid and work through it line by line, like a farmer ploughing a field.
"Come on, baby. Find me a target."
She hadn't covered more than a dozen paces before the magnetometer sprang into life. She had disabled the speaker lest it emit a high-pitched wail that would draw any curious civilians within 100 yards to her position, but she was able to make out the sudden spike on the simple inbuilt measurement gauge. Clearly the unit had found something metallic, but that was hardly conclusive in a location like this. Far from celebrating, Frost continued to move the detector back and forth, trying to establish a pattern. She couldn't afford to waste time digging up a tin can or a vestige of some demolished building. However, the signal remained strong and constant, and it didn't take her long to figure out the general placement and orientation of the buried object. As far as she could tell, it matched precisely what she was looking for. Dismantling the metal detector, she retrieved her next tool from the pack, a simple flat-bladed shovel, and went to work. For once, she was glad of their desert location. Had this operation been mounted in a cold country, the ground could well have been frozen and impossible to dig. Likewise, waterlogged ground would have left her trying to excavate a sea of mud, making her task infinitely more difficult. As it was, the dry, rocky soil made for difficult going as the blade kept catching on stones, and with nothing to bind it together, the dirt tended to fall off the shovel before she could properly excavate it. Still, after digging down about 2 feet, she felt the blade make contact with something hard and unyielding. Wiping a hand across her dusty, sweat-stained brow, she knelt down in the small hole and used her hands to scrape away the remaining dirt, exposing a thick black cable buried in the ground.
"Gotcha."
Sowen's home, a couple of 100 yards away, might have been a tightly controlled compound with its own formidable security measures, but such a place had infrastructure and support needs like any other: power, water, gas, and above all, communications. Some covert online snooping on her part had confirmed that the facility used a DSN, Defense Switched Network line, to communicate with the outside world. In theory, it was a secure hardline data system that allowed stations from all over the country to exchange information, make phone calls, send emails, and perform countless other tasks that a high-level intelligence officer might require. It also allowed the men responsible for protecting Sowen's safety to keep an eye on the feeds from the security cameras positioned around his home, meaning that even if the guards on site were neutralized, someone would still be watching. It was impressive on paper, but the fundamental elements of the system were no more complex than a regular telephone network. They even used standard L-carrier coaxial cables buried in the ground to transmit their data, mostly relying on the fact that the cables were laid in secret and unmarked to keep them safe. However, for someone with illegal access to construction reports and engineering blueprints, they were all too easy to find. Satisfied that she'd found what she needed, Frost carefully removed an electrical toolkit from her pack. Running her hands through her damp hair to get loose strands out of her eyes, she wiped them against her trouser leg to remove the worst of the dirt, then set to work. It took about 2 minutes to cut through the data cable's rubber insulation, expose the copper core, and connect a wireless data transmitter to it. This done, she scooped some of the loose dirt back into the hole to cover everything except the transmitter's antenna, rendering her handiwork almost invisible amidst the jumbled stones and other debris that littered the site. Retreating a short distance, she hunkered down in a shallow depression near the berm of bulldozed dirt that fringed the perimeter of the site, then powered up her laptop computer. It took another 2 minutes to connect remotely to the half-buried transmitter nearby. With the connection established, her laptop automatically scanned the various channels and electronic signals coursing through the wire, linking them to its own data management program, which then separated and decoded them into something usable. 6 minutes after unearthing the cable, and Frost now had access to the house's electronic security systems. She could even tap into the video feeds from the security cameras, giving her a near-total picture of what was going on within Sowen's compound. Unbeknownst to the men guarding him, the system in which they placed so much faith had just been turned against them. Even as she scanned each video feed, taking in everything she could discern about the layout and security setup, she began recording footage from the cameras directly onto her laptop. When she turned out the lights, she would switch to this recorded video, making it appear to anyone else watching that all was normal. Reaching up for the radio microphone at her throat, Frost hit the transmit button. "This is Overwatch. We're in," she reported, her voice low and calm. "I have eyes on 3 armed tangos in the compound, 2 walking the perimeter counterclockwise, 1 in a guard hut by the main gate." She would much rather have been alongside the rest of the group as they prepared to make entry, but the signal jammers they were about to employ would render her computer just as useless as the radios and other gear inside the compound, and she needed it to maintain the facade that everything was normal. So for now, she had little choice but to remain crouched down in her dusty hole in the ground, waiting for the rest of the team to begin the assault. "Copy that," came Drake's crackly reply. "Monarch has eyes on the compound. Moving in 60 seconds. Stand by to cut the feeds. Over." Monarch was Drake's radio codename for the duration of the operation. Mason was to be known as Cameo, and McKnight was Envoy. None of their chosen call signs meant much on the face of it. They were simply a means of identifying each other without resorting to actual names. The only stipulation about such things was that they had to be short and easy to say, and more important, easy to differentiate, even over a bad radio signal. "Understood. Good luck, Monarch." Considering he was about to venture alone into a heavily defended compound in one of the most secure districts of a foreign city, where the smallest mistake could see this entire house of cards collapse, she had a feeling he'd need all the luck he could get. They all would. Chapter 21. A hot night. Hot, damp, and humid. The air still and stifling. Outside, the chirp of cicadas and other night insects echoed through the warm darkness, a strange nocturnal music of changing rhythm and intensity. A dog barked somewhere off in the distance, and a car drove by on the tarmac road that ran outside the entrance courtyard, the old engine rough and unrefined. Tarek Sohan lay sprawled on the bed, chest rising and falling as he slept. But it was a troubled sleep that brought little rest. The covers were thrown in a tangled mess by his feet. It was too hot to sleep with them on. Overhead, a ceiling fan rotated slowly on its fixture, the low hum of the motor serving as a constant backdrop to the familiar sounds of a neighborhood at night. A faint breeze, imperceptible but for the slight stirring of the curtains it provoked, sighed through the room, carrying with it the scent of sea air and concrete and freshly cut grass. Sohan stirred, shifted position slightly, and reached out, feeling the familiar warmth of his wife's body beside him, and relaxed a little. In the walled courtyard down below, a wooden guard post had been built beside the main gate, its roof offering some protection from occasional bad weather, if not from the heat, for its lone occupant. With his chair tilted back and his boots resting on the desk, he stared listlessly at the trio of security monitors facing him. In total, 6 cameras covered every approach to the walled compound, making it virtually impossible for anyone to get in unnoticed. And if they did somehow manage to get past this first line of defense, he and 2 other armed tactical agents were on hand to deal with them. As a high-ranking member of the country's Mukhabarat el-Jamahiriya, also known as the National Intelligence Service, Tarek Sohan almost certainly had made enemies both at home and abroad in his time. Plenty of people would like to see him, and perhaps the government he served, taken out. Despite the monotony of night shifts, protecting this man while he slept was a duty that he and his comrades took as seriously as a heart attack. After all, the Mukhabarat didn't look kindly upon failure. If Sohan were killed or abducted, the blame would fall squarely on those charged with protecting him. He glanced up as one of his fellow operatives strolled past the hut, his uniform neatly pressed, hand resting lightly on the automatic holstered at his hip. The two men exchanged nods, silently acknowledging each other and their mutual boredom. This late at night, they had exhausted most topics of conversation anyway. All that was left was to patiently endure the next 3 hours until shift changeover. He was just settling back in his chair when suddenly the 3 monitors blinked and went out, displaying only blue test screens to indicate they were receiving no signal. He frowned, more irritated than concerned at this stage. The compound had recently been upgraded with a new suite of cameras, and they were still chasing down occasional glitches in the system. The fact that all of them had gone down simultaneously suggested it was a fault with the receiver in the guard hut. Still, there were procedures to follow. For all he knew, this might have been a test of his own diligence and decision-making. The Mukhabarat were just as paranoid about their own employees as they were about the population they were charged with protecting. Any hint of incompetence or dereliction of duty was punished with ruthless dedication. Not only were the feeds from the security camera routed to his guard hut, but they were also relayed to the Mukhabarat headquarters building a couple of miles away. Whatever he saw, they saw. Or didn't see in this case. They would be expecting a situation report. Letting out a vexed sigh, he reached for the radio handset mounted on his desk and keyed the transmit button.
Post 18 here. Possible camera fault. Please advise. Over.
His report met with no response, save for an unusually loud static buzz that rang in his ears. Poor atmospherics? Unlikely, since the weather seemed calm and fair tonight.
Repeat. This is Post 18 reporting camera faults and loss of signal. Please respond. Over.
No reply. The crackle and buzz of electronic distortion continued. His irritation at the unexpected fault was now tempered with a growing undercurrent of unease. Problems with the cameras he could put down to simple technical glitches, but loss of radio contact was less easy to explain. Switching frequency to the personal headsets used by his fellow guards, he hit transmit again.
All units. We've lost camera signal. Any activity outside?
Again, there was no response. He frowned, checked the frequency, and keyed the radio again.
All units, report in.
Nothing. It was as if his 2 comrades had ceased to exist.
What the?
He was just rising to his feet when suddenly a figure moved in front of the open window, seeming to appear from nowhere. He saw a blur of movement, something pointed at him, and then suddenly the world was on fire. He went down, jerking and shaking violently as thousands of volts surged through his body, utterly incapable of reaching up to remove the 2 little metal prongs embedded in his chest. By the time the agony ceased, he was curled up in a fetal position, muscles still trembling, and breath coming in labored gasps. He was powerless to resist as his hands were pulled behind his back and secured in place with a pair of plastic cable ties, followed a moment later by his ankles. He tried to let out a warning cry as a gag was tied around his mouth, but all he could manage was a strangled groan. And throughout the whole ordeal, he never once saw the face of his masked attacker. With the guard neutralized, Drake crouched down in the shadows cast by the wooden shed that served as a guard hut. The black balaclava was hot and clung uncomfortably to his face, as his body temperature rose steadily from both the exertion and the tension of the moment. But he ignored it. Concealment was more important than comfort now. He remained crouched in the shadows, a silent and deadly presence, his senses painfully alert to the slightest noise as he surveyed the compound. His finger was on the trigger of the silenced Browning, ready to bring the weapon to bear the instant he spotted a threat. Apart from the 2-story villa that dominated the central area, most of the compound was given over to the storage and movement of vehicles. A wide gravel turning space encircled a stone fountain in front of the villa, while a double garage stood against the wall on the far side. He had no idea what was inside, but from the general affluence of his home, Drake was willing to bet that Soane's cars reflected his status as a high-ranking government employee. Framing the driveway were stretches of short, coarse grass that were likely as close to a lawn as one could get in such a hot, arid country. Fruit trees and decorative shrubs were growing near the compound walls. All of it looked well-ordered and maintained, probably by professional gardeners. Faulkner would have been quite at home here. Radio communication with his fellow team members was impossible as long as the signal jammer carried on his belt kit was still transmitting. The deceptively innocuous little devices had disrupted their enemies' communications, buying them the time and the confusion they'd needed to make entry to the compound. But the door swung both ways. Their enemies couldn't talk to each other, but neither could they. He had no way of knowing whether Mason and McKnight had succeeded in taking down the other two guards, though he imagined their failure would be announced promptly enough by the crackle of gunfire. For now, all he could do was trust in their abilities. They had agreed in advance that the signal blackout would last 60 seconds. 60 seconds to scale the 9-foot wall, drop down on the other side, take out 3 armed men, and prepare to assault the house. Glancing at his watch, he counted down the time remaining, like a starving man waiting to eat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Switching off the signal jammer, Drake reached up and touched his transmit button. "Monarch, guardhouse secure," he said, his voice low. The tactical microphone was picking up the vibrations in his throat rather than the sounds coming out of his mouth, so no matter what was going on around him, there was never a need to raise his voice. "Sit rep."
"Cameo, Tango down,"
came Mason's voice in reply. Calm, controlled, focused.
"No further contacts."
"Envoy, Tango down. Standing by. Overwatch. Alarm system disabled."
Normally acerbic and volatile in daily life, Frost was a model of self-control at critical moments like this.
"You're clear to move."
"Copy that," Drake replied, letting out a silent breath of relief. "Overwatch, move in and cover our exit. Envoy, Cameo, on me. Rendezvous at the main entrance. Move."
"On it."
"Envoy and Cameo are en route."
Rising to his feet and keeping his weapon up and ready, Drake rushed across the turning circle, passing the stone fountain in the center, the gentle splash of falling water a strange counterpoint to the hard crunch of boots on gravel and the loud, urgent pounding of his heart. The next phase was the most critical of all, apprehending their target. Soane stirred again, his unconscious mind alerted that something had changed. Some tiny shift in the nature of his surroundings that might be important, but might constitute a danger. His dark lashes flickered for a moment, held still, then parted. For several seconds he lay there, mind caught somewhere between sleep and wakefulness, wondering what had disturbed him. His eyes scanned the shadows of the room, looking for anything out of the ordinary. There was nothing obvious that he could see, and yet his instincts told him to be alert. Then he heard something, a muted thump from somewhere deep in the house. Against the background of insects and the tinkle of water in the fountain outside, it was almost indistinguishable. But his hearing was particularly sensitive to such disturbances. Something was happening, he realized, and that realization soon drove away the last vestiges of sleep. In the course of his life, he had learned that the ability to wake quickly and to trust his instincts when they told him something was wrong often meant the difference between life and death. Now was such a time. Easing himself out of bed without disturbing the sleeping woman beside him, he reached into the bedside drawer and felt his fingers close around the cold metal grip of a Beretta pistol. He drew back the slide a fraction of an inch, just enough to see the faint glimmer of the brass shell casing in the breech. Now armed, he rose from the bed and crept across the room, his body taut and ready. Eyes by now accustomed to the darkness, he advanced into the hallway, keeping the pistol low. The only sounds he could hear were the faint tread of his bare feet on the carpet and the beating of his own heart, strong and steady, despite his growing unease. Fear was useful in itself. Fear kept you alert, kept you focused. But fear unchecked could lead to panic, and panic got you killed. Another tiny shift in air pressure sighed past him, carrying with it the scent of fresh-cut grass and flowers outside. An open window? An open door? The first room on his left was the study. Gripping the pistol in sweating hands, he paused outside the door for a moment before opening it. Within stood his writing desk, cluttered with papers and documents, and his computer still humming away on standby. Nothing out of place. He repeated the same process in the spare bedroom and bathroom, clearing each room as he had been trained to do as an infantryman in the Libyan army so long ago. Old lessons, perhaps, but ones which had never left him. In short order, the first floor was secure. As he reached the end of the corridor, he moved down the stairs to the ground floor. The stairs were old and wooden, and a daunting task to negotiate without making noise. But he knew the loud spots, and his feet sought the best path almost by themselves. As he emerged into the main reception hall, the front door came into view. It was standing ajar, open just a few inches, the warm night air seeping in. He felt a tiny bead of sweat forming at his temple. Someone was in here. How the hell had they been able to get past the guards outside and defeat that lock without triggering the alarm? This building was supposed to be impregnable. He was just turning towards the alarm unit when a voice spoke up. A man's voice, hard and commanding.
Don't move.
Fear charged through him. He froze, glanced down at the pistol, wondering whether the intruder knew he was armed. Maybe if he was quick.
Forget it, the voice warned. You'll just die.
Sure enough, he felt something cold and metallic jammed against the back of his head, the barrel of a weapon.
Drop the gun, now, drop it.
With little option but to comply, Sohan laid the gun down on the floor at his feet. Straight away his attacker kicked it away. The weapon skittered and slid across the tiled floor, coming to rest in one corner of the reception hall.
Turn around, hands behind your head.
Sohan turned slowly to face the man who might very well have been sent here to kill him. However, before he could even take in the man's appearance, he blinked and squinted as a bright flashlight was shone right in his face. Carefully examining the bewildered and disheveled-looking man standing before him, Drake concluded immediately that he was the same man he'd seen on the flight out of Paris.
On your knees, now.
Again, Sohan complied, knowing better than to resist an armed man who had the drop on him. He had overcome his initial shock of the sudden encounter, and his mind had quickly rallied, going into threat assessment mode. The man had spoken in English, which meant he knew or suspected that Sohan also understood the language. His own knowledge of national accents wasn't perfect, but he detected a British lilt to his attacker's voice.
If you are here to abduct me, you won't get out of Tripoli alive,
he warned, keeping his voice calm and controlled. Showing fear would only empower the man.
We have troops everywhere. You should leave now while you still can, my friend.
Shut the fuck up,
Drake said, keeping him covered, while Mason moved forward and yanked his hands behind his back, securing them with a pair of cable ties. With Sohan restrained, Drake gestured to his two comrades who had made entry with him.
Secure the upper level. I've got this one.
Straight away they were moving to ascend the stairs, weapons out and ready. It was at this moment that Sohan, having calculated his captor's intentions, as well as how far they were prepared to go to achieve them, made a split-second decision and acted upon it.
Leila, run!
He shouted in Arabic at the top of his voice. He wasn't able to shout any further warnings as the butt of a pistol slammed into his temple like a hammer. Stars exploded across his eyes as the force of the impact knocked him sideways, and he collapsed in a heap, with his blood staining the pristine tiled floor. Nonetheless, The damage had been done. In the bedroom upstairs, Layla Sohn awoke with a start, her mind roused from sleep to immediate painful alertness at the sudden cry of her husband's voice. She didn't know what danger had befallen him, but at that moment it didn't matter. There was only one reason he would have commanded her to run. An intruder was in the house. That being the case, there was only one course of action. They had rehearsed for this terrible possibility many times at his urging, despite her misplaced belief that it could never happen. They had practiced it until she was quite certain she could have performed the steps in her sleep. She was moving almost without thinking, throwing the covers aside and leaping from the bed even as the sound of booted feet echoed up the stairs. The room was in near total darkness, but that didn't matter. She knew where she was going. Heart pounding with the sudden, frantic surge of adrenaline that was more powerful than any drug, she tore across the room to the simple closet door opposite. But this was no simple closet. Beyond the flimsy wooden door lay a room, perhaps 8 feet square, its interior starkly utilitarian compared to the tasteful comfort of the rest of their home. Its walls were uncompromising whitewashed concrete, reinforced with steel. The immensely strong structure designed to protect the occupant from any intruder. It had always seemed so unnecessary to her. A panic room in a house that was already well protected. It was the sort of pointless frivolity that American celebrities might indulge in, another means of bolstering their already inflated egos by pretending people were so obsessed with them that they might actually try to break into their homes. But Tarek had insisted upon it for reasons that had nothing whatsoever to do with vanity. Only now did she understand why. They were almost upon her. She could hear them sprinting down the corridor towards the bedroom, shouting to each other as they sought their target, their flashlight beams bouncing crazily across the walls and floor. Rushing into the foreboding-looking room, she turned and reached out for the emergency close button to seal the reinforced steel door. At the same moment, Mason and McKnight charged into the bedroom, flashlights and weapons sweeping left and right. It was McKnight who spotted the blur of movement out of the corner of her eye, saw a woman in a nightdress disappear into a smaller room off to their left, a room whose lights blinked on when she reached out and stabbed a button against the wall. It took only a heartbeat to realize what was happening, a heartbeat during which the panic room's reinforced steel door began to roll shut, propelled forward by powerful electric motors that wouldn't stop until it was sealed and locked. If she was allowed to seal herself away in there would be no way to get her out. Even worse, she could conceivably call for help, since the room was almost certainly fitted with some kind of communications gear. Reacting on instinct, McKnight braced her foot against a wooden chair set in front of the small dressing table she was standing beside and kicked it towards the doorway with all the strength she could summon. Her aim was good, her timing near flawless. The chair slid across the polished wood floor and caught in the gap between door and frame. There was a crunch as wood splintered and gave way, and the door's relentless momentum faltered. It shuddered forward another couple of inches, breaking apart the chair's frame, its powerful motors whining as they tried to force their way through the obstruction. The chair had been reduced to a crushed, broken mass of wood by the door's relentless pressure. But even this great power couldn't obliterate it entirely. A gap, almost a foot wide, prevented it from locking in place. Realizing what was going on, Layla kicked desperately at the obstruction, trying to force it clear. Her bare feet lacked both the strength and the support for such a task, and she let out a cry as splintered wood sank into her flesh. "Panic room!" McKnight cried in warning. "Get her before we lose her!" Mason needed no prompting. Already he was moving forward with his weapon up and leveled at the woman's head.
"Open the door!" he yelled. "Open it now or I'll fire!"
He had a good shot. He could take it, put her down for good and eliminate the chance that she might warn others. But doing so would mean killing an unarmed woman. The answer came all too quickly. Ducking aside behind the door, Layla desperately grabbed for the weapon that was kept on a shelf running along one wall. It was a Smith & Wesson revolver, its 6 chambers loaded with armor-piercing rounds. Tarek had once explained to her that weapons which used magazines couldn't be left loaded for long, because the constant tension would weaken the magazine springs, causing them to misfire. Revolvers, on the other hand, could be kept almost indefinitely, ready to be used at any time. Hefting the weapon in a clumsy grip, she aimed it towards the gap in the door, just as she saw a figure appear and squeezed off around. Quick reactions and his assailant's poor aim were about the only things that saved Mason from taking a round full in the chest. Twisting aside just as the woman opened fire, he was in time to see the round bury itself in the wall beside him. The echoing crack of the shot reverberated around the room, loud as thunder, followed immediately by a second. Downstairs, Drake winced at the distinctive sound of gunfire, torn between concern for the safety of his two operatives and the horrible, sickening realization that their cover had just been blown. Every house in the neighborhood would have heard that shot. People would be pulling themselves out of bed, startled and befuddled by the noise. Some might dismiss it, or be too slow-witted and indecisive to react in time. But others would be trained and prepared for such things. Even now, men would be shouting orders into phones and radios, vectoring in police and security units. Their time here was rapidly running out. Reaching up, he pressed his radio transmitter.
Envoy, Cameo, report now.
Kira Frost was sweating and out of breath by the time she reached the compound, having run several hundred yards through back streets and alleyways to get here from the construction site. Her balaclava clung uncomfortably to her face, the coarse fabric irritating her skin, though she resisted the urge to peel it off as she approached Soan's residence. The compound was surrounded by a 9-foot-high perimeter wall made of solid brick. There was only one way in or out, a wrought iron gate secured with an electronic combination lock. Normally such a security measure would have presented a formidable obstacle, but fortunately Frost had already trawled the building's security system and discovered the passcode for the gate. Pausing only a moment by the gate, she punched the code into the little numeric keypad mounted on a steel plinth that was obviously designed to be used by drivers pulling up to the main entrance. A light on the keypad blinked green. There was a click as the lock disengaged, and with a smooth hum, the gate swung open. She was just crossing the threshold when she heard the distinctive crackle of gunfire from within the building. It was somewhat muted by the villa's structure, suggesting the shots had been fired from deep inside. But the noise was unmistakable, and since her companions were armed with silenced weapons, it could only mean one thing. She was moving right away, darting across the open courtyard to the villa's main entrance. Her pack weighed heavily on her back, the straps biting into her shoulders, but she couldn't care less. Her teammates could be in trouble. Getting to them was all that mattered. With her weapon drawn, she pushed through the front door, emerging into a wide, plush entrance hall that reminded her more of a hotel lobby than a private residence. If this was how Libyan intelligence operatives lived, she couldn't help thinking she was working for the wrong agency. As she'd hoped, Drake was there, standing guard over an unconscious figure lying curled on the floor. Spotting someone making entrance, Drake raised his weapon and trained it on her instinctively, but relaxed a little when he recognized his teammate.
You trying to get yourself shot? He growled. Announce it when you're coming in.
Sumi, what's going on up there? He shook his head, having already decided what to do next.
Stay here, and don't take your eyes off that fucker for a second.
Without waiting for a reply, he left her and sprinted up the stairs.
Shit, she's armed. Go loud,
Mason called out, realizing that stealth was no longer a factor in this equation. The priority was getting to the woman and neutralizing her as quickly as possible. Reaching into his jacket, he produced a small cylindrical device, olive green in color, with a simple pin fuse at one end.
Flashbang!
He shouted, yanking the pin and hurling the stun grenade in through the gap. Within the room, Layla winced as waves of pain traveled up her arm. The kickback from the little weapon had been deceptively powerful, far more than she'd expected, and her shots had gone wide as a result. The report of the gunshot in such a confined space had been even worse, a deafening crackle leaving her ears ringing. She almost didn't notice the little green can that was thrown in through the gap, bouncing off the wall with a metallic clang before landing on the ground a few feet away. Even if she'd been trained to anticipate such a move, it was unlikely she would have had time to do anything about it. She was just turning to glance at the unexpected object when suddenly there was a flash, a boom that wiped out whatever hearing remained to her, and her world was engulfed in pain and darkness. Blinded and disoriented by the grenade's concussive effects, she stumbled back against the wall accidentally squeezing off another shot, as her finger tightened involuntarily on the trigger before falling to her knees. Tears were streaming from her eyes, as if to clear the veil of iridescent light that had overwhelmed her pupils. Outside, Mason wasted no time in taking advantage of his target's vulnerability. She might be down for now, but the grenade's effects wouldn't last forever.
"Tango down!"
he shouted, leaning in far enough to survey the room. He could see the downed target, but the gap in the door was too narrow for him to fit through.
"Fuck! I can't get in!"
"Move! Move!" McKnight called out, practically shoving him aside as she attacked the gap. Smaller and lighter than her companion, she was their best chance of getting inside. It was unfortunate that Frost was too far away to assist them, since the diminutive specialist could almost certainly have slipped through the gap with ease. Moving shoulder first, McKnight forced herself in, stepping over the mangled remains of the chair that was the only thing stopping the door from crushing her to death. As if to emphasize that unpleasant prospect, she felt the debris give another fraction of an inch, the massive steel door straining against her with bone-breaking force. "Come on! God damn it!" she gasped, exerting all her strength. Door and frame pressed against her body, desperately trying to trap her in their deadly grip. But somehow the chair held them back, and with a sudden release of pressure, she fell through to the other side. The woman was moaning and looking around, blinded and deafened by the grenade, but perhaps aware on some level that there was another person in the room with her. She started to raise the gun, but McKnight quickly yanked it from her grip before she could do any more damage. Finding the automatic door control mounted in the wall above, McKnight hit the release button. There was a single beep, and just like that, the door retracted back into the frame, allowing Mason to finally make entry. "A fucking grenade!" she hissed, furious with him. If people in the houses nearby hadn't been sufficiently alerted by the gunshots, the detonation of a flashbang would certainly have finished the job. Mason glared back at her. His face was obscured by the mask, but the anger in his eyes was plain to see.
"You got a better idea?"
McKnight said nothing to this. Now wasn't the time to be bickering. "Screw it! Help me get her up!" she said instead, heaving the injured woman to her feet. Carrying the stunned target between them, they dragged her through the bedroom and out into the corridor beyond. As they emerged, they promptly ran into Drake, who was coming from the opposite direction.
"You all right?"
he asked, his concern for their safety overriding any other considerations at that moment. 100%, McKnight assured him.
"What the fuck happened?"
he hissed, concern quickly giving way to anger now that he knew they were unharmed.
"We're compromised."
"The house has a panic room. She almost made it inside."
"Had to flash her,"
Mason added with an apologetic shrug. Drake thought to say more on the matter, but quickly silenced such a notion. There were more important things to deal with now. Instead, he focused on the woman they were dragging between them, presumably Sohan's wife. She was wearing a nightgown that was partially torn by her previous struggles. It was hard to tell from the angle and poor lighting conditions, but he guessed her age as late 30s. Long, raven-black hair hung in a disheveled mass around her face, while blood from numerous cuts, no doubt a byproduct of the grenade, glistened in the wan light of their flashlights. "Talk to me, Monarch," he heard Frost call over the radio, the tension in her voice obvious. "It's getting real lonely down here."
"Monarch,"
Drake replied, knowing all too well how she must be feeling.
"Tango down. All units green. We're evacing now. Any activity outside?"
"No, but their comms net is going apeshit. My guess is we've got a couple of minutes at best before they bring down holy hell on this place." Drake had reached a similar conclusion already. Private security in the nearby houses didn't concern him. They'd be interested only in safeguarding their own clients. But Libyan police and field teams from the Mukhabarat were almost certainly being vectored in right now. It was only a matter of time before they locked this place down.
"Copy that. Get ready to move. As soon as we're downstairs, get outside and cover the main gate. Call out if you see anything."
"What about the van?" Drake considered it only for a moment. The van that had brought them here was slow and unreliable, completely unsuited to the kind of fast exit they now needed. But if his hunch was right, the solution to that problem might well be close at hand. It had better be, otherwise they were royally fucked.
"It's too far away. Just cover our exit. We're coming down now."
Copy that. Overwatch out. Leaving Frost to it, Drake turned to McKnight. If anyone could secure them the means of escape they needed, she could. The garage outside. He didn't have to say anything more. On it! As the woman darted off down the corridor, Drake hooked an arm under Sohan's wife, and together with Mason carried her down to the main hallway.
I'm sorry, Ryan. I had to make the call,
Mason said as they descended the stairs, supporting the woman with some difficulty. The anguish in his voice made it plain he blamed himself for what was happening. Drake shook his head. He understood why the man was so cut up. Nobody wanted to be the one who let the team down. Mason, in particular, had only recently returned to active field duty after a lengthy period of convalescence, and no doubt still felt he had to prove himself. But Drake had known Cole Mason long enough to trust the man's decisions at times like this. It happens, mate. We'll deal with it. Mason said nothing. As McKnight had expected, the door to the big double garage outside was securely locked. She had neither a key nor the time to search for one, but a single round from her silenced automatic was enough to solve that particular problem. Hauling the door up and over, she found herself facing into a large, well-ordered garage, whose exacting attention to detail reminded her of a military barracks. A small workshop had been set up in one corner, racks of tools and spare parts neatly stacked on the workbench. And in the center of the open space, gleaming black and spotless in the wan light filtering in from outside, was the big, imposing form of a Toyota Land Cruiser, the kind of powerful four-wheel drive that was favored by CIA and FBI field teams back home for its rugged practicality and ability to blend in with civilian traffic. Wasting no time, she hurried towards it and went to work. Sohan was lying where Drake had left him, hands and feet bound with cable ties, moaning softly into the gag that had been placed in his mouth. There was an ugly, dark bruise near his temple, and a little blood had seeped from a gash just above his hairline to pool on the white tiles beneath him. But the injury was unlikely to be life-threatening. Drake had deliberately checked his force, but even so it was a relief to see him beginning to stir. Knocking people unconscious was far from an exact science, and the last thing he needed was for Sohan to die from a cerebral hemorrhage before they could interrogate him. Death would come later, when he'd given them everything there was to give. Setting the woman down beside her husband, Drake went to work restraining her in similar fashion. She'd caused enough trouble already. He wasn't taking any chances.
We're taking her with us?
Mason asked, watching him. We might need her, he said, without meeting his friend's gaze. He hadn't explicitly acknowledged it yet, but in some part of his mind he knew that the man's wife might be useful in getting him to talk, if he wasn't feeling cooperative. After all, he had risked his life to warn her of their presence. Everyone had their weaknesses, and she might well be his. I saw Sohan's office upstairs, he said, concentrating instead on matters at hand. Gather any intel you can carry. Phones, computers, anything we can use later. As Mason hurried back up the stairs, Drake's earpiece buzzed with an incoming transmission. All units overwatch. We've got company inbound. Drake crept over to the front door, drawing his automatic once more. Easing the door open, he surveyed the open space beyond. There was no sign of activity, save for Frost crouched in the shadows near the main gate. But he did hear something carrying towards him on the night breeze. A distant wail, rising and falling slowly in pitch. Police sirens. It had been a while since McKnight had been obliged to hotwire a car, but it was a skill that was taught to all Shepherd operatives as part of their selection process. After all, operating without support in hostile environments, there was no telling what means they might have to resort to in order to escape pursuit. Lying on her back in the driver's footwell, the door sill digging uncomfortably into the small of her back, she unsheathed her field knife and used it to pry open the access panel at the base of the steering column. Inside were neatly bound bundles of wires of various colors, two of which needed to be severed and manually spliced together to complete the car's ignition circuit, causing the engine to start. It was a difficult and complex task at the best of times, not helped by the desperate urgency of the situation. Having come from a career in explosive ordnance disposal, McKnight was no stranger to working with delicate electronics under pressure, but even she couldn't quite keep a tremble out of her hands as she worked her way through the wires, searching for the ones she needed.
"Goddamn luxury cars," she said under her breath,
cursing the multitude of pointless extra features that added to the complexity of the vehicle's electrical system. If this had been a 20-year-old Ford Escort, she could have had it up and running in under 10 seconds. As if to add to her problems, her radio unit crackled to life.
"Envoy, what's the situation on that car?"
"Working on it,"
she replied through gritted teeth, selecting one wire that looked like it might be part of the ignition circuit and using her knife to sever it.
"We've got police units inbound."
"How long?"
"About 30 seconds.
McKnight let out a muttered curse as she touched the exposed wire, a jolt of electricity surging up her arm. At least she found the power source, she thought with dry humor.
"How long do you need, Envoy?"
he pressed.
"About 30 seconds,
she said, somehow managing to keep her voice calm.
"Envoy out."
Crouched by the main gate, her diminutive form barely noticeable, Frost surveyed the street beyond, gripping the automatic in sweating hands as she awaited the inevitable flashing lights of police cruisers. She had no idea what they would do if they found themselves cornered by local law enforcement. Shepherd teams were amongst the elite of the agency's field operatives, and the 4 people in her group tonight were, between them, capable of causing serious problems for anyone looking to take them on. But they were still only 4 people, lightly armed, and with few resources to call upon. They had come here to make a quick surgical strike, not to conduct a fighting withdrawal against heavy resistance. As if to add fuel to the fire, she was alerted by the glow of windows lighting up on the opposite side of the street. Curtains parted, revealing a man in a dressing gown with wiry black hair sticking up at all angles, peering down short-sightedly into the street. Further along, an elderly woman was surveying the scene with the kind of dour disapproval one might reserve for a dog owner who doesn't pick up after their pet when it takes a shit. Keeping a tight grip of her weapon, she carefully reached up and pressed the radio microphone at her throat.
"Overwatch," she whispered. "I've got activity in the residential buildings on my 12 o'clock. Looks like local civvies. We're totally exposed out here. They can see right into the compound."
"Copy that, Overwatch."
"Hate to sound like a broken record, but can we leave now?" she urged him.
"We're working on it," was Drake's only reply.
"This is turning into a clusterfuck, Monarch."
Frost gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath.
"Recommend we ditch the targets and exfile on foot."
They certainly couldn't carry Sohn and his wife out, but if they left now there was a good chance they could slip into the same maze of alleyways and side streets she had used to get here. Abandoning their objective to save their own asses was a shitty thing to contemplate at the best of times. But occasionally it had to happen. Sticking to the mission regardless of the danger didn't mean much if you weren't alive to reflect upon your courage.
"Envoy, what's the status on that car?" Drake demanded.
"I'm close, Monarch,"
McKnight replied, no doubt unwilling to make promises she couldn't keep. Nonetheless, the tension in her voice was near breaking point.
"Give me a little more time."
"We don't have any."
Taking Drake's lack of protest as a serious contemplation of her plan, Frost pressed harder.
"We can get out, but we have to go now, Monarch. Either we leave them behind or we all die here. Make the call, for Christ's sake."
Not far away, Drake looked over at Sohn, who was beginning to show signs of regaining consciousness. The man they had traveled thousands of miles to find, who they had risked their lives to recover, was lying mere feet away from him. The secrets he held might just be enough to turn everything around, put right everything that had gone so wrong over the past couple of years, ensure the safety of his friends, and most of all his sister. On the other hand, he might very well represent a lost cause, the relentless pursuit of which was carrying Drake and his team to their deaths. Frost was right to suggest bailing out. He didn't blame her for saying what was on everyone's minds as the seconds ticked by and the net closed around them. They could leave Sohn and his wife behind now and make a run for it. Resourceful and highly trained, they might well escape Tripoli and, through luck and skill, make it out of Libya as well. But even if they did, what then? It would mean a return in failure, a return to watching his back at every moment, to seeing Jessica fall slowly and inexorably into the murky world that had snared him, to waking up every morning wondering if today was when the axe would at last fall. Their situation would be no better than before. In fact, it might well be even worse. There was no telling if Cain had learned of this endeavor and guessed their intentions. If so, his retribution would be swift and final.
"I need an answer, Monarch," Frost pressed. "Make the call!"
That was when it happened, when everything else seemed to recede into darkness, and in his mind's eye, he saw her. He saw his mother kneeling on the edge of that pit, hands bound, body bruised and cut, taking her final breath before the fatal shot. Reaching for his transmitter, Drake hit the pressel at his throat.
The answer's no. We're not leaving without him.
McKnight had asked him yesterday if it was worth it, if this man was worth the risk. For Drake, in that instant, getting his hands on Sohn was worth any risk. His decision was met with several moments of strained, deadly silence. Then, as if in answer, he heard the distinctive throaty rumble as an engine roared into life outside.
"Envoy's good to go,"
McKnight replied, sounding remarkably calm given their perilous situation. Drake clenched his fists, resisting the urge to cry out in relief. For now, at least, they were still in with the shot. Somehow, they might just be able to pull this off.
"Good work, Envoy. Bring it around to the front door. We're coming out."
Already he was reaching down to haul Sohn to his feet.
"Cameo, grab whatever you've got and rendezvous with us now." "Roger. Cameo's en route."
Reaching up, Drake pressed his transmitter once more.
"All units, we're coming out."
Outside by the main gate, Frost glanced around as a black Toyota SUV rumbled out of the parking garage. The windows were partially blacked out for privacy, but she could just make out McKnight behind the wheel as she maneuvered the big vehicle around to the front door of the villa. But her jubilation at seeing their escape vehicle finally moving was short-lived. Seconds later, Frost's worst fears were realized when a pair of red and white police cruisers came screaming around a street intersection about 100 yards away, lights flashing and sirens wailing.
"All units, we've got company,"
she hissed, reaching into her webbing and withdrawing both the smoke grenade and the flashbang she'd been issued with.
"Local PD, 2 cruisers coming in from the east. Looks like 4 hostiles, maybe more."
She laid each grenade by her feet, keeping them within easy reach as she raised her silenced automatic.
"Copy that, Overwatch."
Drake glanced at Mason, who had just returned from upstairs. His pack looked a little bigger and heavier now that he'd stuffed it with anything useful he could find in Sohn's office, and he was breathing harder after his exertions.
"Take Sohn. I've got his wife."
Nodding, Mason grabbed the still dazed captive and dragged him forcibly towards the door, shoving it open with his shoulder. The SUV was parked right outside as instructed, engine rumbling, tailgate open to provide access to the trunk. Descending a couple of steps from the front door with his captive in tow, Mason circled to the rear of the vehicle and forced the bound man inside. The police cruisers were slowing as they approached the compound, doubtless on the lookout for signs of trouble. It wouldn't be immediately obvious from street level that Sohn's home was currently the scene of an armed kidnapping, so the police would be taking their time, assessing the situation, making sure they didn't blunder right into the middle of a shootout. If they followed the standard practice of law enforcement agencies, they would take up flanking positions at either end of the street, forming an armed cordon that it would be difficult to break out of without taking heavy fire. The only way to prevent, or at least delay this, was to strike first. Raising her silenced automatic, Frost took aim at the closest vehicle.
"Contact,"
she said calmly, squeezing off the first round. The weapon kicked back sharply, the recoil jarring her wrist as the silencer thudded heavily, a brass shell casing flying out to ping off the wall beside her. The police cruiser's windshield was made of toughened glass, designed to protect the occupants from thrown missiles and other debris. But the impact of a high-velocity round was still enough to break through and leave a spider web of cracks radiating out from the fist-sized hole. This impact was followed moments later by a second shot that caused even more damage, showering the occupants with fragments of broken glass. Adjusting her aim, Frost targeted the second cruiser in similar fashion and opened fire, putting a couple of rounds in the windshield before shifting her attention to the front wheels. 2 more shots pinged off the chassis before the third found its mark, shredding the rubber tire and disabling the vehicle. The effect of her fire was dramatic. Straight away, both drivers jammed on their brakes, bringing the cruisers to a shuddering, skidding halt. The second driver had the presence of mind to throw his cruiser into reverse and started to back up, bumping and grinding on a flat tire that rapidly disintegrated under the strain. With one cruiser in retreat, Frost focused her attention on the second, this time putting a round through the wing mirror that blasted it apart in a hail of glass and plastic. Another shot shattered the side window. That was enough for the driver to get the message. Engine roaring, wheels kicking up dust and smoke from burning rubber, the cruiser backed up in full retreat. Taking advantage of the confusion and panic, Frost reached down for the smoke grenade at her feet, yanked the pin free, and leaned out far enough to hurl it down the street. Moments later there was a flash, a loud pop, and suddenly the street was engulfed in a cloud of blinding white smoke. Frost could just make out the glow of blue lights through the haze. She had done what she could. Rising to her feet, she ejected the spent magazine from her weapon and retreated towards the SUV parked by the front door. Even as she approached, she could see Mason shoving their prisoner into the vehicle's trunk. "We're out of time," she called, slipping a fresh magazine into her sidearm. "We need to go now!" In the villa's entrance hall, Drake could hear the commotion outside. Police were on the scene, and unless they wanted to spend the rest of their days alongside the man they'd abducted from Paris, they needed to be out of here now. Grabbing Sowen's wife by the wrist, he pulled the woman to her feet and steered her towards the front door. Straight away she tried to break and run, forcing him to hold her by both arms while she kicked and bucked, screaming into the gag. Her feet lashed out, catching him painfully in the shins a couple of times in what he was sure was a calculated act of reprisal for what he was putting her through. Struggling to control her, he paused by an arched doorway leading into what he presumed was a living room. Expensive-looking furniture dotted the room, while thick curtains hung from the windows. Plenty of material that would burn well enough. Reaching into his webbing, he fished out his flashbang grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled the little device against the far wall. He was just shoving his way through the front door when it detonated, blasting out the living room windows, the concussive boom leaving his ears ringing. Straight away he smelled ammonium from the chemical reaction, accompanied by the distinctive smell of burning fabric. In addition to light and sound, flashbangs produce a lot of heat, usually setting fire to anything combustible in the vicinity. Given the quantity of fuel in that room, Drake was counting on it turning the house into a blazing inferno within a matter of minutes. With luck, police and fire units would have to divert their attention to tackling the burning building, perhaps buying them enough time to get clear of the area. Practically lifting the woman off her feet, Drake carried her towards the SUV that was now waiting just outside, tailgate open, engine idling. McKnight was seated behind the wheel, her face masked just like his own. But for a moment they made eye contact as he approached, and Drake recognized her unspoken relief at seeing him again. Ignoring the kicks that were still raining against him, Drake lifted his captive over the edge of the sill and dumped her unceremoniously into the truck beside her husband. She landed hard, clearly not expecting it, and unable to brace herself with her arms bound. He heard a grunt of pain, and what would certainly have been a stream of curses had she not been gagged. With their cargo deposited, Drake slammed the trunk shut and rounded the vehicle, pulling open the passenger door beside McKnight. On the street outside, the wail of police sirens continued, accompanied by shouts and panicked orders. "Let's go, for fuck's sake!" Frost shouted from the back. Holstering his weapon, Drake hoisted himself up into the seat and pulled the door shut behind him with a resounding clang.
"We're clear. Go! Go!"
McKnight needed no further prompting and stamped on the accelerator, kicking up a spray of stone chips and dust as they hurtled towards the open gate. Behind them, smoke and flames were beginning to issue from the shattered windows on the villa's lower floor, the flashbang having done its work well. Ahead of them lay an impenetrable wall of white smoke, the result of Frost's handiwork.
"Don't stop, gun it!"
Drake commanded, To slow down now could be fatal. Flooring the accelerator, McKnight took them straight into the smokescreen that now filled the street, throwing the wheel hard left to avoid barreling into the houses opposite. She was operating by instinct and memory rather than sight, but they served her well all the same. After a few heart-stopping seconds, the smoke vanished, revealing an open road ahead of them. McKnight wasted no time in taking advantage of their newfound freedom, hitting the gas once more to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the scene of the kidnapping.
Jesus Christ, that was close,
Mason breathed, peeling off his mask. Drake said nothing. They might have cleared the immediate crime scene, but whether they made it out of the country remained to be seen. Chapter 22. Tripoli International Airport. The business-class lounge was almost empty at such a late hour, save for a scattering of frazzled-looking international travelers nursing drinks while they waited for their flights to be called. With the ambient music turned down low and the lights dimmed, there was a pleasant, mellow atmosphere about the lounge. Nobody was in much of a rush to do anything or be anywhere. They were content to share the space in comfortable silence. Seated at one end of the bar, Vanil Chandra took a leisurely sip of his coffee, served black, with no sugar, as it should be. Adding milk to good coffee was uncouth and insulting to the flavor. He glanced at the woman sitting on the stool next to him. A flight attendant, he recognized the British Airways uniform well enough, no more than 30 years old, blonde-haired and petite, with the kind of delicate, elfin facial features that were quite unusual in Brits. The name tag on her uniform said Suzanne. She was staffing a long-haul flight from Heathrow, currently on layover with the rest of her crew, and like himself, she had nothing but time to kill until her next flight departed. Seeing no sense in passing up an opportunity for pleasant company, Chandra had struck up a conversation with her almost immediately. After all, they both flew around the world for a living. It wasn't hard to find common ground. "You know, it's a true crime that you have never visited Rome. A stunning city, magnificent architecture," he said with a regretful shake of his head. "A woman as beautiful as you would be quite at home there." She laughed, an entirely pleasant sound to his ears. "Does our line work on all the flight attendants you meet?" "That would be telling," he admitted. "But it seems to be going down well so far." She had the good grace to blush a little at his praise, though he was quite certain that, like most pretty girls, she was aware of her good looks. "To answer your question, though, I've not had the chance to visit. Work is, well, demanding. Takes me to a lot of places I don't particularly want to go, and not many places I do." Chandra smiled. "My plane is 5 minutes from here." "Tempting, but I make it a rule never to accept rides from strangers." Despite her playful refusal, the look in her eyes suggested she wasn't unreceptive to his attention. "Then we should get to know each other a little better," he said. "I know this truly wonderful seafood restaurant, right in the shadow of the Pantheon." But before he could renew the offensive in earnest, he paused, feeling the vibration of his cell phone. Fishing it from his jacket pocket, he swiped a finger across the screen to unlock it. A text message was waiting for him, a single word printed on screen. Tempest. Chandra let out a faint sigh of relief. Flirtation aside, he knew he'd just about outstayed his welcome here. Any longer and he would have been forced to return to his aircraft, or scrub his flight plan and risk hours of delays while he waited for a new one to be approved. Slipping the phone back into his pocket, Chandra glanced at the flight attendant and gave her an apologetic smile. "Suzanne, it has been a pleasure being in your company tonight, but I'm afraid duty calls." The young woman pouted. "Now that's just rude, leaving a lady all alone. I'll have no one to keep me company now." "My employer isn't one for lateness, I'm afraid," Chandra said, draining the last of his coffee. He laid down enough money to cover both their bar tabs. "Nice enough chap, I suppose, but always making a fuss over nothing." "I'm seeing blue lights up ahead," McKnight warned. Sure enough, the flashing lights of another police cruiser were coming into view about half a mile away.
They must know this car's stolen by now. You think they're moving to intercept?
I doubt it, Drake lied. We're in a black SUV. We passed off a dozen of these on the way into Tripoli. They can't know it's us. He pointed to an intersection up ahead. Take a right at the next junction. Get us off the main drag. In truth, he had no idea how quickly the Libyan police would react to an armed kidnapping. He was banking on the fact that the smoke grenades, combined with the fire rapidly taking hold of Sohan's house, had diverted their attention for now. But it was quite possible they wouldn't take the bait. He was far more worried that Libyan intelligence had woken up to what was going on. Police they could handle, but the Mukhabarat were another matter entirely.
Found the tracker,
Frost said, leaning in between the two front seats. Working under pressure, she had forcefully dismantled part of the car's central console to access the inbuilt GPS tracking device.
Kill it.
A single sharp blow with the butt of her knife was enough to destroy the device. It was possible that others had been fitted in places they couldn't access, but there wasn't much they could do about that right now.
Cole, give us a position,
Drake called out. In their rush to escape the immediate vicinity of the raid, they had cut through unfamiliar side streets and slip roads, rapidly losing all sense of orientation. For all he knew, they could be heading entirely in the wrong direction now.
I need an ETA.
Mason, sitting in the back, was poring over the screen of his handheld GPS, trying to plot a course to the private airfield where they were to rendezvous with Chandra. Frost had powered down the device during the raid to save the battery, and he'd only just managed to restart it and get a satellite fix.
Looks like we need to bear southeast from.
Reaching the junction, McKnight swung the wheel hard right, barely taking her foot off the gas. Tires squealed in protest, and the traction control warning blinked on the dashboard, accompanied by muffled cries from their two captives in the trunk.
Jesus fuck!
Frost shouted, having been slammed against the door by the sudden change in momentum.
You trying to get us killed? Trying to get us the hell out of here!
McKnight's knuckles were white on the wheel, her jaw clamped tight. Like the rest of them, she had peeled off her balaclava as soon as they cleared the area, but her face was still flushed and damp with perspiration. As soon as they turned at the junction, she spotted an alleyway to her left and turned into it, killing the lights and the engine. Twisting around in his seat, Drake watched as the blue flashing lights of the police car shot past the junction, carrying on as if nothing had happened. Darkness and distance must have masked them sufficiently so as not to attract attention.
We're good,
he said. Firing up the engine once more, McKnight backed out of the alley and onto the main road, giving it some serious gas to put them on their way again.
Ease down, Sam,
he warned, trying to sound calmer than he felt. They were in an SUV, not a high-performance racing car. If McKnight lost control and rolled their only ride, their escape was over before it had even begun.
I'm fine, but I'd like to know which direction I'm meant to be heading,
she replied tersely. Drake nodded.
Cole, get me that position.
On it. I've got a route now.
Leaning forward, Mason handed him the GPS. Drake studied the screen. According to the inbuilt journey calculator, they were about 15 miles from their destination. The good news was that they were now heading in more or less the right direction. The bad news was that, even taking the optimal route by road, they'd still need more than 20 minutes journey time.
This is going to be tight,
he said quietly. Chandra had made it plain that he wouldn't wait for them if they were late, and Drake believed him. They needed to be there in time to light up the runway so he could land safely. If not, they could kiss goodbye to their ride home. In the trunk, Sohan and his wife had apparently regained consciousness and were well and truly making that fact known. The vehicle resounded with the muted thumps of feet against chassis, accompanied by strained cries and groans. The chances of them breaking out were non-existent, but the noise was quickly wearing on the team's already frayed nerves.
Deal with them,
Drake instructed, unable to reach them from the front seat. Twisting around, Frost folded down the center armrest and yanked open the little access door leading to the trunk. Before anyone could stop her, she had drawn her weapon and shoved it in through the gap until it made contact with human flesh.
"Shut the fuck up back there, or I swear to God I'll kneecap both of you,"
she hissed, pressing the barrel of the weapon in harder. Whether they both understood her or not, A loaded gun has a tendency to cross most language barriers. The shouting and banging subsided almost immediately. Letting out a breath to calm herself, Frost holstered the weapon, closed up the access door, and turned back around, meeting Drake and Mason's eyes with a faint smile of amusement. "Better?" she asked. Neither man said anything. Chapter 23. Tripoli International Airport. Sitting in the cockpit of his private aircraft with the engines turning over, Chandra watched as the Turkish Airways 737 ahead of him rocketed off down the runway, jet turbines roaring and trailing blue flames. The nose went first, followed a few seconds later by the rear wheels as the heavy beast of an aircraft lumbered into the night sky. Next to that, Chandra's own twin-prop Beechcraft C-12 cargo transport seemed like a toy, but it was a toy on which 4 people's lives might well depend tonight. With that thought hanging over him, he keyed his radio to the control tower frequency and hit transmit. "Tripoli Tower, this is Golf Zulu 682. I'm in final position, requesting clearance for takeoff." A moment later, his headset crackled with a tinny voice in response. "Understood. 682. You're cleared for takeoff." Gripping the throttle controls, he increased power to both engines, feeling the vibrations through the airframe as the output rose to meet his demands. A final check of his instruments confirmed the plane was functioning normally in all respects. Satisfied, Chandra released the brakes, allowing the aircraft to ease forward, slowly and tentatively taking its place at the runway threshold. Pausing a few moments to make sure the nose was lined up with the center line, Chandra let out a breath and checked his radio to make sure he wasn't transmitting. "I hope you're ready for this, Ryan," he whispered, throttling up to full power. The Beechcraft C-12 might have been an old propeller-driven workhorse dating back 30 years or so, but there was plenty of life still left in her. He felt a familiar lurch in the pit of his stomach as the plane surged forwards, quickly gathering pace as the engines roared with power, twin propellers clawing the night air. Off to his left, the bright lights of the terminal building flitted by, moving faster with every passing moment. The nose seemed to rise up almost of its own accord as the lift generated by the wings drove it skyward. Checking that his ground speed was sufficient to lift off without stalling, Chandra eased back the stick. There was a bump, and then suddenly his passage seemed to smooth out. He was airborne. This was it. No going back now. Now that he was aloft, he would be tracked by the Libyan air traffic control network, his course and speed carefully monitored by both military and civilian radar. Any deviation from his official flight plan would be met with a stern interrogation over the radio, most likely followed by a military interception if he failed to respond or comply immediately. In short, he was committed to his course now. All he could do was hope that Drake and the others were waiting for him when he arrived. With over 1 million residents and stretching nearly 20 miles from its western tip to its eastern suburbs, Tripoli was by far the largest and most populous city in Libya. However, it was a long and straggling sort of place, with most of its population crowding in close to the shores of the Mediterranean. Rarely did it extend more than a few miles inland. Heading almost due south at well over the speed limit, Drake and his companions soon found the densely packed urban streets giving way to wider suburban sprawl, and finally to scattered villages and settlements, interspersed with irrigated fields. The road quality declined noticeably once they were away from the main highways, pristine asphalt gradually deteriorating into rough, potholed tarmac that felt like driving over a dried riverbed. The only consolation was the almost total absence of other vehicles, particularly police cruisers. McKnight wasted no time in taking advantage of this, pushing the engine hard. The speedometer crept up to 70 miles an hour, which was about as fast as any of them would risk driving on a rough road in the dead of night. Reaching into the pack that was now by his feet, Drake removed a plastic bottle of water and downed a mouthful. He couldn't say what it was about operations like this, whether it was the ambient temperature or the tension and nervous energy that caused them all to overheat. But by the time it was over, he was always possessed by a ravenous thirst. and judging by the way Frost and Mason were attacking their own water canteens, he wasn't the only one. Taking another gulp, he held the bottle out to McKnight, who was happy to accept it.
Thanks,
she said, gulping it down.
I prefer a beer, though.
When we get out of here, I'll buy you a case. Sparing him a momentary glance, she offered a playful smile.
I'll hold you to that.
He knew deep down that it was too soon to start celebrating. No operation was over until you were on that flight home. But despite himself, Drake couldn't help feeling good about their work tonight. Despite numerous problems and a few close calls during the house assault, they had overcome the challenges like they always did, together, as a team. They were on the home stretch now. A few more miles and they would reunite with Chandra, bearing their prize away with them. Then, when they had reached the safety of a remote house in a neutral country, they would find out exactly what Sohan knew. But that was a concern for tomorrow. Tonight, they could be content with the knowledge that they had succeeded.
I hate to shit on this feel-good vibe, but we've got a problem, Frost said from the back seat, breaking his momentary spell of optimism. A big one.
Twisting around in his seat, Drake frowned at her. Talk to me.
I've been watching the GPS. We're falling behind, Ryan. At this rate, we're going to miss our window.
That's impossible, Mason countered. We worked out the route in advance. Timings, roads, everything.
But we're not following the route, the young woman explained. We're all over the place. Half the roads on our maps don't even exist.
Drake winced inwardly, realizing now that he'd underestimated the difficulties of traversing such a haphazard and primitive road network. Despite McKnight's best efforts to keep them on course, the winding roads and awkward junctions, many of which didn't exist on the unit's inbuilt map, kept forcing them to make detours and sudden turns. They were wasting time, taking a long and indirect route towards the airfield, where they were soon to rendezvous with Chandra.
Shit. She's right, Mason said. We're not making up the time.
McKnight shook her head.
If we go much faster, we'll drive right off the road. What do you want me to do, Ryan?
Drake chewed his lip as he considered their situation. The road they were currently barreling down seemed to run between a pair of fields, probably irrigated, as there certainly wasn't enough rainwater in this part of the world to sustain crops. This was remote farmland, even the scattered shantytown settlements that clustered around the city having petered out. He glanced at the GPS as if searching for answers. Sure enough, the road was gradually curving away towards the northeast, carrying them further away from their destination. At this rate, they could spend all night trying to negotiate the spider's web of farm tracks that crisscrossed the region. "This car's an off-roader, right?" he said, deciding to go with the only idea that had come to mind. It wasn't exactly elegant, but desperate times called for desperate measures. McKnight glanced at him, saying nothing. "It's time we went off-road." If McKnight was harboring any reservations about his plan, she gave no voice to them. Instead, she reached up for her seatbelt, pulled it across, and carefully locked it in place. Drake did likewise. "Get strapped in," he warned his two teammates in the back. "This could get rough."
"Fuck,"
Frost said under her breath, fumbling with her own belt.
"But I was having a ball until now."
There was nothing they could do about their two unwilling passengers in the trunk, except hope that they emerged at their destination with nothing more than a few bruises and a bad attitude. Giving McKnight a nod, Drake braced himself as she swung the wheel over. Straight away they veered right, leaving the potholed road in a spray of dust and stones, before rolling down a shallow embankment and into the field beyond. The SUV resounded with an almost painfully loud bang as they hit the ground at high speed. Suspension and shock absorbers strained to their limit by the impact. Nonetheless, the engine was still running, and the wheels clawed at the rutted ground, forcing them onwards. Whatever crops they were growing here presented no obstacle to the Toyota's relentless momentum, parting the sea before an ocean liner and flattening beneath their wheels.
"Don't turn! Just take us straight there!"
Drake ordered, keeping his eye on the GPS as the distance to destination slowly crept down. He had to raise his voice to be heard over the rumble of uneven ground beneath them.
"Good thing this isn't a rental,"
Mason remarked, as the big SUV rumbled through a deep hole in the ground, taking the abuse like a pro-rally car. Likely this little jaunt would put the car's undercarriage out of commission, not that it mattered, as long as they made their destination. As it turned out, the field was bordered by another road about half a mile distant. Reluctantly obeying Drake's instructions, McKnight took them straight up and over it, barely slowing down. She did her best to ignore the protesting groans and bangs coming from beneath the car as they landed hard on the other side. Broken shock absorbers wouldn't prove fatal, but if they snapped an axle or tracking rod, it was game over. Nonetheless, somehow the sturdy car held together, carrying them across a couple of miles of rough open ground that didn't seem to be used for much of anything. Even the lights of the city had faded into the distance, the only illumination provided by the vehicle's dipped headlights. Ahead of them lay a sparse, bleak landscape of dusty scrub, stony plains, and rocky outcroppings that McKnight was obliged to desperately weave her way through. The car might have been an all-terrain vehicle, but even it couldn't hope to traverse the walls of sandblasted rock that confronted them. In the midst of this, Drake cocked his head, listening intently to the faint, crackly voice that was filtering through his radio earpiece. "Monarch! Repeat! In! Monarch!" The signal was fading in and out, occasionally overwhelmed by scrambled static. "Am! Born! Approaching! Field!" Drake's heartbeat stepped up a gear. It was Chandra radioing them that he was on approach, though presumably he was right at the edge of transmitting range.
"Eagle, this is Monarch. Say again your last."
"Monarch, this is Eagle. Do you copy now?"
"Go, Eagle."
"I'm airborne and en route. ETA is less than 5 minutes. Are you in position?"
"We're close,"
Drake replied. According to the GPS, they were less than a mile from their destination. "Then I suggest you hurry, Monarch, because I'm staring out into a whole lot of darkness at the moment. I can't land without lights, and I can't circle around for another pass. I'm flying as slow as I can without stalling, but if you're not there when I pass by, I must leave you."
"Understood, Eagle. We're on it."
Clenching his fists, Drake looked at McKnight.
"We need to be there now, Sam. Whatever it takes."
McKnight's arms were aching from constantly wrestling with the wheel, her eyes stinging with sweat, and her nerves shredded, as the tires would be if she failed to spot one of the countless rocky spars that studded their path. It was like driving through a minefield blindfolded. It was then that she spotted it, standing directly across their path, easily 10 feet high, and stretching as far as she could see in the beams cast by the car's headlights. A metal chain-link fence, supported by steel posts driven into the ground at 10-meter intervals. "Got a perimeter fence ahead," she warned. Drake gritted his teeth. There was no time to go around.
"Go through it. Hold on, everyone."
Closing her eyes, McKnight stamped on the gas, propelling them towards the imposing-looking barrier. The impact wasn't what she'd expected. She felt a moment of resistance as the fence flexed under the pressure, metal links straining to hold it back. Then suddenly, there was a horrible wrenching, popping sound as it gave way, and the resistance vanished. A heartbeat later, the broken remains of fence impacted the windshield, cracking the glass before tearing across the roof and chassis. The scream of rending metal made her wince, but still she kept her foot on the gas, praying for them to power through it. A moment later, it was all over. The obstacle was behind them. She opened her eyes, hardly believing they'd made it. The ground was considerably smoother now that they'd entered the grounds of the airfield itself, though she had no idea where they were in relation to the field's facilities. "I don't see a runway," she said, searching the dusty ground for a sign of tarmac. Drake shook his head.
"I think this is the runway."
The airfield was, in reality, little more than a stretch of level ground that had been fenced off and cleared of rocks and other obstructions. Drake had no idea why they bothered to erect a fence around a dirt landing strip when there seemed to be little here worth protecting. Perhaps the government here had intended to pave the runway and build a more substantial facility, but hadn't got around to it yet. It wasn't going to be a fun landing for Chandra, but then, that was what he was being paid for. Anyway, Drake had seen him set down on worse. Spotting a cluster of small buildings up ahead that he assumed were related to the operation of the airfield, Drake pointed to the nearest one.
"This looks good. Stop by the closest building."
Bringing the battle-scarred SUV to a halt, McKnight let out a sigh and slumped back in her seat, too drained to do anything else for the next few moments. Drake, meanwhile, leapt right out of the passenger side, sweeping the area with his weapon. It all seemed quiet. There were 3 structures in total. One was a refueling tank that looked like it hadn't been used in some time, its paintwork scoured away by years of sand and wind. The other 2 were roughly equal in size, made from corrugated metal sheeting, probably fixed to a steel framework beneath. There was no obvious indication as to their purpose, no signs or words scrawled on them, but they were far too small to be aircraft hangars. Nonetheless, he still held out some hope that one of them might contain controls for the field lights, a generator, or something similar.
"Cole, cover our backs. Kira, on me,"
he ordered as he advanced on the closest building, his boots crunching on the rocky ground. Frost was right behind him, similarly armed.
"On your 6."
Pointing to the second structure, Drake closed in on the nearest one. There was only one door, also made of corrugated metal. There was no lock that he could see. Unhooking a flashlight from his belt, Drake halted for a moment, checking that his Browning was ready to fire, then reached out and pulled the door open. Even without the flashlight, the purpose of this small structure became apparent the moment he opened the door, and the stench of human excrement wafted out. Struggling not to gag, he flicked the flashlight on and allowed its beam to play briefly across the walls and floor. As he'd suspected, the toilet was nothing more than a hole in the ground, with a set of wooden planks placed around the outside to help the user balance while they went about their business. He supposed even pilots had to relieve themselves from time to time, but he couldn't imagine what kind of urgency would compel him to venture any further into that place. Nothing useful in there. Gratefully allowing the door to swing closed, he killed the flashlight and backed off, just as Frost trotted over to join him.
"You okay?"
she asked, noting his pallid complexion.
"You look like me after too many shots of tequila."
"Fine," he lied. "It's clear in there. Anything on the other one?"
She shook her head.
"Just old tools and junk. No lights, no power. This place doesn't have shit for us, Ryan."
As if sensing their difficulties, Chandra radioed in once more.
"Monarch, this is Eagle. I'm inbound, closing in fast. I need those lights now."
They were wasting time. Whether or not this airfield even had landing lights was irrelevant now. They had no time to investigate the matter further.
"We're working on it, Eagle," Drake replied, striding back towards the SUV.
"Then whatever you are going to do, I suggest you do it soon. My instruments are telling me I'm almost on top of you."
"Copy that, Eagle. Stand by."
Clicking off his radio, he called ahead to Mason.
"Cole, get your pack. We need your signal flares."
Mason, covering the area around the vehicle, caught on immediately.
"On it." "Kira, you too," Drake instructed the young specialist. "Get your ass down to the west end of the runway. Cole, you take the east. I'll cover the center."
It wasn't going to be much of a landing grid for Chandra, but it was the best they could manage with the resources at hand. Hopefully it would be enough.
"Jesus, Ryan, why do I have to do all the running?"
Frost protested as she withdrew the signal flares from her pack.
"Because you're fast,"
he admitted. Despite her short stature, she was as quick and nimble as an athlete.
"And it'll shut you up for a while."
She shot him a hard look.
"One of these days we're going to have a falling out."
Before Drake could respond, McKnight threw open her door and jumped down from the SUV.
"Give me the flares, Kira,"
she said, holding out her hand.
"I'll take care of it."
"I need you here to cover Sowen," Drake said.
"Someone's locked in the trunk. He's going nowhere."
Her eyes flashed in silent challenge.
"What's the matter? Don't trust me?"
"That's not what I meant."
They both knew the real reason he didn't want her to go, and it had nothing to do with trust. He didn't want her out there alone, separated from the group where he couldn't protect her. They knew this, just as they knew his sentiment was as dangerous as it was unfounded. There was no room for favoritism or protectiveness in situations like this.
"Good. Then you won't have a problem with this."
Without waiting for a reply, she snatched the flares out of Frost's hand. Stay on comms, I'll let you know when I'm in position. Giving him a wink, the woman turned and sprinted off into the darkness. Mason, flashing a wry grin of amusement at Drake, likewise took off in the other direction, with 2 flares tucked into his webbing, clutching his silenced automatic. "Fuck," Drake said through gritted teeth. "You guys really need to get a room," Frost remarked sagely. "Piss off," Drake replied, shoving 2 flares down the front of his webbing. Frost said nothing, though her smirk was hard to miss. "Cover Sowen," he instructed her. "The last thing we need is some arsehole stealing the car with him in it." The young woman drew her weapon. "Be a hell of a story, though." Before Drake could reply, Mason called out over the radio.
"Cameo's in position."
"Copy that, Cameo. Envoy, how's it looking?"
"Almost there," came McKnight's breathless reply. "I see an Earth berm up ahead." Sending out a silent prayer for this to work, Drake hit his transmit button.
"All right. Light them up."
Mason's flares ignited first, twin points of red light suddenly appearing in the darkness about 100 yards off to the east. Drake watched as the flares separated, one dropping to the ground as Mason laid it down, followed by the other a short distance away. With one end of the runway marked out, Drake turned his attention to the other. McKnight had already ignited one flare and dropped it in the corner of the landing strip, and as Drake watched, he saw the other burst into life. With the 4 corners now illuminated, he sprinted out into the runway, moving westward until he'd reached what felt like midway between the 2 sets of flares. Reaching down for the first device, he pulled the safety pin designed to prevent it triggering by accident, then twisted sharply on the plastic trigger at the base. There was a flash, and suddenly his world was engulfed in red light and acrid chemical smoke as the incandescent contents ignited. Dropping it on the edge of the dirt landing strip, he hurried over to the other side and triggered his second flare in similar fashion. Coughing and turning away from the intense light that was destroying his night vision, Drake keyed his radio again.
"Eagle, this is Monarch. The field is lit. Look for the red lights. Do you copy?"
"Roger. I see the Monarch. Not much of a landing pattern, but it will do. Coming in on approach now. Stand by." Drake closed his eyes for a moment, allowing the relief of the moment to flood through him, before turning his thoughts back to the task at hand.
"Copy that, Eagle."
Already he had turned and was sprinting back towards the SUV.
"Cameo, Envoy, on me. Overwatch, get the cargo prepped for transport."
"With pleasure, Monarch," Frost replied. About a mile to the west, Chandra eased the aircraft into a gentle left turn, aligning his nose with the meager landing strip laid out for him. Checking his airspeed was sufficient to compensate for the increased drag, he reached out and flicked the landing gear switch. There was a loud hum as the gear extended and locked in place. He was grateful that the weather was favorable tonight, otherwise such a landing would have been unfeasible even for the likes of him. He was quite content to take risks, but even he recognized there was a line between bravery and suicide. As he'd anticipated, his changing course and altitude hadn't gone unnoticed by Libyan air traffic control.
"Flight, Golf Zulu 682. This is Tripoli Tower. Please return to heading 080. Flight level 15. Acknowledge."
There was agitation in the man's voice that was plain even over the radio. He was probably tired and unhappy at pulling the night shift, and certainly didn't need some cowboy private aircraft pilot ruining his night. Adopting his most apologetic tone, Chandra hit the transmit button. "This is 682. Copy that, Tripoli Tower. One of my ailerons keeps locking up. Think one of the control lines might be jamming. I'm landing to inspect it. Over."
682. Recommend you circle around and return to Tripoli.
"Don't think I can make that turn, Tripoli. Not on one aileron. Over."
682. Are you declaring an emergency?
The mild irritation was gone now, replaced by genuine concern for a pilot in trouble.
"Not at this stage, Tripoli. I still have control. Over." "Roger, 682. Stay on comms."
Chandra smiled as he eased the twin-engine aircraft in for final approach. It was almost too easy. Frost was waiting when Drake returned to the SUV. She had already popped the trunk and hauled Sowen out, and was busy doing the same to his wife, standing with his ankles now untied to make him easier to transport,
but with hands still bound behind his back. Soham made no move to either advance or retreat, knowing full well that Frost would take him down before he'd made it 5 yards. Nonetheless, he looked remarkably calm and composed, given his dire circumstances. The man was no stranger to fear, it seemed. Standing in a t-shirt and pajama bottoms, with his hands bound behind his back, he glared openly at Drake as he approached. The gag prevented him from saying much, but it was clear from the look in his eyes that he recognized his captor and was far from pleased by this turn of events. "Eyeball me all you want, you bastard," Drake thought to himself. "We'll have plenty of time to talk later." "I'm on your 6, Kira," Drake called out in case she heard him approaching and mistook him for an enemy. Then, seeing that she was having difficulty with the second prisoner, he added, "You need help?" "No way! I'm having the time of my life," Frost replied with heavy sarcasm. Soham might have been inclined to bide his time and wait for a more opportune moment to resist, but his wife clearly didn't share this attitude. She was kicking and thrashing in the trunk of the SUV, screaming into the gag, and lashing out at Frost every time the Shepherd operative tried to pull her out. "Stop fighting me, you stupid bitch!" Frost shouted to little effect. Finally tiring of the stalemate, she drew her silenced pistol and pressed it hard against the woman's forehead. Staring her in the eyes, she said in a cold, emotionless voice, "We need your husband. We don't need you. Give me an excuse to pull this trigger, please." Whether she understood the threat or not, the weapon was enough to quieten her struggles. Ceasing resistance, she allowed herself to be helped out of the trunk and led over to stand beside her husband. "Very diplomatic," Drake said quietly as Frost backed off, covering the 2 captives with her weapon. Frost shrugged. "Once you find common ground, it's easy to make friends." She waved her weapon at their female prisoner. "Isn't that right?" She could say nothing in response, but the hostility in her eyes was obvious. "You sure you want to take her with us?" Frost asked. "She could cause problems later. Maybe we should leave her here." He shook his head as he gathered up their equipment packs, laying them on the ground by his feet. All of it, particularly the intel gathered by Mason from Sohan's office, would be going with them. "We might need her if he doesn't talk." Frost said nothing to that. Laying down the last pack, Drake hesitated, listening carefully to a faint noise carrying to him on the night breeze. A low drone like a swarm of bees coming from the west, growing louder as it closed in. Aircraft engines. Moving towards Sohan, Drake reached out and removed his gag, staring the Libyan in the eye for a few seconds. "Still think we won't make it out of Libya?" "Who are you?" the man demanded. "What do you want with me?" "What do I want with you?" He lowered his voice, moving a step closer with his fist clenched. He could feel his hands trembling with barely suppressed rage now that he and Sohan were mere inches apart. "I want to hear everything you have to say about Freya Louise Shaw. And you're going to tell me, you piece of shit. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be begging to tell me everything you know." The eyes staring back at him betrayed no trace of recognition, though his dark brows drew together in a frown. "What are you talking about?" The bastard was trying to play him, Drake realized. They'd see just how ignorant he was once Drake had some time alone with him. "Don't worry. We'll have plenty of time to talk about it, you and I." Glancing away, Drake touched his radio transmitter. "Cameo, Envoy, last orders at the bar. Our taxi's almost here." Mason, already on his way back, answered his instruction verbally rather than via the radio net.
"Music to my ears, buddy," he called out,
emerging from the darkness at the western end of the landing strip. He was breathing hard after running nearly the full length of the runway twice, but otherwise seemed in good shape. The sound of the engines was growing louder by the second. Glancing up, Drake could see the flashing recognition lights on the wingtips of Chandra's plane as it approached, settling in lower as he prepared to land. "Where's Sam?" Frost asked, looking around. Nearby, Chandra was concentrating intently on his difficult task as he reduced engine power, keeping the nose slightly elevated while he brought the aircraft in for landing. With only limited visual cues provided by the signal flares,
He was relying mostly on instrumentation to gauge the rate of his descent. Speed, 120 knots. Altitude, 60 feet. 50 feet. Flaps extended. Reduce power. Angle the nose up a little more. Altitude, 40 feet. Perfect approach. Such was his concentration on the task at hand, he didn't see the tiny bloom of a muzzle flash off in the distance, and certainly didn't hear the sound of the shot. Only a second or two later did he feel the effects. There was a loud crunch as something impacted the aircraft, followed an instant later by an explosion of shattered glass as a portion of the canopy blasted inwards, showering him with tiny fragments. He had no time to contemplate this, however, as something slammed into his chest with such force that he was jerked back violently into his seat. His first thought, stupid as it might have been, was that he collided with something in mid-air, some unseen obstruction across his path, perhaps even a flock of birds. Looking down, he felt a fleeting sense of disbelief at the sight of blood pumping from the entrance wound in his chest. Even as shock started to cloud his judgment, he simply couldn't understand how this had come to be. He didn't even register the next shot, as it whizzed in through the shattered canopy, striking him in the head. On the ground, Drake, Mason, and Frost watched in horrified fascination as the aircraft suddenly yawed sideways, the port wing dipping low towards the ground as the nose angled downwards. With no one at the stick to correct the terminal dive, the airspeed increased rapidly as gravity took hold. The twin-engine plane impacted the ground at about 140 knots, the port wing crumpling immediately under the impact and digging into the landing strip, causing the fuselage to swing around in a violent arc. The port engine, still turning under half power, disintegrated in a deadly hail of flying wreckage as its highly stressed machinery tore itself apart. The nose hit next, the entire forward section crumpling under the impact as if it were made of cardboard. Even if Chandra had still been alive, no one could have survived such a crash. Propelled by its considerable momentum, the remainder of the plane cartwheeled across the runway, scattering dirt and debris in its wake, and destroying the starboard wing and propeller in the process.
"Jesus Christ!"
Frost gasped, horrified by what she was witnessing. Drake's shock was no less. He was watching a good friend die right in front of his eyes, his aircraft consumed in a storm of dirt and smoke and flying metal. But even in the terrible moment of loss, he still had the presence of mind to realize the danger they were in.
"Cover!"
he yelled, grabbing Sohan and pulling him to the ground as flying debris began to rain down around them, one piece passing dangerously close to shatter one of the car's side windows. Mason tackled Sohan's wife, partially shielding her with his own body, while Frost threw herself behind the car to escape the shower of wreckage. Fortunately, they were far enough away that only the lighter pieces of debris reached them, most of it too small to cause serious injury. A sudden flare of orange light told them the fuel tanks had finally ruptured and ignited, their burning contents spraying across the open ground. Even from 100 yards away, they could feel the heat of the blaze. Letting out a breath as the sounds of the crash faded, Drake slowly picked himself up, surveying what was left of Chandra's plane in shocked, uncomprehending silence, his eyes already starting to water as oily black smoke from the burning aviation fuel drifted towards them. There was little in the field of burning wreckage that resembled a plane now, and certainly no chance of survival for the pilot. He was gone, as was their means of escape.
"What were you saying about getting out of the country?"
Sohan asked, still lying where Drake had tackled him to the ground. But Drake wasn't thinking about such things. Another, even more terrible thought had occurred to him as he took in the scene of devastation laid out before him. The plane had come down right where Samantha had been standing. Heart pounding, he reached up and pressed his radio transmitter. "Monarch to Envoy, come in." His request was met with nothing but the pop and crackle of static. Each second that passed was like a knife driven deeper into his heart. "Envoy, respond."
"What the fuck happened?"
Mason asked, coughing as the acrid smoke stung his throat.
"What happened to our plane?"
Drake had no answer for him. Indeed, Even if he had, he wouldn't have had time to voice it.
Stay here,
he ordered, drawing his weapon.
I'm going after Sam.
Drake was turning away when Mason rushed to catch up, grabbing his arm and spinning him around.
Are you out of your mind, Ryan? It's suicide to go out there. Get the fuck off me,
Drake snarled, yanking his arm free.
She could be her. I have to find her.
Before Mason could utter a reply, someone else spoke up for him. Someone Drake had hoped never to see again.
Ryan, you disappoint me. Letting emotion cloud your judgment.
Whirling around, Drake was just in time to see Faulkner emerging like a demon from the drifting smoke, lit crimson by the red glow of the nearby flames. He was smiling, that same knowing, mocking smile Drake had come to fear. The smile of a man who knows exactly what his opponents will do, long before they do it. The smile of a winner.
Good to see you again, old boy.
Chapter 24. Despite his shock at the plane crash and Faulkner's sudden arrival, Drake's training and instincts as a field operative were still with him. Operating on instinct, he dropped to one knee beside the pile of equipment packs and leveled his weapon at his opponent. Frost and Mason reacted in kind, taking up positions on either side of him, with Mason keeping Sohan and his wife covered. Far from being unnerved by the weapons pointed his way, Faulkner merely shook his head.
I wouldn't if I were you. Be a shame if things got out of hand.
Got targets left and right, Mason hissed. They're flanking us.
Sure enough, several of Faulkner's men were moving to outflank them, all armed with MP5 submachine guns. Formidable weapons that were devastating in close-range engagements like this, and more than capable of wiping out Drake and his team in a hail of 9mm automatic fire. Drake counted 5 of them, plus Faulkner himself. 6 against 3. Submachine guns against pistols. Bad odds by anyone's standards.
That's far enough, Faulkner,
he warned, making sure he had the man's head in his sights.
Or you'll be the first to go.
I think we've made our point, lads, Faulkner said, signaling for his men to halt where they were.
No sense in aggravating things. Not when we can resolve this like adults. What do you want?
Drake demanded.
You're smart enough. I think you can guess,
Faulkner replied, nodding to Sohan.
He's standing about 5 yards from you. We already agreed to bring him to you.
The British operative chuckled.
Ryan, please don't take me for a fool. I knew the moment I handed you this job that you had no intention of honoring our deal. Predictable as always, and just as easy to control.
Only now did Drake see how Faulkner had manipulated him, getting them to do his dirty work, to recover the man he himself wanted to get his hands on. He played them, and Drake, blinded by grief and his thirst for revenge, had walked right into it. Faulkner let out a breath, focusing on Sohan once more.
I'll make this simple. You put your gun down and give me Sohan, and we each go our separate ways, with a minimum of aggravation.
Bullshit. The minute we lower our guns, he'll kill us all,
Frost countered.
Your young friend is mistaken. I mean what I say.
Drake's eyes narrowed.
Give me one reason to believe that.
Faulkner shrugged.
It's a matter of priorities, Ryan. My priority is to recover Tarek here, preferably without losing men in the process. Your priority is to get out of Libya alive. At least, it should be. So I ask you now, which means more to you? The mission, or your friends?
Ryan, what are we doing?
Frost whispered, unable to hide the fear in her voice. They were surrounded by a group with superior firepower. It didn't take a genius to recognize that their position was untenable. Faulkner glanced at his watch, impatient with the delay.
I'm sure that crash will have been reported by now. Libyan police and armed units are probably on their way as we speak. I don't know about you, but I prefer to be gone by the time they arrive. So I'm going to make this very simple. I'll count to 3, then my men start shooting. 1.
Go to hell,
Mason snarled, eyes blazing with impotent anger.
You're outnumbered and surrounded, Ryan. If you don't see sense, this is only going to end one way." His lips were parted in a malicious smile. 2.
"I have a shot," Frost whispered. "I can take him." It was a valiant sentiment, but even if they took down Faulkner, the rest of his group would hose them down with automatic fire before they could get a second shot off. As Faulkner himself had observed, they were outnumbered and surrounded. To fight would be suicidal.
3.
Around them, Faulkner's men were tensing up, gripping their weapons tighter, and preparing for the inevitable recoil when they opened up on full automatic. It was at that moment that Drake acted. A wild gamble, driven by desperation and gut instinct. Swinging his weapon around, he took his sights off Faulkner and brought it to bear on Sohan.
"Wait!"
Faulkner called out, raising his hand. Around them, his men held their positions, weapons trained on Drake.
"What do you think you're doing, Ryan?"
He was trying to convey the impression of amusement at Drake's sudden change of tactics. But Drake could see beneath the confident, arrogant facade. He'd rattled his adversary by threatening the one thing that was truly important to him. That told him what he needed to know.
"Lower the guns, or he dies right now,"
Drake warned.
"Not going to happen, I'm afraid."
Drake's vivid green eyes glimmered in the crimson glow of the flames.
"You want him alive. You engineered this whole thing. Came all the way to Libya to get him alive, which means you can't afford to go home without him. Now lower your fucking guns or I'll put a bullet through his head right now."
Faulkner flashed a thin, cold smile, but nonetheless glanced at his companions and gave a curt nod. With that, they lowered their guns a little, fingers relaxing on triggers. They could still bring their weapons to bear at a moment's notice, but they no longer had the drop on Drake and the others.
"So, what are we to do now?" Faulkner asked. "Keep this little standoff going until the Libyans arrive to arrest us?" "Everything comes at a price. That's what you told me."
The British intelligence officer cocked his head curiously.
"And what might that price be?"
Drake exhaled, knowing this was the last card he had left to play.
"Let my friends go. Once they're out of here, I'll give you Sohan. Not before."
"Ryan, what the fuck?"
Frost hissed.
"We're not leaving you here."
She had no more wish to die than he did, but if it came down to it, she'd rather go down fighting than watch her friends sacrifice his own life for them.
"It's all right, Kira,"
Drake promised her, wishing there was more he could say. This might well be the last time they spoke.
"I've got this. You and Cole, get out of here."
No way was he letting Faulkner get his hands on Sohan alive. As soon as they were clear of the area, Drake fully intended to execute his hostage. It would likely be his final act, but if so, it wasn't a bad way to go.
"Still playing the hero, Ryan?"
Faulkner said mockingly.
"I think you underestimated yourself the night we spoke."
That was when he heard it. A noise, distinct against the background of burning wreckage and the shifting night breeze that stirred up loose sand across the open space. A faint metallic ping that Drake well recognized from his years of training and military experience, that his keen, analytical mind was able to categorize and insert into a possible chain of events, which instantly set his heart racing.
"No,"
he said, staring at his adversary through the drifting smoke as he readied himself to act.
"You're the one who underestimated me."
It was at this moment that Faulkner began to react. Either he'd heard or seen something that had tipped him off, or he'd sensed from Drake's expression and body language that something was about to happen. Whatever the reason, he opened his mouth to shout out something, a warning, a command to fire. Drake couldn't tell. Nor did he care. At that same instant, he saw something fly through the air towards them, hurled into their midst from an unseen source. Something small, cylindrical in shape, its metal surface glinting briefly in the firelight. Something that confirmed Drake's wild, fervent hope that she was still alive. In the half-second before he closed his eyes and turned away, he saw Faulkner likewise change direction, and throw himself aside, seeking to shield himself from the detonation. The flashbang grenade exploded before it had even hit the ground, igniting in mid-air about 15 feet away from Drake. Even with his eyes closed, Drake saw the lightning-like flash that seemed to burn right through the thin skin of his eyelids, trying to sear its indelible mark on his retinas. He might have been partially protected from the flash, but the thunderous boom almost knocked him off his feet. As it was, he dropped to his knees to steady himself. He felt like an artillery piece had just gone off right by his head, and desperately tried to fight back the sudden sense of vertigo that threatened to overwhelm him. The effects of the grenade could damage the inner ear, disturbing a victim's sense of balance and orientation. But if he was so affected, the others would be too, and they hadn't been expecting it. He bought himself an opening. A small opening perhaps, but a crucial one. What happened in the next few seconds would likely determine whether they all lived or died. As he brought his weapon up, he could barely hear his own voice screaming out a warning to his friends. "Kira! Go! Get down!" Opening his eyes, Drake took a rough aim at Faulkner and opened fire. The disorientation caused by the blast had similarly affected his ability to aim, and the first shot went wide, as did the second, allowing his adversary to disappear behind one of the corrugated steel sheds they had encountered on arrival. Realizing he'd missed his chance, Drake shifted his aim to the nearest member of Faulkner's strike team. The man had been caught off guard by the blast and had dropped to one knee to present a smaller target while he frantically tried to clear his vision. Without hesitation, Drake pulled the trigger a third time. This time his shot had found its mark, slamming into his target's left shoulder and spinning him around with the force of the impact. Rising to his feet, Drake carried on firing even as the man went down, determined not to let him return the favor. There was no finesse, no strategy to what he was doing. There was no time for such things now. He simply had to put as many rounds on target as possible and hope that it was enough. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Frost open fire on another of Faulkner's men, who instinctively squeezed off a burst from his own weapon in response, the thunder of automatic gunfire splitting the air around them. He had no idea if Frost was scoring any hits, or if it was simply covering fire to keep their heads down, but he was glad of it all the same. By the time he'd risen up on unsteady legs, the weapon in his hand was no longer firing, but his target was no longer moving either. "Ryan!" His head snapped left, and through smoke and blurred vision he saw a figure emerge from the darkness, hurrying towards him with a weapon in hand. A woman. "Sam!" he cried out, hardly believing what he was seeing. She was coughing, her face smeared with dirt and soot, her eyes streaming in the oily smoke. But she was alive. Relief flooded through him at the sight of her where only moments earlier he'd felt nothing but the sickening grief of her loss. Gripping him by the straps on his webbing, she pulled him close and stared into his eyes. "We have to get out of here!" she shouted, her voice sounding dull and distant in his ringing ears. In that, he was in complete agreement. He had no idea how she'd survived the crash, how she'd understood that Faulkner had ambushed them and set up her own improvised rescue. But he knew there was no time to question her about it now. Survival was the priority, for all of them. Nodding, he turned towards the vehicle that had brought them here. "Go! Kira! Get in the car! Move!" Outgunned and surrounded, this was one fight they could never hope to win. The only option was to bail out, fast. Stumbling across the dusty ground back to the SUV, Drake and McKnight almost collided with Mason, who was forcing their two captives back into the car at gunpoint.
"Where's Kira?"
he yelled, his eyes wet with tears that had left tracks down his soot-covered cheeks. Like the others, he'd been caught unprepared and temporarily blinded by the grenade blast. "She's coming!" Drake said, ejecting the spent magazine from his weapon. "Get them inside!" McKnight went in first, taking up position in the rear seats. With no time to open the trunk, Mason simply shoved his two captives in behind her and slammed the door closed. It didn't take her long to turn her weapon on both of them, in case they harbored any thoughts of escape. Drake, meanwhile, had circled around to the driver's door. He was about to clamber in when he spotted movement in his peripheral vision and glanced up in time to see one of Faulkner's men emerge from behind the steel shithouse. He saw the barrel of the MP5 come up towards him, saw the man lock eyes with him as he squeezed the trigger. Drake's reaction was one born from years of experience in firefights like this, and a practical understanding of the weapon he was up against. The MP5 was a compact little submachine gun, ideal for close-range combat because of its light weight and ability to spit out a high rate of fairly accurate fire. But the cost of its small size was its relative lack of stopping power. Its 9mm rounds struggled against even light body armor. If he was right about the level of paranoia of its owner, the Toyota came with more extras than just air conditioning. Throwing himself to the ground, he allowed the SUV's door to absorb the initial burst of automatic fire as he brought his own weapon to bear. The distinctive scream of projectiles wanging off the metal bodywork was complemented a moment later by the dull thump of Drake's silenced weapon as he took aim at the man's center mass and opened fire. His aim was improving as the grenade effects wore off, and the first 2 rounds found their target, slamming into his chest with enough kinetic energy to send him staggering backwards. His finger tightened reflexively on the trigger as he fell, sending another burst of automatic fire sputtering skywards. Rather than collapsing in a heap, however, he managed to regain his balance enough to throw himself behind the shed for cover. He was almost certainly wearing body armor, and while Drake's shots were unlikely to do any lasting damage, they might have brought a few precious seconds to make their escape. Scrambling to his feet, Drake paused just for a second to stare at the string of penny-sized holes that had been punched in the SUV's door panel. It seems he'd been wrong about the car. Either Faulkner's men were using armor-piercing rounds, or the vehicle wasn't as well protected as he'd thought. Fumbling for the ignition key, he turned it over once and felt rather than heard the engine rumble back into life. He had no idea what kind of shape the Toyota was in after the punishing drive from Tripoli, but the engine still had some fight in it at least. Having deposited his charges in the back seat, Mason circled around to the front and hauled open the passenger door, practically throwing himself inside. This car would become a bullet magnet within seconds, and as they'd just learned, it offered little protection against small arms fire.
"Where's Kira?"
Drake called out.
"She's pinned down, man."
Mason pointed out to the open space near where the grenade had detonated. Drake turned towards it. Sure enough, Frost was crouched behind the empty refueling tank for cover, having become cut off from the rest of the group. She was still snapping off the occasional round from her Browning, but her slow rate of fire warned him she was almost out of ammunition. Her enemies, meanwhile, had her covered with automatic weapons, and it would only be a matter of seconds before they finished her off. Mason's reaction was immediate, concern for his teammate overriding any thoughts for his own safety.
"Cover me. I'm going after her."
"Forget it. Get in," Drake ordered him. Mason stared at him in disbelief.
"We can't just—"
"Shut up and get in," Drake shouted, throwing the SUV into gear. Nearby, Frost took aim and sent a single round whizzing off towards her target, hearing the distinctive ping as it ricocheted off the steel shed he was hiding behind. Her fire had kept them at bay thus far, but that would only last as long as her ammunition. The Hollywood myths of people standing in open ground firing from the hip, or charging toward their enemies en masse heedless of the danger, were pure nonsense. As she'd long since learned, most firefights quickly devolved into a cat-and-mouse game, with both sides staying under cover and trying to either outgun or outflank the other. Nobody was going to risk getting killed in a suicidal charge, or by exposing themselves needlessly. Numbers and firepower were usually the deciding factors, and Faulkner's men had more of both. As if to echo this, the response to her single shot was a long, sustained burst of fire that howled off the metal framework around her. She was thankful this airfield was more or less disused, and that the fuel tank above her was empty. Otherwise, this exchange would have been brief indeed. Smoke from the burning aircraft would help to keep her hidden, and perhaps buy her a few more seconds, but the advantage worked both ways. She'd be less able to see her enemies as they closed in to finish her, like wolves circling their wounded prey. Her one consolation was the sudden roar of a vehicle engine off to her left, still dimly heard since her ears were ringing from the grenade blast. A distraction, however dearly paid for, had at least bought Drake and the others time to make good their escape. She tried to hold on to that thought as she leaned out and sent another round whizzing out through the gathering darkness towards her enemies. The slide on her weapon flew back and locked in place
to expose an empty breach. She was out. The only thing left to do was get her head down and run, hoping she could slip away into the darkness. However, no sooner had she picked herself up to flee than the roaring engine grew suddenly louder and, with a squeal of brakes and a spray of dust, the big SUV came to a shuddering halt mere feet away. The vehicle now stood between her and Faulkner's men, blocking their line of sight. The passenger door flew open, propelled by a kick from inside to reveal Cole Mason, his clothes covered in dust and his eyes streaming from the recent grenade detonation.
"Get the fuck in!"
he yelled. She didn't have to be told twice, scrambling to her feet and leaping up into the vehicle. With nowhere else to go, she ended up sprawled uncomfortably on top of him.
"She's in! Go! Punch it!"
Mason cried, fumbling to close the door behind her. Wasting no time, Drake floored the accelerator. The big engine rumbled with power, wheels skidding on the dark, packed dirt, before finding purchase and lurching forward. Gunfire traced through the air around them, pattering off the bodywork and shattering windows that showered the occupants with broken glass. There was a muffled cry from the back seat, though it was barely audible amidst the chatter of weapons fire and the roar of the laboring engine. "Stay down!" Drake warned, keeping his foot pressed firmly on the gas and hoping there was nothing ahead of them that the Toyota couldn't overcome. There was no thought of maneuvering for the best escape route at that moment. Their only defense was distance. Rocketing across the runway, they soon found themselves in the rougher ground on the far side. Rocks and sharp stones hammered the vehicle's underside, while sudden dips and bumps strained the already battered suspension. But somehow it kept going. Somehow the engine continued to drag them onwards, wheels chewing up the uneven ground, until the incoming fire started to slacken off, and the only sounds they could hear were the rumble of the engine and the whistle of wind through bullet holes in the windshield. Heart pounding, breath still coming in shallow gasps, Drake chanced to raise his head above the level of the dashboard. He stole a glance in his rear-view mirror, mercifully seeing no sign of pursuit. "Everyone all right?" he asked, hardly believing they'd made it out alive. How long they would stay that way in a foreign country with no support and no immediate means of escape was another matter. But for now, their priority was simply to get out of the area. 100%, Frost replied, oblivious to the blood dripping down her cheek where a shard of glass had cut her.
"Slightly crushed,"
was Mason's response. With no other space to occupy in the passenger seat, Frost had resorted to dumping herself unceremoniously on his lap. However, his attempt at humor earned him a slap across the face that seemed to lie somewhere between affection and irritation. McKnight, however, seated behind them, was in no mood for jokes. "Ryan, we've got a problem here," she said, her voice quiet and urgent. "Someone's been hit." Chapter 25. As the SUV receded into the distance, David Faulkner turned his face skyward, closed his eyes, and slowly exhaled through his nose, forcing calm into his body once more. To be sure, anger had its place in the great tapestry of human emotion. Anger endowed one with the strength and the will to do things that others might balk at, to commit acts of violence that would shock people who considered themselves normal. It was a vital weapon in the armory of any operative like himself. But anger alone was destructive and short-sighted, and this wasn't the time for it. Now was the time for cold, hard decision-making, starting with his own team. Two of his men were crouched down beside one of their comrades, who had been severely injured during the brief fight. Colin Maxwell, the man Faulkner had entrusted with keeping their hostage under control, was lying on his back in the dirt, blood from several gunshot wounds pooling beneath him. Close-range shots that must have retained enough power to penetrate his body armor. He was breathing hard and fast, teeth gritted against the pain, unable to keep from moaning as the lifeblood flowed out of him. "Well?" Faulkner asked impatiently. Samuel Tarver, the team medic, glanced up from his vain attempts to stop the bleeding. 3 gunshots to the torso. He's alive, but he won't be for long unless we get him to a hospital." Faulkner let out a disappointed sigh. Maxwell was a good man, an army veteran who'd served everywhere from the Falklands to Iraq in his long career.
He'd worked for Faulkner for a number of years and never let him down in any appreciable way. Until today. It would be a shame to lose him. Taking a step forward, he looked Maxwell hard in the eye. The old veteran stared right back at him, perhaps sensing what was coming. But like a good soldier, he didn't flinch, didn't plead or beg. Perhaps because he wasn't able to speak, but Faulkner preferred to attribute it to quiet courage.
"Sorry, Colin,"
Faulkner said quietly, drawing his pistol. One shot to the head was enough to put Maxwell out of his misery. Ignoring the horrified stares of the two men who only seconds earlier had been fighting to save his life, Faulkner holstered his weapon.
"Right, that's taken care of,"
he said, relieved that the matter was resolved. Death wasn't such a bad thing, really, but drawn-out deaths were just tiresome.
"Sam, bring the car around, will you? We'd better be on our way before the police get here."
Hesitating a moment, Tarver thought better of whatever objection he'd been about to voice, and hurried off to retrieve their own vehicle. The fourth member of Faulkner's men had jogged over to investigate the gunshot, having secured the perimeter in the wake of the fight. Peter Boone, a tough and wily little Glaswegian whose spare frame and craggy face betrayed a hard-as-nails character and a bluntly grim outlook on life. He surveyed Maxwell's dead body without comment or emotion. Indeed, it was hard to know what, if any, kind of soul lurked behind his solemn grey eyes.
"What about Drake and the others? If they get away with Sohn, we're fucked."
Faulkner fixed him with a baleful glare. Most other men would have wilted under such a gaze, but Boone was one of the few who seemed to have no sense of fear. Faulkner still couldn't decide if he respected or resented that.
"Then we'd best make sure they don't,"
he said calmly.
"Hadn't we, Peter?"
Boone straightened up a little.
"What do you want us to do?"
The key, as always, was to apply a little logic to the problem, to take what he already knew, carefully consider its implications, and use it to arrive at a rational conclusion. A row of canvas backpacks were lying on the ground nearby. Presumably Drake had intended to take them on the aircraft that had been due to pick them up, but instead they'd been abandoned during the chaotic firefight. Intrigued, Faulkner walked over and knelt down to inspect their contents. Wary of booby traps, he took his time opening the first one. Tools, electronic equipment, water, food, even a Magellan sat-nav unit were all stowed away inside. Faulkner smiled faintly at the realization that his adversaries had, in their haste to escape, likely abandoned most of their vital gear. Drake was now stranded in a hostile country with no immediate means of escape and few resources to call upon. He was driving a car which, in addition to being registered as stolen, was now sporting more bullet holes than a road sign in Alabama. By the time the sun came up, which according to his watch was in less than 2 hours, Drake would have no choice but to ditch the incriminating vehicle or risk immediate police pursuit. A group of foreigners, with 2 hostages in tow, wouldn't get far on foot, especially not with temperatures likely to hit the high 30s by midday. With this in mind, Drake's first priority would be to find somewhere he could switch vehicles, regroup, and plan his next move. Drake might have been well trained at escape and evasion, but so was Faulkner, and he'd been playing this game a lot longer than his adversary. It wouldn't take Drake long to realize there was only one feasible course of action left to him now, one dangerous gamble that might offer a way out. And Faulkner would be ready for him.
"Talk to me, Sam,"
Drake called out, trying to make out what was happening in the back seat while keeping his eyes on the rough terrain ahead. Behind him, McKnight was bent over Sohn, working quickly to assess the damage.
"He's taken a round in the leg. Must have punched right through the door."
Drake winced inwardly. As he'd feared, their ride had offered little protection against the hail of gunfire that had been directed their way in the final few moments of the battle. It was a miracle none of them had been killed outright. Gripping the material of Sohn's trouser leg, McKnight yanked hard, tearing it apart to expose a gory entrance wound in his left thigh. Blood was pumping out of the torn flesh, in time to his rapid pulse.
"Shit! He's shot up pretty bad.
Looks like arterial bleeding, she said, applying pressure to try to staunch the flow of blood. Sowen, his hands still bound, cried out in pain and arched his back as if trying to fight her off. How bad is it? Frost asked, twisting around to look. McKnight fixed her with a blazing look. His blood's pumping out onto the floor instead of around his body, so I guess it's pretty bad, Kira. Normally, the temperamental young specialist wouldn't have tolerated such an outburst, but even Frost knew when to back off. Can you stop it? Drake asked. Not unless I can clamp the artery, and I'm not even sure I can do that. I need a med kit now. In the front seat, Drake looked to Mason for assistance. The specialist shook his head gravely.
Had to ditch our packs at the airfield. There was no time to retrieve them.
Fuck, Drake said under his breath. No packs meant no equipment, no medical supplies, no spare ammunition, or even navigational aids. They literally had nothing but the clothes on their back. Check the glove box, he said, hoping for a lucky break. See if there's a first aid kit. Popping open the little compartment in front of her, Frost rummaged through the contents. After tossing aside a road map, some ownership documents, and a couple of user manuals that looked like they'd never been opened, she shook her head. I got nothing. He needs a trauma surgeon, not a Band-Aid and a sticky plaster, Ryan, McKnight warned as the car bumped through a deep depression, prompting an agonized groan from the injured man. Just do what you can. You mean sit here and watch him bleed to death? She asked, fumbling to undo her belt. Because that's what's going to happen if we don't get him to a hospital in the next 15 minutes. Sowen's wife was screaming into her gag, probably going into shock at the sight of her husband's blood everywhere. Drake ignored her. There were bigger problems to deal with.
People ask questions in hospitals, Sam. And I don't think there are too many doctors on call in this neck of the woods,
Mason added, gesturing to the inky blackness outside. Wrapping her belt around Sowen's thigh, a few inches above the injury, she cinched it up as tight as she could manage, prompting another groan of pain. Sowen was squirming and kicking, trying to get away from her, perhaps thinking she was doing more harm than good. Don't struggle, McKnight warned him. I'm trying to save your life. Painful it might have been, but her makeshift tourniquet had nonetheless slowed the bleeding. She had bought him time, but not much. Glancing out her shattered window, Frost spotted something off to the left. I see lights! On our 10 o'clock! Following her line of sight, Drake saw them too, a small cluster of electric lights in a sea of darkness that surrounded them. Possibly a village or other small settlement. Whatever it was, it had to be reasonably well supplied to have electricity, which might also mean a medical clinic or doctor's surgery. At the very least, they had to have basic medical supplies. Can't be more than a couple of clicks away, Frost added. Mason looked at the leader of their team. Drake was staring fixedly ahead, gripping the wheel tightly. It was obvious what was on his mind.
Faulkner will be coming after us.
I know.
We got nothing to defend ourselves with.
I know.
If we stop now, we'll be painting a target on the back of our heads.
And if we don't stop, Sowen's as good as dead, Frost reminded him. That what you want, Cole? At this, Mason shrugged.
Better him than us.
Then all this was a waste of time. We came all this way, risked our lives, lost a man for nothing. That's fucking bullshit.
You know what else is bullshit? Dying in some desert shithole trying to save a man who'd just as soon kill us all and piss on our graves. I say we ditch him and get our asses over the border to Tunisia tonight.
So we just keep driving and hope for the best? The young woman shot back. For Christ's sake, use your head. Even if we get away, we still lose. Faulkner will hunt us down no matter where we go.
So let him. I'd rather fight on my own terms.
Drake had remained silent thus far, rapidly turning over the various risks and possibilities in his mind. Each argument had its merits, but there was no denying the pragmatic reality of Mason's plan. They were driving a stolen car in a hostile country, with a high-ranking government official and his wife held hostage. Not only was Faulkner hunting them, but so was the Libyan government. Every minute they spent here increased the chances of being caught by one side or the other. On the other hand, they were less than 100 miles from the Tunisian border. They could cut Sowen loose right now, make a dash westward, and with luck be out of Libya before first light. It would mean leaving with nothing to show for their efforts tonight, but they would have at least escaped with their lives. But as Frost had so rightly pointed out, what then? Clearly Faulkner was a man with considerable resources at his disposal, and the will to use deadly force to get what he wanted. Drake knew he had no hope of fighting a war on two fronts. One way or another, Faulkner had to be dealt with, and somehow, Soham was the key to that. It was obvious the man wasn't what Faulkner had claimed him to be, but he was important, perhaps even dangerous. Faulkner had orchestrated this whole thing, had manipulated Drake and his team into coming here, had even risked his own life to get his hands on Tarek Soham. Why? One thing was for sure. They would never learn the truth if Soham bled to death in the back seat of their car. If they wanted to learn the secrets that Faulkner was so determined to protect, their captive had to live.
We need Soham alive if we want to get out of this. We're going for it, Drake decided, swinging the wheel over and charting a path straight towards the distant settlement.
God damn it,
Mason swore under his breath, though he was wise enough not to protest Drake's decision. Arguing at this point would achieve little except to fragment the group further.
Check your weapons and ammo,
Drake said. He didn't know what kind of reception they could expect, but it was unlikely to be friendly.
That won't take long,
Frost observed. Between their escape from Tripoli and the fight at the airfield, the group had expended most of their limited ammunition. They were certainly in no shape to fight another battle, but with luck they wouldn't have to. When dealing with civilians, the mere display of a weapon was often enough to silence thoughts of resistance.
Just get it done,
Drake said as they bumped and jolted their way towards the small settlement.
When we go in, it has to be fast and hard. Kira and I will secure the house. Cole, you cover Sam. As soon as the place is secure, bring Soham inside. Everyone understand?
He was met by a round of affirmatives.
How's he doing?
Drake asked over his shoulder.
Pulse is dropping,
McKnight replied, her hands and forearms stained crimson. Soham was still moaning in pain, but his movements were growing sluggish, his eyes heavy.
We need to stop this bleeding now, Ryan.
He said nothing to that, concentrating instead on getting them to their destination as quickly as possible. It almost came as a shock when the rough, stony ground beneath their wheels suddenly gave way to asphalt as they intersected a main road. Guessing that it ran close to the nearby settlement, Drake swung them left onto the narrow roadway and stomped on the accelerator. The surface beneath them was roughly finished and in poor repair, yet after jolting and rolling across miles of open country, it felt as if they were driving on air. As he'd hoped, after half a mile a junction split off to the right, apparently an access road for the settlement. Drake went right for it, leaving a cloud of dust and stones in his wake as the SUV rumbled along the last few hundred yards. Off to his left, rows of bushes or small trees flitted by in the darkness, all laid out in neat, regularly spaced lines. They clearly weren't natural in origin. It took him a moment to realize they were driving through a fruit orchard. This was an agricultural area. The small cluster of buildings that served the orchard appeared to be laid out at the southern end, all well illuminated by electric lights. The biggest of them was, he assumed, a barn or warehouse for storing produce and equipment, but the others looked more like conventional dwellings for the people who worked here. Approaching to within 100 yards of the farm complex, Drake eased off the throttle and took the engine out of gear, allowing the SUV to coast along the flat ground with little more than the crunch of its tires betraying its approach.
"This is it,"
he called out.
"Get ready to move."
The farm buildings were arranged in a rough semicircle, all facing into an open space in the center where vehicles could turn or park. Only one of them looked like a residential building, however. A single-story brick structure with a tiled roof, shuttered windows, and an arched portico leading to the main entrance. It looked unusually grand and elaborate for such a rural location. The weathered and pitted walls suggested this building had been around for quite a while, and the quality of the workmanship told Drake it wasn't a product of one of the Gaddafi government's haphazard construction programs. Likely it was some holdover from the days of colonial rule, when the Italians had owned the country, and the nearby orchard had produced olives or figs. Allowing the SUV to coast up almost to the front door, Drake stomped on the brakes to bring them to a halt. Frost was moving before they'd even stopped, throwing open her door and leaping down with her weapon already drawn. Drake went out a moment later, feeling his boots make contact with hard-packed dirt that had been rendered like stone by the passage of countless vehicles over the years. Pausing for just a moment, he cocked his head to listen in on his surroundings. The sound of an engine of some kind was coming from the warehouse nearby, though the steady chugging reminded him less of a vehicle and more of a portable generator. That probably explained where the electricity was coming from, in a region where most houses didn't even have running water. Gaddafi had once boasted to the world that nobody had to pay electricity bills in Libya because it was free for all citizens to use. Whether or not that pledge had come true, Drake had no idea, but it was probably made easier to achieve when the majority of houses weren't even connected to the grid. With oil and petrol being dirt cheap here, it was easier for farms like this to run their own generators 24 hours a day. Still, power generation was the last thing on his mind as he headed for the portico, with Frost on his left and slightly behind to cover him. Both operatives had their weapons up and ready, though with roughly half a magazine apiece they'd have to rely more on intimidation than firepower. Their arrival hadn't gone unnoticed. Even as they closed in on the arched portico, they heard the rasp of a bolt being drawn, and suddenly the front door swung open to reveal what Drake assumed was the owner of the plantation. A big bear of a man in his late 60s, he sported a halo of bushy grey hair and a face so deeply lined and tanned that it reminded Drake of a worn leather couch. He was wearing stained work trousers, sandals, and a crumpled grey shirt that struggled to contain his voluminous stomach. Of greater interest than his appearance, however, was the double-barreled shotgun he was clutching in his meaty hands. A break-action over-and-under job whose wooden stock was so darkened by years of use that it resembled its owner's face. The shotgun looked like it belonged in a museum rather than a farmhouse. Old it might have been, but it was more than enough to make a mess of anyone caught within 20 yards if it went off. Drake suspected the trusty old gun had been used in the past to see off trespassers and potential thieves, and wondered if the farm always had someone standing watch at night. It would explain why the lights were on at such an hour. Spotting the two operatives heading towards his home, the man started to raise the weapon, an angry shout already forming on his lips. Drake, blessed with faster reflexes and a smaller and lighter automatic, easily beat him to the punch. "Drop it," he ordered, keeping the man's forehead in his sights. "Drop the gun, now!" Even if he didn't speak English, he got the message without much trouble. His dark eyes swept from one operative to the other, taking in the silenced gun barrels now pointed his way. Recognizing that this was one intrusion he wasn't going to see off with a few shouts and a warning shot in the air, he lowered the old gun and laid it down on the stone floor at his feet. Drake was on him immediately, turning him forcibly around and marching him back inside with the silenced automatic pressed into his back, using his considerable bulk as a human shield. "Let's go, mate. Inside," he said in the man's ear. "Cooperate and we won't hurt you." The farmer growled something in response, which Drake suspected was less than complimentary, not that he could blame him. He felt shitty for invading an innocent man's home in the middle of the night and holding him at gunpoint, but there wasn't much alternative. Desperate times and all that. "Anyone else live here?" he asked in fragmented Arabic. "Anyone with you?" "This is my house," was the only reply he received. Venturing in through the arched doorway, Drake found himself in a wide entrance hallway with white walls and a tiled floor. Ahead lay the kitchen with a solid wooden table in the center. To the left, another arch led through to a living room. Drake spared it a momentary glance, taking in the patterned rugs, warm furniture, and boxy-looking TV in one corner. Pretty unremarkable for a moderately prosperous home in this part of the world, save for one detail. A PlayStation games console was sitting on top of the television, its controllers hanging down the side by their power cables. Straight away, alarm bells started ringing in Drake's head. Somehow this 60-year-old farmer didn't strike him as a hardened video game player. "Kira, go right, eyes on," he said, his voice low and commanding as he pointed to a closed door. "Check your fire. Could be kids in the house. On it."
The farmer was getting more agitated now as they moved deeper into his home, his voice growing louder and more aggressive with each passing moment. It must have been obvious to him by now that they were neither common thieves nor the dreaded Libyan state police. "Shut up," Drake hissed, jabbing the silencer hard into his fleshy back. He didn't want to panic him, but he needed the man to take him seriously. Far from being cowed by this display of force, however, the threat of violence only seemed to stoke the fire of his anger. Swinging around to face Drake, he jabbed a thick finger at him and continued spouting off Arabic, his face twisted in hatred. Drake caught the liberal use of Allah, along with some other less pious words, and doubted the man was pronouncing a blessing on him. Before he could respond, however, his attention was distracted by a commotion to his right. Just as Frost was reaching for the door leading deeper into the house, it had suddenly swung open to reveal a pair of men in their early 20s. They were both tall and gangly, and bore enough of a resemblance to the farmer that they had to be related. Judging by their bleary eyes and disheveled hair, they'd been woken by the noise in the hallway and had come through to investigate. One, perhaps sensing trouble, had had the presence of mind to bring a knife with him. It looked like more of a utensil than a weapon, but a knife was still a knife, and Drake had enough injuries to contend with tonight. The sight of his father being held at gunpoint was more than enough to drive away the last vestiges of sleep for the young man. Quickly taking in the scene, he let out a cry and lunged at Frost with the blade. Frost, to her credit, reacted to the unexpected encounter like the professional operative she was. Ducking aside to avoid the vicious swipe, she lashed out with a kick to the stomach that doubled him over, finishing it with an elbow to the back of his neck that sent him crashing to the floor. Even as this was happening, the second youth started towards her. He was unarmed and looked more frightened than angry, but if his brother's life was in danger, he wasn't about to stand and do nothing. Raising her weapon, Frost took aim and put a round through the wall less than a foot from his head, the high-powered projectile blasting a gaping hole in the plasterwork. That shot across the bow was enough to halt his stride. "Back off, both of you!" she shouted, gesturing with the still smoking barrel of her gun for them to move into the hallway where she could cover them. It was at this moment, while Drake was momentarily distracted, that the farmer decided to act, making a sudden grab for his gun. It was a gutsy move for a civilian, and against a different opponent it might well have worked, but not today. Sidestepping the clumsy move, Drake retaliated with a hook to the side of his face that jerked his head around, staggering him. A kick to the back of the leg dropped him to his knees, allowing Drake to step back a pace and cover him with the weapon once more. "Don't try that again," he warned in the man's own language, then glanced over at Frost. "Bring the kids over here and secure the rest of the house." He saw a father and his two sons, but what about the mother? His recent experiences in Sohan's house warned him against the dangers of leaving loose ends untied. Shoving the young men into the center of the hallway, where Drake could keep all three residents covered, Frost turned and darted off through the open doorway. "Down on your knees, both of you," Drake said, indicating for them to get down. Reluctantly, the youths complied. One of them, the one who had thought to use the knife against Frost, glowered at him and spat a muttered curse, only for his brother to hush him. Drake said nothing, hoping that silence would allow the more sensible of the two to prevail. Much to his relief, Frost soon returned from her sweep of the house. "We're clear. Nobody else is home." Drake nodded. Thank fuck for that. Reaching up, he touched his radio transmitter. "The house is secure. Bring them in."
"Copy that,"
Mason replied over the radio net. "What do you want to do with them?" Frost asked, nodding to their three new captives. "At this rate, we're going to need a fucking minibus." "Tie them up and secure them in the living room for now," he decided. "Someone will find them when we're out of here." The young woman glanced at him. "They'll call the police." Drake shrugged. "Let them. We'll be long gone by the time they get word out." They'd be sure to destroy any phones or radios in the house before leaving, hopefully buying enough time to get clear of the area. Behind him, the front door flew open, and Mason appeared supporting a heavily bleeding Sohan on his arm. "Anyway, we got bigger problems right now," Drake added,
watching the arrival. While Frost went to work on the farmer and his sons, Drake hurried over to Mason and helped him carry Sowen through to the kitchen, leaving a trail of blood on the tiled floor as they went. The big dining table he'd spotted earlier was cluttered with dishes, cups, and cutlery, the remains of last night's dinner, but one swipe of Drake's arm was enough to send it all crashing to the floor, creating enough space for them to work. Laying the injured man on the table, Drake stepped back, allowing McKnight access to him. Reaching behind him, she cut the bindings at his wrists. Even if he was foolish enough to make a break for it, he wouldn't make it more than 10 paces on that leg. Leaning over him, she looked him hard in the eye, hoping to see a response. His pupils were dilated, his eyes unfocused as he teetered on the verge of unconsciousness. "I'm going to help you now," she said, speaking slow and clear. "It'll hurt, but the less you fight me, the easier it'll be. Not if you understand." For a moment she saw a flicker of recognition, of understanding in the dimming eyes. He nodded, a slight but purposeful acceptance of what had to happen. His wife, too, had been brought into the kitchen, rather than risk leaving her alone outside. Even bound and gagged, she could still cause problems. At least here they could ensure she didn't try to run. Escape, however, seemed to be the last thing on her mind. She was backed up against the kitchen worktop staring at her husband and the bloody gunshot wound that was slowly killing him. "Cole, look around, see if you can find a med kit," Drake said, surveying the small, cluttered kitchen. They were on a farm, after all. With plenty of heavy machinery at work, the possibility of injury was never far away. Surely such a place would keep basic medical equipment on hand. "Kira, how you doing?" "Party Central here," she called through. "What about Sowen?" Drake looked over at the injured man, just as McKnight loosened the tourniquet for a few moments, allowing blood to flow through his leg. If she didn't, the tissue would die off and become infected. There was no point in treating his gunshot wound only for him later to die of gangrene. However, the result of her effort was a renewed surge of bleeding from the open wound. Glancing up, McKnight met his gaze, the look in her eyes telling him everything he needed to know before she'd spoken a word. "We're losing him, Ryan. I can't stop the bleeding." It was at this moment that something happened. Something even Drake hadn't expected. Sowen's wife had not been idle since they brought her into the kitchen, neither overcome with grief nor paralyzed by fear. Instead, she had backed up against the cluttered kitchen worktop, managed to grasp a small cooking knife with her bound hands, and had used it to quickly saw through the plastic cable ties securing her wrists. With her hands suddenly freed, she reached up and tore the gag from her mouth. Spotting the movement, and realizing that she'd somehow managed to free herself, Drake drew his weapon. If she intended to attack one of his teammates with the kitchen knife, he wouldn't hesitate to drop her. "Drop the knife," he warned. "It's not worth dying for." Straight away the knife clattered to the kitchen floor, though he got the impression it was because it had served its purpose, rather than because his threat carried much weight. And far from expressing anger or dismay at having her desperate plan thwarted, the woman merely aimed a disdainful glance his way. "If you want to shoot me, then do it. I am not afraid of you," she challenged him, speaking nearly flawless English that carried only a faint accent. "But you will be killing the only person who can save this man's life." Drake frowned, surprised by both the fact she spoke English and by the grim warning she'd just issued. "What do you mean?" "I am a surgeon, Ryan." She practically spat his name. "This man has a laceration of the profunda femoris artery, and since I don't see an exit wound, it seems likely the bullet is still inside. He needs surgery to remove it, an immediate arterial clamp, and repair of the artery if he is to live. If any of you think you can do this, then please go ahead. Otherwise, get out of my way and let me save him." Her dark eyes swept across each of her captors, burning with anger and barely suppressed hatred. "He won't last much longer, Ryan," McKnight warned, tightening the tourniquet once more in a desperate effort to conserve whatever blood remained in him. Drake still had his weapon leveled at Sowen's wife. "How do I know you won't kill him?" If she felt they were fighting to save his life simply to torture him to death later, she might well kill him to spare him the suffering. "He is my husband. I'm going to help save his life." She took a step forward, her eyes locked with his. "As I said, if you want to stop me, then do it now. Otherwise, stand aside." She took another step forward, and another, until the silencer was pressing into her chest. Still, she wouldn't back down. For Drake, the choice, stark and unforgiving though it might have been, was clear. Kill her and watch Sohan bleed to death, or let her live and risk killing him anyway. Hell of a decision. "If you kill him, you die next," he promised. She didn't flinch for a moment. "If killing is all you understand, then so be it." Saying nothing further, Drake lowered the weapon and reluctantly moved aside, allowing her access to the patient. She wasted no time taking charge of the situation, quickly checking his pulse and papillary response. "I need boiled water, a sharp knife, a pair of pliers, and any medical equipment you can find. Bring the owner of this house in here, if you haven't killed him already," she added with a scornful look. "Kira, bring the old man through," Drake called out. In short order, the farmer was escorted through to the kitchen at gunpoint. He surveyed the scene before him, the injured man, the blood-stained table, and the woman in a nightgown working frantically to help him. Straight away she started talking in Arabic, speaking her questions in a low, quiet, efficient tone so as to convey her needs as quickly as possible. The farmer glanced at Drake, and the others suspiciously, perhaps unwilling to help them even if an innocent man's life was at stake. Though a more forceful prompting at last elicited a response. "He says there is a first aid kit in the barn outside, just to the right of the main door," she translated. "Bring it here now." "Cole," Drake ordered. Mason nodded. "On it." McKnight had already set a pot of water on the gas cooker and was working the controls to start it boiling. Sohan's wife wasn't finished yet, however. "I need pliers, tweezers, anything that can grasp a small object. Find something." It was Drake's turn to start looking. The small kitchen was cluttered with objects and items of all shapes and sizes, from the usual crockery, cutlery, and frying pans, to food and spices, to tools like screwdrivers and wire cutters, and even dismantled electrical goods. There was no real order or system to it. It had just been dumped wherever was convenient at the time. It reminded him of his kitchen back home. That being the case, what he needed was the drawer. Every kitchen in the world had one. It was the place where everything useful seemed to end up sooner or later, from spare batteries to light bulbs, instruction manuals, keys, and pretty much everything else that didn't have a logical storage place. Rifling through the old-fashioned kitchen units, it took him 3 attempts to find what he was looking for. In this case, the drawer was home to a small box of shells for the shotgun, electrical wiring, nuts and bolts and screws of various sizes, and, mercifully, a pair of needle-nose pliers. "Got them," he said, turning towards Sohan's wife. She inspected them for a moment before apparently deciding they were suitable. "Throw them in the boiling water. They must be sterile." With the pot on the cooker now steaming and just starting to bubble, Drake dumped the pliers in. As far as field operations went, this was undoubtedly one of the most improvised jobs he'd witnessed. At that moment, Mason came running back into the kitchen, breathless and clutching a small green first aid box. "Here," he said, practically tearing it open and dumping the contents on the table. Amongst the sterilized dressings, rubber gloves, and alcoholic wipes, Sohan's wife spied a little suture kit and held it up. "This will have to do," she decided, quickly pulling on the gloves. "Give me the pliers, and get ready to hold him down." The severed artery was rather like a burst hosepipe. As long as there was water flowing through it, it would continue to leak, until some way was found to clamp it shut. There was no great technicality to what she had to do next. Her first objective was to find the bullet and extract it. Once it was out, she needed to find the damaged artery and use the pliers to clamp it shut. It wasn't a permanent solution by any means, but it would stop the blood loss and allow them to stabilize his condition. If it worked. Sohan had been hovering on the verge of unconsciousness since they'd laid him on the table, but the moment his wife pulled apart the wound and pushed the pliers inside, he kicked and thrashed, crying out in agony and threatening to fall right off the table. "Hold him!" she commanded, having to raise her voice to be heard. Mason and Drake gripped him by the shoulders, while McKnight took his legs, exerting no small amount of force to keep him pinned down. For a dying man, suffering from severe blood loss, he was still capable of putting up quite a fight, pain and adrenaline lending frantic strength to his efforts. The combined force of 3 operatives was enough to keep him still, allowing the surgeon to go about her work. Nonetheless, her task was far from easy. Working in dim light, with the most basic medical equipment imaginable, and with her unsedated patient screaming and thrashing against her, she bent close, jaw clenched tight as she focused utterly on her task. "He'll go into shock if we keep this up," Drake warned, wondering how much Sohan's already weakened heart could withstand. "I feel the bullet," she said, manipulating the pliers with infinite care. "I almost have it."
"Then pull it out, for Christ's sake,"
Mason implored her. Listening to a man screaming in agony was enough to try even the staunchest nerves. "'Tis close to the artery." She didn't look up, but if she did, then Drake was certain her eyes would be filled with unrestrained fury. "If I do this wrong, it will sever completely and he will die within seconds. So be silent." Unable to do anything but hold the patient down and trust to her skill, Drake watched as she moved the pliers a fraction of an inch deeper, ignoring the chaos and noise around her. There was something oddly calming about this woman, as if her inner focus and quiet confidence somehow radiated from her and affected those nearby. He watched as her fingers drew together, tightening their grip on the pliers handle, and then, in a smooth, graceful motion, she withdrew them. The motion was accompanied by an agonized scream from Sohan, though it soon faded out as his consciousness waned, pain and blood loss at last causing him to faint. A quick check of his pulse confirmed he was still alive. Sure enough, a bloody 9mm slug, its head flattened by its violent passage through metal and human flesh, was clenched between the jaws of the pliers. For a moment, Sohan's wife's eyes met with Drake's. "I dare say you know more about these than I do," she acknowledged. "Is this all of it? Or could there be more still in the wound?" Drake held out his hand and she dropped the slug into it. He turned it over, studying the shape, size, weight, and general contours of the round. It wasn't unknown for bullets to fragment on impact, particularly when striking hard surfaces like a car chassis, but luckily, this one seemed to have remained intact. "This is all of it," he confirmed. She nodded, satisfied. "Then I can start to undo some of this damage." Working with both speed and great care, she was able to use the pliers once more to press down on the damaged artery, exerting just enough force to stop the flow of blood without damaging the arterial walls. Her task was made a great deal easier with Sohan unconscious and no longer fighting and crying out, allowing her to pull the wound apart far enough to inspect the damage. Drake had found a working flashlight amongst the kitchen paraphernalia, and he was holding it overhead to assist her. "I see it," she said quietly. The artery itself was visible as a pale pink tube about the thickness of a drinking straw. A hole, perhaps a centimetre in length, had been torn in it by the passage of the bullet. "Fortunately, it hasn't been completely severed. Hand me the suture kit." Reaching over, Drake placed it carefully in her hands, making sure she didn't drop it. Checking the little needle was properly threaded, the surgeon leaned forward and began the first delicate stitch along the edge of the tear. "Where did you learn English?" he couldn't help asking. Sohan's command of English made sense. After all, the man worked in the intelligence sector, and much of his dealings were apparently with English-speaking operatives. His wife, however, was another matter. "I studied ophthalmology at Johns Hopkins for 2 years. That explained it. This woman had studied in Baltimore, barely 40 miles from his own home in D.C. He might have passed her on the street and never known it. "Have you done many operations like this? You mean removing a bullet from my own husband?" she asked without looking up from her task. I can't say I have.
That wasn't what I meant.
I know what you meant, she said. I'm an eye surgeon, not a battlefield doctor. I specialize in cataract removals and corneal transplants. Elective surgeries in well-equipped operating theaters. You might say I'm quite outside my area of expertise at the moment. Drake stared at her in amazement as she threaded another loop with infinite care. He couldn't believe how calm, how focused and composed she was, considering she was fighting to save the life of a man she loved, using tools and resources that were wholly inadequate for the task. But compared to the human eye, this is really quite simple, she went on, like fixing burst pipes.
If you say so,
he said, not sure he shared that assessment. Like everyone in the team, he'd been trained in battlefield medicine, but what she was doing now far surpassed his basic skills.
You know, we were never properly introduced.
What? You mean you came all this way for us and you never troubled yourself to learn my name? She scoffed with grim humor. I'm disappointed, Ryan.
We didn't come for you.
No, you didn't. You came for my husband, which begs the question of what will happen to him once I've finished. Clearly you need him alive, which means you want him for something. Assuming he survives long enough to serve your purpose, what then? Do he and I just disappear? That's the word people like you use, isn't it? So much easier. So much more clean and clinical than murder. Maybe it even helps you sleep better at night.
Yeah? And how do you suppose your husband sleeps at night?
Frost asked derisively. Sitting on the kitchen counter in the corner of the room, she had been watching the operation in sullen, brooding silence until now. The cut above her eye had been cleaned and bound with some adhesive sutures from the first aid kit. Not that it had done much to improve her mood. Hate to break this to you, but he ain't no fucking Boy Scout either.
Go outside, get some air,
Drake advised her, not wishing to antagonize the one person who had the power of life and death over their target. There's air in here. Drake fixed her with a hard glare.
Don't make me ask again. Go outside and walk the perimeter. Stay on comms.
Snorting in disgust, Frost eased herself down off the countertop, surveyed the injured man for a long moment, then finally left the room, muttering to herself. What did she mean about Tarek? The surgeon asked. Drake hesitated. Was it possible she didn't know what her husband did for a living, he wondered. Did she really have no idea that the man she was fighting to save had likely overseen the torture and execution of countless men and women, whose only crime had been the opposition to the government of this country? That he might well have ordered the death of Drake's own mother?
She's angry. Angry people lash out.
It wasn't entirely untrue either.
But my team aren't in the business of murder.
That much was true at least. He couldn't say the same of himself, however. You will forgive me if I don't take you at your word, Ryan. She had completed the third tiny loop of suture, and now prepared to pull the stitches together to close the wound. Using a pair of tweezers from the suture kit, she gripped the end of the thread and pulled the loop slowly together, the pressure causing the hole to close up. With that task accomplished, all that remained was to tie the ends off and find out if her repair had been a success. Also, you didn't answer my question. What do you intend to do with us? Drake let out a breath. It wasn't an easy question to answer, because what happened to them depended greatly on what Sohan was able to tell Drake and the others, if he lived that long.
I came here for answers, he said, the kind only your husband can give me. But right now, I'm not the one you need to be worrying about.
This prompted a raised eyebrow. Your friends back at the airfield? He nodded.
Your survival depends on ours. If they find us, they'll kill us. All of us.
Why? She asked. What is Tarek's life worth to them? Truly, that was the question.
That's what I'm hoping to find out.
With her makeshift repairs completed, She reached over and slowly released the pressure on the pliers, allowing blood to flow through the damaged artery once more. Mercifully, the sutures appeared to hold. At least there was no sudden rush of arterial blood like before. She nodded, satisfied with her work. I think it should hold. For now, at least. With the artery stabilized, the hard part was over. It was a fairly simple task to stitch up and bandage the wound, which she again insisted on doing herself. Only when a clean field dressing was firmly bound around his leg did the woman at last allow herself to relax. Keep a close eye on him, she advised. If his blood pressure drops suddenly, it could be a sign the sutures have failed. Drake didn't need to be told about keeping him under observation. He intended to have someone on permanent watch around Sohan until the man regained consciousness. If you don't mind, I would like to wash up. She was still wearing the surgical gloves, her arms and nightgown smeared with blood, her hair tangled and disheveled. Of course. Reaching up, Drake keyed his radio. Monarch to Cameo. Any activity outside?
Nothing here, Monarch. It's all quiet.
Good. Get in here and keep an eye on the target. It didn't take long for Mason to return to the kitchen. With Sohan now under watch, Drake escorted his wife down the hallway to a washroom that apparently served all the residents of the house. I need to keep the door open, he said apologetically. The chances of her clambering through the small ventilation window and making a break for it was slim, but it was a risk he wasn't prepared to take at this point. Take as long as you need. She didn't seem to be paying attention now, her uncanny focus and stern composure having at last deserted her. Leaning over the sink, she started a tap running and fumbled to remove the surgical gloves, finally tearing them off and dropping them on the floor at her feet. Holding her hands under the running water, she watched as the blood swirled around the sink, fading and dissipating yet never truly disappearing. She reached up and began to wipe it from her arms, slowly at first, but soon growing faster and more agitated, as if the sight of it now disgusted her. It was then that Drake noticed her hands were shaking, her breath coming in short, frantic gasps. Only now did he understand her apparent lack of emotion earlier. At the time, he'd attributed it to a naturally cold and detached personality, or perhaps a marriage that had long since lost its intimacy. Now he saw her detachment for what it was, a facade, a professional defense mechanism born out of necessity. She had put aside her own feelings while she did what she had to do to save the man's life. Only now that he was out of danger could she finally let those defenses drop. Only now could she allow herself to feel the pain, the shock, the agony at what she had seen and done tonight, and what had been done to her. Reaching into his webbing, Drake held something out to her. Here, take this. His words seemed to rouse her slightly from her shock, and she turned her head slowly to look at him, frowning in confusion at the hip flask in his hand. It will help, he assured her. Trust me. He was expecting an argument from her. She seemed like the sort to question and fight against everything. But not this time. This time she reached out, snatched the flask and held it to her lips, gulping down a mouthful of the potent liquor. Like most staunchly Islamic countries, Libya's official line was that the sale and consumption of alcohol was strictly forbidden. Then again, just because something was against the law didn't mean it didn't happen. Libya had had more exposure to Western culture than many countries in this part of the world in recent years, and Drake knew from experience that the degree of adherence to Islamic law varied from neighborhood to neighborhood, even house to house. She stifled a cough as the whiskey seared a blazing path down her throat, though she made no attempt to spit it out. In fact, she took another gulp almost immediately, a deeper one this time. Take it easy, Drake said, reaching out and gently lowering the flask before she consumed too much. It's to settle your nerves, not knock you out. All things considered, I would settle for the latter tonight. You and me both, Drake thought. She looked at the hip flask again and wrinkled her nose in distaste. What is that damn stuff, anyway?
16-year-old single malt. Good for what ails you.
It tastes awful.
Drake couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment at that. Well, it's what we've got. Since he'd opened it, he saw no harm partaking in a little himself. It was a welcome relief after the night's events. And I'd say you've earned it. She said nothing to this, though when she went back to washing herself it was with somewhat more control and composure. In due course she had cleaned most of the blood off her exposed skin, run her fingers through her long raven-black hair to work the worst of the tangles out, and finally splashed some water on her face. We'll find some clean clothes for you, Drake said. A blood-stained nightgown wasn't going to serve her well from this point forward, though he didn't hold out much hope of finding anything suitable in a farmhouse shared by 3 men.
Layla,
she said at last, drying her face with a towel.
My name is Layla.
Drake was about to say something in return, to offer some expression of thanks for everything she had done tonight, to apologize for what they'd been forced to put her through. But she cut him off immediately.
But if you think this changes anything, you're mistaken. I told you simply so that you would know the person whose life you destroyed tonight.
She looked at him, and he saw a light burning behind her eyes that was enough to put a chill through even him.
Personally, I hope you and your team die and go to hell before the sun rises on another day.
Drake said nothing to that. Instead, he took another gulp from the hip flask and led her back through to the kitchen. They had far bigger problems to deal with tonight. Chapter 26.
Quite a mess,
Adnan Musa remarked, gesturing to the pile of smoking wreckage that had once been an aircraft. It had been a raging inferno when the police units had arrived at the private airfield about 20 minutes earlier, and emergency crews were still working to damp it down in case it flared up once again.
I doubt we'll get much out of the pilot.
His comrade, a short and bull-like man named Bashir Kubar, didn't smile at Musa's grim joke. Then again, he didn't smile at much of anything. Bashir, now there was one of life's little ironies. The name meant joy in Arabic, though the man seemed to find little in this world that was joyful. Then again, neither he nor his comrades had much reason to smile tonight. Tarek Sohan, one of their organization's high-level intelligence officers, had been abducted from his supposedly secure home just hours earlier. The guards, the cameras, the layers of security designed to protect him had all counted for naught. Understandably, alarm bells were ringing throughout the Mukhabarat. They wanted answers. They wanted their man back. They wanted to know how this had happened, who was responsible, and most of all, they wanted the perpetrators caught and punished in the harshest way imaginable. It had therefore come as little surprise to Bashir Kubar that he'd been chosen to head up the investigation, for he was well aware of his own reputation for ruthlessly pursuing objectives and brutally removing of any obstacle unwise enough to stand in his path. His was a reputation earned long before he joined the Mukhabarat.
We have the tail number,
Kubar said impatiently. The aircraft might have been charred and burned in the crash, but the lettering on the tail section was still legible.
What do we know about this plane?
Musa consulted the notes he'd scribbled down after a phone call with Libyan air traffic control only minutes earlier.
It's registered to a private air cargo firm operating out of the United Kingdom. Landed at Tripoli International earlier tonight for refueling. According to the flight plan, they were heading onwards to Cairo. But about 10 minutes after takeoff, the pilot radioed in with control problems, said he was going to land to check it out. Then they lost contact.
A faint breeze sighed across the runway, carrying the stench of aviation fuel and burned rubber. Grimacing in distaste, Kubar reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes and lit one up.
It's a fake,
he decided after taking a deep pull on the cigarette.
This was no normal cargo run. It was their means of escape.
Normally, the crash landing of a small aircraft at an isolated runway would have held little interest for Kubar.
Such things could and did happen from time to time. But coming as it had less than an hour after Soan's abduction, the connection was hard to miss. Coincidences were for fools as far as he was concerned. Every action was a reaction to something else. And in this case, the crash was a reaction to the kidnapping. What he still needed to understand was the chain of events leading up to it.
But who exactly are they?
Musa asked rhetorically. The man was irritatingly fond of stating the obvious when genuine insights failed him. Still, the question nonetheless remained unanswered. Certainly there were plenty of agencies capable of staging such an audacious raid. The Americans, the British, the Israelis. Even the Russians had expertise and the resources to make it happen. The members of Soan's household security detail had been of little help, offering only fragmented and contradictory reports of large numbers of masked operatives storming the compound and overwhelming them with advanced weapons. Kubar knew bullshit when he heard it, and it was all over their self-serving testimonies. Doubtless they were wary of allegations of incompetence resulting from the loss of their charge, and were trying to protect themselves by exaggerating the size and strength of their enemies. But despite their bluster and claims of defeat in the face of impossible odds, there was likely a grain of truth hidden away somewhere. Clearly, Soan's abductors had sufficient technical expertise to bypass the building's complex security system, as well as the training to take down 3 armed men without raising the alarm. Local police had even reported the use of smoke and stun grenades to cover their escape. All of this led him to the irrefutable conclusion that this was far more than some petty revenge attack by rebel tribesmen or any kind of criminal undertaking. Instead, they were dealing with an elite, dangerous and highly organized special forces group who had come here with a specific objective and a plan to achieve it. Indeed, the only thing that seemed to have gone wrong for them tonight was the loss of the aircraft intended to carry them and their captives to safety. Ignoring his comrade's remarks, Kubar took another pull on his cigarette as he weighed up what was at stake. They couldn't afford to lose Soan. Aside from his value as an asset and the damage he could do if forced to talk, his capture was a massive blow to the Mukhabarat's prestige and integrity. Kubar was no fool. He understood better than most that the winds of change were blowing in Libya. Its people were weary and resentful after 4 decades of Gaddafi's rule, and growing increasingly vociferous in their opposition. Power and prestige were no longer effective tools of suppression. Only fear mattered. And the Mukhabarat was the instrument of that fear, the all-seeing and all-knowing eyes and ears of the government. The terrifying men in blacked-out cars who came knocking in the middle of the night. If word got out that one of their own had been taken from his very home, that they could be hurt, just as they hurt others, that fear and power would vanish. Like blood in the water, it wouldn't take long for the sharks to start circling.
I want military and police checkpoints on all major roads within 50 miles, he said. Increase border patrols and searches of all ships leaving our ports. Any cars driven by Westerners are to be stopped and thoroughly searched.
Musa looked at him.
You know that will make a lot of rich men very unhappy.
The look Kubar gave him in return made it plain that such concerns were the last thing on his mind. Taking a final draw on his cigarette, he flicked it to the ground and stamped it out with his shoe. But as he did so, he felt his heel come down on something hard and round that rolled a little with the motion of his foot. Frowning, Kubar knelt down and reached for it, grasping it delicately between his thumb and forefinger as he held it up for a closer look.
Get our ballistics teams on this, he added, staring intently at the brass shell casing in his hand. I want to know where our friends come from.
No matter what it took, he would get to the truth. He always did. Chapter 27. With Soan and Layla under guard, and no activity reported outside, a brief period of relative calm had descended on the farmhouse. It was a welcome reprieve from the near-constant pressure the team had been under since making landfall, on that rocky stretch of coastline near Tripoli. It felt like a lifetime ago now. Venturing outside, with a steaming cup of tea in his hands, Drake found himself surrounded by the chirp and click of night insects, punctuated by occasional birdsong, as the world began to rouse itself for the start of a new day. With less than an hour until first light, they would have to decide on a course of action soon, he knew. McKnight was sitting on the stone porch, keeping an eye on the approach road. She was armed with a silenced Browning and had removed the magazine to count out the remaining rounds. There weren't many. "Here," he said quietly, holding the cup out to her. The woman glanced up from her work, seemingly distracted by her own thoughts, then shook her head. "I don't need it. You've been on the clock all night, Sam. I don't need you passing out on me." Letting out a resigned sigh, she grabbed the cup and gulped down a mouthful, before turning her attention back to reloading the magazine. "I never got a chance to say it before," Drake began, staring out into the darkness beyond the floodlit farm compound. "But thank you for what you did back at the airfield. I doubt any of us would be here now if it wasn't for you. You saved the entire team, Sam." Her eyes were turned downward, focusing on her task as she thumbed each round into the magazine. But to his surprise, he saw a flicker of pain behind them, as if his words had touched a raw nerve. "When Chandrad's plane came down, Drake trailed off, replaying that terrible moment when he'd first seen the stricken aircraft plow into the ground, felt the heat of the fireball, and the gut-wrenching realization that Samantha's life could have been ended in that instant. The fear and anger and desperation that it had provoked in him. He knew then that he would have torn Faulkner apart with his bare hands to protect her, would have traded places with her in a heartbeat, if it would spare her life. And that frightened him more than anything else that had happened tonight. To be a leader, to get his team through this, he had to be willing to put each of them in danger. They knew it. They accepted it. But what if he couldn't? What if he was afraid to risk Samantha's life, and the hesitation put the others at greater risk? "I thought I'd lost you," he said at last. "I thought that was it. And right then, I didn't care about Sohan, or Kane, or anything else. If I lost you, it would kill me, Sam." "Maybe it would be better if you did," she said in a sad, forlorn voice. Drake frowned, struck by the change that had come over her. "What do you mean?" She sighed, her shoulders sagging. "I mean, doing what we do. Maybe we shouldn't get too close. Trust each other too much. It's safer. For both of us." Drake winced. McKnight had been sullen and withdrawn since Layla had taken over with the injured man, though he hadn't understood why. He'd sensed this kind of sentiment might rise to the surface sooner or later. It often did when things went wrong, and people were given time to reflect on their actions, to question their decisions, and second-guess themselves. But this was one line of thought that needed to be shut down right now. Reaching out, Drake laid a hand on her shoulder. "Sam, look at me. Look at me." Reluctantly, she dragged her gaze upward, making eye contact. "You're part of this team now, whether you want it or not. We need you." He lowered his voice, speaking in barely a whisper. "I need you." Suddenly, she jumped to her feet and strode off several paces across the porch, arms folded across her chest. The tension in her muscles was obvious, her body filled with nervous energy that it couldn't get rid of. "You don't need me, Ryan. You need to make your own way. You always did. That's why we're here," she said, keeping her back to him. "Oh, look where it got us. Chandra's dead, our way out's gone, and we're being hunted by the man who sent you here in the first place." She shook her head. There are no happy endings for people like us. We both know that.
Drake had heard enough of this. Rising to his feet, he walked right towards her, gripped her by the arm and spun her around to face him.
I didn't come all this way to lose, Sam,
he said, his tone hard and flat as he fixed her with a piercing stare.
And what are you prepared to give up to win? She asked. I heard what you said to Faulkner at the airfield. You were ready to kill yourself rather than hand someone over. Victory at any cost? Where's it going to end, Ryan?
Before either of them could say anything further, they were interrupted by the sound of the main door opening behind them. Both of them turned to see Frost standing in the arched doorway. The young woman took in their troubled expressions, their sudden look of discomfort and embarrassment at her arrival.
I missed something? She asked.
Drake released his hold of McKnight's arm.
What is it, Kira?
You might want to get in here. Someone's awake.
Drake let out a breath. The man he'd risked so much to get his hands on was conscious at last. Now, perhaps, he'd get some answers. He glanced at McKnight, who gestured towards the house.
Go. I'll keep watch.
Nodding, Drake paused for a moment, wishing there was something else he could say to her, some reassurance he could give. There was nothing. Words counted for little now. All that mattered were results. Reluctantly, he followed Frost inside, leaving the woman alone with her thoughts. Soham was indeed awake, struggling to rise from the kitchen table, with Mason attempting to hold him down. Layla, too, was on hand, speaking in Arabic and trying to calm her husband. The moment Drake entered the room, however, the man's struggles eased. His dark eyes focused on his captor, edged with pain, but clear and alert once more.
I know you,
he said, after a long pause.
No, you don't.
I saw you at the airfield near Paris,
Soham countered.
You work for the agency.
Drake said nothing to that. Instead, he allowed the image of Freya Shaw lying cold and dead on a mortuary table to linger in his mind. His grip on his weapon tightened until he could feel the wooden checkering press into his flesh. Soham tilted his head, his gaze shrewd and assessing.
I was going to ask if David Faulkner sent you to kill me, but since he apparently tried to kill you as well, that seems unlikely. So the question is, what exactly do you want with me?
I want answers, lots of them, Drake said at last, and you're going to give them to me. We're going to talk about Faulkner. You're going to tell me how you know him and why he wants to get his hands on you. But first, you're going to tell me about Freya Louise Shaw. You're going to tell me why you ordered her murder.
I know nothing of the woman you mentioned.
Sohan's thin lips parted in a smile.
As for Faulkner, I could tell you a great deal, but I won't. Not unless I have assurances that my wife and I will be released.
Drake was well and truly finished with such games. Drawing his Browning, he allowed the silencer to rest on the edge of the table with a heavy thunk.
The only thing you need to be assured about is that your life, your lives, are entirely in my hands. I could kill both of you right now, burn this house to the ground and be out of the country before anyone figures out what happened. The only reason I didn't let you bleed to death in the back of our car is because you know something that might be useful.
That was my car, actually,
Soham pointed out. Drake ignored his attempt to rile him.
You're going to tell me what I want to know, Tarek. You're going to tell me, and then I'm going to decide whether it's worth keeping you alive.
And if I don't, what will you do? Shoot me?
The lean, wiry man shrugged his narrow shoulders.
If you think death frightens me, you are truly in the wrong business.
Not your death.
Drake allowed the barrel of his weapon to angle towards Layla.
Cole, put her arm on the table now.
Moving forward, Mason grabbed Layla's right arm and twisted it behind her back,
eliciting a cry of pain and anger. Smaller, lighter, and nowhere near his match in strength, she was powerless to resist as he forced her to turn around, pressing her hand down hard on the table. "What are you doing?" Sohan demanded, some of his calm confidence deserting him, as he watched Drake draw a knife from his webbing, drawing the blade slowly across the edge of the sheath, so he could hear the distinctive metal rasp. "You were unconscious while she was working to save your life, Tarek. Shame, really. What she was able to do, the skill and the control of those surgeons' hands. It was impressive." Circling around behind her, he laid the edge of the blade against her wrist. "Be ashamed to lose them." "Ryan, don't do this," Layla protested, trying in vain to break free of Mason's grip. "God will not forgive you if you do this." Drake met her gaze without compassion. He had little left in him at that moment. "I'm already going to hell. Remember?" Layla was speaking now in Arabic, her words fast and urgent, but Sohan hushed her. He was keeping his cool, but it didn't look quite as effortless as before. Drake had found a chink in his armor. "I have played this game many times myself," he said, staring Drake in the eye without flinching. "It takes a certain kind of man to do something like that. Believe me. You're not the sort." Outwardly, he appeared unconcerned, as if he knew exactly what Drake was capable of, and was happy to call his bluff on something the man would never do. But Drake saw it. He saw the tiny bead of sweat roll down the side of Sohan's face, the twitch at the corner of his mouth, the slight movement of his Adam's apple as he fought the urge to swallow. Drake stared right back at him. But there was something in his eye now that none of the others had ever seen. A hardness, an edge of cruelty and malice that had long lain dormant within him, a shadow of the man he'd once been, now taking form once more. "Only one way to find out." "You will not?" Tarek said, raising his voice for the first time.
"Tell me about Freya," Drake yelled back. "Why did you order her death?"
Frost, who had until now held her tongue, now glanced uncertainly at Mason. "Ryan? Where's this coming from? What makes you think he knows anything?" Drake wasn't listening to her. He was in his own world now. He hadn't intended to let it out, hadn't wanted to open that door in his mind. But it was there. It was open, and there was no closing it now.
"Let her go!"
Sohan shouted.
"Look at him, man. He doesn't know anything,"
Mason protested, though he maintained his grip on the woman.
"Fuck this,"
Drake decided.
"You had your chance."
With that, he pressed the blade in, slicing downward, like carving up a roast. Layla let out a scream, not a cry of pain. The nerves in her arm wouldn't have transferred the full import of what was happening to her brain yet. It was a scream of fear. She didn't need to feel the pain of what was happening. She knew well enough as the knife bit in, and blood welled up from severed flesh.
"Stop!"
Sohan cried out.
"Stop, please!"
Drake paused in his grisly work, glancing up at him. What he said in the next few seconds would decide Layla's fate.
"I'll tell you everything I know,"
the man said through gritted teeth.
"I'll talk."
Slowly, Drake withdrew the blade, the edge stained red with Layla's blood. Fortunately, he'd stopped before it had done any real damage. A minor skin-deep slice had been enough to get the reaction he'd wanted. He let out a breath and clenched his fists, trying to keep them from trembling, trying to regain his composure. "Why did you kill her?" he demanded once he trusted himself to speak. Sohan shook his head, his shoulders slumped in defeat. The pain and weariness of his ordeal tonight seemed to weigh more heavily on him now. "I know nothing of this woman you mentioned," he said at last. Drake drew his knife once more.
"Wait!"
Sohan implored him, staring pleadingly into his eyes. "I swear to you, I have never heard the name Freya Shaw, and I have ordered no killings of women." If Faulkner has told you otherwise, then I suggest you ask him the same questions you asked me. But nothing you say or do can make me admit to her death, because I know nothing."
Drake stared right back at him, trying to pierce the veil of those dark eyes, to discern what secrets lay hidden beneath. For his own part, much as he wished it were different, he could detect no hint of deception in them, no attempt to lie or conceal anything. He was telling the truth. He hadn't ordered Freya's death. Raising the knife in a sudden explosive outpouring of anger, Drake brought the weapon down with all the force he could command. There was a thump. The table shook beneath the impact, and Sohan found himself staring at the blade impaled in the wooden surface, still quivering from the force of the blow. Drake closed his eyes for a moment and lowered his head, gripping the edge of the table for support. He could feel his breath coming in short, shuddering gasps, his heart pounding in his chest. Faulkner had played him, killing his mother as bait to lure Drake out, to get him to agree to such a foolishly dangerous mission into Libya, to recover the man now seated just feet away from him. Why? Raising his head up, he looked at his prisoner once more, forcing back the grief and anger with difficulty. He'd made enough mistakes letting emotion rule over logic. He could afford no more. "Let's start with what you can tell me. How do you know Faulkner?" Sohan swallowed hard, looking genuinely frightened by the display of brute force and aggression.
"He is one of our main contacts with British intelligence."
"Contact for what?"
"Prisoner renditions."
Drake was starting to get a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. "Keep talking."
2 years ago, Faulkner approached us with a deal. We gave him a list of Libyan exiles and dissidents taking refuge in the West, and he would hand them over to us without question. In return, we would give him the location of Islamic State commanders in Libya and North Africa, and allow the CIA to set up black sites in our country where they could be interrogated.
Drake closed his eyes and clenched his fists as the full magnitude of his own folly was at last revealed to him. Faulkner hadn't just lied to him about Kane being the driving force behind this dirty, international arrangement. He'd used it as a smokescreen to cover his own involvement.
"So if you two have been in bed together for the past 2 years, why the fuck did Faulkner send us here to kidnap you?"
Mason demanded, visibly angry at the realization they had risked their lives tonight for nothing.
"Because,"
he trailed off, unwilling to continue. "Now's not the time to hold out on me, Tarek." Sohan glared at him.
"Because we have not lived up to our end of the agreement."
Drake frowned. "What do you mean?" A sigh.
"We have given them only scraps from our table. Snatches of information, rumors, perhaps, a few low-level commanders that were expendable anyway. Our government has been trying to play both sides of the war on terror, supporting Islamic State with one hand and America with the other."
"Why?"
Mason challenged him. Sohan looked at him with contempt.
"Is it not obvious? Money, of course. The Americans have channeled billions of dollars in aid and development funds into Libya in the past few years, lifted sanctions, made it possible to start exporting oil again. We are prospering like never before. As for Islamic State, they believe we are still championing the jihad against the West by giving them shelter here. Instead of invading like they did in Iraq, they hold back because they see us as allies. In some ways, the plan had merit."
"Except Faulkner realized what you were doing." Sohan chewed his lip, but nodded.
"Since we have given them nothing useful, I suppose Faulkner decided to take matters into his own hands. Likely he wanted to interrogate one of our officers to find out how much we really knew."
It didn't take much imagination to guess what would have happened to Sohan if they'd handed him over. Faulkner would have made sure the man gave him every scrap of information the Mukhabarat possessed,
right before he put a bullet in his head. "What about the man we lifted in Paris?" Drake asked, still seeking to understand how that particular piece fitted into the puzzle. "Who was he really? And what did you want with him?" At this, Sohan shook his head. "I don't know." Seeing Drake's dubious look, he added, "And I mean that. He was not listed on any of our intelligence dossiers." Drake wasn't buying that. "So why the hell were you there for the extraction?" "The orders came from my commanding officer. He said Fayed was a high-value target, that he had to be recovered at all costs, along with any intel in his possession. So we made the arrangements, and you delivered him." Once more, Drake remembered the laptop he'd tried to access on the journey to the airfield near Paris, and the encryption that had prevented its use. Somehow he sensed that Fayed played a bigger part in this than any of them realized. That man, and the intel they'd recovered from his apartment, were part of something. "So what did you learn from him?" If Fayed was as important as he believed, the Libyans would have wasted no time interrogating him. Surely they must have learned something by now. "I don't know," Sohan admitted.
"We're hearing that a lot from you,"
Mason said, bristling with anger.
"I smell bullshit."
Sohan glared at him. "It is the truth. I was not present for his debriefing. I was just there to make sure he arrived on schedule. If you or Faulkner kidnapped me because you believe I have some insight into this man, you're very much mistaken."
"Faulkner wants to get his hands on you," Drake pointed out. "He won't stop until that happens."
"And you?" Sohan asked with a gleam of hope in his eye. "What do you want?" His answer was blunt and honest.
"To get out of this fucking mess alive."
Sohan smiled in grim amusement. "Then it seems we are not so different, after all." "Don't compare us to yourself, you piece of shit," Frost said, eyes brimming with hatred as she surveyed the bloodied and injured man lying before her. "We're nothing like you. Really? How so?"
"For a start, we don't imprison and torture innocent people,"
Mason chipped in.
"Neither do I. My job is to seek out and capture enemies of my state." "That's a party line if I ever heard one," Frost snorted derisively. "You mean people who have the guts to speak up against Gaddafi? I mean people who blow up hospitals and crowded marketplaces. People who kidnap and murder government ministers. People who want to incite civil war that would cost thousands of lives and tear this country apart. Those are my enemies," he said, his dark eyes flashing with anger. "And Gaddafi is no more my friend than you are. But he is probably the only thing holding Libya together and keeping Islamic State from taking over. So I do what I must, and serve him. And collect a nice fat paycheck for your troubles," Frost added. "We saw your house, dude. It's enough to make Kim Kardashian jealous." "Actually, the house belonged to my wife's family," Sohan corrected her. "My paycheck is not so fat as yours, I suspect. And while we are talking about arrest and torture, have you not imprisoned the innocent civilians who run this farm? Did you not abduct my wife and me from our own home? Did you not threaten to torture and kill her?" He shook his head and chuckled in amusement. "Perhaps my mind is not clear, but remind me again what makes us so different."
"Our lives were at stake. We did what we had to do,"
Mason said, though his words lacked conviction. He was savvy enough to sense he'd been backed into a corner. "We all do what we must to survive," Sohan agreed. "Like learning to work with our enemies for the greater good." Frost, however, was unmoved by his sentiments. "Pass me the fucking Oscar, because you're in the wrong business, pal." She shook her head and turned her eyes on Drake. "We'll get nothing useful from this asshole. Cole was right. I say we cut him loose and take on Faulkner ourselves." "Your foul-mouthed friend is wrong," Sohan promised. "I have spoken the truth." If he was hinting at some kind of alliance against Faulkner to save his own arse, Drake suspected he was in for a disappointment. The whole enemy of my enemy philosophy didn't hold up too well,
when you'd taken a man hostage and threatened to mutilate his wife. Soham would kill him in a heartbeat if he thought he could get away with it. Could you prove any of this? Drake asked, turning over possibilities in his head. Your deal with Faulkner, the black sites, all of it. Soham chewed his lip for a moment, finally shaking his head. Not from here. All of the files and communications are in my office. Which is where exactly? Soham exhaled slowly, preparing to deliver bad news. Mukhabarat headquarters in Tripoli. Chapter 28. It took about 10 minutes for Drake to consider everything he'd heard and decide on a course of action. Desperate and dangerous it might have been, but it was the only way he could think of getting them all out of this alive. However, convincing his teammates of the merits of his plan was far more difficult.
You can't be fucking serious,
Mason said, shaking his head vehemently at the mere thought of what Drake was proposing.
It's insane. You might as well put a target on our heads and ask the Libyans to pull the trigger.
Soham has enough evidence to put Faulkner away for life, Drake pointed out.
If he doesn't kill us for fun first,
his friend countered. He jerked a finger towards the kitchen where Soham, still weak from blood loss, was being cared for by his wife. Frost was keeping an eye on both of them.
You know how this game works. That man is a professional spook. He'll say and do anything to gain our trust. Then he'll fuck us over the first chance he gets. I know I would.
I don't think he's like that, Drake countered. When Soham had spoken of reluctantly doing his job out of duty and desire to hold his country together, he'd sensed the man was telling the truth. And as much as it pained him to admit it, he knew now he'd been wrong about Soham ordering his mother's death. He knows we're not the real enemy. Even if he was lying about the two groups having common cause against Faulkner, Drake now had leverage over him that they both knew he couldn't ignore.
You broke into his house and abducted him in the middle of the night. Almost got him killed and threatened to mutilate his wife right in front of his eyes. Christ, if that's not enough to earn a grudge, I don't know what is.
Mason sighed and shook his head once more.
This is suicide, Ryan. Let it go.
Realizing he would get no support from Mason, Drake turned his attention to McKnight, who had remained largely silent until now. Sam, what about you? Her troubled eyes turned to meet his. It's hard to say, Ryan. It depends on why you're really going after Faulkner. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean, she countered. You never told any of us that you thought Soham was behind your mother's death. You told us this was about bringing down Cain and protecting your sister. It is. She cocked an eyebrow. Is it? Or is this really a revenge trip for you? Sure, you might have used Soham for information, but tell me you didn't plan on killing him once he'd served your purpose. If he were to tell her that, it would be a lie. So he said nothing. It's what I thought. You lied to us, Ryan, she hissed, keeping her voice down with difficulty. You used us to get to him. Is that what we are to you? Drake was all too aware of the folly of his actions, his questionable decision not to make his companions aware of what he knew. But hearing it laid out like that in such blunt, accusatory terms made it even harder to bear.
Take it easy, Sam,
Mason cautioned her. Drake held up a hand. It's all right, Cole. She has a right to ask. You all do. He sighed and glanced away for a moment. You're right, Sam. I did know, and I chose to keep it from you. I wanted you all focused on the mission, not on me. I thought we could get through this and I'd deal with him later, but I was wrong about that. I should have trusted you all, and I'm sorry I didn't. He looked right at Samantha. I won't make that mistake again. McKnight stared back at him for a long moment, her thoughts hard to gauge. She was angry with him, that much was obvious, and she had a right to be. But beyond that, he couldn't tell what she was thinking. You asked for my opinion on your plan, she finally acknowledged. My opinion is we're pretty much screwed right now, Ryan. Drake said nothing. It was an honest, if blunt, answer. Taking his silence as a prompt to elaborate, she obliged.
Either we run, try to get out of Libya and probably get caught in the process, and even if we do make it out, we'll have Faulkner hunting us down, or we go with your plan, which also has a good potential to get us all captured and killed. But on the very slight chance that it works, it might just give us what we need to take the son of a bitch out.
She shrugged, apparently resigned to their grim prospects.
Like I say, we're screwed. And our chances of success either way are piss poor. But I'd rather go with the option that at least offers a way out of the ship we're in.
It was hard to argue with her assessment of the situation, or the merits of what he was proposing. At least he counted this as a vote in his favor.
Just say for a moment this plan actually works,
Mason went on.
What do we do with your new best buddy in there when this is all over?
Drake had been pondering the same question.
He has a story to tell, so let him tell it. I'm sure there are plenty of people who'll listen.
If they could get him out of the country, it wouldn't be hard for a man of Sowen's resourcefulness to find people in the Western media willing to hear what he had to say. And if nothing else, it might shed some light on the dirty deals being done between the agency and the Libyans, and the innocent people suffering because of it. Drake was under no illusions that this action would turn him into a saint or some kind of moral crusader. He'd seen and done things in his life that there was no coming back from. But perhaps, just this once, he could do something good. Perhaps he could undo some of the damage that had been done. And deep down, the fact that at least one man had died because of Drake's own actions weighed more heavily on him than he cared to admit.
And there are plenty of people who'll kill to shut him up,
Mason countered. Drake shrugged.
Like you said, he's a professional spook. He knows how to play the game. And survive it. Doesn't he just?
Mason said under his breath. Sensing that his companions were on board, albeit reluctantly, Drake glanced at McKnight.
All right, Sam. Get yourself back outside and do a sweep of the perimeter. Cole, keep an eye on the civvies. I'm going to have a little chat with our friend.
Returning to the kitchen that now resembled a bloody, chaotic field hospital, Drake found their prisoner sitting on a chair carried through from the living room, his injured leg propped up on a stool. He was clutching a cup of hot, sugary tea that Layla had ordered him to drink, knowing how urgently his body needed to replace the fluid it had lost. He was still pale and weak, but his eyes were clear and focused when he looked up at Drake.
I would stand up to greet you, but...
He gestured to his injured leg. Ignoring his attempt at humor, Drake knelt down beside him and looked the man hard in the eye.
Listen to me now, Tarek. I'm going to ask you some simple questions and I want simple and honest answers. If I could get you inside your headquarters building, could you retrieve the intel we recovered in Paris?
A flicker of a smile. Faint, but visible all the same.
Yes.
And you could get it to us on the outside without being caught?
It would not be easy, but it is possible.
And you wouldn't think about betraying us, would you? Because a man like you would be sensible enough to know we'll keep your wife as insurance while all this is going on. And if you were stupid enough to tell anyone the truth, you also know that we'd make good on our threat from earlier.
Sowen's grip on his cup tightened.
I would do nothing less in your situation,
he said in terse acknowledgement.
In any case, who would I tell? My superiors could be involved in this cover-up as well. A lot depends on their relationship with the British and Americans.
Fair enough, Drake conceded.
It does beg the question, of course, what becomes of me once this is over, Sowen went on. If I make good on our agreement, what do I get in return?
Firstly, you get Faulkner off your back, Drake pointed out. He might have failed with us, but sooner or later he'll send someone more reliable to kill you, and we won't be able to stop him.
And secondly?
When this is over, we'll get you to a country where you can disappear. The rest is up to you. It's not much, but it's the only deal I'm offering, and it's a hell of a lot better than the alternative.
He glanced at his watch.
Time's not on our side. So I need to know right now, are you in or out?
As Drake had said, it was the only offer Sohan was likely to get, and the Libyan was smart enough to appreciate that fact. But that didn't mean he would be easily swayed.
What guarantee do I have that you'll keep your word?
None. But I can guarantee that if you're no use to us, we'll leave you here for Faulkner to deal with. There was no sense in lying, since the man would easily see through any false assurances he might make. In or out? Decide now. Sohan stared back at him in silence, the tense, fraught seconds stretching out between them. Finally, he gave a single, gruff nod of assent. With the matter decided, Drake called through to the rest of his team.
All right, everyone. Get your shit together. We move out in 5 minutes. We'll be travelling on open roads, so ditch the webbing and combat gear. Civilian clothes only, even if you have to use what's here. Oh, and Cole? Yeah? Gather as much water as you can. We might need it. On it.
Glancing at Layla, Drake added,
Get him ready to move.
The wound must be stabilized. I would advise against it,
she warned. I'm sure you would. Reaching for his radio, he put a call through to McKnight outside.
Envoy, come in. Go, Monarch. There's a pickup truck in the barn outside. Bring it round to the front door. We're leaving in 5 mics. Wilco, Envoy's en route.
As the rest of the group set about packing up what little gear they had, Sohan spoke up once more.
How exactly do you plan to get me inside?
With a certain amount of skill and a great deal of luck, he thought.
You do your part, he said instead. Let us worry about the rest.
Accustomed as they were to leaving places at short notice, it didn't take the team long to get ready. Obeying Drake's instruction, they removed their webbing and any articles of clothing that would identify them as soldiers or paramilitary operatives, replacing them with anything they could pilfer from the wardrobes of the house owners. In practice, this mainly meant faded jeans, loose shirts, and scuffed work boots. They certainly wouldn't win any fashion awards once they were finished, but on casual inspection, they would at least pass muster as civilians. With this task accomplished, they gathered together what little gear and supplies they were taking with them and piled it into the back of the pickup truck that McKnight had brought around to the front door. An old model Ford with a covered rear bed. Its battered and sand-scoured bodywork looked like it had seen better days. Still, the engine sounded like it had been better cared for, and McKnight had confirmed that it drove well, so it would serve for now. In any case, it was a far better option than the bullet-riddled Toyota SUV they'd arrived in. Before leaving it behind, McKnight had made sure to pull out and destroy all the fuses, rendering the engine inoperable in case the farmer and his sons thought to use it to drive to the nearest police station. To this end, they had also disconnected the landline, scavenged up all the cell phones they could find, and thoroughly smashed them. They didn't imagine it would take long for the family to escape their bonds once they were left unguarded, but they did need at least some time to get clear of the area before the alarm was raised. Standing in the living room doorway looking at the 3 bound and gagged captives, Drake couldn't help feeling bad for them. Not only had they been broken into, taken hostage and had their kitchen turned into an operating theatre, but they'd also had most of their valuables stolen or destroyed. A shit night by anyone's standards. With that thought fresh in his mind, he removed some of the emergency money they'd brought along for this operation and laid it on the floor by his feet. The farmer stared at him, his eyes holding a mixture of confusion and simmering hatred. Drake couldn't blame him either way.
I apologize for this, he said in Arabic as he backed out of the room.
With their gear stowed and the vehicle waiting, the last task was to get their injured prisoner out of the house. With Mason and Drake supporting him on either side, Sohan gingerly limped down the hallway and out through the main door. He didn't cry out or even moan in pain, but Drake could feel his muscles tense up every time he put weight on the injured leg. Nonetheless, he made it to the rear of the pickup without incident, and with a final heave, Mason and Drake lifted him inside. Layla went in behind, now dressed in a pair of faded jeans, t-shirt, and work jacket scavenged from the farmhouse, all of which were too big for her. Mason clambered in after her to keep watch on them both.
What the hell are you bringing that thing for?
Drake asked as Frost approached with the farmer's double-barreled shotgun slung over one shoulder, as if she were about to indulge in a spot of duck hunting.
Skeet shooting isn't exactly what we got in mind.
The young woman shrugged.
It's a gun, isn't it? And we're short on firepower.
She hefted the bulky weapon, testing the balance.
Anyway, I kind of like it. Might take it home when this is all over.
Drake merely shook his head. If they found themselves in the midst of another firefight, he doubted an antique shotgun was going to tip the balance in their favor. Still, he was well aware how futile it was to argue with her in matters like this.
Just get your ass inside, he said, gesturing into the pickup's rear bed.
With Frost in, he closed the tailgate and circled around to the front, where McKnight had moved over to the passenger seat and wrapped a length of patterned cloth around her face and head to form a keffiyeh, the traditional headdress usually worn by men and women in this part of the world. In this case, her decision was influenced less by fashion or local custom, and more by the need to disguise her ethnicity, when they would almost certainly be seen by other drivers out on the road. She'd been thoughtful enough to provide a second keffiyeh for Drake, who in turn wrapped it around his face. In truth, he'd worn garments like this many times before on desert operations during his time in the SAS, where they were usually referred to as shemags. They might look a little outlandish, but they were invaluable in hot, dry climates where sand and dust were constant problems. The Americans hadn't been so keen on them as he recalled, perhaps seeing them as clothing of the enemy, but they'd soon change their attitude when heat strokes started afflicting their troops.
Ever get the feeling this day's gone from bad to worse?
McKnight asked as he finished securing the head garment.
All the time, Drake said, starting the vehicle up.